Billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
When back to the office means back in traffic, turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
So traffic is starting to look a little sticky.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Incredible fuel efficiency and a low payment make Civic the right choice for summer. See your Northern California Honda dealers today.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. Official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible port and no cash access and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
Partly cloudy skies in San Francisco with a high of 69.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples. That was easy. Right.
Shut up.
Eldridge down the line and gone. And our friend get to stand up and cheer.
The one positive moment in a day from hell for the San Francisco Giants, and I don't say that lightly because it's been a season from hell. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, of Spadoni. Shasky is back, baby. It's the morning roast.
I'm on fire.
You are on fire.
Man on fire.
We got Carter in the back. That was Dwayne Kuiper, NBC Sports Bay Area with the call. 8-2 the final last night at Oracle Park. Milwaukee gets one back. 67-40 on the year. Giants fall back to 17 games under 500. And that was the lone highlight there as Bryce Eldridge gets the home run on the City Connect Tuesday. But Joe, I mean, we've heard of like Friday news dumps, like Saturday news dumps. Yesterday was a Tuesday news dump before a game where Alex Pavlovich's Twitter, who covers the Giants for NBC Sports, does a hell of a job. It was one after another after another. Let me just start here before you go off. You get the tweet yesterday. Casey Schmidt has a torn left meniscus and is going on the IL. I'm going to give you some credit here, and I know you don't want to take credit for it, and it's not something you're proud of taking credit for, but you said yesterday on the show you think it's a meniscus.
At least.
At least. And unfortunately, that's what it was. You saw him round first on Monday night. It buckled. He tried to slow down. It just looked awkward all the way. You thought, maybe it could just be a strain or something. Nope, it's a torn left meniscus, and I would be shocked if he came back this year. And I don't even know if I want him to come back this year, all things considered, with the season he was having. It just sucks that one of the few bright spots of the season is now going to be gone probably the rest of the year. And that's brutal. But wait, there's more. Another follow-up tweet. More bad news for the Giants. This is from Alex Pavlovich. Trevor McDonald will undergo UCL reconstruction surgery next week.
Another one. I said, remember when he had the forearm elbow? I go, guys, he's probably going to get Tommy John.
Yeah. So
it just sucks.
UCL reconstruction. And at times, again, was a bright spot for the Giants, a young arm for this team. Not saying he was.
I still like him.
I still like him too, but now
year out. And remember, Hayden Birdsong got hurt at the beginning of the year. He's out for a full year. Randy Rodriguez got hurt around this time last year. We still haven't seen him. So Trevor McDonald will probably not pitch for this team next year, which, I mean, I don't know what else to say. I don't even know what else to say. Like, I
got one more other thing to say. Yeah. How about one more for you? Okay. All right, this is the trifecta from Alex Pavlovich yesterday, all within an hour. The update on Harrison Bader is a bizarre one.
Forgot he was even a Giant.
He went to see a specialist for his plantar fasciitis. But the Giants announced that he had a scooter accident, quote, on Saturday night / early Sunday morning. So was this like at midnight or 1 in the morning? And further injured that left foot. He will now get an MRI for the new injury. A scooter accident.
Monte Ellis online too.
Oh my. After you're already hurt with plantar fasciitis, you're out on a scooter?
All on top of Draymond Green coming back for $28 million a year. Yeah, it's been one of those days. Well, I am writhing in pain like I ate like a ninja star in my stomach.
That's right. It was 4 people that was on the injured list. You were one of them as well.
And then I was just
Oh, but and then Kyle Shanahan speaks to the media, pulls him aside, and says, "Guys, this was my fault. It wasn't the young woman's fault. The 21-year-old that hit me. I was ruffling for my cell phone. I take full accountability. All right." And then apparently he shows him Matt Barrow's pictures of what he looked like. He couldn't even recognize him.
The amount of Matlocks trying to determine what has happened with Kyle Shanahan in the accident. Get a life. Get a life. He's lucky to be alive. No, I'm serious.
No, it's true.
I'm so tired of these wannabe amateur sleuths out here doing detective work. Get a life. Get a life. Seriously, he's lucky to be alive. Now, look.
So is that the craziest July 28th in the Bay Area sports cycle? It might have been.
I just for one moment on the detective work.
It's ridiculous.
No. We've lost the plot. For those that are out there, okay, first off, you're not the police. The police have a difficult time assessing blame in vehicle accidents, correct?
Clearly.
Insurance companies that do this for a living.
Oh, that we play commercials ad nauseum on our airwaves.
Have a very difficult time assessing blame, correct?
Correct.
We are not going to know what happened in this car crash for the most part. Now, as long as the police are telling you, and we have to take it as face value, all right, that there's really not much to see here, and it's just an unfortunate accident, and people are lucky to be alive. Like, okay. And then I start thinking about this, like regarding this. Shanahan says, I'm all over the place this one. I'm literally on fire because I'm really mad at a certain segment of fans and national media who are pointing at local media and blaming us for the Warriors' demise. It's like, shut up. Oh, I'm on one today. But getting back to the Shanahan thing, Joe, I have a couple of nieces that are in their early 20s, okay? And I think all the time, because they'll come up to the cabin or I'll see them with their friends, and I'm always like, I'm in my 40s. They're very young. Yeah. I call them girls, but they're young women. You know what I mean?
Young ladies, yes.
You know what I mean? But they're like kids to me, And so when I hear that a young woman is involved in the accident, and then he's having to converse with the father, and he's going back and forth, I'm just like, this is the most human Kyle Shanahan's ever been. It's the most vulnerable he's ever showcased himself. Not to me, but to those that have covered the team. And we're here looking for the sinister plot. Everybody, just be thankful the guy's alive. And if there's no criminal activity based on what the police are saying, and it sounds like insurance companies are involved, and they'll assess whose fault and blame and all that, just be thankful everybody's not hurt more. Quite frankly, he almost lost an eye, for crying out loud.
I know. And Matty Barrows, who covers the team for The Athletic, was on yesterday afternoon with Willard and Dibbs, and he basically was saying Shanahan showed this group of reporters in the media the picture of what his face looked like, and he couldn't recognize him. He said it was like a Mike Tyson bout that he looked like after facing him in the ring. It was that bad and that swollen. And this is some of the quotes from Kyle Shanahan yesterday. And initially we thought, it was the collision from the 21-year-old. It was all on her, and that was what was initially reported, or I guess put on the collision report. This is what he had to say to reporters yesterday. Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the 49ers. I took my eyes off the road looking for my phone, and my car veered into someone. It's one of those roads where there's no forgiveness. It's one of those roads where I'll teach my kids you don't drive in the left lane for no reason. You're only allowed a foot. When I hit her, I'll never forget how violent the impact was. I mean,
when you have these accidents and these near-death experiences,
changes you.
It scars you for life.
Yeah.
I'll never forget coming up and over to Viz, 4 a.m, me and my homie E-Dog. We were in Vito Azzolino's Mustang.
What a name that is.
Yes, shout out him and his family. And we were coming up and over. I think Fahey might have been in the car with me. And we were coming up and over to Viz, going back to somebody's house or whatever. And we were smashing. Bro, we got so airborne. And we went right into a car in front of us. And it accordioned the whole car. The speakers, this is back in the day when you didn't actually put the speakers, because they were box speakers.
They're boxes,
and they went flying over. I mean, we were lucky we didn't go flying through the windshield.
Jesus.
And it was and I was obviously 3 sheets to the wind. And I'm thinking to myself, dude, we just evaded legitimate near death. My brother and me were on a bicycle on Mission Street, and I used to have one of those bicycles with the pegs on the back.
Yeah.
Right? And so I had my little BMX,
I used to ride on those on the back of my brother when we would go places.
Yeah. And so we're going to get burritos. It's 2-something in the morning. All right? We're feeling no pain, as we like to say. And my brother's on the back, and I'm on the front, and this truck is going right. We're at Mission and Onondaga, where the 2 burrito spots are. You're either a Guadalajara person or you're an El Farolito person. Sure. I go back and forth. Yeah. Okay?
You're both.
So I'm on the bike. I'm driving it. My brother's on the back. And we see this truck come at us. And it's going to go right, but clearly they're hammered. I mean, you just don't know what else can I think. And they take this right, and I jump off the bike. My brother goes flying off the bike. It comes out. Had we kept going on the bike, and I wasn't aware, I mean, they would have sandwiched us. They went right into one of those big, giant wood poles that you would stick flyers on.
Totally.
That used to be a pole for something back in the day. Crushed this truck. 3 dudes get out and just take off running. Could have killed us. Jeez. And I remember standing there shaking.
Yeah.
And I know people have a million different examples of these, and I've got other ones that I don't even want to bring up. And I've had friends lose their lives because of vehicle accidents. I've had friends go on demises because of the accident that happened, the physical injury, the chemical dependence that happened afterwards, and it ruined their lives.
Yeah.
I love you, Greg, if you're out there somewhere up in heaven. I've had a variety of guys lose their lives in one form or fashion from accidents, and it does scar you, Joe. And so, everybody looking to play detective, Let the police do their job. We'll let the dust settle a little. Let them figure it out. And then all the speculation, you're wasting your energy. Just be happy that the man's alive. He's a father. He's somebody's, husband. And if he truly was to blame for something serious and nefarious, I'm taking it at face value that the police involved would have handled the situation differently and the toxicology reports would have indicated something nefarious. That is not the case. Why do we have to make everything more than what it is? Why are you're so worried about this, yet you won't vote for your local stuff in your neighborhood? It just drives me nuts.
A couple other quotes here, and I think he struck the perfect tone yesterday when speaking to the media, and I think he caught a lot of the media off guard too when he called him over there and explained the entire situation. Quote, "It crushed me hearing the girl getting blamed for it, and to hear people think that people are hiding something for me. I think people are good people and recognize it's a personal thing. I'm just lucky that I survived, that she didn't get hurt, and that I didn't lose my eye," Shanahan said yesterday to the reporters.
Well, and now we get back to the Harrison Bader story for just a moment. Yeah. Just hear me out. When Harrison Bader's riding around on the scooter, I got a couple of my buddies, one's a cop, one's a firefighter, are hitting me up, and they're telling me stories about people on these scooters, and the scooters are everywhere. Now, look, I know you guys all do the scooters. I'm not doing the helmet talk with you right now, Joe, but I would say to anyone out there, please wear a helmet. The amount of people that get in accidents on these scooters around town is through the roof. My buddy says that they get stuck in the tracks and that they flip over and that people are either, inebriated or sober.
Did you ever skateboard when you were younger?
Oh, yeah.
But
I wasn't good. My brother was.
But when you would skate and you would hit some little crack or there'd be a large pebble and that would cause you to fly?
Yes.
It's basically the same thing. Now,
100%.
some of these things are pretty hefty and they're big and it takes a lot. But even then, you've seen a lot of these potholes in the streets everywhere.
But Joe,
the Bay Area is full of them. That's all it takes. And then you swerve, then you fall. And all these people, most of them using them, some are local, a lot of them are tourists,
Well,
too.
they don't know the terrain. And then secondarily, look, we got zombies everywhere. No, let's call it what it is. Sure. You got zombies running across the street. You know who I'm talking about, the fentanyl heads. And
28 days later.
And then you have distracted drivers everywhere, as well as the distracted scooter drivers who have one earbud in and they're driving around with their earbud in, which is a big no-no.
Can't be doing that.
You can't. And so
you got to listen for everything around you.
The point that I'm going at is that if you get in one of these accidents, all right, and I always think about if you're on the receiving end and it is someone super famous and you're a young person, right? People are sick right now. There is so much anonymous hate in the world. I understand why Shanahan would try to get out in front of this regarding this woman getting criticized, this young woman getting criticized. Because if that was my daughter or if that was my niece or someone like that, I just know how football fans act. And it's disgusting that I even have to say that.
Yeah.
But Joe, am I wrong?
No.
And then you've got all these detective losers just driving me nuts. Everyone get a life. Be thankful that everyone's okay and that it's not worse, that he doesn't have, he had lost an eye or whatever. And then Bader on the scooter, what are you doing, buddy? It's 2026, right? There are distracted drivers everywhere on their phones that could run into you. You're a multi-millionaire baseball player playing center field who has a hurt foot, and you're running around on the scooter with the hurt foot on the IL. What are we doing? You want to talk about one of the worst signings? I go, well, I just wave him. Sam goes, he's on a 2-year deal. I forgot he's on a 2-year deal.
Oh, that really hurt you yesterday when Sam had to remind you.
No, it doesn't hurt me because you know why? I have zero emotional attachment to Harrison Bader. Who I felt bad for yesterday was Casey Schmidt, who's having a monster year, an absolute monster year, and is the lone silver lining bright spot on what otherwise would be just an absolute dumpster fire season. He was going to hit 30 home runs. He was gonna, throw his name in the hat for playing third base every single day. This guy went every day out there not knowing if he was gonna play first base, DH, go out into left field, the position he's never played, maybe play second base, play shortstop, play third base. He had no idea what glove he was gonna use every single day. And he went out there and gave you great at-bat after great at-bat. And he's got the torn meniscus. Oh my gosh, it's just you got to be kidding me. And I haven't even gotten to Draymond Green's contract.
We haven't even touched on that. Probably the biggest news of yesterday. It wasn't Kyle Shanahan talking about the accident to the reporters. It wasn't all these Giants injury updates. It was Draymond Green coming back on a 1-year, $27 million deal. He's back, Joe. He's back, baby. Like he never left. Draymond Green. I mean, where do you want to begin? Where would you like to begin on that? You saw the notification yesterday.
Why are you
from
surprised?
Shams Charania.
Why is anyone surprised?
I'm not.
Draymond returning was a collision course that I saw coming a mile away. You know what this was? This was the last 4 years, maybe more, of enabling and rewarding Draymond Green at every single turn at the expense of the rest of the team. Let's just call it what it is. You gave this guy a $27 million deal. He opted out to bring in LeBron James. Well, we promised him that we would give flex. What? Who in the league? I'm asking you sincerely. Who in the league is giving Draymond Green $27 million for 1 year?
No one. No one.
Who's giving him multiple years on guaranteeing $27 million?
No one.
I don't care what you agreed, prior to. Thankfully they've got a no trick on. I'll believe it when I see it when it comes to moving off Draymond. They've allowed Draymond Green to essentially run off how many teammates? They've allowed Draymond Green's antics to compromise how many different lineups and young players' development. Now, again, some of those young players aren't worth a damn. I'm not here to say that they're the end-all, be-all. Draymond is a great player. You threw Klay Thompson out with the dirty bathwater, and yet you've sided with Draymond Green's shenanigans for this many years? And I'm supposed to be surprised this morning? I saw this coming a mile away. Everybody that's reacting to Draymond Green coming back today, you're late to the party. The day they traded Jordan Poole for the expiring contract to CP3 and didn't do anything with the CP3 money, they were staring this down the barrel. The same offseason, they gave Draymond Green a 3-year deal with a 4th-year player option, which no one was going to give him. I go back, and I pulled all the stuff, and if I hear more, and I'm going to go crazy this morning. I'm going to have a full segment on this. I am so tired of fans and national media taking a little balloon ride, like you're at Silverado, little balloon ride, and dropping into the Warriors situation.
Antonio Brown.
And they're all outraged. I can't believe local media hasn't called out the Warriors. I've been calling out the Warriors for 5 straight years. 5 straight years. You know who's first to the maybe Klay should come off the bench party? Me. You know who took all the heat? Me. You know who's first to the, if you're going to move Jordan Poole, you got to get something back better than 38-year-old CP3? Me. You know who said, oh, my God, if you're going to move Jordan Poole, might as well let Draymond Green and Klay Thompson go? Me. You know who hated the 3-year deal with the player option the day he signed it? Me. You know who couldn't stand the way that they yo-yoed Kuminga and Moody and didn't move off them and didn't develop them? Me. You know who took calls every single day, fighting the good fight like I was in the Battle of the Bastards, like my name was Jon Snow? Me. You know who got chastised by the Warriors themselves for even suggesting that Klay should come off the bench? Me. So I don't want to hear this local media is afraid to call it out. No, I've been calling out Draymond so much, the day of my dad's funeral, he yelled at Bonte on live television. What are we talking about?
He did.
I'm so tired of hearing that the local media hasn't been calling out the Warriors when we've been
you talking to me.
We've been calling them out all day. The day Kuminga got traded, we were at Radio Row, Super Bowl.
You were yelling.
I pulled all the audio.
Yeah.
Okay, I pulled all the audio. I was going ballistic.
You were.
I'm so tired of this narrative from fans that local media doesn't criticize the Warriors. What are you talking about? What are you talking
we're on
about?
Joe Lakeb's payroll, Joe. That's what they say.
Fans have been against me on a lot of moves. And I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. There's been ones I've been wrong on. A lot of ones I've been wrong on. But don't tell me that I and you and we at this station haven't been critical of the Golden State Warriors when from the moment the parade ended and we got to the punch, all we've been doing is dissecting blame.
I suggested a couple days ago that this offseason wouldn't be completely awful if they somehow were able to just get off Draymond Green like as a contract and he doesn't come back. The people were livid in the comments. Sam posted a couple days ago. I saw him. People were going, you can't do that. And I was like, the same people complaining 2 days ago are now the ones complaining yesterday that he signed a 1-year, $28 million deal. You can't have it both ways. You can't be mad at me for suggesting that the Warriors don't bring Draymond Green back and yet also be mad that they brought him back on a 1-year, $28 million deal. Which one is it? You can't have it both ways. This is what was set in stone. This is what was promised from Dunleavy and Lacob when Draymond Green opted out for, again, the word flexibility and optionality for LeBron James in the pursuit of him. Now that LeBron is going to the Philadelphia 76ers, this is what always was going to happen. This was the fallback plan for everyone involved. For Draymond, for Dunleavy, for Lacob. This has been known for months. This has been known. And it's the unofficial waving of the white flag for me of the Stephen Curry era in Golden State. That's what that yesterday signified to me. And I wonder if Warrior fans feel like Shasky, feel like me. Yesterday kind of feels like the end of this thing. It does. They're not bringing on anyone new. They're not bringing in, LeBron James. They're not bringing in Jaylen Brown after apparently another Shams, tweet came out yesterday that they were flirting with Jaylen Brown in the draft and all that. And we'll get into all of it. We're up against it. Laughing Monk, Ashley Bird in San Francisco. This is the Laughing Monk Studios. Dave Fleming, 820. Dylan is a Dragon, 855. Maybe there's going to be some positivity on the Giants later, but it's hard to see right now. Draymond Green is back, people. Are we happy about it? Sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for a Signature Select 80% lean ground beef for $4.99 per pound when you buy the Mega Pack. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions.
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Don't miss the all-new stand-up show from Scotland's comedy superstar, Daniel Sloss, at the Masonic on October 17th. The first show sold out, and a second was added. Buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for a chance to win your way in, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Happy Hump Day, people. Happy Hump Day.
Bay Area, it's Kayla Thornton. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Thank God the Valkyries are back. We need some positivity. They're playing the Phoenix Mercury tonight in Arizona. 7 o'clock tip. Listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game and the Odyssey app, as we are your home for all Golden State Valkyries action. And just search Valkyries when you hit that Odyssey app. We are streaming there. We are streaming on YouTube right now. You can see our beautiful faces. Shasky's redness has finally gone down. He is back to a normal shade of white.
Pink.
Well, that's your shirt right now. So I have actually a good contrast between your skin color and that pink shirt you're wearing. And you actually look fly today. Do kids still say that? Fly with the vest?
I want to so maybe you tapped in. I'm all over the place this morning.
That's all right.
For those that are just tuning in.
A lot happened yesterday.
Well, what I'm noticing right now, there's a thing I call it the algorithm. It's the social media algorithm. And what is the most popular thing on the internet that you can do to jump on the fad and get clicks, right? Currently in the sports media landscape, it's, Warriors are failing Steph Curry.
Yeah.
I've been doing Warrior coverage on this station since 2018.
Yeah.
Okay? I did post games.
You did.
Forever. I was doing post games leading right up to COVID. Me and Ryan Covey.
I was there.
With Kai Bowman and a 15-win Warrior team when none of you cared.
It's true.
All right? None of you cared. And I did. And I was like, and I remember, this is where the term the square button was coined by Eric Paschal, meaning I called him the square button, saying that he only could shoot and he never knew how to pass, which is the X button.
All rookie team.
Okay? And again, like the player, but I remember I was like, he's not, again, all rookie team. I was like, he's not. He's a high usage, high volume, undersized power forward who's probably going to play the center
When
position.
everyone was healthy, you knew that guy wasn't fitting on this roster. Yeah.
Now, look, I'm not pretending like I'm the NBA sage and I've never been wrong. No, what I'm saying is that what I've noticed is that right now, the fun thing to do is to pick on the local media. Me, you, 95.7 The Game.
Bonte, all of it. Yeah.
Bonte a lot.
Yes.
Nick Friedel.
Yeah.
Marcus Thompson. Tim Kawakami. Whoever is Anthony Slater. Local people covering this team. And to say, local media's they're not criticizing the Warriors. And I'm like, David Dennis Jr., who's on ESPN, who I've never wanted to search David Dennis Jr.'s anything, let alone hear what he has to say, is like posting things. Bomani Jones is posting things. Yeah. Bill Simmons is posting things. Everyone's posting stuff to get a click. And this is I'll read you the summary of everyone's. What are they doing to Steph Curry in Golden State? The same thing they've been doing for 5 years.
And you're referencing David Dennis Jr. from ESPN. He used to be on Around the Horn when that was a show.
Yeah, no one cares.
This is the quote tweet that he had when the Anthony Slater was posted on the social media. The Warriors are just fine running back this kind of older 37-win core and understanding they're not necessarily a part of the title conversation. David Dennis Jr. quote tweets that, saying, Joe Lacob doesn't deserve to have a star player play for any organization he's ever a part of for the rest of his life.
And I would just say,
my God.
You can have wild opinions like that, whatever, but where have you been? Joe, I told you, I've been taking calls from the Bay Area audience almost 10 years. I'm very blessed. I'm very lucky. I hear from you, the audience. What have I been talking about for at minimum 5 years? We got to get younger.
Yeah.
We got to get better shooting. We got to get more height. We got to get more two-way players. Have I not? It's the same conversation.
And I think a lot of Warriors fans have agreed with you, but they disagree in
how to get there.
And how to get there.
Sure,
correct.
Totally.
Yeah.
Now, look, Draymond, all-time Warrior. At one time, my favorite Warrior.
Yeah.
Okay? I was ready to do the Bill Walsh years before others were. I was ready to move off him so that the greater good could be better. I have poured myself for the last 7 years into knowing the CBA as best I can. I would argue, Carter, you've been doing the show with me. Is there a person who tries to talk finances and CBA as nuanced as me in the Bay Area? Like, as a host, is there anyone? I bring it up and people roll their eyes. Do they not?
They roll their eyes at a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And all I'm saying is, guys, this show, our audience, has been having this conversation about how to improve the Warriors every day, nonstop, for years on end. And so when I see the national media and the local fans say, the local media is not doing enough, not us. Stop grouping us in there. That's not fair. Because here's what's also not fair. You wanted them to hang on to all your favorite players.
Yes.
I wanted to move off of them. I was a hater.
And you can't have it both ways.
No.
Yeah.
They
do.
I merely suggested Clay come off the bench. And you would have thought that I farted in church.
That happens sometimes.
Like, I merely suggested. I go, man, this Wiggins thing. I asked out loud.
People got mad when you used the name Kyle Korver once. That's when they got really mad.
I said he's closer to Kyle Korver than he is prime Klay Thompson.
You said Ray Allen did it, so why can't Klay Thompson? Yeah, you did say that. I'll give you credit. I was there for all the shows. I was.
And quite frankly, people thought I was insane.
Yeah.
Well, a year later, how'd they think? Right?
Chasky did have a point.
I'm going to play you all the audio here in a little bit, but it's just I'm really fed up. I'm fed up with how the nation is looking down at the Warriors situation. And then they're like, well, has the local media been asleep at the wheel? No, actually not. There is no other team in the NBA that has been dissected and broken down when it comes to contracts, CBA, draft picks, draft capital, the coach's desires, the superstar's desires, the owner's desires. No more. No team has been diced up more than this team. I dare you to find me a market and a station in America that has broken down the Warriors more than 95-7 the game. I dare you to find it.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
It's not fair. It's not fair. If you're gonna blame us for stuff, did we talk about LeBron way too much?
Probably.
Yes, we did.
We all did, though. Everyone did.
I'll be the first to raise my hand.
That's a big story.
But don't tell me that we have not been trying to find creative ways to make this team better. And they're like, well, they're just caping up for Joe Lacob. Really? Because Joe Lacob won't come into studio with us. Really? No. And Raymond, we go back. Raymond's been very angry with me at times.
Who's Raymond?
Raymond Ritter, who covers the team. He's the PR director for the team. And I like Raymond. Raymond's a great guy, but I know that there's things that I've said or suggested that he doesn't agree with. Right? And so, I'm sorry, dude. And I'm not saying that we're the best. I'm not saying we're glazing. I'm not saying that we're not crushing them, whatever.
Sure.
All I'm saying is that if you don't think we've been breaking down how to make this team better for the last however many years, decade, how long they've been? They've been with the Warriors with 95 since 2017.
Yeah, it was the year after 2016, I believe. So, yeah, for the last, almost decade.
I don't know what to tell you. Have you not been listening?
Yeah.
I don't think it's fair. If you're going to critique us, I don't think that's the fair critique.
Well,
critique us on talking Kuminga too much.
Sure.
Critique us on talking LeBron too much.
But don't say we get it. Every single one of us always gets it. Any sort of positivity or they view as a spin is, they're on Lacob's payroll. Joe Lacob doesn't pay us. But Joe Lacob doesn't pay me, doesn't pay you, and again, to put this all on Joe Lacob, because that's what it's turned into now.
Well,
so you're talking about
he's got mistakes.
No, absolutely he's got mistakes, but let's not act like he hasn't been one of the best owners in the Bay Area since coming here. This revisionist history that this guy, that David Dennis Jr. is saying doesn't deserve to have a star player play for any organization he's ever been a part of for the rest of his life. What are we doing? We're acting like Stephen Curry is Mike Trout on the Angels. What are we doing?
But here's the other thing. You also have to be reasonable with your criticisms.
Artie Moreno, guys. Come on.
You have to be reasonable with your criticisms. Barry Bonds, one of the greatest baseball players ever, right?
Yes.
How many World Series in a Giants uniform?
One.
He went to one.
One.
All right. Now, look, do I wish the Warriors could get to more Yes. Steph Curry has been to 6.
6.
If he had been to 1 or 2, dude, we should be like just rioting, all right? You do have to have I'm not saying be grateful.
Yeah.
We have to have a little perspective, just a little. Be like, well, I mean, they did go to 6.
Right.
I know, like, they inherited a lot. It's been great. They made the most of it. I mean, they did go to 6. I wanted them to go to 8 or 9, you know?
Joe?
And that sounds insane. Think about what I just said.
Right.
I wanted the Warriors to go to 8 or 9 finals. I mean, 21-year-old me would be like, you're the dumbest person who's ever lived.
I'll listen if you use the, like, Giannis Antetokounmpo as an example. Yeah, Giannis probably should have gone to more finals with the Milwaukee Bucks. Probably should have, but he didn't for a variety of reasons. Ownership being one of them. Players getting hurt being another one. Like this, and now he's gone. And now he's in Miami because he was pussyfooting around. They didn't know what he wanted to do, and he's finally gone. Okay? In an alternate universe, that might have happened with Stephen Curry. But as you said, Joe, he's gone to 6, and he's won 4 of them. Yeah, does it suck that they haven't even sniffed a conference finals, or they got close last year, but Jimmy Butler got hurt, or 2 years ago, I guess now? Like, sure, that sucks, but that's what happens. That's what happens towards the end.
The consequences of extending, and look, I when they made the Jimmy trade, they were backed in, but when you extend Jimmy, and then you give Draymond now this $27 million option.
There's no more flexibility.
You got $80 million bucks, give or take. Who is giving in the league right now? Who's like, yep, that's $80 million well spent?
No one.
When we all know that these aprons, these first and second aprons, are the most penal they've ever been in any sport. The NFL has a fake salary cap. You know what the NBA has? The realest of real.
Yes.
The most real salary cap.
It's basically the second apron has now become the hard cap in the NBA. No one wants to go over it. Except for, I guess, the Denver Nuggets are the only one reportedly to do so. Let's pick this up on the other side, Joe. 888-957-9570. Draymond Green is back. Sham Sharani reporting yesterday on a 1-year, $27.7 million deal. Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul tells ESPN the contract is the same Green opted out of to give the Warriors flexibility to pursue LeBron James, but the sides land his return yesterday. 888-957-9570. Is there anyone that's excited that Draymond Green is back on this deal? John, Cam, we'll get to all of you. It is going to be sponsored by Front Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries today on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to Telluride willy-nilly? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
No one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner. Because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers. And one wrong move, saying too much, signing too early, trusting the process, that can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first, before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This just isn't a claim. It's your recovery, your income, your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, please don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
45% of new members are referred to Stanford Federal Credit Union by friends and family. Experience that trust with a limited-time 8-month certificate at 4.10 annual percentage yield. Open yours with as little as $100. Hurry, this special offer ends September 14th. Visit sfcu.org to open online today. New money required. Early withdrawal penalties and additional terms apply. Federally insured by NCUA. sfcu.org.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Donate your home, land, or commercial property and help Stand Up to Cancer fund innovative cancer research. Stand Up to Cancer makes the process easy and it may be tax deductible. Visit standuptocancer.org/giveproperty to learn more.
Outside Lands is August 7th through the 9th in Golden Gate Park. Heading to the festival? Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada during Outside Lands. Come visit them at the Hazy Little Hideaway. Bring your friends and get a taste of the moments that matter.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. Game.
Bahala, it's Kia Stokes. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Mark Studios on 95.7 The Game.
We're rolling, baby. Phone lines are open. Shasky's feeling hot this morning. Draymond Green is back. 1 year, $27.7 million deal. Basically the same number that he opted out with the Golden State Warriors initially on his player option to give flexibility to pursue LeBron James. Well, LeBron James is not coming to the Golden State Warriors. He is going to the Philadelphia 76ers. So Mike Dunleavy, general manager, owner, Joe Lacob, I'm sure, part of the conversations were like, okay, here's your $28 million back, Draymond, that you're going to get originally. And yeah, this is basically the team. This is basically the team right now. The only new additions are the draftees. Yaxel Lendeborg, LeJay Jones, and basically it's the same thing. And we're waiting potentially on Gary Payton II. We'll see if that comes to fruition. 888-957-9570 is the number. And I am trying to figure out if there's anyone out there that likes this deal for the Warriors. I heard Evan Giddings, as the news broke yesterday, he was filling in for Steiny alongside Daryl LaCruz Johnson, Joe, and he liked that it gives the Warriors optionality for next year and that we should like the deal because next offseason, that's when the Warriors could actually make something happen. But I don't think anyone's viewing it that way right now. And even then, what does optionality get you now in today's NBA?
Don't want to hear that.
What does all that money get you in free agency?
No one's a free agent.
No one. That's what I'm getting at.
Everything is a sign and trade or it's absorbing a contract. No one hits free agency.
Well, and also, I think Mike Dunleavy has now told us he really values these draft picks and doesn't want to get rid of them.
It's closer to college's transfer portal than it is recruiting.
That's what it feels like.
It's closer to, what is it, soccer? They do transfers?
Yeah, the transfer windows.
Transfer windows. Like, how many guys are true free agents in soccer?
Not a lot. And they have these things called loans. So, like, you could send a player out on a loan for a year.
Oh, is that what the Heat are doing?
Yeah, maybe. And then you can bring him back, right? Which I actually think is kind of cool, but that's neither here nor there.
In 10 minutes, I've done the research. I've actually, because this thing that local media doesn't break down and ask questions in tough conversations and is just nodding their head like a bobblehead on everything Joe Lacob does is just not true. And I brought up, Sam, you did great work on this. In 10 minutes, I'm going to go scorched earth on everyone.
All right, let's go to the phone lines. By the way, the segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. John in San Jose, kick things off. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, holy smokes. Good morning, boys. I'm pretty sure I just saw Brandon Ayuk fly by me because this guy's doing like 100 on 880 North. And
yikes.
I don't know. Maybe it was Brandon. Who knows?
Might have been Harrison
But
Bader.
anyway, boys, first of all, everyone get off Butcher Boy. Nobody's going to come down Shasky's lane and not and say anything about him not being real or keeping the Warriors accountable, because if anything, sometimes I might, no offense, Shasky, I love you, but sometimes I'm like, oh, Joe, it's a little too much. Huh? But no, you legitimately let, I mean, if anybody's a fan and is also /host, it's the morning show. I mean, especially when Bonte was on. Like, come on. Like, honestly, that's why we listen, because it's like listening to the boys. But anyways, I just kind of wanted to say that first. And if anybody wants authentic 95.7, if you're diabetic, come over here. They're sugar-free, baby. They'll give it to you real whether you like it or not. So that's what I want to get out of the way. And another thing I'm thinking in the office, and I thought maybe it was just the ownership, before I get to ownership, I thought maybe it's a Dunleavy thing. Maybe Dunleavy's just not, the answer, and Bob left, and this is what we got to deal with. But then Bob's making a lot of noise, and I'm missing Bob a lot. And I'm starting to think that maybe this could be a Lacob issue. And maybe there's a reason why the office isn't always consistent. But I don't know. I want to get your guys' take on that. But I know definitely nobody's kissing any cheeks around here because there's nothing to kiss.
Thank you.
And again, I just see Bob Myers. We had such a good time with Bob, didn't we? He called in. He would relate with the fans.
Yeah.
Oh, I miss Bob. But anyway, boys, you guys have a great morning.
Good call.
And nobody come down to Morning Show's Road again, or
That's
I'll call in twice.
I love you,
call
buddy.
in twice. Thanks, John.
There's a clip that we're going to play in a little bit regarding Draymond Green, and it was probably, 3 years ago?
I think it was 2024, so 2 years ago.
So it was 3 years ago. Now, the new CBA was agreed upon in 2022, kicked in June 2023.
Okay.
I think the naivety of both organizations and players to truly not understand the intricacies of how nuanced and detailed and penal the CBA is why the Warriors in particular are where they're at. There's a clip of, again, 3 years ago, Draymond Green basically criticizing Jalen Brunson for leaving $100 million extra on the table.
Yeah.
And Draymond's going in, you got to get every dollar. These owners are worth billions.
Play it. This is on the Club 520.
Please play this.
This is a Club 520 podcast with our guy who's I can't think of his name right now. Former point Jeff Teague.
Yes.
Right. He's a big podcaster. This is 2 years ago on Brunson taking a $100 million pay cut to allow others to join his Knicks. And obviously now that paid off because the Knicks are champs. But this was 2 years ago. Draymond Green talking about it.
It's the New York Knicks, bro. They can afford it. You ain't got to take no discount.
Of course.
For them to get paid, you ain't got to. My situation is different because Steph making $270, Klay making $180.
Yeah.
All right, something got to give. Cool, I can take a little. I can take less.
Mm-hmm.
But he the top guy.
Yes, sir.
By the way, let Josh Hart or somebody else take less.
Yeah.
Like, they in my role, right? Let one of them take less. But guess what? Steph Curry ain't take a penny less.
I feel that.
And neither did Klay Thompson ain't take a penny less.
Rightfully so.
if it's going to work, somebody do. Well, guess what? I ain't really expecting them to take that.
Yeah, they should.
I don't know what he doing. I'm happy for him.
He still got the max, though.
The max extension.
Yeah.
He didn't get the max. That's $100 million.
Now, that video resurfaced a couple days ago, and Josh Hart, NBA champion, New York Knick, who Draymond was referencing right there, quote tweeted it and said, "We got to normalize grown men not counting other people's pockets."
But I also think it's an interesting, because that's from, remember, Dre and Steph, those guys are like, they're the same generation as Jalen, but they're younger. They're like a decade younger.
Yes.
Right? And so I'm talking about Jalen is.
Sure.
And so look at how Jalen realized, and smartly, like, oh, if I want the team to be good around me, I'm going to have to take less.
Yeah.
But the old way is, the team's worth billions. I could no, the salary cap makes it to where you can't dip into the luxury tax anymore like you used to. What did Wemby just do this year?
He took a pay cut.
And look, on one end, get every dollar you can.
Yes.
I understand that. Like I
mean, his pay cut is still, he's making over $250 million.
But Joe, all of your actions have consequences.
So especially now in this new, currently.
Exactly. So if you're going to take the full amount, you need to be available the full amount, because the team around you is going to have a little less money to be able to play with.
And I think Jalen Brunson is a great case study, because he came from a different team. The Knicks is his second squad, Joe. Who was his teammate making the majority of the salary cap when he was in Dallas? Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
Like it was him and Luka. And I think he realized when he got, that team kind of got owned against the Warriors in their championship run. He's like, man, we can't have two guys making up that much of the salary. I'm going to go elsewhere. I'm going to take a pay cut. I want my boys from Villanova to join me. Then, did we dog them and say they were, choke artists when they lost that game against the Indiana Pacers last year? And, were they dogging the Knicks because they were the lovable losers? And it was like, man, they just can't get over the hump. Sure. But now it paid off. And now we're seeing that depth matters again in the NBA in a big, big way.
And guys on the first big contract, are saying, "Oh boy, if I don't take a little less, we're not going to be able to afford that extra guy."
Right.
And so, again, no one is saying you can't have it, and no one's saying you haven't earned it. But I think that the older generation underestimated how difficult it was to navigate the modern CBA in filling out the rest of the roster.
And I do wonder, had this CBA, and again, if it happened back when the Warriors were starting their dynastic run.
No, it did. Joe, but this is the part that I think they all miss. Curry got an $11 million a year deal because of the ankles.
Yes.
And that kind of set them up for being able to add in an Iggy and add in Kevin Durant. And
absolutely.
They got in at a really good price point. And to be fair to Steph, he took obviously in retrospect, that deal is insane value.
But what I was also getting at is, if this was, Draymond Green, trying to get an extension now in today's landscape, I don't know if he would be making the money he made in his career in today, if he was in his prime, trying to go out there in free agency and trying to get a contract.
But the team, no, Joe, he could, but the team would have a difficult time rounding out the roster around him.
That's exactly what I'm getting at.
Why is Boston trading for Paul George? It's not just because Jaylen Brown, they're tired of him.
No, it's because of the money he's making. And they can't be tied up with two guys, him and Tatum, making that much of the salary cap. And they admitted it as such.
And what's been plaguing the Warriors? The years that they paid Clay to not play, that sucked. And, it sucked because he didn't have the player, and you were paying him a boatload. And then when he came back, he wasn't necessarily, he earned the money, but you weren't getting max value like you were some of these other contracts. And then you're giving Draymond a lot of money, and you're not getting extreme value out of that. So I don't know, man.
Well, it's just interesting because the only guy I could really think of that no one had a problem with taking a pay cut forever was Tom Brady with the Patriots.
Yeah, and then what they file it under, his wife.
Yeah, it's like, his wife makes all this sort of money. I was like, yeah, but we need to give him more credit for doing that.
I agree.
We don't do that enough to give that whole team optionality.
Let me ask you about Dak
I will
Prescott.
never question that anyone else wanted to win at a higher level than Tom Brady, because he did put his money where his mouth is.
No doubt.
Same with Jalen Brunson, who I have tremendous respect for.
But I look at, Dak Prescott, and I ask, Dak has always been top of the market whenever his contract comes up. It's like, Dak, if you just took 10, now it's way less real, the CBA.
Yes.
The salary cap there is kind of fake cap.
It's fake, yeah.
You can finagle the money. But if you ask him, hey, All those years you got bounced in the playoffs, if you could have took $10 million a year less, and they could have had a better running back, wide receiver, left guard, would you have done it?
Yeah. Right? He might have.
Doesn't guarantee you would have won. But I just look back and I'm like, dude, you're the quarterback of the Cowboys. You're going to make up whatever lost revenue on your salary with endorsements if you win.
And there's also this, and I get from Draymond's perspective and a lot of these other guys, they're trying to take as much as they can to set it up for the next guy. There's this kind of pay it forward kind of mentality with a lot of these sports, which I totally understand. But at the same time, don't get mad at, Jalen Brunson for wanting to make his team better and going to the team he grew up rooting for.
But I don't like this system that they're in right now. I don't like. I think fans don't like it.
No,
the current
I agree with that.
Okay? But this is the agreement these players agreed to.
Yeah.
So they need to understand their system. What I was told by my uncle, one of the smartest men I know, Joe, always understand how you get paid. Meaning, what are the things that you're going to do to drive revenue for the company, and how do you draw your salary?
Yeah.
What branch of the company are you, and where do you fit in, and then what's their overall budget? You got to be reasonable.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 1 hour down, 3 to go here on a hump day. Spadoni and Shasky, it's the Morning Rose. Draymond Green is back as a Golden State Warrior, 1 year, $27.7 million deal. Basically, the same amount of money he would have made had he opted in to his player option. Remember, he opted out to give the Warriors flexibility to pursue LeBron James. LeBron's not coming here, so Draymond is now getting that same deal back. How are we feeling about that, Dub Nation? I kind of said yesterday, and I said it this morning, feels like the unofficial waving of the white flag of the Stephen Curry era right now. That's kind of what the Warriors are signaling to me. You didn't add anyone new. You drafted Yaxel Endeborg, LeJay Jones. You re-signed Al Horford. You re-signed Kristaps Porzingis. You brought back D'Anthony Melton. Like, am I missing anything there? You bring back Draymond Green. All we're missing is GP too. Obviously, Quentin Post is gone. Pat Spencer is gone. Not instilling a lot of confidence in Dub Nation, and they are angry. We hear you. We understand you. 888-957-9570. Is there anyone out there that likes that Draymond Green is back on this 1 year, $28 million deal, basically? Before we get to your history on taking the Warriors, not to task, Joe, but holding them accountable.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's get to Cam in Antioch. He's been hanging on tightly. Hey, Cam, how you doing?
Good morning. Good morning. How y'all doing?
Fantastic. What you got?
The mainstream media putting all the blame on the local media is crazy. It's on them as well for it not to be a big deal that we brought back Steve Kerr after 4 losing seasons. That is the main reason. That is the white flag when they brought Steve Kerr back. We never dissect. Well, you guys never dissect the real reasons that we're in these positions that we're in. Y'all keep saying Jimmy got hurt, Steph got hurt because they're older. No, they got hurt because Steve Kerr is playing Steph next to 3-4 guards. He's playing Jimmy out of position. He didn't put Gee into the season until half the season was gone. That's the reason Jimmy got hurt. We should have won the championship when we lost that series to Minnesota. That was all on Kerr playing Brandon Podziemski more minutes than Kuminga. Kuminga not being able to alleviate pressure from Jimmy. Gee not alleviating pressure for Jimmy. He's playing all these small guards, and this is the reason they got hurt. Moses Moody playing out of position is the reason that he got hurt. You guys don't put the onus on Kerr. There is thousands of videos of evidence of Kerr being the reason that we've been losing all these games.
Yeah.
He has been doing the same thing over and over again.
Thanks, Cam. I can't do it with Steve Kerr anymore. Jesus. Just get over it, dude. He's the Warriors coach. He's won 4 rings. I'm sorry, Cam. He's got to be on Alcatraz on the Morning Roast for a little bit. I can't with the Steve Kerr slander, hate, whatever you want to call it. Is he the solution for all their problems? No. But God, I can't. All right, Joe. We've been teasing it.
All right, it's just
set it up.
I just want to bring this up. All right, so I've been sitting back watching everybody on the internet, not real life, on the internet, roast the local media, and I'm here to defend this station in particular because I think it's absurd. I want you to hit me with one. I love these rap battle beats as we do because we're going to have fun with this. I'm going to give you the timeline of things this station and this show has been critical of throughout, and this is just a small microcosm. Hit me with the beat and let me know when you're ready.
All right, so I got all of them here. Where do you want to start first,
I'm going to start
Joe?
right here. 2022, I'm at the parade. Vibes are through the roof.
Okay.
No one at the parade in 2022 was like trade Kuminga, trade Moody, trade Wiseman. You know, we were all of us, we were all thinking, raise up those levels. We were all thinking, oh my God, they might actually win it again next year. And then the punch happened, all right? Yeah. And I remember being live on air when the punch happened. No station in the country dissected the blowback, the fallout, and the chemistry issues of a team having an in-fight like that in the way that 95.7 the game did.
Oh, my goodness. That crossover before the video came out with Willard and Dibbs and you guys might have been one of the greatest segments in the history of the show.
All right.
That's where the you don't know Jordan Poole from Priest and Palo Alto came from.
And then we have the season from hell with Jordan Poole. Yeah. Jordan Poole, and I want to make this clear, the year they won the title, started the first 28 games. Remember, Curry got hurt to end the year.
He did.
Started the last 15 games, and also started the entire series against the Nuggets, where Steph Curry came off the bench and only started Game 5. So as bad as Jordan Poole was in 2023 after the punch, he was that good in 2022. The guy averaged 20 points a game 2 years in a row for this team.
He did.
All right? But all year, what did we discuss? Jordan Poole, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green. Why does this team not look good? That was when we also started discussing, oh my gosh, they have to get rid of some guys financially because of the salary cap, because we knew in 2023 that CBA was coming.
Yep.
Now, that year, April 13th, 2023, I forgot this. Zaza Pachulia, who works for the Warriors, was an executive, came on this station.
He was a weekly or every other week. Yeah.
And said, quote, I'm pretty sure he's grateful for your comments directed at me because he's definitely saying now I'm getting motivated. That's kind of like, let me prove them wrong. So I'm pretty grateful that he's grateful for you. That's Zaza Pachulia saying that Klay Thompson is glad Butcher Boy called him out. Wow. Yeah, that's me calling out one of the legends. And I didn't even try to. I was just discussing maybe he should come off the bench. Maybe they should do this. But, by the way, the entire time I was suggesting that Draymond Green should come off the bench. Now, that entire year, after you play the Lakers, everyone wanted JP out of town. All right? Everyone wanted Jordan Poole out of town. So what happens with Jordan Poole? Well, Jordan Poole gets traded. And the day he gets traded, the day I put out, I cannot believe, this is my tweet, and I'll pull you I printed it. A 23-year-old who had a down year for a guy on his last leg? How does this make any sense? Why would you sell Poole at the lowest price possible for a guy that we thought was being brought out? And here was me the very next day with Bonte on air saying that Poole was not the main issue for why that team sucked.
Jordan Poole did help you win, and it feels like yesterday, the one thing lost in the sauce, look, last year wasn't great. I'm not here to cape. It wasn't great. I was as frustrated as everyone else. There were times where I was like, get him off the floor. I don't want to see him. Trust me, I was right there with everyone. But he did help you win a championship the year before. People are acting like he had no part of that championship, and that's just not fair. We're kicking this guy on the way out the door, and to me, Jordan Poole is a part of the many reasons of why this team had systematic failures.
No doubt.
You could say, Joe, he's a large part. Fine, he's a large part. But there are other components to why this team had failures. And to me, we have over-exaggerated how bad he was and that he was the reason we weren't good enough. Was he on the floor in the fourth quarter when Lonnie Walker was cooking?
Nah, he wasn't.
Was he the one who couldn't guard Anthony Davis?
No.
I forgot about the Lonnie Walker game.
Yeah, remember that? Remember that?
Game's legend.
That's the day after the trade, 6-4-3. And me and Bonte were going on, and Bonte and I were agreeing. Then we said, the very next thing, by the way, before I even get to CP3, that trade, that awful trade, you didn't get anything useful. This is me discussing the actual trade in real time the day after.
I'm open to that. No one is saying he's some perfect player, okay? He's got flaws. He is a 23-year-old player. He had a down year. There's no doubt about it. You could say, Joe, well, he had one outlier year. Well, you score 20 points a game. Someone wants that. And he did it back-to-back years, essentially. Somebody wants that. You want to trade him? Fine. You better bring in something that solves some of your issues, okay? You lost in the playoffs because you had lack of athleticism, size, and two-way players. I would also say you didn't have enough shooting.
What have they been needing the last 3 years? That's the day after the Jordan Poole trade. Yeah. And then I say, I hope everybody who crushed Jordan Poole at every turn is happy they're now stuck with CP3. And by the way, you sent picks for CP3. I tweeted out, sending picks for the old carcass of CP3. Shocking's an understatement. This is me discussing Chris Paul the day he was traded. The day.
So again, if we're going to be honest here, let's play all sides of the equation.
Let's do it.
I'm bummed out, man. And this is one of the all-time most hated Warriors. It's LeBron, it's Harden, it's CP3. I can't stand CP. I very rarely actively root against someone to fail. I have rooted against this guy since day one. He's kicked Curry at every turn.
Well, you know what?
Rooted for his failure and his demise. And now, if you can't beat him, join him. He's on the Warriors.
Well, guess
what are we doing?
Guess what? Get out your feelings because you will be rooting for him this year.
You did. You said the quest for Chris. That was your thing that entire season.
And then Joe, they let the CP3 slot expire.
Yep.
For nothing.
Glorified salary dump, as Slater put it.
I was happy about that?
No,
I remember destroying that. By the way, that entire year, you know who else we were talking about? Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga.
Yep.
And then
they can't be on the court together.
Yeah. The Kuminga saga started then. Every single day. What did Warrior fans want to talk about on this station? Every day.
Jonathan Kuminga.
Either the development of Kuminga, is he good enough worth wasting time for? Andrew Wiggins, is he available? What's going on? No one knew.
Remember,
we discussed it every day. Not a station in America breaks down an NBA team the way 95.7 The Game does. I don't want to hear that the local media doesn't break down this team.
Well, and we were also discussing Jonathan Kuminga going to the San Francisco Chronicle at the time about the lack of playing time in the playoffs.
That was the next year.
Exactly.
And by the way, the day the Draymond Green contract was signed, did I like that? No, did not. Came on these airwaves the very next day, said, who's giving this guy 3 years plus a player option? Yep. You chose Jordan Poole over to go. You chose Jordan Poole to go and said, oh, well, it's okay, Draymond. You're going to come and you're going to stay compensated. And on that same day, what did you do? You probably lost Andrew Wiggins emotionally and Kevon Looney as well as Jordan Poole, a young ascending player. Now we get to the next year, and the Wiggins thing, and we're going back and forth.
Remember, this is the transition. Bob Myers is gone now.
Yeah.
Mike Dunleavy, here, have some fun.
And Steve Kerr has the gall to talk about the schedule. He's done it a bunch of times. And this is me saying, Steve, we don't want to hear about it when we're paying the prices that we are. This is multiple years ago. Not this offseason. People don't want to hear about the schedule, dude. Like, they really don't. And there are certain professions, when you're in them, there are pluses and minuses. I got an uncle who's a police officer for 35 years. He's on call all the time. He'd have to get up in the middle of the night and go to a tragedy and have to work hours upon hours. My dad was on call for years, did the graveyard shift every holiday so that he could give us a little step forward. My dad would work every single holiday.
My dad worked 2 jobs basically my entire life. Every day.
Right? And look, I'm not saying because you make money, you can't be depressed. You can't be tired. You can't be angry. You can't get a divorce and have bad things happen to you. Bad things can happen to anyone. Alcoholism, depression, whatever it is. But you also have to just read the room a little. And when you're making the amount of money these guys are making, and you're charging what you're charging for us to consume the product, we don't really want to hear you bitch and complain about the sketchy. Like, we just don't. I'm just being real. The average fan don't want to hear it. Thank you. We've been talking about this and the price of admission. And then we get back to Draymond Green as we get a little more recent. And remember when Jimmy went down January 22nd?
Yes.
Draymond was awful in that game.
Yeah.
The very next one. Does anyone remember that?
I do.
This is me the next morning talking about Draymond Green. Well, and I think that him and the owners and the front office and Curry have failed to rein in Draymond, and that's why we are where we're at. If I was teaching my son to eat properly when we go out and eat, and I don't want him to embarrass me, there's a time and a place we can goof off and eat like the Cookie Monster.
right? But if he's eating like the Cookie Monster and I'm at Elena's and we're trying to have a nice dinner with my grandfather,
read the room.
It's on me to not rein him in.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not trying to turn this into a father-son relationship.
No, I think there is
but
a
it's
similarity
metaphor.
there.
No, it's a metaphor. So let's go out to the lines. 888-957-957.
Let's do it. I was cutting off Sam Lubman. So this thing that the local media and this station in particular hasn't criticized every Warrior move. It's just asinine. And then we get to the day Kuminga was traded. It's Super Bowl week. We're at Radio Row.
Moscone Center.
And this is the day Kuminga. And we, by the way, I didn't even bring up the summer Kuminga where we all wanted him gone. Everyone. We were tired of hearing about it.
I just want to paint a picture real quick because there was like 3 or 4 other radio stations around us that had to be broadcasting earlier because they're on the either like Central Time or East Coast Time. And this is Chasky at 6 a.m. yelling at the top of his lungs.
This is the day Kuminga's traded. And again, we discussed Kuminga for 5 years. And just listen to me.
I think that people are misinterpreting the rage this morning from a lot of Warrior fans. It's not about what they got in return for Kuminga. It's all the wasted energy and time. And then just the yo-yoing back and forth. And the reality of we spent all this time and hoarded and held on just to have this be the result?
Yeah.
Did the ends justify the means? Meaning the point we're at today, was it worth going through everything we went through for the last 4.5 years? No. But it's not just Kuminga. It's the totality and the sequence and the timeline of how everything played out with the backdrop of how old Steph is, how special Steph is, and how rare what they had, and the time to strike that deal was coming to an end. And they waited and waited and waited. And this is what you got?
I mean, your voice was shot because you were yelling for 2 hours prior to that.
So as Draymond Green opts in, or whatever you want to call it, to the 1-year, $28 million deal, and America, Bill Simmons, Ryan Russillo,
Bomani Jones,
Dennis David, or whatever the hell his name is,
David Dennis
Bomani
Jr.
Jones, and everybody else wants to rip local media. How could you guys let this happen? Every step of the way, this station and this show in particular has been criticizing, analyzing, and dissecting every move they made, every move they could have made, every move they should have made, every potential trade. Name a player that has been on the trade block that this station hasn't broken down. Name a draft pick that we haven't discussed. Name a trade that the Warriors made that we haven't gone back and combed over with the finest of tooth combs. Joe, I'm here for these criticisms, certain ones. Saying local media hasn't been critical of the Warriors is the most asinine criticism you could possibly give to this station. And I'm going to defend it like I'm Rambo in the jungle till the day I die with my face painted. We have been fair, we have been critical, and we have broken down the CBA and every player on this roster and every player in the league who could potentially be on this roster. If you're going to criticize, you better come at the head. And I'm telling you right now, you're wrong.
Wrong. Now what? If you're a Golden State Warrior fan, this is it.
Getting Draymond today, I saw this coming a mile away because I've been criticizing moves for 4 or 5 years. And I saw this coming forever. And the point is, I'm seeing everybody outraged. You're running it back. Dude, Dunleavy literally said at the end of the year, and I remember the day after, what did I say? He goes, I mean, injuries, I think we have a good team.
He was trying to tell you, hey, if not for injuries, I think we could have been contenders.
And I was like,
are you serious?
You can't be serious?
Yeah, he said that.
Oh, but
you can't factor in injuries, although 3 of your best players are over the age of 35. But you can't factor in the injuries. Can't do that.
No, I'm not saying we've been right on anything. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you're going to label this station, oh, you guys just nod your head to anything the Warriors do, then you don't listen. You're clearly not paying attention because that's not fair. That's not a fair assessment of this station.
So people are going to
I'm defending it today.
People are going to get mad because I probably cut off Cam because he was going on another tangent about how he doesn't like Steve Kerr and Steve Kerr's been one of the problems. And they'll point to a situation like that, Joe, and say, see, we're criticizing the Warriors and you guys are cutting us off. There's moments where, if you're saying the same thing over and over and over and over again, I'm going to cut you off because it's the same thing all the time.
Well,
we understand that Steve Kerr isn't, God's gift to basketball and that he makes mistakes. We all understand that. But on the list of problems for the Golden State Warriors, this is the same argument for Podziemski. On the list of problems, actual problems with the franchise, those guys are not at the top. Like, come on, man. Like, we talk about Brandon Podziemski like he is, LeBron James, or he is this great player that has all these minutes and he's going to mean so. No, Pods isn't the problem, guys. He's not the problem. Is he the solution? No. But the exorbitant amount of conversation surrounding him needed to stop.
The last 2 second-round series that the Golden State Warriors were in, okay? Warrior fans spent all their time pointing the finger at Clay, pointing the finger at Jordan Poole. When Draymond was the one that was exposing and compromising their offense.
Yes.
And Draymond was the one that could not guard anyone because he was forced to play small ball 5. Why? Because he can't shoot.
Yep.
And you're compromising other lineups. When they lost to Minnesota, Steph got hurt. And that was a
Julius Randle
destroyed Draymond.
Destroyed him. Yes.
And who else did we want to blame? Jimmy.
Yeah.
Oh, Kuminga did well, but the team lost.
Yeah.
Yet we never want to point the finger at Draymond. And I'm not saying that Draymond is the end-all, be-all for what has ailed everything. All I'm saying is that Warrior fans have been giving Dre a pass forever. And the year he punched Jordan Poole, we went into that offseason, and I made it very explicit. I said, if I'm running this team, I'm probably saying goodbye to Clay, Jordan Poole, and Draymond Green in one offseason, and I'm starting fresh.
Well, remember, and we had this conversation a lot, he's a made man, Joe. He's a made man, so you just got to do it.
But here's the problem.
He's a made man.
You can't today come with all this anger that they're running it back when you nodded your head in agreement of giving him a 3-year deal 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Because you signed up for today, which is the opt-in, essentially. So people are like, oh, how are you not upset with the Draymond thing? Because I saw it coming a mile away.
Oscar in Stockton. Oscar, good morning. You're on the roast.
What's going on, fellas?
We're fired up today, Oscar. People are angry.
I hear y'all angry. But the whole part is about we act like we the Cleveland Browns media out here and the fan base. The Warriors have been winning for over a decade, man. And people need to hush up and start talking about you guys don't criticize the Warriors because you do. They don't listen every day. You understand me? That's why I call the radio station, because we battle it out. But hey, it's a good day because Draymond is back. What you thought he was going to be gone? And next up, it's Gary Payton II. So everybody to calm down.
So we're running back a 37-win team?
Oscar, you sound happy about it. You're happy that Draymond's back on a 1-year, $28 million deal?
Oh, what you mean? What you sad because he came back?
No, I'm saying you're one of the few. Hold on, Oscar. You're one of the few Warrior fans that seems to be happy about it, is what I'm pointing out. Most people seem to be pretty upset that he's taking on a $28 million deal, basically.
Okay, why are you getting mad at him? You should be mad at the ownership.
Sure.
No, I agree with you.
Totally.
But I also don't understand, if Draymond's trying to do everything for the team, why was he willing to take a sacrifice for LeBron and not Steph Curry? Why didn't he take a $15 million deal for Steph Curry? I'm just asking out loud. I don't even know if that's a fair question to ask out loud. I'm just asking.
Okay. But my whole thing is that he was already supposed to get that money before he opted out for LeBron. So if the team probably didn't want to give him a 2-year contract,
does he run the team? Does he run the team, or am I running the team?
Evidently, he must run the team because he slapped Jordan Poole. He got an extension.
You know what, Oscar? That's a great point.
Something I've been discussing for a long time.
Jordan Poole, and he got an extension.
Yeah.
There you go. And we talked about that in real time because I was hosting we were reliving the 3 years ago show. Like, I was hosting with you that week when that all went down, and I think there's a tweet of me also saying, we're going to look back one day on that punch being the reason that they're never going to win another title. And you know what? There you go. 3 years later, it is what it is. And we don't like to bring it up because, again, Joe, we talked about it all summer. In the entire year, we talked about the punch, and it was a big deal. And again, people got tired of it. They didn't want to hear the truth of the matter, which is the season was shot before it even started. That's what happened. And they didn't want to hear it. They wanted to blame Jordan Poole. What did he say? Wait, who leaked the video? It was everything.
What did he say?
It was everything
my favorite.
But blame Draymond. But blame the guy that did the punch.
And as we suggested 1,000 lineups over the years, I pointed at Clay. But who else did I point at a lot? Draymond Green coming off the bench.
And Wiggins.
Yes. And Wiggins. Anyone.
Everyone.
But again, anyone.
Joe, we got, again, going back to the Wiggins conversation, which was, again, a really important one.
This station got in trouble for merely asking the question, is it fair to wonder when he's coming back?
Or just, what is he okay?
Yeah.
What's going on? Like, is it fair to just question that?
How dare you even ask that question?
Yeah, that was my bad.
No, it wasn't your bad, though, Sam.
I don't think it was.
Because I don't think it was any other market that flies fine in.
Dude, New York, if you did that in New York, you don't think New York's like, where is this guy?
Exactly. They're going full Steve Bartman in Chicago, too. All right, let's pick this up on the other side. 888-957-9570. The phone lines are open. Coach, John, Jacob, we'll get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. Draymond Green is back. The Warriors are basically running it back with the addition of Yaxel Lendeborg. What does that signal to you, Dub Nation? Is this it? Is it over? Should Stephen Curry want to re-sign in Golden State? Do you want him to re-sign in Golden State? That's another layer to this conversation that I keep seeing from a lot of different fans, whether they're Warrior or Steph Curry fans or both. They're saying maybe Steph should play some hardball when he's extension eligible, which is coming up in a couple weeks, Joe. Would you be shocked if he doesn't sign an extension in the coming months? It's all sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries today on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
So, hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Pa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow. Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our giant summer sale is here. Now through August 3rd, get 25% off everything in the store. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. That's 25% off every product. Add 24 months interest-free financing, and you've got giant savings for your home. The Floor Store's giant summer sale. Big savings, big selection, giant opportunity. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market, official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
I'm Sam, owner of Marino's Landscape. With my Chase Ink Business Premier Card, I earn unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything I buy to run my landscaping business gives me cash back to help throw a big thank you party for my team. For all they do.
Chase Ink. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/ink. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Head to Safeway this week for a Signature Select 80% lean ground beef for $4.99 per pound when you buy the Mega Pack. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is your time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear.
It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Valhalla, it's Coach Natalie Nakaste. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studio on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Coach? Good luck tonight, taking on the Phoenix Mercury, the Valkyries, that is. 7 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. Or you can listen on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every single game. We are the home of not only the Valkyries, but also the Golden State Warriors, who we are discussing right now, as Draymond Green is officially back with the Warriors on a 1-year, $27.7 million deal. How are we feeling about basically the Warriors just running it back? Same team as last year so far. We'll wait for Gary Payton II. Maybe he comes back, but no Quentin Post, no Pat Spencer. Add on Yaxel Lendeborg. It's the same thing.
And I'm really high on Yaxel.
I am too. But I think overall the fans are looking at it like, so Jimmy's not going to be back for majority of the season. Moses Moody might not play at all this year. We have, 3 open roster spots still to fill? Is that what I saw yesterday?
With $8 million.
With $8 million.
Look.
So good luck there.
The worst thing that they could have done is exactly what they've done, which is set themselves up with, we added one legitimate draft pick and didn't do anything else.
Is this the worst thing they could have done? They could have added, Colin Sexton or Anthony Simons.
You needed to pick a lane. You either go all old or you go more young. More young, not all young, because you're not going to go all young with Curry, but more young. The standing pat is the worst. Joe, we found out standing pat does nothing for them. We learned that last year.
You think if Dunleavy was asked, before this entire offseason took place, or was told, I should say, hey, this is what it's going to look like when the dust settles, you think he would have been happy with this? Heading into the offseason, heading in to all this.
I'm not sure.
What was the plan, I guess?
I'm not
sure.
That's
what I'm getting
at. I'm not sure.
Because all the reports were indicating he could not have known, and I guess maybe he could have if Draymond and LeBron are really that close. But it sounded like leading into this entire thing that LeBron was going back to the Lakers. I mean, that's what Windhorst was saying. That's what Slater was telling us. That's what the tea leaves were saying. And then the Pandora's box of LeBron James sweepstakes was opened up when he did not return to the Lakers, when Shams was reporting that the Warriors and Draymond Green were potentially pursuing not only LeBron, but Anthony Davis as well. That could not have been the plan. And even then, you known for weeks that he wasn't seriously considering you. And I'm not taking Rich Paul's word when he said the Warriors are finishing top 2 in the sweepstakes. I don't believe that for a second. I believe Anthony Slater, who's been covering this team on a night in and night out basis for years and years and years, when he said sources told him the Warriors have known for weeks now that they've been an afterthought in the LeBron James sweepstakes. I believe that.
Yeah. Okay, then why wait on the Draymond thing till after?
Because Joe Lake as he said to Mark Stein, I wanted to be there till the end.
Yeah, well, okay, but then...
And which seems delusional, but that's Joe Lacob.
Let me play season ticket holder because I know a lot of them. You guys are really... You're doing this to, what? Have our direct deposits go through?
Yeah.
You're trying to keep it... Like, that's what... I'm not saying that's their intention, but that's the way I think it's perceived by some of the other individuals.
That's fair.
You know? Like, okay, great example. I even said it to you. I think I said it the day before LeBron signed. Yeah. I had a family friend, actually family, go, is LeBron coming? We have an opportunity to buy in on this suite. And, if he comes...
I hope he didn't.
No, I hope he didn't either. But he's like...
Unless he wants to see Draymond and Steph.
But he goes, if they came, that suite would be infinitely more expensive. If they don't come, and like they had to like make a decision. So I don't think people... I'm not saying that that's everything. That's just some of it.
I don't think people were like clamoring for the retirement tour of Draymond Green and Stephen Curry this year. They thought that maybe that was a couple years away, but now people are pissed saying, this is what we're doing?
No, this should have been the retirement tour. No, this last year.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I would have ended it right there.
Well, we thought that because Steve Kerr was flirting with stepping down and going elsewhere or just not coaching at all. And then all of a sudden, it was that Clippers performance by Steph Curry that said, that swayed me. I'm going to be back for 2 more years. And then maybe that signaled to everyone, we're running this thing back again.
Well, Horford coming back to me was the beginning, like more so than Kerr. Because Kerr, when he re-signed, he's like, I'm excited. We got to get younger. Like he kept saying that. And then they added Horford right away. And I was like, I remember coming in here, I go, they didn't give Horford a 1 year. They gave him a 2-year deal.
With an option. But again, optionality. There's optionality if he wants to retire.
The next morning?
It's not the worst thing.
But
that's what I keep hearing yesterday. It's not the worst
optionality for 4 straight years, and then the options suck every time.
Yeah, but Joe, next year's going to be different.
No.
That's what they keep. No,
now you're the boy
I'm
who
playing
cried wolf.
devil's advocate.
I know, but as a fan, now you're the boy who cried wolf. You know who you are? You're the Giants. That's what the San Francisco Giants today. We got a ton of money this offseason.
Yeah.
We got a ton of money.
Yeah.
And then you never do anything. Like at some point, the chickens have to the eggs have to hatch into chickens.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man.
This hour is brought to you by Front Bank, which is here for you, here for good. Coaches in Vallejo. Before we get to Coach, this is what Mike Dunleavy had to say when the season ended, Joe. And you brought this up last segment, and I think it's worth playing again. This is before all free agency, before the draft. It's when the season was over. He was saying it wasn't about the roster being the problem last year. His words.
In the grand scheme of things, not a lot about the roster. This just isn't about the roster, frankly. Like this year, I don't think we came up short because of the talent of the roster. It was injuries and things we could control. Do we need to get better roster-wise? I think so, but we didn't get to a point where we played a team where, the roster was better than ours. So for that reason, we're more focused on the stuff that we can control. We'll always look to be better, talent-wise, roster-wise, all that. But going back to the question as far as the discussions weren't really about that. It was more with the team that we have, how can we be better? And what are the things we need to do to build on for long-term success?
So that was in May.
Yes.
And the day after, I was like, this guy can't be serious. He can't be serious. This team won 4 games in a row, 1 time in the last 2 years. And that was at the end of last year with the Jimmy run. So you're telling me that we actually don't think it's the roster? Mike, we watched last year before Jimmy got hurt, and you were struggling to get it together. And then we watched it after Jimmy got hurt. And what?
But when you hear that again, doesn't this make sense then? We're taking him at his word.
Yeah, but Kerr also said over and over that same day, we couldn't, and I know practice is overrated in the NBA, but we couldn't account for, practice. We didn't even have healthy bodies to do that. Nobody was available for back-to-backs, and so you're constantly having shuffled lineups and everything. Like, again, I use the Al Horford thing. Anything more than a vet min 1-year deal on Horford was a dramatic overpay.
He really said with a straight face after the season was over, I don't think there's another roster out there that's better than ours. He literally just said that. Well, when they're healthy, Mike, They're not. Jimmy Butler's not going to be the same player coming off this ACL again. You're acting like when he comes back, everything's going to be hunky-dory. It's going to be great. It's not. This is what happens. Draymond Green, yeah, he played a lot more last year. Was he a good player? His plus minus and his assist to turnover ratio will tell you no. Can he still have really good moments and great moments defensively? Absolutely. He could show, flashes of brilliance. He's a Hall of Fame player. He should show flashes of brilliance. Maybe Jimmy can still do that when he comes back at times. But again, at times is not good enough. We need consistency if I'm a Warriors fan.
I know.
Somewhat of consistency. Thank God we have a young player, again, old in the draft, but young player and Yaxel Lendeborg coming here to give us some sort of a boost, some sort of something to glob onto for the future, because right now the future is bleak in Golden State. God, pick a lane here. That's what if you're waking up as a Warrior fan, you're just mad because it's the same exact thing. And I was listening to Willard, and I've been listening to Evan. I've been listening to everyone on these stations. And again, and I do echo what Willard is saying is like, Warriors fans do have a right to just be angry.
Yes.
That this is what they chose. I completely agree. Because they didn't choose anything. They didn't that's the worst thing you could have done. You chose nothing. If LeBron hadn't been a part of this sweepstake, had he just gone back to the Lakers, I think we would have been crushing them even more so than they are now. Because they would. You knew LeBron wasn't coming there and you still did nothing. You knew the whole time. Draymond's his best friend, basically. You had to have gotten inside intel this entire time. And the fact that you didn't want to bite on any of these other young players that were potentially available, I don't know, man. So I don't know.
So
I'm having a very hard time this morning, Joe, just figuring out what they are thinking in Golden State. That's what I've come to the conclusion. I don't know what they're thinking. I don't know.
And I think that we've also have to have a come to grips reality, Warrior fans included, with like who Steph is currently. Now, Joe, one of these seasons he broke his hand and it was the COVID year.
Yes.
So I understand that. Like that one's an outlier to me, but let's be realistic here. Since 2017-18, he has basically played in about 64% of the games. That's 9 years.
Yeah. That is a trend. That is not something that's an outlier. That is a trend for a player. Yes.
But I don't think, look, is that exclusive to him? No, I think league-wide guys are playing less games now than ever. But he in particular.
And that's why Steve Kerr talks about the schedule all the time, because his player misses a lot of time. But that being said, it might just be the player. There might be some factors. Fact is, Steph Curry gets hurt. He gets hurt.
He does.
It's a fact. It is. It's not exclusive to him. LeBron James gets hurt too.
Yes.
That was another thing when we were talking about all this. Like, this is very combustible if LeBron comes here because both of these guys are old.
Yes.
They're old players. And in the NBA, Joe, when you get old in the NBA, it shows very quickly. It does. Now, Steph, again, going back to these flashes of brilliance, he's still, when he is, again, healthy, really freaking good. He's amazing still.
He is, but even if I took him, like let's say I took that 1 year out that he missed, and I just took that off the board, he's still missing 30% of the games.
Yes.
And now, is that trend going to get better or worse as you get closer to 40?
I don't see it getting better. I don't see how it's going to get better at this point when he has this is the phrase, and Evan kept saying it yesterday, and it's great, the new normal for Steph Curry. That is the phrase
I hate that term because it reminds me of COVID.
No, it does, but the new normal is.
I know.
It was funny. I was actually at the Oakland Zoo over the weekend. I talked about it, and they still had some of that on the pavement 6 feet away, 6 feet from like the elevators. And it was all faded and scratched away, and they didn't repaint it.
If you've missed 30% of the games the last 8 years, and I remove that 1 year out of the equation, okay?
Yeah.
On an 82-game schedule, that's an average of about 57 games.
Yeah.
Would you go over or under 57 games for next year?
I'm probably staying away from it, first of all, but if I had to make a bet,
57.
I'm going under. You know why? Because I don't think the Warriors are going to be very good next year.
That final month?
Yeah, final month, he might just not play a lot. No, I'm serious. Like, I think that's how I'm viewing it right now.
It sucks. Like, so, you know, the time to get what I would call it, the baton guy, the guy to hand the baton to,
yes,
in terms of the day-to-day grind of carrying you throughout the regular season, The time was 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And you know who the player might have, maybe one day.
Jordan Poole.
Or Jordan should have been a part of the mega deal that got that guy.
He was never going to be the next Steph Curry. Let's make that abundantly clear.
No.
But he could have been a piece for your future.
But
a piece.
I keep coming back to the Jordan Poole trade and how I felt that day, because now Tyrese Maxey is a big part of why LeBron signed in Philly.
Yes. Obviously, Jaylen Brown being the biggest, but Maxey's a part of it.
Maxey averaged 28 a game last year.
Yeah, he's incredible.
Ascending player. Now, I think he's better than Jordan Poole. It's not even, it's not even comparable. But just to give you an idea of where he's ascended, since they all signed their deal around the same time. And then Tyler Hero was used what? As one of the pieces to lure in Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Yep.
So if you were going to trade Jordan Poole at the time, you don't attach a pick to it for the carcass of CP3 and then let that slot expire.
You know, it's funny too, because in a roundabout way, it's interesting because Jaime Jaquez was also a part of that trade going over to the Milwaukee Bucks. He was picked, I believe, either the pick after or before Brandon Pajemski was picked. So in a weird way, going back to the Giannis sweepstakes, maybe, just maybe, if things worked out well with Jordan Poole, you could have flipped him, to your point. And Pajemski. And maybe it never works out that way. It's a butterfly. Everything's a butterfly effect. But it worked in the Heat's favor, and they were willing to attach the picks that clearly Mike Dunleavy really, really covets.
So everybody,
and I think that's another element we just haven't really talked about enough. Dunleavy really covets his picks.
Sure. No, they do. They do.
Yes.
But I think one thing that I see a lot of criticism, throw picks. I think one of the things that has been underreported by all of us is it's not just trading picks. They failed to have the guts to move off Dre or move off Clay at a time when they did have more value and attach picks to them.
Yeah.
People thought that all of them making a lot of money and just, hey, picks for players. Just picks for players. No, you needed to free up money as well. And so you had to say sayonara to one of the Clay or Dre or both earlier than when we were ready to. And now I keep coming back to the timeline. So I'm like, I want everyone to think about this. The punch happened in 2022, 2023. Clay's gone. Poole's gone. And Draymond's still here.
And Wiggins. Yeah, Wiggins is gone too. Draymond's still here.
And Draymond's still here.
He is. Looney's gone.
All of them have lost value.
Yeah,
why? I don't get it.
Who's the biggest loser right now?
Curry.
Is he?
Because he sided with Draymond too long. And that's a part of it. That's another part that no one wants to admit.
Yeah, but
he deserves some blame for that.
He's got to own that.
No, I agree.
Yeah,
again, decisions have consequences.
And again, I get it. He's the golden boy. I'm not saying he's wrong for doing this. Loyalty's a double-edged sword in sports.
Yes.
You got to be a little cutthroat sometimes, man.
I know.
Maybe not too much, because then you get labeled as, LeBron James, led GM. But even guys like Tom Brady were cutthroat, man. Guys like Michael Jordan, you have to be a little cutthroat in the sport. But this is what makes Steph so unique, and why we love him is he loves his boys, man. He does. And there's a part of me when you come into the league and he had that trio, him, Clay, and Dre, I get it.
Yeah, but it's a business. See, this is the part where we can do this whole family thing. And you heard Draymond talking about Jalen Brunson. No. You got to make everything you can. Well, wait a minute. Is it a family or is it a business?
Right. It can't be both.
And I think that they've blurred the lines on it, and they're afraid to do either.
It's nothing. What is it? The famous quote? It's nothing personal. It's just business, right? Coach in Vallejo. He's all about business. What's up, Coach? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. I got 2 points, and I want to get back to your original point. A lot of the disrespect for Kerr that I accrued was when he stopped Kevon Looney's 250-plus game playing streak in a meaningless game. He did not play Kevon Looney. And you guys remember that day. He was a healthy scratch. I thought a warrior like Looney should have the streak stopped, because of injury. But it was a meaningless game, and Kerr cold-heartedly did not play Kevon Looney. Now, that brings me to the second point, which you guys have been avoiding. The Kerr-Pajemski thing, the biggest criticism, and you guys know it because you hear the noise all the time, and I was one of them, was that people feel that Kerr gives Brandon Pajemski preferential treatment. And I remember being on the air with both of you guys, Joe, and I used to call you my brother from another mother because I love your passion, but you actually told me I cannot talk about Brandon Pajemski anymore. I've got the tape that says that. And Spadoni, you hung up on me before I could even make that point. a lot of people feel that's a problem, that should be able to be talked about.
Coach, let me stop you. I want to finish this. This is a good one.
We're not going to hang up.
Here's the deal. You have to understand that if you talk about the same Kuminga, Pods, Kerr triangle over and over for days and weeks on end, it becomes so tune-out annoying for our audience. There's only so much we can discuss it. Now, I'm not saying those elements weren't real. And Coach, I've been all over the map on Podziemski. There's times he drives me nuts. There's times I'm like, no, he's actually a good player. There's other times where I'm like, hey, I don't understand why Kerr has given him these opportunities and these other players haven't gotten them. I think we've done as good a job as we can to discuss it, but we can't hammer the same thing over and over for weeks on end. So on that particular day, I'm not sure why we cut you off. I might have been having a bad day. I apologize. That's number one. And number two, can you also understand we're doing the show for a larger audience, and sometimes they don't want to hear it. My brother gives a great example. I can't hear about Kelly Oubre anymore, Joe. I had to turn the radio off. We were talking about Kelly Oubre too much.
I do understand that, but again, I think that we just don't allow fans to get their frustrations out over people like, of Steve Kerr. That's all I'm saying.
No, that's
guys.
fair.
But
That's
anyway,
fair, Coach. Hey, look, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
Coach, you're one of the most diehard Warrior fans I know, right? We've been discussing them going into this wall for how many years? We saw this coming.
Right. We saw this coming. And you know what? Again, Steve Kerr has to take some of the blame with this. If he gets credit for the championships, he's got to take some of the blame. His loyalty to Draymond is unreal. Okay?
I agree with that. I don't get it. He quit. Coach, Draymond quit on the team during a game last year and walked to the locker room.
I know.
He's done that before. I've seen many games where if Steph gets hurt, Draymond would do something to get himself kicked out the game, so he wouldn't even finish. So we all see this, and that, I think, is one of the criticisms of Kerr, because I don't even think Kerr knows this is not a championship team, but he came back, what did he say? To finish out with Steph and Dre. Nobody is above the team. Even Steph Curry shouldn't be above the team. But that's all I have to say, guys. But thanks for listening to me this morning.
It's great. It's a great call, Coach. And again, we're not saying none of these guys are without criticism. Absolutely, that is sustained. Again, I say the loyalty is a double-edged sword for Steph. It's for everyone involved. It's for everyone. The coach, Draymond, ownership. The only guy. Again, this is why I thought it would be kind of crazy if Mike Dunleavy didn't bring back Draymond Green, but apparently that was never going to happen. They had a handshake deal behind the scenes. So he wasn't going to do that. He didn't want to have bad blood between Draymond, the organization, et cetera, because he's a made guy and he's an all-time legend. I understand that. That being said, it is a business. And was that a good business deal for the Golden State Warriors yesterday, bringing back Draymond Green on a 1-year, basically $28 million deal?
Maybe they see it as a long-term loyalty play. I don't know. But I think Warrior fans will fall in love with whoever's good for the most part. Right?
Could they have used that salary elsewhere?
That's undeniable to make the team better. Yeah. Look, again, I just ask you this. Would Oklahoma City entertain Draymond Green at $28 million a year?
Not at 28, but they'll entertain him at a lower price.
Yeah. Agreed.
But not at 28.
Okay, how about Denver Nuggets right now?
No chance.
How about the San Antonio Spurs?
No chance.
How about the New York Knicks?
No, they would all love him.
Yeah,
again,
love him.
But not at that price.
Exactly.
Yes.
And almost every one of those locations, he's coming off the bench.
Yes, which is another conversation. Again, it's funny. Did you see Draymond, again, have you seen the latest from Draymond Green in the Draymond Green show? That's what he had to say yesterday on VJ Edgecombe, now the second-year player for the Philadelphia 76ers. He was the biggest loser in all this LeBron stuff.
Who said this?
This is Draymond Green. Quote, he's coming into his second year thinking, this is my chance to take that jump. He's kind of like the fifth option. If I'm VJ Edgecombe's agent, I'm not sure I'm happy with the summer that the 76ers have had. If I'm just VJ's agent, because this could affect a lot, he still want to be an all-star, this ain't really set up for him to do that. That's where his mindset goes immediately. is VJ Edgecombe should be upset that they brought in LeBron James. As VJ Edgecombe is posting, a fake LeBron meme saying, like, this is the happiest day of my life. Joe. He gets to play with LeBron James.
One thing has been very clear in the last 8 years that I've covered the Warriors. The NBA, more than any other sport, outwardly tells you pecking order, salaries, shots, stats.
Yes.
All of this status matters dramatically to them.
When we say it's a star-driven league, this is what we're talking about. Not just the big stars. It's an individual-driven league.
Game within the game within the game.
And it's what Coach was just saying. No player should be bigger than the team, but they always are in all these scenarios. All the players are bigger than the team in the NBA.
Okay, Javonte, I love you. Him and I are just going to fundamentally disagree on this one aspect, and he knows I love him. I do, as he's texting me during the show.
Oh, he's in Mexico right now.
People don't care who starts. Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Not everyone, but a lot of guys do care about starting.
Well, Draymond has said he's booed by into a coming off the bench role.
Yeah, I'll believe when I see it.
He said it.
Now, do they also care maybe more about finishing? That might be true. Guys want to start. They want to finish. They want to get paid. There's a pecking order on the team. Like, all of these things are real. Like, how many shots you're getting. Remember, Klay Thompson, and I'm not mad at him for saying this, told you when Kevin Durant showed up, I'm not sacrificing any shots.
Yeah. He said that. He did. Joe is in Oakland. He's joining Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Oh,
what happened?
Guys, got some hockey breaking news here. Macklin Celebrini has signed a 5-year, $94 million extension, and I believe this makes him the highest paid player in the NHL. So this breaking right now. It's going to be an $18.8 million cap hit announced just now. Macklin Celebrini, 5 years, $94 million extension. And we say that Bay Area sports is in a bad place. We got our guy for the next 5 years.
How much per year?
$18.8 million.
He's so underpaid.
Well, I was going to say, I thought you were going to compare Draymond's salary this year to Macklin Celebrini.
When you said Macklin Celebrini to start, I was like, they're not trading him. That's where I thought you might be going.
It's the NHL just compared to the NBA salaries is kind of insane.
I think that Connor McDavid makes $13.5 a year.
Okay, but
just to put it in perspective,
like
it is insane money.
That is insane money. Well, you look up the salaries as like
Michael Conforto was making more than him.
Career earnings, like look at this. Career earnings
for the Sharks.
No, it's incredible news. Macklin Celebrini's locked up. He deserves it.
Macklin Celebrini extension. Let's go.
Hey, good news. I'll take it. 888-957-9570. Let's talk some Sharks, baby. But Sidney Crosby's probably been the best player. Him and Ovechkin the last 15, 20 years, right?
Okay.
His career earnings, Joe, $165 million.
So Macklin's going to make 80.
He's already more than halfway in his first big contract to what Sidney Crosby has made his entirety of his career. It just goes to show the salary structure and what guys in the NHL make.
Crazy.
In comparison, which again, Draymond Green's making $28 million for just this year. It's insane.
One thing you won't hear in hockey is like the NBA podcast. All these former athletes, $100 million is really not $100 million. Like one thing you will not hear from Macklin
CJ McCollum version of what's over in the NHL.
This $92 million I just got, it's really not $92 million living in the Bay Area.
So the McDavid contract is actually, he signed it October 6, 2025, and it's $12.5 million.
So he's making almost... Wow.
Yes, put that in perspective.
Wow, he's making 170% of what he's making?
And Macklin's making 18.5.
Good for him. Good for the young man. Could you imagine?
That's some good news. Here we go.
Some great news.
Let's go.
Could you imagine living in San Jose, worth $100 million? Well, NBA podcast, you're only worth $40 million.
And single. I think he's single, right?
He's 19. What is that?
Good for him. No, I'm saying... Go have some fun, Macklin.
Not like you wanted to date him.
Not too much fun.
He's single. Weird. What? Very weird.
What? Hey, I am perfectly fine in my masculinity.
This guy is on the cover of the NHL video game, and he just inked. Is it the largest deal in the NHL currently?
Wow. So it is the largest AAV deal, average annual value deal. There are 7 players whose total contract value is greater than Macklin's. All the guys, though, whose contracts are bigger than Macklin's are all signed for more years.
Got it.
So, but this is just the first time Macklin resets the market. We'll be back at this again in 5 years.
Can we call it the summer of Celebrini, Sam? Is that what we're dubbing it?
It's a good way to put it.
There we go. It is officially the summer of Celebrini. Move over, LeBron. This is the biggest news.
We got our new king.
Come on. No, I'm serious, though. He is like the guy to like carry the Bay Area sports for the next decade, right? Like it's him. You're hoping it's Bryce.
I mean,
you're hoping it's Brock, right? You're hoping he stays here for a decade.
I think that's your trifecta for the next 10 years is those
don't
three.
sleep on Yaxel. I just got this feeling Yaxel's going to be an absolute stud. I'm not saying no one's going to ever come close to the Clay, Curry, Draymond trifecta. So I don't even want to like that. Just throw that to the side. I just think Yaxel's going to be really good.
So his birthday, Macklin, he turned 20 years old on June 13th. He's the cover of the new NHL game, and he just got almost $100 million. It's a pretty good couple months, I would say. Might be like the best couple months of his entire life. Is that kind of short? Other than being born.
He better take his dad out to a nice dinner.
Oh, of course.
All the work he's had to work on Kristaps Porzingis. I mean, Jimmy Butler has a scar that's the size of his leg.
Poor dog. He's getting shots up in France. He's good.
God, what I don't want to see. I mean, can we just...
Hey, hold on.
We got to stop
do you think
with the Jimmy Butler. He's getting shots up in France.
Do you think he had it like a coffee shop like opened up over in like downtown Paris? Do you think they're going to get Jimmy Butler's coffee in France?
His overpriced
Or are
lattes?
they doing, we spit on you American coffee? Ugh.
Is that your French accent?
Oui, oui.
2.5.
Wave the white flag on your coffee.
Give you les deux.
That's what the Warriors did. They were basically the French yesterday, waving the white flag on this season. Injury report?
Good for Macklin.
Poor Joe in Oakland. We were going to go right to him. Then we hit the breaking news sounder and he hung up immediately. You can call back if you want, Joe. It was a trifecta of bad Giants injury news yesterday. Casey Schmidt tore a meniscus in his left knee, most likely ending his season. Starting pitcher, Trevor McDonald. He's going to undergo surgery to repair his torn UCL in his throwing elbow. Harrison Bader, who's been dealing with plantar fasciitis in his left foot.
Is this an injury novel or a report?
Saw his recovery halted this weekend when he suffered an accident on an electric scooter that further injured the foot in question. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Dave Fleming is going to be joining us in about 20 minutes to talk some of that bad Giants news. And, you know, who's going to be on this team next week? Is this going to be a dramatically different Giants team a week from now? Arise, probably gone. Robbie Ray, probably gone. After that, who knows? Also, Dylan is a dragon. Now, am I going to like just call him Dylan? Or
I think we're just call him Dylan.
Do I call him Mr. Dragon?
I mean, maybe he wants to be called Dylan is a dragon.
Oh, okay, maybe. It's kind of... I hope
like
he doesn't
Puff the Magic Dragon. That's where I want to go.
Lives by the sea, who frolics in the autumn mist, right?
It's from,
like that.
Meet the Parents.
Yeah, I know. Puff is a dragon, Greg. Oh, sure. Yeah.
You like to puff the...
You like to puff the Magic Dragon?
Dude,
please call him Mr. Dragon, please.
De Niro was
Sir
so
Dragon?
legendary.
Does he live in the house of the dragon?
Meet the Parents is one of the all-time I can just put that on whenever.
It's
just
all
as
time.
background noise. It's hilarious. Owen Wilson's character in that,
Dude, JC was a carpenter. It's all time.
Oh, no, JC was Jewish. You're in good company, man. He gives him like a pat on the shoulder.
I whittled it from a single piece of wood.
It's what your people would call a chuppah. It's one of the all-time.
Dude, he's got so many.
How's your portfolio looking, Greg? Strong?
To very strong.
To very strong. Greg's a male nurse. Oh, that's great. I'd love to give back. You know, I saw a dog the other day with like a little limp. It just broke my heart. I don't know. Let's go to Rob in San Jose. He's fired up about Macklin. What's up, Robbie?
Yeah. Hey, I think you guys need to give the Sharks a little bit more depth on the radio, man. They've drafted well the last 4 years with Smith, Celebrini, Misa. They got Stenberg, and they drafted Verhoff, the defenseman. They brought in veteran defensemen. They spent a bunch of money on the defense. We got young goaltending. The Sharks will be the next team in the Bay to bring a championship here.
Ooh, be the first one. Be the first one, Rob. Thank you. How can you not be happy? If you're a Sharks fan right now, the future is very, very bright. Expectations for them next year are going to be interesting.
Well, I think people are most...
That's a legitimate playoff.
They have to be in the playoffs next
But they
year.
took a huge jump forward this year.
Yes.
The thing with Mike Greer, my boy Matt keeps saying, like, he is bold and making really shrewd, sharp decisions.
Yeah.
He thinks he's the best GM in the Bay Area right now. Mike Grier.
It's hard to deny that. I'm still going to give it to Lynch just because he's got the pelts on the wall recently of just, getting so damn close.
Yeah.
But if we're talking
I think we underrate Lynch in general. I would agree.
Talking Q rating, though, and whose Q rating's the highest currently, it's absolutely Mike Grier and the San Jose Sharks.
Well, if you land Vita Vea,
Hey, Jeremy Fowler says that makes the most sense. ESPN senior insider over there. He's saying Vita Vea to the Niners, given the local ties, given what the team's needs are. Vita Vea to the 49ers makes sense. Although I was scared yesterday.
When the Rams got involved?
Yeah. That's another place that might be the favorite.
Imagine Aaron Donald, Vita Vea, and Myles Garrett. I mean, it's not even fair. What?
In Australia, too.
You can't let him.
Where does all the money come from? It's just nuts.
The salary cap's fake.
He just finds it.
They just get to sign Devontae Adams, do whatever they want.
Well, they try to trade Devontae. They try to move off of Devontae for A.J. Brown. And then thank God it didn't happen if you're a Rams fan, because then they got Myles Garrett instead. It's ridiculous. But you got Puka biting people, and that's like the fifth or sixth story. So there you go. Paul in Palo Alto.
Hey, Paul.
What's up, Paulie?
What's up, Paul?
What's up, guys? I just wanted to beat this dead horse with Kerr and Kuminga. Well, I'm just kidding. Congratulations to the Sharks. Congratulations to the San Jose Sharks for maybe taking the crown of the Bay Area team. So I'm not personally a Sharks fan, but I'm excited just being from the South Bay that Celebrini's here to stay. And maybe there's some hope as far as the local teams contending. But I called in. I'm putting this all on Lacob as far as the personnel when it comes to Clay and Draymond. When Clay wanted to stay, Curry asked him, do you want me to help? He said no, and Clay was gone. So for me, Dre being on this team is 100% on Lacob at this point. I mean, Curry even signed a 2-year deal without even knowing if Dre's going to be here for longer than 1 more year. So I'm done blaming anyone but Lacob for the state of the team. As far as Poole's contract, that was, in my opinion, now on Lacob. And all these subsequent, the Dre extensions, both of them. And I don't think he knows what he's doing. And anybody that knew what they were doing in that front office that built this team is gone. And it makes me really worried about the Warriors' future.
It's totally fair.
That's fair, Paul.
It's totally fair. Hey, the thing, Paul, that ticked me off the most was when Lacob came into the studio with me and Bonte and admitted that Draymond drove to his house and they reworked the deal. And it sounded like Bob Myers, Dunleavy, whoever was, influential as the GM at that time, was ready to let Draymond walk that year. That the year we were talking about, which is after the punch.
But remember, Joe, it's not about the roster when it comes to contending for the Warriors.
In the grand scheme of things, not a lot about the roster. This just isn't about the roster, frankly. Like, this year, I don't think we came up short because of the talent of the roster. It was injuries and things we could control. Do we need to get better roster-wise? I think so, but we didn't get to a point where we played a team where, the roster was better than ours. So for that reason, we're more focused on the stuff that we can control. We'll always look to be better, talent-wise, roster-wise, all that. But going back to the question as far as the discussions weren't really about that. It was more with the team that we have, how can we be better? And what are the things we need to do to build on for long-term success?
So he said at the end of the year.
That was May 18th.
There's not a roster better than ours.
That's what he said.
Okay,
that's his words.
Let's go in the reverse. Okay, because Boston. Is Boston a better roster than yours?
Yes.
Is the New York Knicks? I'm just going in order of finish this year.
Yes.
Okay. What about Toronto?
Yes.
What about Philly currently?
Yes.
Brooklyn? Okay, so one team. Let's go.
No, not the Nets.
All right, Detroit. I think Cade Cunningham is, as much as Warrior fans don't want to admit it.
Yeah.
What about Cleveland?
Yeah, probably better roster.
I mean,
Donovan
Mobley
Mitchell's
and
great.
Mitchell.
Yeah.
What about Milwaukee? No.
I'll
put the Bucks in. Though
they have a lot of young talent.
The 2 draft picks I think are going to be good. The Bulls.
They got Giddey. They got.
Hey, remember they beat you.
They just got Caleb Wilson, correct?
Who was the European guy that yammed on us so hard?
Azula or whatever.
Thank you. I like him. Number 14.
Probably not saying that right.
Okay. Well, I'll put the Bulls in there to be generous.
Caleb Williams is going to be a baller, I think.
I'll stop that. Of course he is.
Of course he is, right?
Indiana Pacers. Halliburton returning. TBD?
TBD on that.
Right.
Did the Pacers beat the Warriors both times last year, or did they go? They split
Ryan Rollins, you're right. I would love to have him.
What about the Blazers?
Okay.
Blazers, yes.
Atlanta?
Atlanta, yes.
Okay. What about Orlando?
Yes.
Okay. Charlotte? Even with all their moves? I'll put them TBD.
Yeah, no, I like Khan.
How about Miami with Giannis now?
Yes.
How about Washington Bullets? They have Trey and Anthony Davis and DeBanza. TBD?
TBD.
Okay, Wizards. Okay. Let's go to the Western Conference, which really matters. Do you like the Warriors roster or the Oklahoma City Thunder roster? Mike Dunleavy?
Thunder.
What about the Denver roster?
The Denver roster.
What about Minnesota? What about Portland?
Portland. I would take Portland's roster right now over the Warriors.
You would?
Yes. I really like Denny Avdia. Okay. And I am higher on the upside potential of John Morant than most. I think that is a perfect landing spot for him. Pacific Northwest.
Did you hear why they got him?
No, why?
Apparently,
no picks, by the way. We don't even talk about that.
Nike was pushing it because they want him to be close to home in Nike because he's one of the few Nike athletes that actually sell shoes.
That's interesting.
They want to have like their eyes on him. I found that to be interesting.
That is.
Utah.
Interesting. The Utah Jazz. They got a lot of really good players. TBD.
Okay. All right.
And again, another team that was trying to lose and still beat the Warriors last year. Lakers, yes. I'll take the Lakers.
Suns, who knocked you out last year. What about the Clippers?
Not the Clippers.
Okay, so Clippers.
Well, is Kawhi coming back? How's that
what about the Kings?
Going? Not the Kings.
Okay. San Antonio.
Yeah, I'm taking the Spurs.
Okay, Houston.
I got to give it to the Rockets. They were still a playoff team last year.
What about the Pelicans?
Not the Pelicans.
Okay.
Although everyone wants Trey Murphy really bad.
What about the Mavs? Cooper Flagg's better than anyone we got, and they got Kyrie.
And they got the other guy from Michigan, right?
Yeah.
I'm probably still taking the Warriors because I don't know about Kyrie's health.
Okay. So Dallas. And then what about Memphis?
I'm taking the Warriors over Memphis.
Okay. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams in the NBA. Today, you're taking the Warriors over. And then there are 1, 2, 3, 4 teams that you're saying TBD.
Yeah, that sounds about right, though. So they're in like the bottom
12,
third. Yes.
So there are 12 teams in the league.
That feels accurate right now, does it not?
They drafted 11th.
They did.
It's almost like exactly where they are.
This is it.
What about the other 18 teams in the league, Mike? You feel good about your roster and those other? I mean, some of these are like no-brainers. He can't be honest with that.
That's an unbelievable assumption.
Remember that? That was unbelievable.
I think we were almost too generous on some of these, but that's fair.
You know who's very generous and fair with his time? That's Dave Fleming. He's going to join us next. Voice of the Giants, because they got a poo-poo platter of injuries handed out to them yesterday. And basketball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. And this is all sponsored by Fairmont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries today on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC or contractor, think Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front is often just to get in the door. And once the work starts, so does the extra charges. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. No surprises. And it's not just about the price, it's about the people. Non-signatory shops often cut corners, which means inconsistent work. UA Local 38 contractors invest in their workers with strong pay, real health benefits, and retirement plans. That means experienced professionals who take pride in what they do. Local 38 workers are craft certified and complete a 5-year apprenticeship consisting of 10,000 hours of training. So when someone comes into your home or your business, you know you're getting a trained, vetted professional. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose better. Choose UA Local 38. Plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR union signatory contractors. For more information, go to ualocal38.org or call 415-626-2000.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Thinking about heading to the mountains this weekend in a new Toyota truck?
Let's go!
Bringing the bikes?
Let's go!
Maybe towing the boat too?
Let's go!
All right, let's roll. Get 3.99% APR plus 500 finance cash on 2026 Tacoma SR5 or get 2.99% APR on Tundra.
The time is now, let's go!
You heard the man. Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Excludes Tundra TRD Pro NSA 326.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes. Don't miss Built Like a Baller every Friday as the Morning Roast breaks down the standout performance of the week.
Burton, a heave at the horn from 28. Banks it in!
Brought to you by Baylord, wealth management for the Bay and the people who've built it.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken in a breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples. That was easy. Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Bay Area, it's Tip. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe, Spadoni and Joe Chase. Shasky. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Valkyries, they're back. Taking on the Phoenix Mercury in Arizona tonight, 7 o'clock tip. Listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game and the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every single game. We're the home of the Valkyries, the home of the Warriors. We've been talking a lot about the Dubs, but it's been kind of a trifecta of all the sports teams, the big three, if you will, in the Bay Area. Obviously, training camp is back. Kyle Shanahan was in a serious car accident, met with the media yesterday to discuss it, took ownership of the accident itself. We've been monitoring that very closely. Obviously, Draymond Green returning. No LeBron means Draymond is back at a $27.7 million deal for 1 year. And the Giants' season from hell got worse yesterday as a plethora of injuries were announced. Let's discuss all of that with our next guest, voice of the Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area and our 95.7 The Game Giants insider, Dave Fleming, joins us via the River Islands guest line. Dave, good morning. Spadoni alongside Shasky. Let's just start right there. The injuries announced yesterday, obviously the biggest being, and I don't want to, belittle what's going on with Bader and McDonald, but the season that Casey Schmidt was having and for him to tear his meniscus and go on the IL, just brutal, Dave.
Yeah, although, I think, if you want to be a little optimistic, the injury was way better than it could have been. Meniscus is a lot better than tearing an ACL all those injuries now are better than they were 20 years ago. But Casey's still got a chance to come back this year. We'll see how serious the tear is and what they have to do to repair it. But all things considered, I actually thought that was pretty good news. The McDonald one is a more serious injury, and too bad for him. He has a great attitude about it. He was very determined to come back better than ever, and so that you love to see that. But it's probably going to cost Trevor McDonald all of next year or close to it. So that hurts when you're an organization right now that's really looking for pitching talent and needs as many arms as you can get. I have full confidence Casey's going to come back better than ever. It's a little bit more of a question with Trevor McDonald. And so I'm trying to stay optimistic, I guess, is what I'm saying about Casey. Like, it could have been worse, and he's going to be back, and he's going to be fine.
Yeah, it just sucks for him. I mean, you're preaching work hard, play hard, and he's doing a hard 90, and he's rounding the bag hard because it's a little blooper into right field. And he tries to put the brakes on, and you're right. I mean, it could have been worse, but I feel for the guy because he's played first base, second base, shortstop, third base, left field, DH. I think he's one of the pillars on this team. Not knowing what's going to happen here at the deadline, how should they view him for next year heading into that season?
I think they should view him, my guess will be, is that they're going to view him as the everyday second baseman. As much as we absolutely love Luis Arraez, and it's kind of hard to talk about because, nobody wants this around the Giants. Nobody wants to be trading Luis Arraez away. He is the everything they could have possibly asked for in the clubhouse, on the field, leadership by example, hard work, excellent performance. But that's the reality of this season as a pending free agent. And when so many of your young prospects are concentrated at the second base, shortstop, third base positions, it's just really hard to imagine. Arraez deserves a multi-year contract. He deserves to be treated like one of the better players in the game. And it's hard to imagine the Giants feeling like that's the best move for the long-term future of the franchise. Add all that up, and it means that Luis Arraez is probably in his last few days in a Giants uniform. That stinks. Nobody likes that, but that's the reality. So that said, I think the Giants will view Casey as the everyday second baseman next year. And then, as the young players start to get closer and closer, and they're making progress, but as those guys get closer, then Casey's ability to move around and versatility and all that stuff comes back into play. And, it could be that long-term, then he moves around some more. But I think he's shown enough at second base to me to where it's not, third base, he's a potential Gold Glover. Second base, probably the ceiling isn't that high, but he's shown enough to me to where I think he can do it and he could play there every day and do a really good job.
Yeah, I mean, his arm definitely plays there, turning too, and bigger body. You can see, I'm not saying he is that, but like Sandberg, Jeff Kent, some of these bigger body guys that got moved from the corner and then had to go play second base. The Arise play last night in the hole on his knees, flipping it to Willie. I know Willie couldn't get the back end of that double play. It was a hell of a play, and it's a great point on Arise. I'm bummed. He's a hell of a ball player, and I love the way that he attacks these at-bats. Last night, though, I'm watching Bryce Eldridge, and look, he struck out like 43 or 44 times in his last 110 at-bats. It just feels like the All-Star break came at a kind of a funky time for him. And he had the one at-bat where Bryce Eldridge is fouling a couple off, and then they throw him the changeup, and he strikes out. And the result is a strikeout. It's like, gotta get him up one more time in this game. And he gets up and he hits the home run. And look, the score is 8-0 at the time. But I mean, it feels like that's kind of the silver lining right now for the Giants is him having those kinds of at-bats. So how big was that at-bat for him late in that game? Because I think a lot of people kind of roll their eyes, late inning home run. I thought it was a huge at-bat for him.
Yeah, every single at-bat for him is big. This guy is the building block of this team going forward. And every at-bat, every chance for a rep against a good arm, every chance for a situational at-bat. I think, some of what you're talking about, his recent struggles, some of that is, if you notice, I think he's scuffling a little bit in these RBI, runner at third type situations. And I think he's caught in between a little bit. It's very, very common for a young player to be like this. And what I mean by that is, he's built to just drive the ball and try to, swing hard and hit it hard. And that's kind of his game. And I think in these RBI spots, like those situational at-bat spots, you see him trying to shorten up and kind of feeling for contact. And that's good. Like, learn how to do that. But it is a learning process. And so I think we're seeing some of the growing pains of a young guy who is kind of learning how to play the game at the highest level, not just hit, not just swing, but play the game at the highest level. So every rep for him is huge. He's also got this thumb thing going on, and the thumb is not great, and he's fighting it. And so I think,
is that why he has the pad on the hand?
Yeah, it's beat up a little bit. And so it's why he hasn't played much first base or any first base, I think, all week. And that's part of being a young player, learning how to play hurt. This game, it's like a war of attrition. This game just beats your body down over a long season. The kid's 21 years old. This is by far the most, even DHing, 60, 70% of the time, this is the most physically taxing he's ever had. And so all of that, I mean, like pushing through that fatigue, through sort of the bumps and bruises, or then the more serious injury issues, facing all kinds of different pitchers, situational hitting, all that stuff. Like, it's a fire hose right now for him in terms of learning how to deal with all this. And he couldn't be more impressive. Like, I can tell you, inside the Giants, everybody is so impressed with the way this guy has handled the year. It is the number one silver lining story. It's the number one positive story of the year for this team.
Talking with Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line, voice of the Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area, R95.7 The Game, Giants Insider. Dave, the next time we will talk to you will be post-trade deadline, we assume. Do you anticipate, obviously, we referenced Luis Ariz, obviously Robbie Ray, both those guys, it sounds like are probably going to get traded. Do you anticipate this team looking dramatically different, though, a week from now?
I think there's a pretty decent chance that 4 or 5 of the players on the Major League roster are not on the roster in a few days. And there's at least an outside chance that it could be a few more than that. The flip side of that is, and I've talked to Buster about this recently, Buster is not going to trade any of these players for no return. Like, Buster is not going to just dump players. That's not going to happen. So these deals are going to have to make sense for the Giants in the way that the deals last deadline made sense for the Giants. You look back on last deadline, it's really hard to believe. I mean, I don't think you could really make an argument that the Giants didn't make their franchise better last year at the deadline. And that's, everybody misses Tyler Rogers, and the performance of Tyler Rogers has been missed greatly. But considering the players that they got back in those two deals, if even one of those guys goes on to be a big part of this franchise's future, then you've done well with pending free agents and relief pitchers. And that's the idea here again, is like, grow this franchise, grow the talent base for the long and medium term. And so all that said, Buster's not going to do it just to do it. He is going to do it if it makes his team better.
Dave, you're talking about just kind of the overarching feel of the organization. And I don't know how deep you go into it, but every day I see a highlight from Luis Hernandez or one of the young guys, that are at the minor league level from this team. I mean, what's realistic to those fans that are out there? They're, Gavin and Bo Davidson. I mean, I know they're all at different levels right now. I mean, when I see this wave of youngsters that they have at the bottom level here, what is realistic for Giants fans to cling to? Is that just all false hope? We'll be good in 3 or 4 years. I don't know how to feel. The farm's in the best shape it's been ranking wise forever, but at some point it's got to materialize to more players like Bryce Eldridge.
Yeah, it does, but you can't force that and you can't rush that. And so you should absolutely be very positive about that. The Giants farm system has had a great year with a capital G. The Giants farm system has been awesome. And it's not just winning games down there or whatever. It's true player development. Like if you look at the hitting side in the Giants minor leagues, almost every single notable young player who is a hitter has had a good year and has made improvements on what they've done in the past. Like that is something really good is happening right now in the Giants offensive development pipeline. And whoever gets credit for that, whether it's Randy Wynn or it's the hitting coordinators or the individual hitting coaches, I think the Giants believe they have good people down there, or it's just the Giants have accumulated a lot of good talent. Those things are real. But that's not a magic potion. That doesn't mean you're going to automatically win 100 games anytime soon, but that's how you have to build the thing. And you got to keep piling up talent. That's the difference to me now versus maybe even a decade ago or even more than that. The Giants were sort of top heavy with prospects and turned some of those into stars, and you have to do that. And that's the beauty of Eldridge is you've turned a young player into a guy who looks like he's going to be an impact big leaguer. That's the hardest thing to do in the whole game. Some of these young guys that the Giants have are going to be that, it feels like to me, but they also have depth and they also have a wave of players who can help them in different ways. And both things are good. The draft, I think, was super positive for the Giants. The Giants came away with 3 pitchers that I think you talk to some of the Giants people, they felt like they got 3 of the top 6 pitchers that they had evaluated in the whole draft, which is really saying something. Organization's in a really good place. They have articulated a vision for how they want that all to go, and it's working. And you're right to be skeptical and pump the brakes and say, we got to see. But there's no doubt that they've had a ton of positive stats. The kid last night that you're referencing, Luis Hernandez, is 17 years old.
Crazy.
17 years old. He hit a 450-foot home run in the California League last night at age 17. That is stuff that normal players do not do. And he is not a normal talent. That guy's a big-time talent.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny Level, every day he's doing something. And I'm like, his body looks like old. I'm not Juan Uribe. I'm going old school Jose Uribe. You know what I mean? Way back in the day, late 80s Giants. So there was an article written right now about Tony Vitello from Andrew Baggerly in The Athletic. And it was kind of bringing up the incident from last week where he got tossed from the game. You and I discussed it with Joe, and I think a lot of us wanted to see a little more fire. You were on the broadcast saying you were losing it. I mean, you were just losing your mind here. I don't know. I'm not going to ask you to dissect Tony and how we're feeling about him in this moment or whatever. If you had to evaluate his year, though, What's been the area of the most improvement you've seen from the beginning to now, and what's an area that you think he can improve on some more here as we go down the stretch?
Well, I think he's definitely learned how managing a big league roster is different than managing a college season or a college roster. I think we've seen that in terms of workload of relievers, in terms of getting some veterans out of games, giving some more regular rest. He's done that more and more as the year has gone on. And I think that's a really positive thing. I think those are important things. And Tony's actually been one thing about Tony is he is really honest, and he'll say out loud the stuff that he's learning, and he's discussed like players coming into his office and telling him, hey, we need some blowout games. Like a couple veterans need to be coming out of those games and just get us off our feet. And Tony's listened to all that stuff, and that's the kind of stuff that you probably don't do as a head coach in college. So I think that's been a real growth area for him. I do believe that we're starting to see more of the Tony Vitello personality come out. And we still haven't seen like the super fiery, and we may never see that. And his idea may be that as a big league manager, you can't be that way. But I think everybody around the Giants wants him to be himself and wants him to be a true leader of this franchise. And I think understandably so early in the year, he was taking a passive sort of backseat role to the veteran players on this team. I'm not going to come in here as the new guy and tell you guys what to do and tell you guys how to run your careers. And I understand why he did that, but I think they hired him for a reason. And I think he's becoming more and more comfortable of, hey, you know what? I am in charge around here, and I can pull some levers to try to maybe change some of the things that I'm seeing. And I think the Giants want more of that.
Talking with Dave Fleming here on the Morning Earl, Spadoni and Shasky, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Dave, you're very tapped in on all things Bay Area sports, obviously. Niners, Sharks, Macklin Celebrini getting a huge contract this morning, which is awesome. And obviously the Golden State Warriors are a big talking point right now. LeBron James going to the Philadelphia 76ers. Draymond re-signed a one-year deal yesterday. People are angry. People are upset. If you're a Golden State Warriors fan this morning, they feel like they didn't add any new pieces. They feel like they're running back a team that wasn't very good last year with an aging roster. I'm just curious if you see any parallels with how this is ending in Golden State here, this kind of fading dynasty, if you will, with how it kind of ended with the San Francisco Giants and that kind of fading core as they got older.
Well, I think here's the parallels are this. When you have special all-time Hall of Fame talent, you just feel an obligation to, A, keep those guys around, B, go for it in win mode as long as you have those players. And in basketball, you really feel that. In baseball, like we just saw Mike Trout here, right? I mean, Mike Trout has never won a playoff game. Never won a playoff game. It's amazing that could even be possible. But that's the nature of baseball. In basketball, when you have Steph Curry, you just are obligated to keep pushing, I think. I just don't know what else you do. Like you have your all-time greatest player, and he's still playing really well. I just don't think you have much of a choice. You try hard for the LeBrons or try hard to trade for Giannis, try hard to do this and that. And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Now, I would push back. I think this team, the guy they drafted is going to be an impact player. And so I don't think it's the same exact Warriors team that's running back this year. So that would be my pushback. Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry and the rookie and a couple of the other guys. I think you can dream about winning a couple playoff series or something like that. But yeah, there's a parallel, and the parallel is when you have great players and you won championships and you're a proud franchise, you don't just fold the tent up and say, yeah, we're kicking our stud to the curb. You don't do that. And if that costs you a few years of development and that costs you some maybe, smarter long-term decisions, I think you just live with it. And you say, you know what, we're obligated to these players who've laid it all on the line and built everything that we have. We're obligated to them to keep going, and I think that's what the Warriors are doing.
I've been making parallels to the NBA, CBA, and how restricted it is right now to Major League Baseball. I'm really interested. If I zoom out from my Giants glasses and I go like, how are these teams going to operate with this looming strike lockout situation? If you had to guess, how do you think it goes down here at the deadline in terms of, are teams going to be more or less likely to take on money in future years?
Less likely to take on big contracts, more likely to take on short-term contracts, which, I think favors the Giants. I think the Giants could, they could be creative and take on a longer-term contract if a real opportunity presented itself. They could do that, sort of zig where everybody else is zagging. B, the Giants have short-term deals to trade, and those guys might have more value than they would otherwise because of what you're talking about. I'll tell you one other thing that I think is definitely going to be a factor here down the stretch, particularly, we started, I think Spadoni's called it the season from hell. We started with, the sort of the injury report from yesterday and all the weirdness of some of those injuries. If those injuries keep piling up, and you trade away some of your veterans, all of a sudden it's like, who's going to play in the last 6 weeks of the season? Here's a factor just to keep in mind. There are some players of that group of really talented young guys who are coming who are not obligated to be placed on the 40-man at the end of this year. The way the rules work is after a certain amount of time, you have to protect players on the 40-man. There are, some of those guys that you mentioned already have to be protected at the end of this year. Those guys are candidates to come up and make their major league debuts. To me, and I guess this is not hard and fast, things can change. They always can change. But anybody who is not obligated will not be in the big leagues this year. And here's why. Because if there is a lockout, non-40-man players can still be at the facility, work with coaches, have a spring training, have a minor league season. Any of those young players who are not on the 40-man are able to do all that coaching work, hands-on work with your personnel. Anybody who's on the 40-man has no ability to have any contact with anybody in the franchise. And so that is going, if I were in charge, I would just basically take all those names and lock them in a drawer and throw away the key and say they are not coming to the big leagues this year. And that sucks. I mean, that shouldn't be the motivation for why guys get rewarded or promoted or whatever. But I would just want to protect, just in case the lockout goes longer and even if it's just spring training, like a couple months of coaching and teaching and working and dedicated work could be a difference maker for some of those guys. And so I think that's the kind of thing that the looming stuff could also impact.
Dave, great stuff. We always appreciate it every single week. And we'll talk to you next week, post-trade deadline. And as you said, potentially 4 or 5 Giants could be on the move. Really good stuff, Dave. We appreciate it, man.
Okay, talk to you guys next week.
See you, buddy.
There he goes. That is Dave Fleming, Giants broadcaster, NBC Sports Bay Area.
That last bit I'd like to dissect a little. I mean, I think what he's saying is, like, let's say it's a I'm using him, I don't even know, but let's say it's Bo Davidson. I don't think he's on their 40-man. You almost don't want to put him on the 40-man because then he gets locked out of the facility.
Yeah.
If they're all locked out.
Which is silly, kind of, right?
So dumb.
It's very convoluted.
That really sucked to hear, actually.
Awful. Well, I'm praying to God that baseball does not have this prolonged lockout.
Right.
Like,
because it would be so detrimental to all the momentum they've been building, right? Because they have been.
And if I was them, I would call up CJ McCollum and I go, what did you learn during your CBA negotiation that we should not do? And what did you learn that maybe you should have fought for?
Yeah.
Like that, I would call, because CJ's getting a lot of heat.
He is.
But you know what? Guys are making a lot of money.
They are.
And I don't know, man. God, that's really, that nugget sucked.
We're also going to be talking to a big Giants fan. Dylan is a Dragon. You might have seen him if you're on social media via Instagram and Twitter. And he's been very positive about the Giants this year, or he speaks very positively about some of the positive storylines and an otherwise very kind of downtrodden negative year. So we'll talk to Dylan on the other side and see what's going on that forefront. It's all sponsored by Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on At Ceremony Ford, get 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models including F-150, Bronco, Mach-E, Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Coleman, Daly City, or ceremonyford.com.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Pa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow! Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as Big Bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. Official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to cars4kids.org now or call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Bay Area, get ready for the King of the South, T.I. and the King Secession Tour. Coming to the Masonic on August 15th. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com for a chance to score tickets courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Bay Area, it's Gabby Williams. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game. Valhalla, we can't hear you.
What up, Gabs? That's right. Valkyries back in action, taking on the Phoenix Mercury, 7 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
Also, the free Odyssey app, Carter. Got to be locked in on there. You can listen to us every single morning. Again, did I mention it's free? Or you can look at us, which is what some choose not to do because for obvious reasons.
Okay.
We're on
Give me a Spadoni versus Guru off.
There's a Bonte one too. I think.
Nah, I'm not vibing this.
I was listening to earlier when we played some of those. That was my favorite. The Keith Law is the best.
This is me at the chiropractor. One of these 4.
That was. Well,
I thought there was a Keith Law.
Well, that one, if you're at the chiropractor, I don't know what's happening there.
That's when the adjustment actually hits.
Yeah, I don't know about that last one. Make sure you're signing up to become the Game Pass Pro member on 95.7 The Game's YouTube channel. Get access to private AMAs with all the hosts, exclusive content from events, and in-depth insights after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro.
Was it Pepsi? What was the one where it's like, when you drink the soda?
I think it was Pepsi.
Was it Pepsi? Was that the one back in the day?
I think so. But you're old enough to remember. I don't think I am with that. Yeah, that's an old commercial.
Oh, I hate you guys. By the way, so
the Warriors will be a boneyard.
He's right.
Okay, so we have to have a serious conversation.
You don't know Jordan Poole.
I don't.
Oh boy.
It has a lot of horrific, not approved for this common era or any era stuff in it. The original Bad News Bears.
Classic.
I bought it on Apple Plus or whatever it is, right?
How much was it?
$12.
Oh, that's not bad.
Because the other one was free. And so I was like, you know what, Pat, LJ, let's watch the original. So I put on the original. He loves the original more than the more current one. There are some scenes, one in particular, which I will not get into detail, that I can totally understand why people... It's just bad. I almost have to fast forward through it like it's bad. Walter Matthau, though, all time.
Grumpy old man.
All time. He's drinking the Mickey's grenade and then pouring liquor into the Mickey's grenade. It's all time.
Yeah.
These scenes, though, the sports scenes are all time. They're like, you could tell they're all really, 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 really good in terms of like the young players that play like the other teams. The scenes like hit home.
Right.
The ending where Kelly Leak gets thrown out at home and then the Yankees get this giant trophy. And then the Bad News Bears get this little tiny trophy.
Tiny one.
And Tanner, the shortstop, has to like cuss them out. I'm telling you, it's one of the great sports movie endings of all time. What even rivals it? I'm talking fictional sports movies. Like, what would even rival?
It's like a comedy version, so I like to separate that because if you're going fictional sports movie, like the Oscar nuts will say, oh, well, Rocky, right? They'll say that. Rocky
Rocky's
won.
great.
It's like
I'm not going to argue
was
that.
nominated for like an Academy Awards. I do think there's a distinction between like funny, like Happy Gilmore types for me is where I would put that in that category, right? That's where that is.
Happy Gilmore is a great ending.
Waterboy,
Great
right?
ending.
There's
but not as good as, dude, at the end, they get a tiny trophy.
Last game of the year, Brent.
And they lose.
Can't hold anything back.
They don't even win. They lose. And then they kick dirt on the other team. And then they're all drinking beers.
It's great. What was the, was it Slapshot? Is that like
Slapshot's a classic.
the hockey version?
Classic.
Right?
I mean, the end of Major League where Wild Thing goes back into Wild Thing.
So good.
And they go to the World Series.
Major League 2 is my favorite. With Randy Quaid as the super fan. That's you. Randy Quaid in Major League 2 is you sometimes. No?
Maybe.
No, come on. That's you. Come on. I mean, Did you know he's Dennis Quaid's brother? Randy Quaid? Did you know that?
Thanks.
The Rookie. Another movie that you probably like, based on a true story. Classic. That
also had a Quaid.
That's what
I know the
way to be locked in, Sam. That was the little point. Dennis Quaid.
You just said you like Major League 2 more than Major League.
Yes,
that's
because
it's good, but it's not as good.
It's because Randy Quaid is the best character in the second one, better than any of the one in the first.
Well,
Continue.
Parkman's the best character.
Oh.
Get off the tracks when the train's coming through. It's an all-time line.
Rube Baker throwing to first or can't
It's
do
hilarious.
it. He has to read the Playboy articles.
I'm telling you though, dude. Bad News Bears, it's so inappropriate and awful, but yet it just captures the times. Everyone's wearing the Adidas like cleats back in the day. It's just an all-time movie.
Well, and also
it really is.
It makes me think, and you live in it to sports, but I just think of movies in general that you can't make anymore with certain humor.
You literally couldn't redo it.
Everyone tries to say Tropic Thunder because of Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah, the blackface.
He was playing a dude who was doing blackface disguised as another dude.
Tom Cruise was hilarious.
Hilarious in that. Les Grossman? Are you kidding me? Matthew McConaughey? Like, there's so many people in that movie that are so outrageous. I do think you could still make movies like that today, but will executives in like the top studios sign off on them?
I don't know.
Like, that's the problem there too.
Half-Baked was that way.
Is that all these movie executives are trying to come up with these ideas and they're just not funny. They just don't know what humor is anymore.
Remaking originals.
Well, there's zero creativity.
That's the problem.
They have to piggyback on stuff. Again, we talked about Happy Gilmore. It didn't need a sequel, guys.
No.
It did not need a sequel.
No.
And I love you, Adam Sandler. Didn't need it. Like, if we have an Old School 2 at some point, then we've jumped the shark. Well, just leave it what it is.
Here's a great example. You talk about Happy Gilmore. There's this one now out with Will Ferrell. I refuse to click on it.
Because it's a blatant ripoff, you feel like?
It's like, it's just so bad. You watched it?
Yeah, I watched it.
It's horrible. I can already tell it's horrible.
Very meh.
Of course it is.
Yeah. Luke Wilson's in it too. Love you, Luke Wilson. And he even actually kind of talked about this, I think, on a recent podcast, why comedies just aren't as funny anymore. It's because the studios aren't greenlighting like fun projects, like legitimate, like original projects. They just keep rehashing a bunch of the old crap. That's what we're stuck in right now. That's why we keep getting force-fed, all the sequels to Toy Story, et cetera, et cetera. They might be really good movies. Still, they might be. But we're not going out to see the new creative stuff because they keep force feeding us sequels and sequels and sequels.
Agreed. Not
same with
everything
Avengers.
Needs to be a
it's the same thing.
Yeah,
right?
not everything needs to be a limited universe. And believe me, I love it. I'm watching X-Men 97.
There you go.
The cartoon that's on Netflix. It's awesome. But like, can we just have some original ideas?
Well, speaking of original, I think Dylan is an original content creator right now, and he's joining us now. He talks all things Bay Area sports. He's got his Niners hat on, baby. He's fired up. We've been talking about everything, Dylan, this morning. It's Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. Good morning to you. Where do we want to dive in?
Well, let's start. Like, Dylan, so maybe, I don't know, a year ago, maybe more. I can't even remember. Out of nowhere, you popped up on my feed on Instagram, and I'm like, oh, this guy's doing some really creative stuff on social media. So for those that maybe have never seen you on Instagram and don't know that you're around, explain the rise of Dylan as a Dragon.
First of all, fellas, good morning. Thank you for having me on. The Rise of Dylan as a Dragon. I think that's going to be the title of my book whenever that comes out. But no, I mean, I just started making videos on social media because of a job layoff. And, the first one I made did okay. The second one did even better, and I never stopped. And people love me. People hate me. And look where it got me. I'm on a freaking radio show now.
Let's go.
So who's winning?
This is the big time for you, Dylan, or should I say Mr. Dragon.
Well, we're the lowest bar of whatever fame is out there in the Bay Area. I mean, this is the lowest rung. So let's just get right into it. You're a diehard Giants, Niner, and Warrior fan and Shark fan because I've seen a lot of your stuff. Let's just go right to the news. I want to hear your reaction on Casey Schmidt. This is one of this guy's had a great year. He's going to hit 30 home runs. He's played a zillion positions. I'm really bummed for this guy. And I know that, Giants fans, there's no silver linings this year. No, this was one of the few bright spots on an otherwise awful year. And it just sucks that he went down. When you saw the news that he tore his meniscus, how'd you feel?
Oh, man, sick to my stomach. I mean, talk about a good person, a good dude, an even better baseball player who had a coming out season this year. He's really been doing it all, playing all positions and balling the hell out, hitting bomb after bomb after bomb. And, I'll be the first to admit I made a video all about why we should trade Casey Schmidt. I've talked about it in the past. It was a stupid idea, dumb idea. I apologize to the guy in person.
How did that go over?
It was funny. He was a really good sport about it. He was just saying, no big deal. I gave him the floor. I told him if he wants to call me an idiot, he's welcome to. He didn't take the opportunity. I don't know why he didn't take the opportunity, but, just good dude. And the injury it really sucks. And it's kind of just the cherry on top of this disastrous 2026 season that, so many of us had high hopes for, and it's just not meeting those expectations. And it's a bummer, but, silver lining was Casey Schmidt. Now he's gone. And I'm sad. And I'm sure you guys feel the same way.
Dude, I'm so bummed for him. So bummed. And then the Harrison Bader news.
Wow.
On the scooter.
Got to be careful on those scooters, Dylan. Dylan is a Dragon joining us here on the River Islands guest line. Find him on Instagram and on X, a.k.a. Twitter. Dylan is a Dragon. And where did that name come from? Let's just ask you that straight up.
Where did it come from?
I looked it up in Google search, and it's a Scottish book as well. It's like a children's book. Did you know that?
No, I did not. I got to reach out to my Scottish homies.
Yeah, there you go.
No, the name.
You have a lot
I just
of those?
think dragons
a lot
are
of Scottish homies.
Yeah, me and my Scots, we go way back, man. No, I just think dragons are dope. They're the apex predator of the world, whether you believe in them or not. And it rhymes, or not rhymes. It just starts with a D, and my name starts with a D, and that's about it.
Yeah, alliteration. I like it. I mean, come on, dude. It's the origin of the nickname.
Well, I didn't know if he was a big Game of Thrones, House of Dragon fan. I don't know if he's Team Rhaenyra. I don't know. Okay, all right.
They're so reckless. I'll give you my hot take on it. This is every Monday morning I come in here and what do I say, guys? They're so reckless with the dragons. If I had a dragon, I would not be half as reckless as they have been throughout the 3 seasons of House of Dragons. It drives me nuts.
Well, there's a reason that the Targaryen dynasty fell, Joe. It's because they were too reckless.
I understand that, and they're dumber
Hey,
than I
no
thought.
spoilers. No spoilers.
No spoilers.
Yeah.
We're still waiting on George R. R. Martin to finish the bajillionth book that he's been writing forever. The Winds of
I
Winter.
think the Giants will win a World Series before then. But
before that
next
happens.
question.
That's a good question. Yeah. Who is the next Bay Area team to probably win a title?
It might be the Sharks.
It might be the Sharks with Macklin Celebrini.
Yeah, what'd you think of the Macklin Celebrini extension? One of the largest in NHL history.
Listen, man, I'm no hockey expert. I love the Sharks. I love going to games. But even a peanut brain like me can see that Macklin Celebrini is a special talent, and he deserves all the money in the world, and he got all the money in the world. And I think they're next up, probably. If the 49ers don't win this year, which I think they have a real shot, then I think it's Sharks territory.
You brought up the Niners. I saw a video from you saying we're going to talk Vita Vea into existence. Give the pitch to Niner fans on why Vita Vea is the move to make. I'd love to have him.
I mean, this guy's a war daddy, a hog. He's gonna stuff the run up the gut all day, every day. He's a Bay Area kid. He's done it now for 8 seasons strong, I think. He played with Mike Evans. He wants to come back. They're best buddies. We all know that. Come back. Just come back, Vita Vea. We all want you here. He's a stud, and he would add to this defense. I mean, he would make everyone around him better. When you have a good pass rush, when you have just a behemoth up the gut, it's going to make Fred Warner better. It's going to make Nick Bosa better. It's going to improve the secondary because they're going to have, less time that they need to do their job. I'm all for him. I don't know how it's going to work. I don't know who we're going to have to give up or how we're going to pay him. But like I said in my video, thankfully for everybody in the Bay Area, that's not my job. I just like to talk.
We need to get Dylan's like technical guy on because your camera feed is so clear and so incredible compared to our janky.
Wow, look at that. I mean,
that
just
is
adjusted.
incredible. You're in like 4K, 8K. I mean, gosh, we got to get the NFL on Fox to do all 8K.
You're basically saying, to hell with Dylan. We just want the camera that he's using. Exactly. There you go.
Just Sony ZV-E10 for anyone listening.
Sony. He's going to write that down because he wants it for his man cave.
ZV-10.
Gotta get that.
There you go.
I like that.
It's really about the lens. It's a Sigma 1.4 lens, I think it's called.
Yeah.
I'll text you guys off.
I'll act like you know what I'm talking about.
Let me ask you, what inspired you to start putting stuff out? You said you got laid off, and I always love these like kind of like origin stories because I way back when I would used to call into sports radio, you know, I never went to school for journalism or anything like that. I used to just call in, and I think that one of the big moments for me is I did a podcast because of Twitter. Sal and Steiny.
That's
Sal
right,
Castaneda
yeah.
and Matt Steinmetz here invited me like, hey, come on in, do a podcast. And I did a podcast with them. And then afterwards, this is like 12 years ago, they're like, you should do this. And I'm like, I've never even considered doing anything like that. And I started doing podcasts. I had a YouTube channel way back in the day that actually had a lot of followers, and I ended up disabling it, which was a terrible mistake. But it got noticed by some people in radio, and they brought me in, and one thing turns into another. And I had never envisioned over a decade ago that I would be where I'm at today. So what kind of was the evolution for you to get where you are today? Because you've got one of the larger accounts across platforms, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, et cetera, talking Bay Area sports. I find it really fascinating, your come-up story. I think you're a grinder.
Thank you, man. First of all, I think that story is super impressive that you didn't even go to school for this and look where you are. Yeah. It's funny how the world works sometimes. Congrats on that.
Not lucky.
But my story is very simple. I mean, I was actually working for an indie game studio in Seattle, the video game industry. Got laid off from that because it's a tough place to work. And I just was like, you know what? I'm going to make a video on the 49ers winning the Super Bowl. And I did. And my little brother saw it and he's like, you got to make your page public because people got to see this. And I was like, it's really not that good, but sure, I'm going to do it. And the second video, I made it about our favorite wide receiver, Brandon Ayuk. And that video just kind of took off a little bit. And since then, I've been making videos and I just never stopped. And I took a risk, and here I am to tell the tale. So
I think
it kind of worked out.
No, I think it's really cool because like we hear a lot from Draymond Green, new media, but like there is something special about kind of the landscape of technology and where we're at today. Obviously, we're on YouTube. We're looking at each other. Back in the day, I'm from the old school. It was newspapers. It was radio. And I used to call into Radnich. I'd call into Ralph. But now anyone can interact on your page. Anyone can create their own site and become an influencer or a content creator. I don't even know what that means. You're just putting out sports opinions, right? They're not that serious. Mm-hmm. And like, whether you agree with Grant Cohn, what he has created is really, really, really cool. Whether you agree with everything that David Lombardi's doing or the Light Years podcast or whomever you think is making local, consumable Bay Area kind of sports media, I do think it's really awesome that it's kind of leveled the playing field. And now creativity and point of view and unique perspectives has been like it's like its own, I don't know, uncharted territory. Like this is like a whole new landscape. It's like America, before land was being claimed and going westward. I don't really have an analogy for it, but I just think it's really cool where things are going. I think a lot of the old media is really scared about the modern landscape. And to me, it's like, yeah, well, you're going to be the dodo bird if we don't continue to evolve and try to push things forward. I think it's the natural evolution of sports.
Yeah, totally. And I won't name names here, but there is one radio station in the Bay Area that doesn't like me. And like you said, they just don't like people like me. And I'll give you a hint. It's not the one I'm on right now. So
I've been fighting that fight for a long time.
That's an interesting thing. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always off in the Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Spadoni and Shasky with Dylan is a Dragon. You can find him on Instagram or on Twitter. Diehard Bay Area sports fan. And made his bones talking Niners, but you've really made your bones, I think, this past season for the Giants. And I called it a season from hell. And I got to be honest, Dylan, when someone says your name, I think of you as the positive Giants guy. Whether that's fair or foul, that's how I view you. And I don't think that's a negative thing to say, but clearly it ruffles a lot of feathers, if you will, that you have been showing the positive storylines this year for the San Francisco Giants. Why do you think that bothers people?
because people love to be negative. It's easy. And when you're not winning championships. They want a reason to complain. And like, I get it. You have every right in the world to be upset. And specifically with the Giants this year, you should feel like the players should be doing more. You should expect more from the front office. The product they've put out has just not been great. But I just like to see the positive side of things. I don't know. It's a different stance from what most other content creators and radio shows are talking about. And I do think there is a lot of positives that we can look at and we can dissect from this season. Specifically, Bryce Eldridge. The guy's been amazing. Like, that's just one example of what I really like to see. And I tweeted it last night. I still think he has a chance to win Rookie of the Year. And guess what? That brought out the negative Nancys. They think that's a crazy take. But I don't know, man. I just think there's a lot of good to be had here. And these guys are grinding, man. 162 games is a lot of games, man. You got to take that into account. And they're not trying to lose these games. That's the craziest thing I see is people like, what are these guys doing? They're trying to lose on purpose. And it's like, what? No, they're not. They're doing what they can to try to win these ball games, and it's just not working. Baseball's hard. How about that? It
is. And you're going to be wrong more than you're going to be right when you're putting your name on stuff, all year round. Like, I always have this joke. People say, they come into my comments as they yell and scream. And I go, hey, guys, I put my name on everything. Trust me. I'm well aware of when I'm right and when I'm wrong. And I'm going to be wrong a lot more than I'm going to be right. But if you're putting out bold opinions, like, you're just going to ruffle some feathers every now and then. And, well, I think the beauty of the modern landscape is now, like this station is a great example. Me and Mark Willard don't see eye to eye on sports a lot. But you know what? He has his prerogatives. And I have my prerogatives. Sometimes we agree. Most of the times we don't. But I still respect his opinion. I always find it funny. Like, I reference David Lombardi and Grant Cohn. I kind of know when I'm at one of their channels what I'm going to be getting. That being said, I do like to hear the other point of view that I may not agree with or disagree with. But I got to give them credit. They've carved out their niche. They know what their audience is, and they do make me think from time to time, which is all I really ask for, which is give me an alternate opinion. If I'm in an echo chamber and all I hear is me talking every single day, I'm going to go crazy because I kind of already am going crazy.
Right. And I think that's the beauty of sports. It's everyone is entitled to their opinion. You can think what you want. We don't have to hate each other because of that. Exactly. As long as we keep it, semi-respectful, unless you're talking to those guys from LA or anybody in Philly, then be as mean as you want. But if you're talking to other Bay Area fans and creators, dude, we're on the same team. Like, let's just be nice a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, we want the team to win, but we just have maybe a disagreement in how to get there, right? Like, that's kind of one of the things I always say. Let me give you this. Right now, if you just look at the Bay Area as a whole, everybody's disappointed that we got LeBron. Are you?
Not got LeBron.
Didn't get LeBron, excuse me. Didn't get LeBron. Are you?
I really wanted LeBron. I think it would have been so cool to see Steph Curry playing alongside LeBron James. Whether they were good or bad, it just would have been epic, and it would have been a cool, fairy tale ending to probably both of their careers. It's a shame we didn't get him. It's a shame he went to Philly because now I'm forced to hate him. I think Philly is a disgusting city. They're the worst people in the world. Sorry if I'm stepping over the line here on 95.7 The Game. But
they already hate me.
The dragon is breathing all over the city of Philadelphia. Trust me. Yeah. We have no love lost between WIP, our sister station, and 95.7 The Game.
All right. So one last one on your way out the door. 49ers. I know you go to almost all the games like I do. I set myself up for disappointment every year. I love the team so much. Is this the year? Honestly, is this the year? I ask that every year, but is this the year? I sound insane. Because I sound
the head coach is recovering from a severe concussion.
I sound ungrateful. They have given me some great years. It's just like, God, I'm tired of being the bridesmaid. I just want to be the bride one time.
I've gotten married. I've had a child. The only thing I think I need left in my life to feel happy like I can die in peace is a San Francisco 49ers Super Bowl victory, and we haven't gotten it yet. And honestly, it's ripped my heart out year after year after year, but I will go down with this team every single time because I love the San Francisco 49ers, and you ask if it's our year. You're damn right. It's our year. Super Bowl or bust, baby. Let's go.
I love it.
Dylan, how old are you?
Hey, whoa. I'm 31.
Okay, you're around my age is why you said that. So you haven't seen like obviously a 49ers championship in your lifetime.
Well, Technically, I'm the golden child because I was born in '94 and we won the Super Bowl that year.
Yeah,
but
but
we
You remember everything when you're like less than a year
It's
old,
like
right?
me and
oh, dude, this brain, like a steel trap, baby.
There you go. Hey,
Oh, my
Dylan,
gosh.
great stuff this morning,
Dylan,
man.
one last thing.
Yeah.
Come on again. All right, we're going to make this reoccurring. Coach in Los Altos has known you since you were a kid.
Yeah, he was my coach. I used to play baseball underneath his guidance for a decade plus.
After we lost the Super Bowl, we're coming out of Vegas. It's me and Bonte. This arm comes around us. It's Coach in Los Altos saying, boys, we're going to have this one hurt us for a long time. I wanted to cry. I love that guy.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
He's the best. He's the best.
I love that, man. Have a good one,
Dylan. You're
Thanks
the best.
for coming on.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, fellas.
Let's
Appreciate
do it
you.
again.
There you go. That is Dylan is a Dragon. That's where you can follow him on Instagram or X/Twitter.
Look, I think we'll do that again. I wanted to get his origin stories for those that maybe didn't know. He puts out a lot of really cool content. I just think he's a fun dude, and he's got some really cool opinions. And, let's have fun.
And he's a champion of positivity, which in today's society gets you a lot of hate. It gets you a lot of flack because we are an angry, angry people. And it's sponsored by Front Bank. Here for you, here for good.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you're heading into the city now for brunch before the game, northbound 280 slows from Cesar Chavez to King. North 101 is slow from 3rd Street up to Interstate 80. On the Bay Bridge, once you're past the metering lights, you look fine.
Need plumbing, heating, or HVACR work done right that very first time? Well, you need to call a UA Local 38 signatory contractor. They're craft certified professionals, complete over 10,000 hours of hands-on training. So you're getting experienced experts who know their trade inside and out. And with Local 38 contractors, you get quality work, dependable service, and clear pricing from the start. There's no shortcuts. There's no surprise add-ons. And whether it's your home or your business, trust the professionals who invest in skill, safety, and accountability. Visit UALocal38.org to learn more.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries today on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Residents of a Sherman Oaks condo complex say burglars stole tens of thousands of dollars worth of their property while their building was tented for fumigation.
Don't put your home or valuables at risk. Pacific Coast Termite's Orange Oil and Ultraset treatment means no tent, no move out, and no poisonous gas. With highly effective termite treatment backed by a 2-year warranty. Call today for a free termite inspection. Protect your home without turning your life upside down. Call 800-PACIFIC. That's 800-PACIFIC or visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Some restrictions apply.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit BoxerLaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our summer sale is on now. 25% off store-wide through August 3rd. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Big savings, big selection, giant opportunity. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal. Make somebody brag a little back home. That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Valhalla, it's Veronica Burton. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Valkyries return to action tonight as they hit the road to take on the Phoenix Mercury. 7 o'clock tip right here on 95.7 The Game, and also the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every game. It is brought to you by Unstoppables. As the official laundry fragrance partner of the WNBA, Unstoppables brings the freshness. Feel confident, stay in the moment, and smell unstoppable. Try Unstoppables laundry scent boosters for as low as $5. All right, we got a juicy story coming out from The Ringer, and our guy, Logan Murdoch, Bay Area guy, is echoing the sentiments and reports that one Shams Charania was reporting these past couple days, that the Jaylen Brown Golden State Warriors opportunity was a real thing. Dating back to February. And check this out. And Shasky, I know you and Bonte are kind of, I don't know, put words in your mouth. I'll let you kind of, you don't really kind of believe that this was a real thing. Is that fair? That Jaylen Brown.
What I'm saying is that something just doesn't make sense to me. And just bear with me on this. And no, I will suspend reality for playing the game. But just hear me out.
Sure.
I have a hard time thinking the Celtics, in the middle of a season where this guy's having an MVP-like year and the East is wide open and they're getting Tatum back, we're entertaining trading Jaylen Brown at the deadline. Forget how many picks, forget anything. I just have a hard time thinking that they were doing it right then and there. Now, were they discussing it potentially for the offseason? Sure. But trading Jaylen Brown at the deadline would have been, go back to the time. They were one of the best teams in the NBA and one of the best stories in the NBA. Were they not?
They were.
They were worried about the Detroit Pistons at the time.
People thought they were legitimate. I thought they were legitimate title contenders in the Eastern Conference. Yes.
I did too. And I thought that Jaylen Brown was having a moss year. So I just don't buy that they were going to trade him at the deadline. That being said.
But they were definitely trading him no matter what after the season.
That I agree with. Yes. And were they getting feelers at the deadline to set themselves up for the offseason? More than likely. I believe all these front offices are years out on woulda, coulda, shoulda moves.
Do you buy the latest Shams report when he said that they revisited the Celtics with the Warriors before the draft?
Possibly.
About 4 first-round picks, and here's Jaylen Brown.
Possibly.
Okay.
Possibly. I do think, though, that this whole thing about Jimmy Butler specifically being involved in it, I just don't understand why they would want Jimmy Butler. No, that's just something I don't have. But that doesn't mean that they weren't conversations.
Absolutely.
Now, that being said, if this is real, and I take it at face value, and I go, yeah, I'm pretty ticked off that they didn't execute this deal. Now, is 4 first-round picks insane? It is insane.
Sure.
It is. But I'm going to be real with you. This is the guy. I'm talking about, just go position.
Right.
This is the position, 2 guard, elite defender, perimeter, that you've been searching since Clay hurt his knee. You have been dying to get a two-guard with size who could play alongside Curry, who can occasionally break down a defense by himself in the half court, who can hit shots off ball enough to warrant where he'd have to be defended. This is exactly who you've been trying to add forever.
Well, and also he did something that Klay Thompson was never able to do. He was the number one on a legitimate title team last year.
Yes.
He was. Like, he was the number one MVP candidate. Not to say that Klay Thompson could never have done that in his prime.
He might have been able to.
He might have been able to.
We didn't see it.
But we didn't see it. And we saw Jaylen Brown do that last year. And a lot of people, us included, said, man, I think the Celtics are going to take a major step back with no Tatum. But Jaylen put that team on his back, and he was incredible. But what does he get for it? Gets traded away.
Now,
but that's a dollar and cents thing, and they wanted Tatum instead of Brown, and Brown might have ruffled some feathers there. I have no idea. But the fact that now it's two people, it's Shams and Logan Murdoch of the Ringer, saying the Warriors had an opportunity to trade for the former Celtic before the deadline in February, but couldn't build an organizational consensus that Brown would be the right player to carry the Warriors beyond the Curry era.
See, I just disagree. Here's what I heard. Yeah. If your algorithm, and this is where I would disagree. If this is true, I'm going to go on, everything's true. That's all I have to work on, right? These are reports. Even if I don't believe some of the timeline stuff. If you have a threshold of we will only trade 4 first-rounders for guys that we think we can build around beyond Curry, we just fundamentally disagree, because now you're limiting the pool of available players to how many guys in the league? Shea, Victor, Cade Cunningham,
Anthony Edwards,
Anthony Edwards. We're talking about a handful of guys. So if that's your threshold, then no trade's ever going to be good enough for you.
Correct.
Meaning you're never going to give up enough pieces to get a player that you want.
I also don't understand why you can't trade for Jaylen, and then after a couple years when Steph moves on, if you want to tear it down, you can still trade Jaylen Brown again. Yeah, you're not going to get the 4 first-rounders, but it's not like you're going to get nothing for the guy. Like, that's this whole other notion that, like, I would rather just tank and do all this now. And I was like, the Warriors fans are telling us, the majority of them, that they don't like what they're doing right now. And I would have absolutely done the 4 first-rounders for Jaylen Brown.
It is. Let's call it what it is. 4 is extremely rich.
Absolutely.
And I think that there's
money don't make money, though.
I think there's a legitimate argument that I will listen to from people saying, Joe, I'm not giving up 4 picks for anyone. Sure. Like, if that's what you know what? In this modern landscape, give me the argument. I'll listen to it. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'll listen to it. I personally believe this is one of those few players that I would have done it for. And if your algorithm is, no, it needs to be a better player, I'm sorry. Who am I betting on the next 5 years, him or Giannis? I'm betting on Jaylen. You're asking me who am I betting on the next 5 years in terms of excellence? Him or, I mean, they were like linked to Lowry Markkanen, for Christ's sake.
He averaged 29, 7, and 5 on almost 50%
What exercise
shooting.
are we doing here?
I know.
Warrior fans, like, okay, if you don't think he's worth 4 first-rounders, my main question to you is, who is? Who in the league is worth 4 first-rounders? Or do you not think anyone is?
I think you said all of them. That was
Shea?
Yeah.
You think Shea is?
Yes.
Do you, Carter?
Yeah.
Okay, Sam?
I'll concur.
Okay, so that's 1. Jokic?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Who's in Serbia?
How about
winning horse races?
Cade Cunningham?
Yes.
Yeah.
Victor?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Who else? I'm just Edwards.
Anthony Edwards. I would give up. He's box
1,
office.
2, 3, 4, 5.
I think Luka might be in there.
Yeah.
So Luka, okay. Some people would argue with you on that, but I think Luka. I would
100%.
I'm betting on the upside of this player. It might be rich, but I think Cooper Flagg's going to be a baller for the next 10 plus years. I would do it for Cooper Flagg.
I'd throw him in there.
Yeah.
You know I love Cooper.
I know.
Flagg. Okay. So Cooper, he's a very, got a long way to go.
Correct.
I like him a lot.
Like, I'm not, for example, I'm not doing it for guys that maybe are a little more established. I'm not doing that for Paolo. I'm not doing that for Franz Wagner. I'm not doing that.
3 for Paolo.
Which 3 for Paolo?
I would.
What would you do 4?
Yeah. That's where I think we start having conversations.
Exactly. It's interesting, right?
But
I love Paolo.
Can I admit, I'm splitting hairs.
Yes.
If I really want the player, I'll probably overpay.
But coming off the season he just had and having a finals MVP under his belt and playing in 2 NBA finals, Jaylen Brown is a part of these conversations.
So he's
absolutely in the mix.
Okay,
yes.
Okay. So I guess now, because like Carter, I know you and Sam are like, 4, I don't know if I do that.
I just think it doesn't match the timeline for me.
What do you mean?
Like, by the time you rebuild the team, he's just kind of carrying you through dead years to me. And so giving up 4 first-round picks, I struggle with.
Yeah, but have a pick every other year, though.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But how does the rest of the roster look? We have a roster right now that has 2 highly, highly paid guys, which Jaylen Brown would be.
I think you're looking at it, and this is why they are in the predicament they're in now. We keep looking at it beyond Steph. You make this move, you're not worried about beyond Steph till beyond Steph.
Till beyond Steph.
Then you pivot and you worry about it.
I have been worried about it, everything beyond Steph.
And that's why we've been in this 2-timeline conundrum for 5 years. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
That's what Tim Kawakami basically reported on the Plus Minus podcast, is that Joe Lacob is viewing this all about post-Steph right now.
And what I would say is like, I just fundamentally did. And by the way, I want to be clear. I have felt this way since the Jordan Poole trade.
Right.
Since the Jordan Poole trade, my whole thing was like, well, if you're going to move this guy for nothing, what are we doing?
Right.
Why would we do this? Even if you want to say to me, Joe, Jordan Poole's value the day he was traded was so low, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, then you hang on to him for like as long as you can and you shine him up. All right, like you're trading him because he doesn't fit for right now. And Chris Paul does? He doesn't even come off the bench for you first in a play-in game. You know who did? Pods, the rookie. So guys, all I'm saying is if you wanted Jaylen Brown, the cost of doing business was 4 picks, right? So you're just out on Jaylen Brown then. Like, this is the cost of doing business for a guy who's a top 15 player right now in the NBA.
And that's the cost of getting a guy like also LeBron James to want to come here and sign a 2-year, $8 million deal. If you had gotten Jaylen Brown, LeBron James is here.
It's LeBron.
Absolutely,
because
he's here.
It's not just Jaylen Brown for 4.
No.
Basically, I view it as LeBron and Jaylen Brown for 4
Carter, would you feel different if you got LeBron to come with Jaylen Brown?
That's when we got in this argument on air. This has been my entire point, is what you guys are saying.
What do you mean?
Is that now, in retrospect, with the 4 firsts for Jaylen Brown, are you considering it? I wasn't prior to the LeBron thing, but my mind opened up to it.
You should have. Yeah, exactly.
So, but
that was my point a week ago when we had this conversation.
The whole Jaylen Brown thing, for me, like as I go back to reality a little, I just never believed that they wanted Jimmy Butler. And maybe I'm the wrong one and I'm misinterpreting the situation and all they cared about was the picks.
Yeah.
I find that hard to believe, but let's just say that that's where they're going.
I think it was even they knew that they weren't going to accept the 4 first-rounders, but because Dunleavy's clearly been on record and we've heard it through the media, he clearly covets these things. He's saying now more than ever, these picks are so damn important. And they knew, I think, Boston, that he was never going to, chew on that. So they just threw it out there.
Here's the other part. And this, again, we're going back to the reality.
But they would have taken it.
I was buying this at face value to play this exercise. Let's be real here, though. I also believe a part of why this is all coming out now is I think Boston is doing PR damage to say, the best we could do was 2 picks and Paul George. We wanted 4, but, the Warriors didn't want to bite. Like, I think it's easy to say that now.
Again, if you're just joining us, the latest from Logan Murdoch of The Ringer in his latest article talking about, Warriors missing out on LeBron James and where this team goes from here. The Warriors had an opportunity to trade for the former Celtic Jaylen Brown before the deadline in February, but couldn't build an organizational consensus that Brown would be the right player to carry the Warriors beyond the Curry era. I don't even think people care beyond the Curry era, to your point. All this frustration right now, and we're hearing from the Bomani Joneses, the Bill Simmons, the David Dennis Jr., everyone, ESPN, it doesn't matter. Everyone is saying, how dare you fail Stephen Curry in these latter years in Golden State? Well, if you brought in Jaylen Brown, you'd be pairing Steph with one of the best, still in his prime, players in the NBA. He's 29. He's not 30 yet. He will be in October. He is in his prime, ready to go. Best two-way player in the game, potentially, coming off a 29-7-5 season in Boston as the main dude. Not Jason Tatum, who wasn't there for a majority of the season. It was Jaylen Brown. And if I get at least 2 years with him and Steph, maybe 3, and that entices LeBron James also to come here on top of it, yeah, this is a major swing and a miss by the front office. Major, major, major. And I don't think you could spin it any other way.
But again, it all is predicated on them having Boston, if we're going to play this whole game,
taking on Jimmy
we
Butler,
have to assume that they wanted Jimmy Butler. And that's where I keep coming back to. I have a hard time believing that.
Sure. I can only go off what Shams and Logan are saying.
I know, but,
for sure.
But again, Joe, why does this come out now? Why weren't we hearing this during that time? Why didn't we hear this at February?
It's a good question.
Why didn't we hear this around the trade deadline?
I don't think Jimmy's worth anything either. You and I don't disagree on that. Where we do disagree, though, is I think that 4 first-round picks from the Warriors
overrides Jimmy's availability.
Overrides 2 first-round picks from the new look 76ers, mind you.
Who are going to be a top 10 team.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the Warriors are going to be right in where you want to be, basically, to get the number 1 pick. They are going to be right there.
No, but I guess what I'm saying to you is that I think you're really devaluing Paul George. Everyone thinks he's useless, and look, I don't like him. It's making me out to be a.
But you're saying he's worth 2 first-round picks, is what you're saying.
No. His healthy body is worth more than Jimmy not playing at all, which is extremely depreciating. The picks are a separate evaluation.
Okay, but if both those offers are on the table together, and you get to pick between one of them, that means that you are picking Paul George over 2 first-round picks. Am I wrong?
It's a healthy Paul George over the 2-round picks and no healthy Jimmy Butler because you're stuck with Jimmy. He
comes off the books after this year.
No, I agreed.
You're basically eating this season.
Yeah,
if you're Boston, you're basically eating this season.
I don't think they were ready to concede during Jason Tatum's prime simultaneously, which I think you're not factoring that.
I think you could be right there. I'm just saying the package is better to me. That's all.
The package might be better, but I think you're devaluing year 1 of said package.
As a GM, you have a job, and your job is to take the best package available.
No, you're not. Your job is to compete for titles. No. See,
I don't think they're contenders.
It depends on the spot. It depends.
I don't think they're contenders.
They do.
I know they do, and I disagree. That's all.
Okay. Well, I mean, they just lost to Paul George in the playoffs.
They were down 3-1, and they just lost to the 76ers that didn't have Jaylen Brown or LeBron. Now they just got better.
No. You and I agree with that trade, but I'm saying Boston's viewing it as, but Paul George just kicked our butt.
Yeah, Brad Stevens isn't viewing it.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, and you just lost the guy who led you there too.
And they're saying, but once we got there, where was he?
What do you mean?
Meaning, once you got into the playoffs, he shrunk. This other guy outplayed him. Paul George outplayed him in that series.
So you still lost your best player.
No, I agree with you. Look, it's the same rhetoric that got the Warriors in their little bind. Oh, Jordan Poole's really bad in this playoff series. Gotta go.
Right.
I think we overreact to these playoff series. Great example, Josh Giddey. Why is he no longer in Oklahoma City?
Because of that playoff series a couple of years ago.
Can't unsee it.
Yeah.
And I think he's a good player. Now, is he as good? No, but he's a good guy. I don't know.
Well, we might.
Or not good guy, good player.
We don't know how that one. Don't talk about that.
Look. Carter, the other part is, I find it just mystical that Paul George just keeps getting traded for as many first-round picks as he does.
The Warriors
How many first-round picks?
The Warriors wanted to trade for him.
How many first-round picks has Paul George been moved for?
The guy played 40 games last year. It's the most baffling
That's what I was just going to get at, too. You know how many he played the year before?
Less.
Yeah. He played 37 last year and 41 the year before.
But he also had a suspension this year, not an injury. That's the way he's playing.
I don't care. You got to be on the court.
No, Carter, again, I'm painting myself as a Paul George apologist when I don't even like him. I'm trying to put the Brad Stevens hat on.
I want to be honest, too, and know that I acknowledge he was so much better this year in the playoffs than he'd been since he was on the Pacers.
Which is the same.
100%.
Which is the same thing that happened for who? Karl Anthony Towns this year. Karl Anthony Towns had not been a historical good playoff player for the Knicks. And then this year changed everything till the finals.
Here's another excerpt, and we're reacting to Logan Murdoch's recent article via The Ringer. The Warriors' current fixation on the future hasn't netted any homegrown stars and hasn't revealed a roadmap to contention in the long term. If anything, the lack of urgency about improving the team left the ultimate pitch to LeBron flat. They could offer the greatest show on hardwood, plus a chance to play with friends, golf with Steph, and jet down to LA to see his family on the off days. But a pitch like that disrespects one of the league's greatest competitors and raises sobering questions about what the Warriors have left to offer their own superstar, the greatest player in franchise history. And I think that is ultimately going to be the next conversation. And he goes on to say here, Curry will be eligible for an extension in August, and he can posture behind the scenes to entice the Warriors to invest more in the team over the final years of his career. But Curry has long maintained that he wants to be a one-team player. That would be the most shocking thing, right? If Steph doesn't sign an extension. Because if he doesn't sign an extension, I mean,
I don't even know. This I'm more like looking at the Lakeup aspect of this and the front office. There's a scared to make a move feel to this, just overall, just in general. And it's got a lot of like Farhan vibes.
And I don't get
we have to win the deal.
Well, I don't get the calculations in that respect if you're Joe Lacob, because Warriors fans are already assuming after Steph, it's going to be lean. Like it's not going to.
But they don't want to give in on that.
Yeah, but
they're wrong.
But they should understand that that's how the fan base is feeling already. Once Steph is done, they're expecting you not to be very good. Like that's how these things work. You're expected, like the Patriots, like with Tom Brady. They were not good for a couple of years before going to this past Super Bowl. That's expected after a dynastic run, that you're not going to be good for a while. The problem is you still have Steph on the roster playing well, and you're also still not very good. So, like, that's what's angering the fan base is your refusal to help him out is what they're saying.
And then icing on the cake is we still think we're good.
Is this this comment from Mike Dunleavy when the season ended what really pisses people off?
That's the part that really bugs me.
In the grand scheme of things, not a lot about the roster. This just isn't about the roster, frankly. Like, this year, I don't think we came up short because of the talent of the roster. It was injuries and things we could control. Do we need to get better roster-wise? I think so, but we didn't get to a point where we played a team where, their roster was better than ours. So for that reason, we're more focused on the stuff that we can control. We'll always look to be better, talent-wise, roster-wise, all that. But going back to the question as far as the discussions weren't really about that. It was more with the team that we have, how can we be better? And what are the things we need to do to build on for long-term success?
And this is the same guy that has gone through this entire offseason, not bringing in one new player via free agency or trade. It's an extension of your own from last season and drafting Yaxel Lindeborg and LeJay Jones. That's what they've done. So he's still, I guess, glomming on to that quote he had a couple months ago about, hey, when this roster is healthy, the problem is, Mike, they're not going to be healthy this year.
Can I ask another question that has not been asked yet?
Please.
Where's Steve in all this? Because I just hear me out. Remember, obviously, Tatum and him had that issue with playing time in the Dream Team.
I know, which I thought was ridiculous because it's not a slight to have Steph
KD.
Curry, KD, and LeBron over you.
But I thought it was a slight that, and I said it during the tournament, Jaylen Brown should have been on this team.
Oh, yes. And Jaylen was pissed.
Yeah, and he should have been.
What was the injury that happened or someone backed out? Was it Kyrie? Something happened where there was an open spot available and they didn't go after Jaylen Brown and he felt some type of way. Remember, it was like a whole Nike dispute thing. There was some weird stuff. Sorry, continue.
No, but I guess I watched Book and Book did a good job. But
yes,
I think Jaylen Brown would have been a perfect backup shooting guard. They had Ant Edwards as well, obviously. But I'm sorry, he should have been on that team. And look, they had Derek White as well on that team. And I like Derek White a lot.
Yeah.
Right. And I actually think he fits really well with their ball movement and everything. But I thought Jaylen Brown should have been on that team, even more so than Jason Tatum.
Yes.
I mean, they had two players from the same team on that team, and he was the finals MVP. That's odd.
That's okay. So I know that Team USA is bigger than Kerr, but he has influence on that. Is Jaylen Brown just does Kerr not like his style of play? I'm asking out loud. I don't know the answer to this. Are we putting too much on Lakeup and Dunleavy and maybe not enough on Steve Kerr, who also has input on the roster?
Well, this is another little excerpt. Again, Logan Murdoch of The Ringer. Maybe
I'm just asking.
Someone will reach out to him, I'm sure, from the station today. But if not, I would love to get him on. Since Meyer's departure in 2023, Lakeup has consolidated more power over personnel decisions. And his fear of what life after Steph will be like for the Warriors has been the biggest reason the team has opted not to exchange more future draft picks for immediate help. To be fair, the Warriors' forward-thinking approach was a key component to their dynastic success with a hint of luck thrown in. Their shrewd below-market extension in 2012, to your point, as you were bringing up earlier, Joe,
yes.
for Curry, was plagued with ankle injuries in his early career. Their success in the draft helped them lay a foundation of championships to come. Later, they took advantage of a one-time cap spike to absorb Durant, and when Durant left, Myers engineered a sign and trade for D'Angelo Russell, paid Russell the max, and then flipped him for Wiggins, who became a vital contributor to the 2022 title, and then flipped him for Jimmy Butler.
And by the way, as you're bringing up all this, Drew Holiday was also on that Team USA team ahead of Jaylen Brown.
He was.
I think that's where I had lost my mind. Remember we were doing those summer shows?
Another one of his teammates.
I love Drew Holiday, but Jaylen Brown?
I know.
Jaylen Brown?
I know.
If we're putting together the best team.
Drew Holiday's
with the
a
best
baller,
defenders.
but I'm with you.
No, Drew's I love Drew on an NBA team.
Yes.
Team USA.
But he was playing in a lot of big games, remember, with the Bucks, et cetera. Yeah.
It's Jaylen Brown.
I know, but the Jaylen Brown we view now compared to Drew Holiday, then no, I'm serious. Drew Holiday he was thought differently. Now he's an afterthought. He was thought differently. I'm with you, Joe.
I think
overall.
he's been an All-Star, 6 times in a row?
I'm with you.
I mean, it'd be one thing, right, if like Jaylen Brown was only good on one side of the ball and you needed a defender, let's say.
Well, his
but
whole thing is
he's
he
a
can't
two-way
dribble
player
very well. Yeah. He can't dribble very well. That's his only thing.
But if you're in transition with that team,
Joe, I was arguing,
and you're moving without the ball.
I'm telling you, I was arguing with Bonte in real time all the time behind the glass about why Jaylen Brown is better than Jason Tatum. We were getting shouting matches.
I'm not a big Tatum guy.
No, I've
like
never been either.
I've always liked Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
But he's even surprised me at his development and his growth. But is Kerr a part of this at all? I'm just asking.
Maybe. I think it's fair to question everything right now with the Golden State Warriors because it does seem like Logan's saying right there, they're so afraid of life after Steph that they have to have all these picks and all this optionality. But what are you going to do with it? What is this destination, Joe? Once Steph is gone. I know it's a destination now. The only reason LeBron was flirting to coming here anyways was because of Steph. If you brought in Jaylen Brown, as we've seen with Philadelphia, that would have made you a legitimate title contender and destination spot. Well, again, hindsight's 2020 with all of this. The Philadelphia 76ers didn't know that they'd be in the LeBron market when they got Jaylen Brown. Then they became the number one option for him. It just, after all that's taken place in these 72, 100 plus hours, Joe, with Draymond coming back, losing out on LeBron, whatever, Warriors fans are rightfully, I think, pissed off of these last handful of years and how they've gone. And unfortunately, no one is above blame right now, even Stephen Curry, when it comes to all this, I think is what I'm getting at here. And what we've come to the conclusion of. Joe is a part of it. Dunleavy, Bob Myers, Draymond, everyone's a part of it.
What have they needed for 5 full years? A 2-guard.
Jaylen Brown.
Who can defend, a shooting guard who can defend, who can get out in transition and is an elite athlete. We've been dying for perimeter defense. Knock down just enough shots. We don't even need you to. Clay, no. Just be Leandro Barbosa on offense. That's fine. Defend at the highest of levels. This guy would have been on a platter for you.
I remember, God.
What have we been saying? Who's going to guard Luka? Who's going to guard Shea? Who's going to guard Murray? Who's going to guard Emmett Thompson and all these other guys? Right?
We had a show.
Edwards.
Joe, we had a show. I think it was the Warriors Summit 2 or 3 years ago. And I want to say there was an argument about trading Jaylen Brown. This was during the Andrew Wiggins era. And there was a lot of, I think, hosts at this station that didn't want to trade for Jaylen Brown and get rid of Andrew Wiggins. I could be wrong. That was a conversation you had. No, you were at it was the Fieldwork Brewing. It was somewhere. It was the Warriors Summit. And this was a conversation that was had, trading for Jaylen Brown. This was years ago. And they still didn't want to do it. So, now there's this revisionist history of, oh, well, maybe they always wanted Jaylen. No, a lot of people didn't want Jaylen Brown a couple years ago. Now, Finals MVP, looked like an MVP candidate last year. Yeah. It's looking a lot different.
I like Jaylen Brown.
I've always loved him. You and I have always loved him.
I know.
But a lot of people don't. Or didn't.
I watched him at Cal, and never did I think he'd be the 3rd overall pick.
Yeah.
Ever. I just didn't. But then also, he's just got better and better and better and better and better every single year. And I know, the element that I think everyone is afraid to touch that's very nuclear is he's a strong,
opinionated
black man.
Yes.
Playing in Boston.
Yes.
And they keep filing under teammate and all this. I've never heard a teammate talk about him in a negative way. So I don't think that's even fair. But it's hard to not think that there isn't some stench of he's politically alienating people with his being smart, being intelligent, being thoughtful. I have no problem with that. I don't know why there's this stigma around him. It honestly bugs me. He's a great player. He's a great player. I'd love to have him on my team. I'd love to have him representing my community.
I agree with you there. He is a devoted and practicing Muslim. He did the pilgrimage over to Mecca a couple years ago.
Yeah, I don't even care about that.
Well, no, but again, we like to pick and choose when we care about man of faith. He is a man of faith, but it's not the faith that a lot of people want or the fans of certain fan bases.
Are you a good person?
I agree with you.
He's never done anything. He's never done anything off the court. I know you're not saying that. But
I'm not saying that. I'm saying we pick and choose and say, this person's a man of faith. People always go, he must be a Christian. No, you don't have to be a Christian to be a man of faith. He's Muslim, which is fine.
I'm Catholic, but the older I get, as long as you're good to people and you don't,
But unfortunately, in today's society,
you're right.
That has a negative connotation. And it sucks.
You're 100% correct.
It's horrible.
No, it's ridiculous, actually.
And he has a YouTube channel where he speaks about it. Now, do I love him going at Stephen A. Smith all the time?
Draymond has a podcast that he releases every other day.
Which Warriors fans don't like. Let's just keep it a buck. They don't like that. Hashtag new media.
Welcome to,
I know, life in
sports in 2026. Everybody has a podcast or a stream or a TikTok or this or that.
Everyone. Everyone.
Is he good?
I want Jaylen Brown.
Has he ever been in trouble off the floor? No. Is he good? Yes.
They're winning the title next year, right?
Sixers?
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like it.
Yes, they're going to win it all.
It feels like it.
Oh, fast five, Carter. I know.
Just don't care.
You can pray to whoever you want. You can love whoever you want. Win me a damn Super Bowl. Win me a damn championship. I don't care. Give me a title. God, just don't be a creep and don't be a weirdo. Is that hard? That's my final thought.
Don't be a weirdo. There was some stuff coming out of Marin County yesterday about a coach. It was not good.
Yikes.
Yeah,
that's not good.
Allegedly. I don't really have anything. So, Sam, your turn.
On that note, Sam.
Yeah, well, first off, shout out to the kid, Macklin Celebrini, on your great contract extension today. Glad you're going to be here for the next 5 years and beyond. And I'll just say this on this Jaylen Brown thing. Spadoni and I had an animated conversation about the break. And, I would have been hesitant to give 4 firsts for Jaylen Brown if
Sam,
you're talking about.
I'm sorry if I sounded dismissive of you.
No. We'll settle that after the show. Don't worry. We'll fight.
What?
No, we're good. We're good.
Okay, all right. Because I said you don't know. What did I say, Sam?
What do you know about building an NBA team?
What do you know about building an NBA team? And then I was going to say. Then he left. It's like, what do I know about building an NBA team?
Well, no, I said that to you.
Well, yeah. Well, no. I was going to say that though.
Time out. I have constructed 14 consecutive NBA champions on NBA 2K. All right, I do know how to build a team.
There you go.
But see, I don't know, Spadoni. I play as much 2K as you, so
I don't play. That's the thing.
There you go. That's why we don't know anything.
I drafted this kid, Joe Shasky. He's 7'4".
Wow,
dude. Victor's got nothing on him.
I wish we had that Joe Shasky. Anyway, but I don't know where I was going with this. But listen, if you want to bring Jaylen Brown in, I would say you bring him in. If you think you could use Jaylen Brown as a way to lure future free agents, that's where I would maybe disagree with Lakeup's assessment that Jaylen Brown wouldn't be
no
good
one hits free agency.
That's another thing.
You
have to trade for these
What
guys.
world are we in? This is the modern NBA. Everybody extends and again asks out. No, name the last great free agent who wasn't named LeBron James. Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Everyone else is a sign and trade. Everyone else. That was 10 years ago.
Oh, okay, well then forget my idea then.
Well, no, it's true though.
Glad we kept the picks.
Sorry, I apologize.
No. Honestly, that's a good point. You're right.
You have to rely on the draft and having shrewd trades.
This should be the name of the show today.
Carter.
All 7'4" of you.
My 2K character.
At some point, you just finally have to admit it's over. And I think Warriors fans are having trouble doing that, obviously. And look, trading for Jaylen Brown, that sounds great and dandy. Is that going to get you over the hump? Is that going to make you a title contender immediately with Steph Curry here and everything?
If it brings in LeBron James, yes.
Yeah.
It makes me happier.
I would have trouble reading those tea leaves that would bring me LeBron James personally. And maybe you guys can say, well, I could have seen that coming. I didn't see that coming. So,
I mean, is it far-fetched if, we were talking ourselves into last season, Jimmy Butler making this team a championship contender? I don't think so. I think Jaylen Brown's a significantly better player than him. And last season, we were talking about the Warriors being potential contenders. Absolutely, if they added Jaylen Brown, we would talk ourselves into it. Now, ultimately, there's a hierarchy still.
Yeah, looking back, that was foolish.
You're so down on the hierarchy right now, Carter, that if you can move up 2 tiers with Jaylen Brown, I'm signing up for that in a heartbeat. The problem is to your point, Carter, when you find out all this stuff after the fact, it really messes with the fan base's psyche, and that's what we're wrestling with right now. And I don't blame Warrior fans for pulling out their hair this morning when you could have had Jaylen Brown potentially, and you're ending up with Bupkis. I understand why they're pissed off. I do.
Look, eventually, some point, you're going to have to rebuild. That's just my bottom line.
Yeah, and I'm not even trying to do it until after Curry.
Yes.
That's fine. I just think that we need to look at this in reality eventually, and you just can't keep trading for stars eventually.
This also
I think Steph Curry feels that way, too.
This also happened pretty quickly once Jimmy got hurt. In the grand scheme of things, that changed everything. Once Jimmy Butler got hurt, it's a wrap.
By the way, it leaked about an hour ago that the Clippers offered LeBron 1 year, $20 million, and that would have kept him staying at home. So if your pitch was that you'd be closer to home, that wasn't a good enough pitch.
No, and we talked about that on air. I was like, there's no chance in hell he would leave the Lakers to go to the Clippers.
To play with who? Don't say Kawhi.
Yeah, because
who's the next best player on that team?
Darius Garland?
Oh, my God. Come on.
Yeah, I can't even. Yeah, because Zubac isn't on there anymore.
I love Zubac.
Yeah.
It's Garland.
It's Garland. Oh, God.
You know, I really wanted to play with Darius Garland. Said no one ever.
All right.
She just said it for the first time.
Who said the Bay Area sports scene is boring in July? There's a lot happening right now. Oh, my God. Oh, what's the next guy that the Warriors are going to be linked to that we find out that they could have traded for?
Bradley Beal.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bradley Beal could have been a guy. He stinks. Stop. I never.
They could have had LaMelo Ball, but they said no.
I would have been in on that. You know, but hey, you could have had Ja Morant. At this point, Ja for a couple players that you don't really want? Could have happened. Would you rather have Ja Morant on this team than whatever they have right now?
I mean, given the situation, absolutely.
Spadoni did have a point. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I'm Galen, co-founder of Brooklyn Solarworks. With my Chase Inc. Business Premier Card, I get unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything we buy to run our solar business gives us cash back that we put back into the neighborhood, donating solar panels to community gardens.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
I think we should have an open relationship.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Let's definitely do that.
With our cars.
Oh, Flex Car. Yeah, that's what I meant too.
Flex Car is the first and only month-to-month car lease. Swing from a Wrangler 1 month to a Prius the next. Flex Car. You drive everything.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Julio from San Francisco. Used RNS of SF a few times now for our business. Great guys to work with. Special thank you to Marcelo, Roberto, and Alex for making this last project as seamless as possible. I will definitely use them again.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap. no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. An official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God. Oh.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
This should bother you.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
No. None of that today. None of that today.
No,
Today's
we
not
need a
about
lot of
being
that.
bothered.
I'm sick and tired of being negative.
Go.
Give me something positive.
It's your daughter's 21st birthday.
Well, you know,
how about that?
Dude, you just... Ken, I need you to finish the day for me. Evan, thanks.
Happy birthday to Milan.
Yeah, 21.
Happy birthday to Milan.
Deuce one, yep. All right, I'm done. You just stole that, but I'm still angry. She's in Mexico, so I can still be disgruntled about the Bay Area sports scene.
I'm here to cheer you up today. Well, at least I'm going to try.
Well, before you try, I put on a song. It's a banger. Call on Me.
Call on Me. By who?
Janet Jackson and Nelly, a duo. You can call on me. Yeah, that got me a little, but then it's evaporated. So what do you got?
Well, what I got, see, it's interesting. And look, we're going to get into, I think kind of, I've been sensing a lot of frustration this week, Gil.
And lies.
And so what I did, and we can, do it at 15, 30 minutes. I put together a bunch of sports stories that I think are pretty positive. And I want to run them by you because I don't think they're going to be good enough for you. And that, to me, is highlighting where people are at.
Dude, they involve Dylan the Dragon. Butch, he's in love with Grant Cone and now Dylan the Dragon. I thought it was Dylan and Sales. I'm all excited. No, hey, Dylan the Dragon, do your thing. But Butch he's got heroes, man.
I know Puff the Magic Dragon.
Well, I'm going to give you one.
I don't know about Dylan.
Look at you.
I'm just kidding.
Shout out Dylan.
No, shout out the morning show. Yeah, it was a nice interview. We do have a big wig coming on today.
Woof.
Yeah, we have the at 1:20 later on today. A part of, by the way, maybe the best sports story in the Bay Area.
Is that why you wore your sweatshirt?
Yeah, well, it is.
Good God.
No, we got the general manager of the Golden State Valkyries coming on at 1:20. So again, later in the show, final hour, Ohema Nienen is going to join us at 1:20. Thank you, Tiff. Yep, we can ask about her.
You knocked that name out the park. That's why I'm in the 2-chair.
Ohema Nienen. Well, not tomorrow. Or wait, no, Friday.
Friday.
Are you going to be in the 1-chair Friday?
I'm me. I don't change because you guys leave. I'm Derek Jeter.
Well, you could pull a Steiny. Steiny sometimes slides over to the 2 when he doesn't feel like doing the 1.
He mails it in. He ain't here. When he's over here, it's just like, boy, Kitty's reminded of Steiny we need to take. I'm playing Steiny if you're listening on the Odyssey app.
He's not listening. Yeah. Although he could be listening on September 1st on Sirius XM. A lot of people don't like my singing
voice. Steiny has one. I got to give him that, and I hate admitting it. Well, he's got a voice. Give it to him.
Just because it's better than yours doesn't mean it's necessarily good.
Yeah, I like it.
Well, he's one of those shower singers. Yeah. I appreciate him being willing to keep it at the air. All right. So, part of it today, actually, I'll just give the floor to you. You sent this text into the group chat, and it kind of spurred me to, jump on some of the things that are going on well in the Bay Area. But you are right that a lot seems bleak when it comes to the Golden State Warriors because Ken, was it you that sent the text about windows?
Because we've been fighting, Kenny and I.
We've been talking about windows. We've been talking about windows.
Not cleaning windows.
No. We're talking about open windows. And I think, with Macklin Celebrini's new contract for 5 years, that window for the Sharks is wide open.
And Will Smith and their new draftee.
Right,
so they got action.
Yeah, I think they're, out of all the Bay Area sports, I think they have the biggest window right now.
And you got mad at me, Kenny. Shout out Gary Thorne. I go back to Gretzky and NHL on ESPN and Lindros. $18 million. That kid should be making $40. Pods is going to make more than Celebrini, so I wasn't aware that hockey wasn't getting that chicken like that.
It's been that way since the dawn of time, since they've ever dropped a puck.
Evan, Pods is probably about to get more than Macklin, and Macklin is probably the new Gretzky.
And
I didn't know.
The rat on the table. It's Macklin Celebrini. Brought to you by Ice Pest Control. Is going to be making sixth-man NBA money. No, congratulations to Macklin.
No doubt.
He's the highest paid per-year player in the NHL.
Did his first radio hit here on this show with Steiny, yourself, and me.
This is Macklin Celebrini.
Yeah.
You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 of the game.
He's got some chicken now.
No, but you're tired of windows, and that's where I kind of want to start today. Why are you tired of windows?
Because they don't come true. You don't know what's open, what's not. And I really got to rewind. Scatterbrain, I'm here. Evan and Ken and listeners, I can't get over just falling for the banana in the tailpipe that was LeBron James and how close it was reported that he was coming here. That's on me. But it wasn't me. I relied on social media. I relied on Couch. I relied on everything. And now the reports and crumbs are coming out that he was never coming here. But the station thought he was coming here. It wasn't just me. So I thought that was a window, LeBron coming here of, oh my gosh, it might be cracked open more than half. And now to find out he's not coming. He never was coming, Evan. And now I feel like the Warriors window, it's closed.
Well,
right now it's closed.
Right now it is. And the question is, how do you get it back open? I think that's the $1 million question inside of Chase Center is if your championship window is closed, what do you do to get it open? Because we found out today in Logan Murdoch's latest for The Ringer that the Warriors weren't really interested in trading for Anthony Davis.
I get that, E.
Weren't interested in trading for Jaylen Brown.
Now that I don't get why.
They haven't been interested. Well, they have been interested in other players, and we could go down the list. They were interested in Kawhi Leonard, and Paul George, and Lauri Markkanen, and Giannis Antetokounmpo, Karl Anthony Towns, Kevin Durant, at one point OG Anunoby, Pascal Siakam.
Okay,
all
you need
these
to stop.
I'm just saying, all these players have been in the sights of some inside the building. And I think there's something, I don't want to say bigger goo, but there's something going on. Because the question that I had after reading that piece, and we're going to get into some of the quotes and discuss windows, but I think I want to know if the Warriors are aligned. I want to know that if if they are trying to reopen their window, that if they are trying to still compete at the tail end of Steph Curry's career, how many of them are on board with how they're doing it? Because yesterday, they bring back Draymond for $27.7 million for 1 year. That tells me and everyone they're running this thing back. So this next season, it's not going to be about a championship. Hell, it may not even be about the playoffs. But what are they doing inside that building to get this thing back open? That's the question they have to answer, and I want to try and get into today.
Yeah, and I'll go Marvin Gaye. What's going on? Like Logan pointed out that some were in regard to the FO, some were out on Anthony Davis. Now I wonder how much was that, did that matter with Jaylen Brown? I'm going math. I'm going to use math, the divide, because it feels like there's one. But Jaylen Brown turns 30 in October. And again, 28 points a game last year, Evan. And I ask you, what about the Jaylen Brown profile when you find out he might be available? The Warriors would just turn their nose up and feel like he couldn't help the immediate and then life after Steph. So right there, I go back to draft night when they made, and it wasn't the best joke by Dunleavy, when we saw the video, which looked like two guys not on the same page, Lacob and Mike. I'm starting to wonder, we had fun with that and there was nothing to see. But now I'm starting to think, is there really something there, especially now with this Logan report, to where I want to know who was on board, and I know I'll never get the intel, and who wasn't, and how much of this is ping pong with the Warriors front office, and how much does that matter as to why they're not landing any of these guys? And to Willard's point this week, you haven't done a thing.
No, and Anthony Slater on ESPN yesterday said that part out loud, the quiet part out loud about the Warriors just being fine.
They only have a room really for some minimums left. So the reality is they're bringing a lot of it back together. And I think, bringing Draymond back on the 1 year deal that they prioritized, Brian mentioned the uniqueness of it. It's about the partnership between Draymond and trust in management, but also management's desire to keep that flexibility. He could have gotten a no-trade clause, right? That he was eligible, I should say. The Warriors did not give him that. So they want the ability to make moves in season, make moves, in free agency potentially next year. But also they're just fine running back this kind of older 37-win core and understanding they're not necessarily part of the title conversation. I talked to Steve Kerr 2 days ago. I have a story coming out on ESPN.com that lays out a lot of his thoughts about this moment for the franchise when I think there's a lot of angst. But, he said to me on the LeBron front that I didn't even realistically think we were in the running for LeBron. It's just that everyone kept saying we were. It never seemed serious to me despite all the reports. So I can tell you they didn't hold off on moves because they were waiting for LeBron necessarily. They always planned to bring this team kind of back together. They didn't make any big swing trades. And, they would have loved to have him either on the minimum or a mid-level exception type number. But this just kind of is their static situation right now.
So it sounds like, Goo, this was the plan.
And how can it be the plan when this team has missed the playoffs 2 of the last 3 seasons, E? How can you be content with running this back? That's all. And I think it's fair from any Warrior fan.
Well, especially when I think it was Steve Kerr after the season when he decided he wanted to come back. He said, we need guys who can play back-to-backs. We need to get younger. Dunleavy talking about how there needs to be adjustments. Steph talking about how there needs to be adjustments. And what's hitting me in the face is it doesn't seem like maybe that was about the roster. Maybe it's about players on the roster. And that's tough because you're asking guys that have played in the league for a very long time to play differently, to prioritize the ball, to take care of things. Things that we all knew that they had to do during the season, but they could not do. And that's a big reason why they're a 37-win team.
Yeah, and I was listening to our guys. We got a couple words in on the crossover. It was Willard versus Dibbs. It was all last love.
4 minutes.
Right, it was all love. But Willard brought up what we had talked about real quick here before the break about how we thought about the Draymond contract different than they did, and it was all love. But I got to believe the fact that he didn't get what Slater just mentioned, that no trade clause, I don't think it's all love in the hood. I think there's a possibility this could be Dre's last season, and if something popped off again, you didn't ask, they now have the power to trade him.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings for Matt Steinmetz today alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. Goo's tired of windows, but we got to figure out how to get one back open. Also coming up in just a little bit, I'm gonna try to cheer Goo up.
Let's
All
go.
right. For every bad story, for every bad storyline he's thrown out, I'm gonna try and ping pong one that I believe to be positive back at you. I'm not sure you're gonna like it. Also, 120, it's going to be Ohema Nienen who's joining us, general manager of the Golden State Valkyries. Again, in the last hour, has been doing some awesome work with the Valkyries right now, 19-8 and beginning the second half of their season after the All-Star break. So again, that's at 120. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game here on Steiny and Guru. That was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Northbound 280 sluggish from Mariposa to King. North 101 actually looks great. It's really just slow at the merge with Interstate 80. Bay Bridge metering lights on, and then it's slow from the tunnel to 5th Street.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries today on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians. Because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HobbsLaw.com.
Omar Habbas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
This is Macklin, Celebrini, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru.
Our man.
You pay that man his money. 5 years, $70 million. Man. Highest paid player in the NHL.
And then when I point out, I didn't know the money was, this is funny, that low compared to the other. Kenny just ripped me on the thread. Dude, relax. I know it's a beautiful thing for the Celebrini family. But, Evan, can I trust you?
Yeah.
Wow. No, I know I can. You
I
wouldn't
know
have been
you
around.
can,
You
yeah,
wouldn't have been to the reunion last year. Didn't make it this year, but who's counting? Hey,
1 for 2.
It wasn't his night.
Kevin in the chat says, speaking of the crossover yesterday, Guru, you were cutting Evan off. He couldn't even get a word in. I know when I cut people. You're giving me a look.
You're talking about traffic?
Yesterday, I didn't do that to you, did I?
Look.
That was them, Muhammad Ali Frazier. I sat back. Did I cut you off? And you can, oh my God, I did.
That's disrespectful to Ali and Frazier. The thing is, I don't have to get in the middle of you guys. I
wasn't a part of it.
No, he was talking about before, during the rest of the crossover. And
wow.
And the reality is, you guys kind of put me at the kids' table. And that's okay. That's fine.
You started. I make sure you are involved.
Well, I get the ins and outs, and it's like when you know how do you go to a.
Oh my God! Other people saying I did.
Like you go to your friend's party, right? And maybe this doesn't happen to you because you're the life of the party wherever you go. But you go to a friend's party, and there's about 8 or 9 people, and you don't really know anyone. But the person you come with has to at least introduce you and try to get you into the conversation because, I'm a little more introverted than you are. And so if you are dominating, if you're on the ball, I'm in the corner.
So you're saying I did.
I'm Bruce.
Forget all that.
I'm Bruce Bowen.
Did I do it or did you feel that way? I thought I was great yesterday. I was in the corner.
Well, you were great yesterday, and that's why I got to give you the floor.
Dude, stop.
Just like at
So
the end,
Kevin's
Will and
right.
Dibs, they
It's
had the
bothering
floor.
me.
Oh, they had the floor. And, and basically, Goo, this is kind of the start of the segment. You have the floor because you're the one that's been annoyed with the last few weeks, well, really since the beginning of July. And I do have to say, when we threw in the chat yesterday, you, I, and Ken, the quote from Anthony Slater about how Steve Kerr never really thought that LeBron was a reality and still, of course, had some fun with people when he was in Las Vegas and saying, we got him, put that on Twitter. Was that a troll? Was that him just messing around? And because it's funny to me, Goo, that everyone with the Warriors, especially the older core, none of them really have a problem with what's going on right now.
And that's why, my disdain is towards myself and just the vessel that is social media. Because when Kerr made that comment, I go, you're playing with the basketball gods, coach. This thing is, we're in the home stretch. Why are you playing saying we got him when we didn't? And now we come out and it comes out and we find out. I mean, Evan, we weren't even in the red zone. We might not even been in midfield in regard to delivering LeBron. So I'm just irritated at myself, not only just for thinking LeBron was close to coming here, 90 wins for the Giants. I thought I saw that. That's not going to manifest. The 49er story with Kyle, thank God he's okay. Just, I want a good story. Give me some good news. You said you had a list.
Well, do you want to do it now?
Now I'm cutting you off yesterday in the crossover that you're admitting to without really saying it.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, that's fine. We can start there. Here's one story that's been positive in the Bay Area, and it is Kyle Shanahan. To me, what Kyle Shanahan did yesterday that we found out during the show is one of the rarest things today in society. He told the truth. He admitted fault. He took ownership. He took responsibility. Now, there's a whole lot of stuff that happened from the 2 weeks that he got hurt until now. But what he did yesterday, and by the way, from the reports from everyone that was in that room, in his office with him, all the beat reporters that he and the PR staff of the Niners invited, everyone was consistent that he was remorseful, that he felt sorry, and what he did not want to happen was the inappropriate blame to fall on the shoulders of that 21-year-old woman that he was responsible for hitting. That's a good story. I'm sorry. No one ended up getting hurt in the long run. No one ended up really losing much, outside of being a couple of injuries. Thank God no one was seriously or critically hurt. And what Kyle Shanahan did yesterday is something not a lot of people do. I think that's a good story.
Yeah.
There's one.
And I gave him love for doing that, but I don't want to go above and beyond because I'm just saying, when he was able, during those 11 days, he could have did it then. You know, he could have said what happened earlier. And I felt like him doing get out in front of it yesterday was almost like you almost lightweight had to because the Nuggets were coming out. So, again, I'm not taking anything away from him yesterday, but I do wonder, Evan, man, could you hit this 4 days prior or 6 days prior? And thank God he's okay and everybody involved, the young lady. But I'm just not going to go, and it's his life, but I'm not going to go above and beyond on what he did yesterday when a lot of people are scratching their head as to, I guess he could have did it 4, 5, 6, 7 daase prior.
Well, it sounds like he was in the hospital for some of that.
You know what?
So he was dealing with,
might be right.
dealing with potentially losing his eye. But to me, I think from what he said, and again, there's a lot of people that were in the room that confirmed this. He didn't know.
And Grant was one of them.
Well, he didn't.
Oh.
Well, yeah, Grant Cohn was one of them. Eric Branch was one of them. It sounds like Matt Mayoka was one of them. Who did they have on yesterday? It was our guy.
Barrows.
Matt Barrows was one of them. There's a lot of people that were in that room. And it sounded like Kyle did not know about the clerical error that placed blame on the woman.
Yep.
And then once he found that out, he called everybody in and decided to rewrite those wrongs.
I'll count that bucket.
There's one. The question that I have, though, with the Warriors is, do you think that they're aligned?
I don't. I thought they were. I don't. Especially now with the Logan Murdoch, the video again. You tell me if I'm doing too much here, but now I think it's fair when you just sit back and rewind it. What we saw draft night. Yeah, Mike Dunleavy made a joke, and, you know, we kept it moving. But, Evan, that didn't look like two guys on the same page. Could I be wrong in making a mountain out of molehill? Yes, wouldn't be the first time. But, man, people are starting to talk, and I'm starting to wonder now, especially with this Anthony Davis report, where some wanted the trade done and others didn't. So you tell me what you think of my answer. Shout out Allen Iverson if I say I don't think they're aligned.
And I think that that's a bigger issue than the inactivity or the things that we haven't been happy of them doing or not doing this summer, because this is from Logan Murdoch's latest story in The Ringer, how the end of Steph's era got so bleak. And he wrote this.
Okay.
Should they have tried to trade Jimmy Butler and draft picks for Anthony Davis? At Summer League in Las Vegas, a small contingent of Golden State's front office pushed for that path. But AD's injury history and desire for a new extension ultimately convinced Team Brass to stay put. That's the big quote that's been running rampant on the media, on the internet, pardon me. But I think the bigger quote is the one that follows it, and it's about Jaylen Brown.
Let's hear it.
Should the Warriors have gotten in on the Jaylen Brown sweepstakes? The Warriors had an opportunity to trade for the former Celtic before the deadline in February, but couldn't build an organizational consensus that Brown would be the right player to carry the Warriors beyond the Curry era. Those are two lines about two different players. And before we get into whether they should have traded for Jaylen Brown, should have gone for Anthony Davis, shouldn't have, whatever, to me, these two lines stand out. A small contingent of Golden State's front office pushed for the path, but they ultimately decided to stay put. And then they couldn't build an organizational consensus that Brown would be right. That means they're not on the same page. There's some people in that building who believe that going down the fans' path of pushing in for Curry and pushing all their chips in on the table, that's the way to go. And clearly there's some that believe that staying put, keeping their picks, keeping their optionality that everyone hates, keeping their financial spending at a minimum, that's the way to set themselves up to reopen this window. And to me, Goo, I'm not sure if either path is correct right now, but the reality is if they aren't on the same page, it's going to make the last couple of years of Steph Curry very difficult to deal with, because if they can't reach a consensus on what to do, I don't know how they're going to make these moves and who's going to be the one to eventually win out, whether it's Lacob or is it Dunleavy, is it someone else behind the scenes? Who's going to be the one to finally push that button? Because it seems like since February and into the summer, there hasn't been a consensus on what direction they're going.
I love that. Well said. And the way you just broke it down, I think of indecisiveness. I think of confusion. And I know I keep bringing up Willard and Dibbs, but I want to give Willard some love in this sense. Even when we disagreed, you and I, with him and Dibbs yesterday, he said something that just hit me. It's okay. Nobody knows what the right answer is for us to have a different opinion. And I bring that up because it's just like this story. I'm no GM, right? Obvious, E. But I would love to understand why, and whoever the people were in the Warriors FO that thought Jaylen Brown couldn't be a guy that would change the immediate, might be the best player on the team now, where, you know, in regard to age and production. Why wouldn't he be attractive to where there wouldn't be a consensus to where that's our guy? We'll take a chance just like we did with Jimmy Butler and see where the chips fall. But when you find out, hey, Goo, some people in the Warriors FO felt like you. Some felt like, you know, he wasn't the guy. But among the fans and what I've been reading, I was told Jaylen Brown wasn't an option or wasn't attractive, Evan, because we didn't have the necessary package to go get him. But it sounds like with the confusion going on, we didn't even try. We didn't even get there to make a proposal. And that's what hurts.
Well, apparently they were going to have to do it in February. And part of me also wonders, Goo, just from the Boston side of this, like what Jason Tatum at that time had either just returned or was about to come back.
Right.
And you were getting ready for a postseason push. Why would you have traded your best player at the deadline last season amidst a year that could have potentially became something? So that's one thing for me. Like, because
Boston wasn't supposed to be something a lot of people thought going in.
No, they weren't. But by the deadline, they were a top 3 seed in the East. And so I guess that doesn't make a lot of sense to me of why in February they would have been willing to trade Jaylen Brown.
Fair.
But there's also, you know, from the Warriors side,
closed mouth don't get fed, E.
But like, is 4 first-round picks all in on Jaylen Brown? Because I think that Jaylen Brown proved last year that he can carry a good team with pieces around him. But how many pieces did the Warriors have at the risk of sacrificing everything of the future to build? Because if you trade those picks, you don't have a first-round pick to trade. You have every other year. But you don't have a first-round pick to trade for 8 years. And you better be damn sure that Jaylen Brown can be your next Steph Curry. And that's where I guess if I'm looking at it from that point, that standpoint, I don't know if Jaylen Brown is worth 4 first-round picks.
And I won't sit here in front to that point. That is pretty damn steep. And that's when we can talk about, well, Gooey's going to be 30 in October. But the bottom line is, if I could fast forward, and hopefully you and I are still working here at the station, when those 4 draft picks are culminated and we find out who they were and how successful those picks were or were not, and hopefully they're like Yaxel to where we're feeling good. But damn, E, what if we fast forward and you didn't get much out of it was like what you got out of Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody, and Moody's contributing. But you know what I mean? Like, I just wish we could accelerate and find out, okay, you didn't want Jaylen Brown, but then at the end of the day, what did you end up doing with those picks? And that day will come years down the road. But I am shocked. Like, was Mike Dunleavy one that was in on Jaylen Brown and Joe Lacob? Was it? Like, will we ever find that out? Like, who has enough power or cachet to where Logan Murdoch can report that some people were in and some were out? And now I ain't from Temple, but I'm going to be an owl and say, who?
That's a 4.
That's a 1.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Joe the Guru Johnson. Let's kick things off with our guy Leroy. Leroy's in Oakland. Hey, Leroy, good morning, man. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, E? What's up, Goo?
I'm down.
Hey, E,
I'm down.
I'm going to help you.
Please.
Help Goo try to keep this window open. So, real quick, man, I think the only thing we can do to, kind of slightly keep the window open is we got to get multiple role player guys. And I'm talking about good guys. I'm talking about the Jeremy Grants of the world, the Cameron Johnsons, even Scoot Henderson, some Norman Powells. And we can't just get one. We got to get multiple guys like that. And I think that would help because you guys always know, man, I felt like, I'm a big Golden State Warriors fan, and I always felt like we had one of the worst units when it came to role players. Like, I looked around the league at even some of the worst teams. I was like, man, our role players suck. And I think it kind of played a part in, players not wanting to come here. So that's on that. If we can, get some multiple guys like that in here to, assist this team, that would be fantastic. Now, real quick, I'm getting ready to put the rat on the table that's been on the table.
Oh, brought to you by ATCO. Yeah, look at you.
ATCO, brought to you by ATCO Pest Control. It has always been Draymond Green why people don't want to come here. And if you just gave at least 80% of the players some true serum, they'll tell you who wants to come here and play with Draymond Green. Just like the Jaylen Brown thing, I think they took that more into account than anything. Hey, Draymond Green is already a stick of dynamite. Why would I want to bring a match in Jaylen Green? Why would I want to bring a lighter in Jaylen Green to a stick of dynamite? And I thought that's why they didn't pull the trigger. It's always been Draymond Green, and now we're finding out it's always been the organization that wanted to come back and run this back with Draymond Green. So we think the players didn't hear that. Players that wanted to come here, they didn't hear that the Warriors are going to run this old thing back. So it's always been Draymond Green. People, they don't want to say nothing, but if you gave him the truth serum, hey, heck no, I ain't going to play with that cat. And it's always been Draymond. So, and the Warriors stick by that. So that's what we got.
I'll say this before you leave, Lee. You left. I love all three of those names. But, Evan, I'm starting to wonder, shout out Stevie, do the Warriors look at those guys as they would fit? That's what's concerning me with this Jaylen Brown, who was in, who was out. I mean, Scoot can hoop, and the other guys, Grant, I know he's up there a little bit, but I'm wondering, are the Warriors looking like those guys don't fit our system? Because you're right, Mike said we need to get younger, faster, but nothing's happened.
No, but
we got older. We stayed the same.
But these are the things that you have to weigh when you're looking to make a wholesale change. So if you're giving up a lot for Anthony Davis, you have to be willing to risk the fact that he's unavailable for the majority of the season or the majority of the contract because you're probably going to have to pay him. With Jaylen Brown, I think there's a couple things that go into it. Number one, if the price was 4 first-round picks, didn't Philadelphia in their offer tell you that price is too high?
Yep. Man, great call.
Because they gave up a player that obviously the Boston Celtics wanted in Paul George, but they didn't have to give up much else at all. That's what was so perplexing about the deal. That's
You're
one.
a bad dude.
Two, Celtics, I don't think wanted Jimmy Butler. I don't think they wanted Jimmy Butler.
Part.
And then third, to Leroy's point, if we're talking about fit, wasn't Steve Kerr the guy that left Jaylen Brown off Team USA?
Wow,
and
that part.
Maybe he's not a big fan of his game. So, and two, this is what I think we're learning or should be slapping us in the face. It's like there's not one player that's going to come in here and transform this franchise. I don't think that player is Jaylen Brown. It wasn't going to be LeBron James either. These are players that could help. But let's say you spend all of your draft picks on Jaylen Brown. Is that one player alongside Steph going to elevate you? Because we're not just talking to get to the Western Conference Finals now, you have to be better than two teams. You have to be better than San Antonio and Oklahoma City because those are the two best squads. They don't have to face each other to the Western Conference Finals. So is Jaylen Brown going to help get Steph Curry above both of those two teams? My answer would be no. So you're basically playing to win one postseason series. And after that, hoping that OKC gets hurt, San Antonio gets hurt. And the reality is with an older team, you're more likely to get banged up than those young squads. They have to figure out how to get healthier, how to get younger, and how to get deeper. One player is not going to change the fortune of the franchise right now for Golden State. If there's anything that they could have done to me, it would have been a couple of years ago. But they were reluctant to make a move and get off of their young guys that turned out to not be as good as they thought they were.
Listen, and I'm doing that to you. You made a hell of a case. But I go back and tell me if I'm being a prisoner of the moment. I go back to this Logan Murdoch report. You laid that out. That was well laid out. But somebody within the Warriors front office thought that Jaylen, if that report is true, that Jaylen Brown was sufficient enough to come here and help and be a start, and you manifest it into something. So you just shared with us how you felt, and you could be right, but the confusion part is starting to grow for me amongst the Warriors front office, because there's a report this morning that says, Evan, some in the Warriors front office, we don't know who, thought different than what you laid out because they coveted Jaylen Brown.
Well, I think some people did, and I'm not saying I'm smarter than people that are in that front office, but the way that I look at it is this is going to be Jaylen Brown's 11th season. He's going into his age 30 year. So you would spend all of your future capital to help Steph now. To me, building around Jaylen Brown for the future, it's like you don't build around guys that are going to be in their 30s. The Warriors are proving that is not a way to succeed unless that player is Steph. They built around Steph in his early 30s, and you won a championship. Yeah. You won championship. The last championship, Steph was 34 years old. That doesn't typically work unless that player is a Pantheon, Hall of Fame, top 10, what Steph Curry is type talent. To me, Jaylen Brown, as great of a player as he is, and he's a Finals MVP, he is not in the same class as Steph Curry. So if you're going to acquire him, you better be damn sure that when he's 32 or 33 years of age, which would be towards the tail end of when Steph was helping this team rise to a championship, you better be damn sure that he can do it at the level that Steph can. I'm not so sure about Jaylen Brown.
Okay, and I hear you. I do hear you, and I'll say this, because this is where I'm at. Joe Lacob has built a dynasty, 4 championships, and now, to me, it's becoming apparent that what happened to Joey light years? And you inherited Steph, okay, and you made the most of it. But where are the moves and the deals that are being closed to back up that nickname? And I feel like Dub Nation, especially after this, it looks like offseason that didn't culminate in a trade, a new player via free agency, I think it's fair to question, where is that moxie? That bodaciousness, that audacity to where you could pull a rabbit out of your hat. I'm like, where's Joey Lightyears in all this, E? And I think that's fair. Am I being unfair?
No, well, this is another quote from that piece that we're talking about from earlier, Logan Murdoch of The Ringer. Since Myers' departure in 2023, Lacob has consolidated more power over personnel decisions, and his fear of what life after Steph will be like for the Warriors has been the biggest reason the team has opted not to exchange more future draft picks for immediate help. That's the rat on the table.
And
brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
And I got another one, a little mice to put on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Evan, Steph right now is not going anywhere. And this is not his last season, I don't believe, or a second to last. So how do you, if you're right and you read that, oh my gosh, how does one navigate to please the future while you still got Chef who's still trying to win and play at a high level?
Well, and what you're talking about is building around him. Like our guy Chris Say from Oakland brings up a good point. You know, I disagree with you, Evan, on Jaylen Brown. He's not on Steph's level, but I think you can build around Brown. He's shown that he can carry a team.
28 a game.
But the problem is you're giving up everything you have to build with. Because what do you need to go out and get other players? You need cap space and you need draft picks. You're giving up all your draft picks to bring in arguably, he might be by the time he actually gets to his next extension, he might be the most expensive player in basketball. So,
well, you got that now.
You don't have anything to build around him with.
Well, you're about to, yeah.
You're spending everything to get him. And then that leaves you with nothing. I mean, I think the biggest sin the Warriors have made in the last few years is that they haven't identified players that could help Steph. They've always been trying to hit the home run. The LeBrons, the Giannis's, the Kawhis.
But don't forget the Chris Pauls, the grown-up in the room.
Well,
How did that work out?
It didn't work out. But that was also the best that they could do with a contract that turned out to be, right now, Jordan Poole is not a tradable contract.
Okay, how about, real quick, this culture that was supposed to be something that I bought into, Kevin Durant didn't want to come back? Like, just think about that. There would be no Butler and Butler injury. Kevin Durant did not want to come back here for whatever his reasons were. Like, I think it's fair now, Evan, I step back and question why. And I think we know part of why, but man, that's heavy.
I mean, in my opinion, it's because he was going to come in to have to be the savior. And even in 2016, when he chose to join the Warriors that summer, he was not the savior. He was the best addition possible and the biggest free agent out there. But Kevin Durant was not stepping into the 2016-17 Warriors to lift them, to be the tide that raises all boats. That's what they're asking someone to do right here, right now. All right. We also have some Niners news we got to get into a little bit later in the show. Again, Ohema Nienen, general manager of the Golden State Valkyries, is going to join us in the 1 o'clock hour, so keep it locked here on 95.7 The Game for that. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. That segment was sponsored by Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on at Ceremony Ford to get 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance. No payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models, including the F-150, Bronco, Mach-E, Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Coleman, Daly City, or ceremonyford.com.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries today on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible port and no cash access and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
J Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries, continuing its mission to uplift women across industries. J Vineyards and the Valkyries share a commitment to female leadership, ambition, and breaking barriers to support women who raise the bar in sports and beyond. So Valks fans, join us at the game, at home, or at Jay's Tasting Room in Healdsburg for a memorable experience. J Vineyards, raise a glass to excellence, on the court and in every bottle.
For families living with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, birthdays are a reminder the clock is ticking. For too long, Duchenne muscular dystrophy has shortened lives. Cure Duchenne is changing that. Visit acurecan'twait.org.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast, chronicling the epic story of America, decade by decade, from the 18th century to the 20th. Original music and immersive sound design accompany us on our storytelling journey. Listen to and follow History That Doesn't Suck, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything.
everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Don't miss the all-new stand-up show from Scotland's comedy superstar, Daniel Sloss, at the Masonic on October 17th. The first show sold out, and a second was added. Buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for a chance to win your way in, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, 30-second heads up. Paul Shasky.
You and Kenny good today, huh? I'm in my chair just looking through my eyeglasses.
Who's my guy, man?
Yeah,
Who's my guy?
I just noticed, Steiny, we love you, and he always talks about the traditional. But Kenny a little irritated. He's tapping into his Evan on a daily basis. You good?
I got a weak bladder. It's not my fault. I got the plantar fasciitis. I got a 60-year-old bladder.
Real quickie.
What?
How painful is that? And what part of the foot is it? Or it's just the bottom?
So I'm holding up my hand to the camera for our YouTube audience. So if you look at the heel of your hand.
Yeah.
There's a tendon that connects to the top.
Ooh.
Kind of like your middle finger, that area. That tendon is where plantar fasciitis occurs. So it'd be somewhere
when
in
you
the
walk,
middle.
you feel it.
Yeah. Every single day. It's a little worse in the morning.
You taking anything for it? Motrin?
Drugs, yeah.
Well, no, seriously.
What?
You taking something? Come on, man.
Painkillers, man. I need painkillers. There was something I was going to run by you at the beginning of this segment.
Well, we need good news. I hope you got a long list of them.
Oh, yeah, I do. All right, I got you.
You're your boy, because we got some not so good news coming up.
So Ken and Goob and the Debbie Downers today in our chat and pre-show saying nothing's going on good in the Bay Area. So,
well, the Vows.
Well, the Valkyries are a piece of good news.
No, it's great news, man. They got action.
The Valkyries are tied for second place in the WNBA. Man. They are 19-8 with 17 games left in the regular season.
Dude, we getting a series.
They had Gabby Williams, who is an all-star. We're talking to their general manager, Ohema Nianen, at 1:20 p.m. today.
Let's go.
That's good news.
Oh, holla!
But it doesn't seem like it's good enough for you guys. All this good news that I got, and I got a couple more stories, they're not good enough for you.
Because we left the sports church where we thought we were getting married to LeBron, and then he didn't show up. And then we find out the Giants, they got guys getting hurt on scooters that have no business to me on a scooter because you're hurt, I'm just, all right, I got you the Vows.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, there was a piece of bad news that came out from 49ers camp, which is...
Where are you going?
This is from Adam Schefter of ESPN. 49ers wide receiver Ricky Pearsall is dealing with knee swelling related to the PCL injury he suffered last year. And the team says, quote, all options are being explored, and there is some, quote, concern.
Evan, you just read it. If I could take my shirt off and run around this table, I would.
Don't.
In concern.
Come on, dude.
Evan, this is the knee he just had repaired. Swelling is never good. And then you mentioned the C word, concern. And again, you just started practice camp a day ago, too.
Ricky Pearsall is 25 years old, 26 years old. And he is more injury prone than the 33-year-old wide receiver that they just brought in, who only played, I believe, 8 games last year. Ricky Pearsall, this is a big season for him because it's not a question of what Ricky Pearsall can do on the field.
Not at all.
And I'm not saying he's Jackson Smith and Jigba, but he's a quality receiver.
We've seen it.
But he cannot stay on the field. And I understand he had some awful luck before his rookie season. He got shot. But there's been soft tissue injuries. There's been nagging stuff. The PCL last season. And if this is related to that, that's a big deal because he's expected to be a huge part of the Niners season.
No doubt about it. Like, I listen, I'm not coming in here to be a worrywart, but I cannot believe that of all the people you wanted on that list, He is your young prized possession. And I'll say this, I can't remember a Niner receiver making stellar or just an incredible athletic play, down 40, 35 yards down the field, and then you got to worry about him getting up. Like, we seen that. And again, I'm going to slow down in regard to the concern, but I know, he was on the mend, and I just find it like guys like that, the season was cut short. I just feel like they're the first one at camp to show, I've had time. My body's been in the lab. Let's go. And now we get this report, and I want to add this. You don't laugh at me, but my saying is tomorrow's not promised, and that's for sports too. Evan, I could give you a list of athletes it wasn't about the game. They had it, but their kryptonite was staying healthy. And right now, I don't know how anybody can look at Ricky Pearsall and not be concerned that he could be one of those guys.
Well, I got some good news for you. This is why you drafted Dejon Stribling.
Well, man.
This is why you spent that second-round pick, and I know that they traded back and then traded back again, and people were worried about, was Stribling taken too high, and did they overdraft? This is why you took him. And from all reports, looks like Stribling's had a good first couple of days in training camp.
I saw a nice catch yesterday. Now, the other receiver, was it Kirk that they brought in?
Well, he's hurt.
Yeah, I was like, I'm listening to Willard and Diaz yesterday, like, Evan, you got it. But it's early, right? You're hurt early, nothing to see here, hopefully.
Yeah, to me, of all
but hammy?
Well, I mean, a hamstring, soft tissue stuff, that's stuff that you can hopefully get over. You got a lot of time between now and the beginning of preseason and then into the actual season. But this is a problem because this is something related to an injury from last year that you went and got cleaned up, and it's already flaring up a couple of days into training camp. Ricky Pearsall has been unable to shake the moniker of injury prone since the moment he stepped into the league.
And I'll never forget
it's not his fault
at Arizona
for all
State
of it.
To join the afternoon show. He did that point.
Herm Edwards.
Remember, you played to win the game when he said you got to save the player from himself. This was early on, and now I'm starting to feel like now I know what coach was putting down. Like this, Eve, this is a story that obviously the Niners are and all the Niner fans. Like I'm fixated on he's got to be, hopefully this is nothing, and he'll be there week 1 Thursday against the Rams.
Well, hopefully he'll be, but do we know he's going to be 100%? And this is the question that I ask every time he steps on the football field. Are you going to finish the game? Because it's not just about being out there on the first snap. You got to finish the game.
That's a great call.
When Ricky Pearsall, he was out last year for a lot of the season, came back, got re-injured mid-game. And so until further notice, Ricky Pearsall is brittle. And that's the thing about it. I don't want to go there.
Right. Because it's early.
But until he proves that he's a different player physically, not in terms of his ability. We know that he's a pretty damn good wide receiver when he's on the field. But you can't, to me, going into this season, the Niners' biggest concern is that they have, similar to the Warriors, a lot of aging stars. They have talented guys who have been there, who have Hall of Fame resumes, and the question is, how much more do they have left in the tank? My issue with Pearsall is we're not going to get to see how much he has in the tank because he cannot stay on the football field.
No, you said it. I don't disagree, and I'll put another rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Evan, do you think that's why they were so concerned about this Pearsall's health that Stribling was drafted?
Well, I think also they were going to need to get a replace Brandon Ayuk.
You brought in Evans and Kirk, as I'd mentioned, but I'm just starting to wonder now when Stribling's like how concerned behind closed doors. They're hoping like hell. And you had mentioned the Warrior angle, and you're right, but this is your young stud receiver, and you want him to be healthy so you could say you got it right and get the dividends and return on the football field. But, Evan, I've had many Cadillacs in the shop, and you like to drive them. And when you get them out the shop, you want to go far, and hopefully that check engine light doesn't come on. But, man, when you start the car and that check engine light is on, that's how I feel like Ricky Pearsall's camp has started. We're early into it, and they're swelling.
All right, here's what we got going on today. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and 821 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. The Valkyries are back in action tonight after the All-Star break, taking on the Mercury in Phoenix at 7 o'clock. You can listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game and on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries for all the action, all brought to you by Unstoppables as the official laundry fragrance partner of the WNBA. Unstoppables brings the freshness. You can feel confident, stay in the moment, and smell unstoppable. Try Unstoppables laundry scent boosters for as low as $5. Again, we're talking about the report from Adam Schefter that there is concern, quote, concern about Ricky Pearsall's knee that he re-aggravated, essentially. The same knee that he hurt, a PCL injury that kept him out last season. And to me, this is Ricky Pearsall's biggest problem. And
why, though?
Why? Because his body can't do what he needs it to do. And this has been a couple years now. This is not just him coming into training camp with a nagging hamstring injury. He obviously got shot. That kept him out for games. But it's not just been the bad luck. You have to account for injuries in football. They happen. They're random. That's fair. But not being able to even be on the field, that's a problem. If you're not available for your team, then I can't count on you. And Ricky Pearsall, for the better part of his early career, has not been a dependable wide receiver. That's why they got Stribling. That's probably why they went out and signed Mike Evans. And they were hoping, by the way, to pair those guys with Ricky Pearsall.
No doubt about it.
As either their number one or number two. But a PCL injury and this nagging sort of thing, until further notice, Ricky Pearsall's an injury-prone player.
Man, Evan, it's a big concern for me. And, again, I'm trying not to overreact, but I don't know how you do that. And you could just let it play out. And like I said, the preseason hasn't started. But, man, oh, man, what I don't like is the timing. You've had all offseason to men. You're not getting tackled or whatnot, and you come out early, and now they're swelling, which is never good. So we'll see how it plays out. But for Schefter to use that word that you just mentioned, concern, I mean, I understand it, and you're right. He has never been able to answer the bell since his inception.
He was also a guy that, look, the Niners took higher than some people felt like he was supposed to go.
But he proved to me he had skills. Remember, I was like, who? He can ball. I've seen it.
He's had a couple big games, but not enough. He's played in 20 games in the last 2 yeof That's 10 games.
Yeah.
I'm doing the math. There's 17 games in a season.
Yeah.
So he's been available for a little over half of the NFL games in his first 2 years in the league.
And you got that Seahawk defense twice, you know what I mean? And now the Rams.
And it's not because he wasn't good enough to get on the field.
He was a baller.
No, Ricky Pearsall is supposed to be able to help you. And, I'm looking at these picks that they've made towards the top. Okay, Mykel Williams, ACL tear. Can't do anything about that. That's unfortunate. Ricky Pearsall hasn't been able to stay on the field. Is Dejon Stribling going to be different? I hope so. But this is the kind of pressure they've put on their picks in recent years. Because they've missed on guys, there's pressure for these dudes to hit.
Yes.
Stribling has to be an impact player his first season. Romello Height, who he was carted off with cramps, so I'm not going to say that he's down and out.
Gatorade.
But there's pressure on these guys, Goo. And it's because they don't have a lot of those guys that you would look at and say they're next up.
Let me do this, and you be real like you always are, right, partner? If you are so concerned behind closed doors, that I've been hearing the rumbles, the story's been rumbling out there. And I'm not going to mention IU because I don't know what he's doing. What about Debo? If this doesn't go well, if you're the Niners, do you revisit or think about, a reunion with one Debo Samuel? 19 problems.
Well, the 650 is asking about that too, paging Debo Samuel. I mean, I'll say this. If you're in a place where you have to go bring in Debo Samuel,
Tell me what you think.
Could he help you? Sure, but why'd you get – I mean, you let him walk in the first place.
Right.
Because he wasn't worth this contract and you didn't want him anymore. Going backwards is not a place that the Niners need to be in my opinion. I think they have enough older stars on their team.
But is Pearsall injury reoccurrence going backwards? If it gets that serious to where he's just unavailable.
Well, if he's unavailable, that's a missed pick. I mean, that's just a bad pick. You look at some of the guys from that draft class and could you have done better? You could at least have players that have been on the field for your team. And again, Ricky Pearsall, hopefully he'll be fine.
Yeah, right. You know what? All right.
And the 925 is correct. The skill isn't in question. I'm not saying that Ricky Pearsall is a first team type of performer.
We like what we saw.
But he's a good player.
Yeah.
He is a good player.
Mm-hmm.
I also think that Deebo Samuel's a guy that, he's not going to help you beat the Seahawks. He's not going to help you beat the Rams. He's going to be a replacement level player for a dude that can't stay on the field. But that's why this Ricky Pearsall injury is concerning to me, is because he's someone that, if healthy, can help you ideally get over a Seattle. He had, $125 on 4 catches, that week 1 win up in Seattle.
Yep.
He had that big 40-plus yard reception on that final drive right before the touchdown pass that helped you win the game. Those are the types of game-changing plays that Ricky Pearsall can make when he's on the field. So is Deebo Samuel a placeholder? Perhaps. I don't see them going backwards, but could he help? Ricky Pearsall is the guy you need healthy.
Man, so the clock's ticking, and I know the Niners are concerned not only about their coach, who's coming back from injuries from his accident, but now you're talking about you want to be your hot shot receiver that you drafted high, and hopefully he beats this and he's back on the field soon. That's all I can say at this point. I couldn't believe you guys just read that.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to Fairfield and talk to Sean. Hey, Sean. How you doing, man? Good morning.
Hey, man. How you guys doing? Good morning. Good morning. I just wanted to touch on the Pearsall situation. It sucks. I seen that report this morning on my phone. I was like, damn, I'm really pulling for this guy to do good because, like you said, when he's out there on the field, he's a game changer, and it just sucks. But, I got the Kirk injury as well. And it's just like, I heard you guys talking about Deebo bringing him in. If you look into that, or maybe look into signing like a Stephon Diggs, they were 2 solid receivers for their teams last year. What are your guys' thoughts on that? I heard you talk about Deebo. It's like a step backwards. If you bring him in, he knows the system already. We know what he can do and bring. Signing him might help, or Stephon Diggs might help as well. What are your guys' takes on that?
Help me with Diggs.
Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, I got to be careful. Is there baggage off the field, or is that just me looking at social media to where, Goo, him and Cardi B are done. It's all good. I don't know if they, you know what I mean? When I hear Diggs, I think of the other stuff.
Yeah, when I think of Diggs, I think of the opposite of Mike Evans.
Wow, man,
that's
great.
I think of someone who is a distraction.
And that's great, man.
And was he a good receiver for the Patriots last year? Yeah, but he's also a guy who needs the ball.
But they went to the Super Bowl and said night-night. You know what I mean? And I wonder how much of that night-night was stuff off the field.
Well, maybe it was off the field, but they also were able to get A.J. Brown, who's a significant upgrade to Stephon Diggs. And, look, okay, Deebo Samuel last year, his yards per reception down from the year before with the 49ers. Yards per game at about 45. His rushing has not been that impressive.
His quarterback went down, But I get what
his
you're
last
putting
year
down.
with San Francisco is at 3.2 yards per carry as a running back.
And we were like, whoa, that facet or commodity that Kyle had at his disposal, that's kind of ran its course. And maybe I looked at him in Washington. I'm with you. He didn't look bad, but he damn sure didn't blow anybody away. Like, maybe his era is over, and maybe he can't help.
No, he's going to be 30 years old, and he's already a guy that was, came into camp a little bit out of shape 2 years ago. It's like, to me, I would rather give an unproven commodity on your team an opportunity, whether it's Jordan Watkins or Jacob Cowing, Demarcus Robinson, is someone that was on the team last year. Can you figure something out there?
Big playoff game.
Hell, what was it last season? They went with our TikTok guy. Had a big game, Kendrick Bourne.
Oh, there you go.
Those are the kinds of players that could step in and actually give you some boost, or just keep you level. To me, Deebo Samuel is not the upgrade that the Niners are looking for. And then the 650 brings up a good point. How was the 49ers running game with Deebo Samuel? To me, looking backwards, that's why the Niners are behind the Rams and the Seahawks, because they have too much from the past and they haven't been able to develop enough of the future.
Yeah.
Let's go down to San Bernardino and talk to Ryan. Wants to get into Deebo Samuel. Hey, Ryan, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Good morning. Always nice to talk to you. My brother, you always feeling great. It doesn't matter who you're filling in for. And Goo, I've never called in for the Goo man. I'm a big fan.
Oh, right on, man.
Right on, Ryan. Thanks, man.
Yeah, so about Deebo, I couldn't disagree more. I feel like if we were asking him to come in and be the Deebo of old, I think we'd be in big trouble. Just the same way if we were asking Dre Greenlaw to be the Dre Greenlaw of old, we'd be in big trouble. But I think that we have things in place that could kind of eliminate the need for Deebo. We just need to supplement with Deebo. You know, I think Shanahan in his prime kind of relied too much on Deebo and the jet motions and the run after catch. But now the offense is better. Our play calling is much better than it is in Washington. I think with dribbling, and even though Pearsall has a swollen knee, I think Deebo is a tool that we could use to take some of the workload off of Pearsall and kind of use Deebo in many ways: running back, wide receiver, punt return here and there, kick return. And I think things like that to keep a defensive coordinator like Seattle's Mike McDonald, who's a genius on defense, off his, on his toes. And I just think the creativity that Deebo could lend to our offense without relying on him heavily would help us a lot. So I do think Deebo would be a valuable piece for us right now.
I got you, Ryan. Yeah, no, I think your opinion's valid. You're absolutely allowed to disagree. I think that people want Deebo Samuel to be the kind of player that he was and have not been seeing the kind of player that he is. I mean, when he was here in San Francisco 2 years ago, was anybody impressed with the way that Deebo Samuel helped the team?
No doubt, and I thought he wasn't breaking tackles like he once was, Evan, and I will say this to that caller's point, and we had brought it up and we talked about it, and you tell me if I'm lying, because I'm not. I thought, man, that window dressing that was Deebo Samuel, who had to be accounted for, I mean, how much stress came off of opposing defenses knowing that you didn't even have to worry about that, but his last year doing that, it was ineffective. He was getting hit behind the line of scrimmage. Now, how much of that is it all Deebo's fault? But to his stats last year, and I ain't going to use unfair, Daniels went down, and they just had bums at the quarterback position. So I'm not going to call it a mulligan, but I'm wondering if this Pearsall thing is so bad, on top of the Ayuk debacle, do you take a flyer and look for a reunion?
You could. Look, and the reason why we're talking about this again is Ricky Pearsall, according to Adam Schefter, is dealing with a knee swelling issue related to the PCL injury he suffered last year. The 49ers are saying that all options are being explored, and there's some, quote, concern. Deebo Samuel is an unrestricted, unsigned free agent. He's been linked to the Niners. He's been linked to a team like the Bengals. Last season with Washington, he started 12 games, played in all 16. He was their leading receiver with 730 yards and 5 touchdowns, and he had a total of 800 scrimmage yards. Is Deebo Samuel a bad player? No, but I don't think he's going to take the 49ers to where they want to go.
I'm not mad at that.
To me, if there's someone out there that they should be looking into,
Vita Vea.
It's Vita Vea.
All right, I hear you.
I think it's interesting that people are transfixed on the offense and what's going to happen there and what they're going to do. The Niners have made their moves. And by the way, they put their hat in the ring of two older wide receivers, Mike Evans and Christian Kirk.
One of them dealing with a hammy already.
I don't want another one.
Okay. I get it. And Vita Vea, I think, would be tremendous for this defense. That's just me. I know he's older. I don't know what it would take. But I'll say this about Deebo. The fact that 31 other teams, it doesn't seem like camp's open and he's not on a team, Evan, or speaking, it speaks volumes of what they think about Deebo.
Well, and maybe it's because of his value.
3-4 years ago, that line's around the corner like you're waiting on new Jordan.
What he was making, forget what he was making last year, but it's not exactly a low number. Maybe that's why he doesn't have a team right now. Deebo Samuel's a guy that I think at this stage in his career, you have to scheme open. Yeah. And to Ryan's point, if Deebo is willing to come in and do some of the dirty work things that I don't believe were ever necessarily associated with his game, block. In his last season in San Francisco, there's a lot of people that pointed out the fact that when he wasn't getting the ball, he didn't run routes hard.
I remember.
He wasn't interested in just getting cardio. He was interested in getting the ball.
I remember the drop touchdown on the slant against the Rams Thursday night, but that's unfair, at home.
And he was complaining the week before about how he wasn't involved in the offense.
On Twitter and did it. Yep.
Is he in a different place in his career? I think so, but it doesn't mean his mindset's necessarily changed. So the Niners, they signed Christian Kirk. They signed Mike Evans. They didn't sign Deebo Samuel, but Ricky Pearsall right now is dealing with that PCL injury, a little nagging, and there is some concern according to the San Francisco 49ers. All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. 888-957-9570 is the number. Would you entertain a Deebo Samuel reunion? Why or why not? All right, the Valkyries are back in action tonight after the All-Star break, taking on the Mercury in Phoenix at 7 o'clock. You can listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game and on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries for all the action. We're back after this on Steiny and Guru.
Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you know how to time the beer run so you don't miss a second of the action, catch every game, no matter the time. If you're up for whatever the season brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth, juicy, but not sweet, hoppy, but not bitter, bursting with fruit flavor and aroma. There's a reason it's America's best-selling Hazy IPA. Sierra Nevada brews Hazy Little Thing with the purest ingredients for the finest quality in every sip. Velvety smooth and handcrafted with Citra and Mosaic hops.
Whether you're anchoring the tailgate before kickoff or running the clock down with classics on the patio, nothing hits the gap better than the rhythm of the city and a cold Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing IPA. It's the ultimate clutch play for your summer, so embrace the haze.
When you're living in the moments that matter, it matters which beer. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. That's Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries today on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our giant summer sale is here. Now through August 3rd, get 25% off everything in the store. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. That's 25% off every product. Add 24 months interest-free financing, and you've got giant savings for your home. The Floor Store's giant summer sale. Big savings, big selection, giant opportunity. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
I just bought a new automobile the same way they did in the 1900s when movies were silent.
Well, I just got this Jeep from FlexCar. Maintenance and insurance are included, and I can switch cars anytime.
What are you, high on giggle juice?
The first and only month-to-month car lease. FlexCar, you drive everything.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Need a plumbing, heating, or HVAC contractor? Choose UA Local 38 Signatory Contractors. Craft certified professionals with over 10,000 hours of training deliver quality work with no surprise costs. Visit ualocal38.org.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you wash that all away with Game. and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. Hey.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. That just clocked out on a Friday Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the markable fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Goo, I love you. You're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get with Goo.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson.
I withheld. Go. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to give you some more good news.
I withheld some info from you.
What do you?
Kenny's bothering me. He took a shot at you last segment. You did the Valkyrie read, and he got in my ear, and he was like, "Thank God he finally did it." I'm sorry, Kenny. I had to throw you under the bus.
That's my bad.
You know what? You're going to throw me under the bus. What'd you say about him before that?
Oh, what did I say? What did I say?
You guys have been double talking behind my back?
Said he got a little Steiny in you when he lost the reads in the first segment.
Evan. I didn't say it like that. I said, my man, then you came back. You were a little late from the break, but nobody's counting.
Yeah, I was making my own meal.
Don't start nothing. Yeah, I won't.
That's okay. I'll just steer us home. That's what I do.
People get mad at me because I asked, were you taking anything for your plantar fasciitis? What's wrong with that?
Yeah, ibuprofen.
Hello? Okay. Get better, man.
Well, yeah, but it's not like I'm, what do you want me to do? But people are saying you could rub a tennis ball on it, want to put some pressure, some icing. But you can't stop living your life. You know what I mean?
Sounds like you need a Celebrini, the elder Celebrini in your life.
Yeah. Well, by the way, I got that wrong, actually. I think I said it was 5 for 70. It's 5 for 94. $94 million coming that kid's way. Not going to be his last big paycheck.
So the Sharks are on their way. Valkyries are here. We're going to get a play. I don't want to jinx, but I can't. We're going to get not one game like last year. We're going to get a playoff series. They play hard, man.
They might get a home playoff series. It's going to be hard for them not to, assuming they keep playing at the same level. Right now, they're tied for the second seed, and they start tonight against Phoenix. But, all right. So we made a bet the other day.
That I lost.
Yeah, I got it, that Draymond would get 1 year instead of multiple. And we'll get back into Debo Samuel and Ricky Pearsall and the Niners in just a sec. But I want to ask you this. 5 for 94. That's what Celebrini got. Over or under Brandon Pajemski's extension?
Over.
Over in terms of total, per year, both?
Per year.
Per year?
Because what was...
I got to take the under.
But who did we have on that said...
$18 million.
Oh, Evan, that it might start at 2023. That's the market for pods in the NBA. And I was like, I could totally see that.
I do think that this new CBA is really just capping a lot of teams. Hachimura getting $11 million. He's an actual starter for the Lakers last year. Man. I don't think he's going to get more than 18.
Yeah.
Maybe it's 5 for 70.
Well, let me ask you this, pal.
5 for 70.
Do you think it's next year that he gets it? And they take nothing popping off this season?
I think they're going to figure it out. I think
before this upcoming season?
Yeah, I don't think Pajemski's going to become a restricted free agent.
Wow.
That's the way that I'm reading the table. I think they like him. I think he wants to be here. Fans may not like it, but I would be surprised if he's a $20 million player. That's just the way that I'm looking at it. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Right now discussing the big news out of 49ers training camp. Kyle Shanahan talked to the media yesterday about his own stuff, the car crash that happened 2 weeks ago. But today, Ricky Pearsall is dealing with knee swelling related to the PCL injury he suffered last year. All options are being explored, and there is some quote-unquote concern, according to Adam Schefter of ESPN. Let's stay in the city and talk to our guy Steve. Steve is here in San Francisco. Hey, Steve, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
Yeah, I mean, you make a great point as far as, like, last year, for example, I was ready to move on from Debo, and, like, this experiment was done. I think you have to look at this situation differently. Like you said, you can't regard him or expect him to be who he was, but that's also not really what the Niners need. Would it be nice? Yeah, but, like, what they need now is bodies. Like, the Pearsall injury, to me, when they say there's some concern around it, he's already proven that he can't stay healthy. Don't be shocked if, like, in a couple days he's going under the knife for PCL surgery. So that's one man down. You've got Evans, you've got Stribling, you've got Christian Kirk, who can be decent but also can't stay on the field.
Yeah.
I guess as I say that, too, I go, well, Debo also has a tough time staying on the field. But the reason why I would entertain it then is strictly they need depth. He's not the player that he was, but while that would be great, they don't need him to be that. He is a plug-and-play guy who knows the system. Like, who else? They need wide receiver depth at this point, and I don't know who they're going to get that really is going to be better than him at this rate.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, Steve. Look, Deebo Samuel is someone that obviously touches a lot of heartstrings for Niners fans, and I think he was a great Niner. I honestly was. The 2019 Super Bowl team that he was on, the Super Bowl runner-up team, and then obviously what he did in 2021 was just one of the most electrifying football players I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And I know that people aren't asking for that, but I guess, Goo, when I look at the Niners wide receiver room, to me, I wouldn't bring in Deebo Samuel at the cost of whether it's reps, receptions, touches for a guy like Dejon Stribling. Because to me, what he represents is what they used to have with Deebo Samuel, which is a guy that can beat you at or behind the line of scrimmage. Not as a scat back and kind of a hybrid wide receiver / running back, but the reason why I wouldn't look at Deebo Samuel right now, and look, our callers might be right. They may try and bring him in just because they need some bodies. But if he's taking anything away from Dejon Stribling, I think that's where the Niners, that's where they have to find some sort of success is in the next. They have to try and find the next Deebo Samuel, the next Brandon Ayuk, the next George Kittle. And it's easier said than done, obviously, but bringing back those old guys, I guess that's where the train stops for me.
Well, I got you, and I lightweight want to give the 49ers credit for the drafting of Deshaun, right? Because maybe they were kind of nervous and, they weren't 100% sure that Ricky could stay healthy. And I know that caller mentioned surgery, so we're not there yet. And hopefully this is just part of the procedure, swelling, and Ricky will be available. But if he's not, you still got, you mentioned Demarcus Robinson, who is a polished NFL receiver. You talked about what Bourne did early on last year with the Niners, and it kind of tailed off. But I'm just looking at this wide receiver room to where if something was going on with Pearsall, I mean, Evan, you talked about Evans, but, man, you got Cowing, and I like Demarcus Robinson, especially with what he did in the playoffs on the fly, over 100 yards. Like, that to me is we don't got to go sign Debo. We got, Jordan Watkins, we got guys, and, you take it from there, but I just don't see it. I was asking, because you never know, a reunion for Debo, but if I were Debo's friend at this stage with camps opening, the fact that you're not on a team speaks volumes.
Well, I think, and look, I mean, Stephon Diggs is a quality wide receiver. He's not on a roster as well.
See, I'm starting to, the more I'm thinking about real quick on that, I think that he's got baggage.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think that's why he's still currently unsigned. It's not
and all that stuff.
Not worth the squeeze.
Yeah, I got you.
Well, that's something the Niners haven't really been a part. Like, I don't associate them with bringing in big personalities, bringing in distractions. Now, they've obviously developed them because Brandon Ayuk on line one, but I don't think that they want to have another one of those in their locker room. Again, it's like, okay, Mike Evans and Christian Kirk. Kirk is currently hurt, nothing serious. Ricky Pearsall, to me, right now is the biggest question mark ironically, as a 25, 26-year-old in that wide receiver room. But that's why you spend a second-round pick on Stribling. It's why you signed last year DeMarcus Robinson to a 2-year deal. I think you have to find out if you have anything with a Jordan Watkins or a Jacob Cowing who are just sitting back there.
No doubt.
So
shout out Ole Miss.
I think Deebo Samuel would have been a good story. He would have been a nice storyline. There's going to be a lot of nostalgia involved. There's going to be a lot of feel-good feelings with his potential return.
Okay.
But I don't see it in terms of football. I don't see how he helps the Niners in terms of football.
Then this team should not do it because that's all that matters to me at this point, especially with what I didn't, or I don't think anybody here in the Bay or in the NFL world, and I'm going to bring his name up, saw with, Brandon Ayuk, this situation getting so bad and toxic to where he wouldn't even be on your team. Just imagine had he just been a grown-up and he would be coming back to show us what he had or what they had, what he had for the team. Evan, that's not even an option at this point. And then now you're dealing with the continuance of Pearsall, hopefully being healthy but hurt.
Yeah, and the 650 brings up a big name. It's like, can you replace Juwan Jennings, who is now gone? I don't see Deebo Samuel stepping into that Juwan Jennings role. One of the reasons he was so good as a third wide receiver for the Niners, and it had to play, a little bit more as a 1 or 2 in the last couple of years. One of the reasons that made him so great is he was not afraid to do the dirty work.
Man.
Deebo Samuel, even at his peak, was not a guy that was doing a lot of the dirty work. He wasn't blocking. The routes when he wasn't getting the ball weren't crisp and run hard.
Didn't have the best hands,
No, I mean, look, but that's something you can live with his if he is a dynamic, game-changing type of guy. And last season in Washington, he was their number 1 receiver, and they won 5 games. So that to me, I look at it as going backwards. But some people may disagree. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go up to Vacaville and talk to our guy Javier.
Javi.
Hey, Javi, how you doing, man? What's up? Javi. Going once.
Javi.
Hey, call back, Javi. Sorry, we're not able to hear you right now. Let's go down to San Jose and talk to Junior. Junior wants to get in on the conversation. Hey, Junior, how are you?
Good. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Awesome, man.
Hey, awesome. Evan, you're doing a good job. I just want to say that. Good, what's up? You're doing good as always.
Thank you.
Evan, I had something for you. For plantar fasciitis, I got the same thing from an old injury as well, and I played basketball. So I got you got to get those inserts from Roadrunner.
Like
those shoe inserts for your plantar fasciitis.
Like the orthotics kind of thing?
Yeah, so you go in there. They place your foot in it, and it melts down to your foot. So you put it in your shoes. It takes it away for the longest.
Okay.
You can switch shoes. You can put it in any shoe you want, and it's really good. It takes it away really great for you. I just want to say that for you.
Oh, thanks, Junior. Yeah, appreciate the help.
Yeah, no worries. Second, I wanted to say Ricky Pearsall. I just feel he's injury prone. He's going to have the same season I think he had last year. And, I don't think Deebo would be a good idea to bring back because I think he's just a shell of himself. He's not the same as he was a couple years ago. I think he's still the same. But, yeah, man, you guys have a good day, all right? Just wanted to help you out there, Evan.
I appreciate it, Junior. No, thanks for the call.
I want to pick those up for you if you don't do it tonight. Have you tried? No. Or you have?
All right, I'll get some insoles when you go see the Odyssey.
All right, I got you.
Okay.
But that's different. That's my entertainment. We're talking about your feet.
Yeah, but
I want you to feel better, man.
Well, I'm not 60 years old. I can still run around.
You got this early in your life. Your boy has never had it. I don't know, Kitty, have you had it?
No.
Where do you think you got it from,
I don't know, but somebody's sending an Amazon link for a place I can get it.
There you go.
That's pretty funny.
You got to love them. Let's go Niners.
They're in training camp right now. We're not going to find out if they're actually good until about September.
I want to know how Bosa, Warner, and Kittle are looking. And will Kittle, is it a reality that he could? I've been reading some things on The Athletic that he might be out there week 1 against the Rams.
See, if there's anything that's been positive so far, it's the fact that we haven't heard any
great call
bad things about, all right, Fred Warner's, he looks like he's less than 100%. Nick Bosa looks like he's less than 100%. From some of the reports that I've read, It's like Nick Bosa looks brand new.
Trent Williams said better before he got hurt. I was like, Trent.
We put a little something on it.
I got you, no doubt.
But the fact that he looks fast and he looks spry, and I mean, that is one of the benefits of hurting yourself early in the season is you have a lot of time to recover. All right. Javier's back. Javier, sorry about that earlier, man.
Javi.
Floor is yours. What's up?
Yeah, how you guys doing today?
Hey.
Good.
So, I don't mean any disrespectful what I'm saying, man. But we got to be on the air and start being conscious of what we're talking about when it comes to receiver play and understanding what we're dissecting with Deebo Samuel. You're talking about guys. Ricky Pearsall has never proven to be a game-breaking player because he had a few good games in the 20 games he's played over the last 2 seasons. You know what he's been consistently doing? Inconsistently available. Let me see. Jacob Cowling, consistently unavailable. Then let's keep going down the line of the players were, allegedly going to, we don't want to go backward. Jordan Watkins is consistently unavailable. Deebo Samuel, his numbers, yards per catch, if you know ball, you know that he's available to play in a plethora of roles. They had Tom, Dick, and Harry playing quarterback for the Washington Commanders last season, and you're not going to give him a call because Ricky Pearsall had a few good games, one against the Seahawks week 1. He cannot stay on the football field. DeMarcus Robinson is what we call journeyman football player. We're talking about Deshaun Shirley, a rookie. He's their F, the replacement for Jawan Jennings. The F is the slot receiver. Mike Evans coming off a 8 to 9 game season. So you got Mike Evans who's coming off half season played. Deshaun Shirley, who's their slot, who can also play Z, but he's also a first-year player. George Kittle coming off a torn Achilles. And you don't want to sign somebody who knows the offense like the back of his hand and Deebo Samuel because you want to give opportunities to guys who are what we call injury-prone players. Talking about Kendrick Bourne, who's older than Deebo Samuel, who's not on the team anymore. He was an undrafted guy. Deebo Samuel is a second-round pick who is a 49ers Hall of Famer. Not a Hall of Famer in the NFL.
But Javi, why is he not signed? Javi, I'm not even disputing what you're saying, but you're talking about him like he's still in his prime. Why is he not signed and camp has started? Forget the Niners, 31 other teams. Just answer that for your boy. Why is he not signed? Deebo.
Because it's simply like the Kuminga situation. He's priced himself out of what teams would offer him right now. But now we're at push come to shove. It's desperation time. Do you want to be in the position to go and join a camp or not? I'm more than certain with Ricky Pearsall because I can put it. Let's put the real rather than we'll shout to ACO Pest Control.
Look at
Ricky Pearsall ain't playing a game for the 49ers. I'm just telling you right now. I played slot receiver in college every season. He ain't playing, bruh. He ain't cut out for this. He's soft. I'm sorry to break you 49er fans. He ain't lasting. His knee is done. He ain't ready for this. They should drive a conky, but that's done. He's not playing. Go re-sign Deebo Samuel. Develop Deshaun Shirley. Your depth is DeMarcus Robinson, Cowling, and number 17, Watkins. Mike Evans is still 33 years old, but Ricky Pearsall is done. I don't care if it's now, November, he's not playing. Deebo Samuel will play 14 to 16 games, and they'll try to have some competition as the receiver. But he is done. Mark my words, July 29th, 2026. He is done. Stop holding on. Oh, he's a game breaker. No, you know what he is? He's a broken knee player. That's what he is, dog. Sorry to break it to you, Mr. Gaines. He's done. All that, it's over with. Kaput. Go get Deebo Samuel today, not tomorrow.
I'd like to get Deebo Samuel 5 years ago. Thanks for the call, Javi.
Yeah, and hey, obviously Javi doesn't think, and hopefully the Niners hope Javi's wrong in regard to Pearsall. We're not there yet. We're a long way from him being done. But I like Robinson. I'm not telling you DeMarcus Robinson's Jerry Rice. So I'll leave you with that, Javi. But to sit here and defend a guy that 31 other teams, 32, have not signed, to me is speaking volumes when we're not talking about your prototypical wide receiver. We know what Deebo Swiss Army knife. And I think the league caught up, at least with how Kyle was trying to use him. And he didn't exactly, Javi, light the world on fire in Washington. Now, was he available? I'll give you that. But, man, for camp to open and Deebo, I'll never forget his imprint that he had in this league, Evan. And I remember that NFC Championship game they smoked off or tricked off against the Rams where Tart dropped the interception and they could have went to another Super Bowl. We won't talk about that. But to call why are the Niners not going to get him? I just say, why is there no line? And I think that speaks volumes.
Well, look, at this point, if Deebo Samuel is willing to take a $3 million contract or $4 million contract like Christian Kirk is, then okay, fine, go sign him. That's okay. But the Niners, Deebo Samuel made $17 million last year for the Washington Commanders.
And he's not Kuminga's age either.
Mike Evans and Christian Kirk this season will be making the exact same amount of money combined that Deebo did last year. And maybe that's what Javi's saying, is he's priced himself out. But unless you're willing to step down and take a significant pay cut, which Deebo may not be willing to do, what are we talking about? Yeah. And Deebo Samuel is not better than Mike Evans right now. He might be just as good as...
He played more games. I'll give you that, Javi. Last season.
Yeah, he was available, but their team went 5-12 as the number one receiver.
Right.
And last time he was here, he was someone that was more of a distraction than an asset on the football field. That's, I think, a big reason why, in addition to his contract, they told him that he could find sanctuary elsewhere. And I think that's why he's an unsigned free agent right now.
Well, let's hope.
I'm not being disrespectful to Deebo Samuel. He's one of the most electrifying football players I've ever seen. But you're talking about a Deebo Samuel from 3 years ago, not a Deebo Samuel in 2026.
Yeah, who had 5 touchdowns. But I'll say this to you, E, about and I love the energy and passion. Let's hope, and Niner Nation's hoping, that Javi's wrong about Ricky Pearsall. And he feels the way he does. But, man, that would be a nightmare. That he's not available and he's done and the knee will let's hope he's wrong on that.
You can't give up on him. I think that Ricky Pearsall is an injury-prone player until proven otherwise. But you can't give up on him because, number one, you drafted him in the first round.
No doubt.
Number two, and I hate to break it to him, but when he does play, he is better currently than Deebo Samuel. He just is. I think he proved that last year when he was on the field. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we are talking about this because there is Ricky Pearsall news. He's dealing with knee swelling related to his PCL injury from last year. And there's some concern from the San Francisco 49ers. I'm not putting 5-12 on Deebo Samuel. I'm just saying if you're expecting that level of play from a few years back, you're not going to get it with him. People love Deebo Samuel. And I think if you're trying to dip into the nostalgia, then that's a fine signing. But bringing him in is not going to help you get any better, is my point. And look, if you get him for cheap, fine, bring him in, okay. I don't care. It's not going to help my football team.
Yeah.
All right. It's funny. The thing that I was most excited to talk about with the Niners was the prospect of Vita Vea. But it just moved right on over to Deebo and Ricky Pearsall. Yeah. Concern. To me, if there's a concern with the Niners, it should be that they're not going to be in on getting Vita Vea. I wonder how close the Niners think they are, because that to me, Vita Vea is a guy. So they went out and traded for Osa Odigizua, right?
I like it.
3rd round pick, picked up his 4 for $80 million contract. Vita Vea wants a payday. He might get it from Tampa, but has asked for a trade.
Which I think he's getting it from Tampa, but yeah.
I think he will too. But if you are looking for a real run-stopping, game-changing defensive tackle, that's the guy for you.
Man, he's a monster.
Think the difference is a couple of years ago, the Niners would absolutely be willing to mortgage draft capital to go get this guy, to pay him whatever they needed to get this guy because they believed that they were Super Bowl contenders. If they still believe that their window is open, I know we've been talking about windows a lot this week.
Oh, there you go.
If they think their window's still open, well, then they should be in line to acquire Vita Vea's services. It's reported that he wants to go to Las Vegas or a team in California. He went to Milpitas High School. He's a local guy.
Man.
Because if you don't go get him, there's a couple of teams in Los Angeles and one that plays in your division that absolutely want his services.
Yeah, we're talking about Deebo and maybe not a line around the corner. Vita, there's a line around the corner. And I'll throw this to you, and this is just guru math. How do you look if you're the Niners and look yourself in the mirror if you're Lynch and Kyle? Because if my team, with all the rash of injuries we endured, still won 12, we're able to still win 12 games, win that playoff game on the road. I mean, how do you come back a year later now getting your guys, Kittle, Warner, Bosa back? Evan, I ask you this. How do you look at your team and say that 12 wins wasn't 12 wins or we're not a threat? Do you look at the 2 games against Seattle where your offense did nothing and we saw how the playoff game went? Or do you say, with the acquisition of Vita Vea, along with Bosa being back and Mykel Williams coming back, man, we could cut Osa, we could cause some noise. I could understand if the Niners thought, we're not that far. Let's go in and try to bring him in.
Well, I think we're going to hear whether or not they feel that way because, again, they revamped the defensive line. They brought in some real guys as opposed to just leaning in on the Alfred Collinses and the C.J. West. And if you want to throw Williams in there, sure, but their interior defensive line has needed some work. They got to be able to stop. I mean, hell, you saw what Seattle did to them last year.
I saw it more than once.
The 3rd and 17 on Sunday Night Football for the 1 seed was a backbreaker.
That happened.
Someone like Vita Vea can change that sort of play.
He's a dog.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. Our football coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Again, 888-957-9570 is the number. Back after this on Steiny and Guru.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Northbound 280, sluggish from Mariposa to King. North 101 actually looks great. It's really just slow at the merge with Interstate 80. Bay Bridge metering lights on, and then it's slow from the tunnel to 5th Street.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
You only get one shot at this. One chance to handle your injury case the right way. One chance to get the compensation you actually need. And one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early, it's final. Say the wrong thing, it's recorded. Take a low offer, you can't go back. Before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They'll step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Residents of a Sherman Oaks condo complex say burglars stole tens of thousands of dollars worth of their property while their building was tented for fumigation.
Don't put your home or valuables at risk. Pacific Coast Termite's Orange Oil and Ultraset treatment means no tent, no move out, and no poisonous gas. With highly effective termite treatment backed by a 2-year warranty. Call today for a free termite inspection. Protect your home without turning your life upside down. Call 800-PACIFIC. That's 800-PACIFIC, or visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Some restrictions apply.
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA. No purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Sunny skies in San Jose with a high of 80.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Bay Area, get ready for the King of the South, T.I. and the King Secession Tour, coming to the Masonic on August 15th. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com for a chance to score tickets courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
I'm afraid.
Of what?
I think the older
that you'll
you
never
get,
wake up?
No. Well, you're practicing dying. That's too much sleep.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I don't know what's going on with you two today. I swear to God, man.
Well, you two got something going. I'm just
I'm
Richard
fine with
Steele.
Kenny.
I'm the ref. You're not fine.
I'm fine with
You're
Kenny.
starting all day today. I don't know what's your problem.
You two are not fine, but evident that's how you feel.
Goose said I'm giving him dirty looks before the segment.
I saw you. And then Carter
I wasn't even looking your way, man. That's on you. That's a you. That's a goo problem.
I know it comes out on Friday, but your spidey senses are already tingling.
Now, that will not be signed. That's a 4. That will not be sold out. Me and Lil Daryl catching that one. Spider-Man does whatever a spider can, spins his web anytime, just like ice. Look out. Here comes your neighborhood Spider-Man.
Nice. Yeah. Be careful there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not bad, Goo. You did have a proper movie take, though, because a few of my friends just texted me. If you're not seeing the Odyssey in IMAX, you're not really seeing it.
Sorry, Chase. Where's he at?
Sorry, Steiny.
Yeah.
Sorry, Steiny.
That hurt.
Yeah.
How did he know it was in IMAX?
Do you think he...
When I heard him tell you, and I was so proud, I didn't see it, and I was like,
You didn't really see the movie, man. You didn't see it in its intended edition. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson, talking about the San Francisco 49ers amidst training camp. Does it feel like the Shanahan stuff is behind us today? Or?
I feel like it's going away, and I know you commended them. I'm not mad at him, calling the guys in the office yesterday, saying it was his fault. But it's not even about his fault, F, because everybody was okay in the accident. I just, when it's all said and done, I put it to bed. It's how everybody else reacted. And there are some people like clerical error, yeah. But, high-profile guy, he's okay. I feel like it's going away. But now you got the Levitards and all, social media giving their to Jamel Hill, if you're into all that, giving their take on it. But I think it's now about, are you going to be there week 1? I was going to ask you this. How much does a head football coach matter? I know things happen and coaches miss games.
If it's Kyle Shanahan, a lot.
Okay, and that's how I feel. What's our guy, Forrester? The intern right now.
Oh, Chris Forrester, yeah.
But I'm thinking if he's there when they play week 1, obviously that's a loss, if you ain't got Kyle there.
In a way, for the people that don't like Kyle Shanahan, I hope that Kyle Shanahan is completely fine, has no concussion symptoms.
Right.
It's just a blip on the radar outside of, a mistake that he made. Right. That he clearly feels bad about.
Yeah,
he clearly feels bad about because he came out and told the truth yesterday. In a way, it's like if he's not there for 4 games, you're going to see what the 49ers really are.
Oh, man.
Kyle Shanahan is about as good as it gets, and I understand he has his shortcomings.
I get mad at him, but he's
some big moments.
Man.
But part of me kind of wants to see what they look like without him.
Now, can I ask why? Because that's not reality.
Because it's not reality, and I don't think it's going to happen, by the way.
Okay.
But it would be, what do you call it? New information.
No doubt.
Yeah, there'd be some receipts.
This is why I love Shasky, too. He is not afraid of that term. Reacting to it's like a court hearing. The case is going one way, new evidence, and it changes react to new information.
Well, because we've seen some quarterbacks that, we haven't seen Brock Purdy play without Kyle Shanahan. That would be interesting for one. But we've seen how other quarterbacks look inside and outside this system, and there's usually a drop-off. Like, I didn't think that Mac Jones was particularly good. But last year, he certainly looked like it with Kyle Shanahan.
That was part of, and I know they won 12 games, right? But Evan, I thought that when Purdy went down, I thought the ship was sinking, and I was like, man, here we go. So that was one of the better parts of the season to me, and most impressive is not only what Mac did, but what Kyle did with Mac. And again, living in the past, that Thursday night game, going up to L.A., and nobody gave them a chance, and they win that game.
Yes, they did. Before we get back out to the phone lines, I just want to shout out your boy, 49er Frankie.
What'd he do? Oh, I just saw it.
He gave me some advice. He said, go to the chiropractor and get some on-cloud shoes for my plantar fasciitis.
Do you feel older that you're dealing with this?
No, I
would never think that, but I'm still hooping, but at 56, but yeah, I've never had dealt with it. The feet. Carter, have you had plantar?
No, but I've heard it's extremely painful.
Yikes!
It can be, but I'll say this because you're starting to piss me off.
Like I don't want you to have it.
No, I know you don't want me to have it, but now it's giving you a sense of superiority.
We're past that.
A physical superiority over me.
That part.
I'll still beat you in a foot race. Yeah. Yeah. We can go there.
Quickie.
Yeah.
Next question.
Yeah.
No, Carter.
Uh-huh.
Now, I did this with Lowe. It never happened. Yeah. Do you really think you could take me if we just went out here?
In a sprint?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like Ken.
I don't have to run very far.
You think he would take me right now if we went out here after the show?
Pain is all mental.
Let's race. He said he would get me.
Ooh, with the planner? Ooh, I don't know.
Planner doesn't slow you down. It just hurts.
Okay, I'm just saying.
I don't need the planner, though, Kenny. I know I'm older. I don't need. I'm not slow.
But I'm not saying you're slow. But what
you would get me?
No. I'm a lot younger than you, Goo.
A lot of people said I got Goo. Right?
And Evan does work out, too.
Oh, my God.
So what do I do?
I'm not saying you don't.
You know what?
Just because you play basketball doesn't mean you sprint.
You run.
You run.
Fast.
You're like Lionel Messi.
Oh, my
You're like Messi.
How far are we going here?
You run like LeBron runs on defense.
40 yards,
40 yards.
After the show.
Oh, 40-yard dash?
Yeah.
After the show?
Well, I don't
want to run to the ship.
I have before.
That would be fun.
No, I ain't doing that. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, back to sports.
All right, back to sports. Let's go to Joseph, who's in Oakland, wants to talk about, the big fella. Not you. Vita Vea. What's up, Joseph?
Nothing much, guys. How you doing?
Hey.
Awesome, man. How are you?
No complaints. At this point, you need push up front. The Rams, they sat up there and brought in Garrett from the Browns from Cleveland.
Man.
You need to I go give Tampa a 1 and 2 twos for Vita Vea. What you think?
Well, I actually don't think he'd cost that much, Joseph. Appreciate the call.
You don't think?
For Vita Vea?
Yeah.
No. Because the thing is, you also have to pay him. So, to me, like a Vita Vea trade, I think you could get him for a second-round pick. Maybe a third.
Evan, that's like LeBron taking what he did. I think it would be way more than that. And I know he's was he 30?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's older.
And I wouldn't have a problem. I mean, the guys like that are monsters, and they change everything.
Well, they are, but he's not Max Crosby. He's not Myles Garrett. I mean, Myles Garrett, that's a multiple first-round pick kind of talent.
But he's in the middle to stop that run, something the Niners weren't having success with last year.
Yeah, and he's a good player. I think in terms of defensive tackles this year, he was in the top 10% in terms of pressure rate. And the reason why he wants a new contract is because last couple of seasons, his production has been, in totality, not last year, but
he's 31, yeah.
Similar to a Jeffrey Simmons, who I think just reset the defensive tackle market with the Tennessee Titans.
A monster.
He's going to be Robert Saleh's guy. So that's why he wants to get paid, but he is 31 years old. I don't think that Vita Vea would be that expensive, and that's why, to your point, Joseph, I absolutely, if I'm the Niners, want to get in on that. The question is, why wouldn't they? Because if he's not a first-round pick talent, I think he's not at this stage of his career, even though he's a good player. What's preventing you from doing it? Is it the money? Is it the fact that the Rams are willing to pay more? Is it that he would rather go to Los Angeles? And again, all of this is predicated on the Bucs actually being willing to deal.
Because I think he's staying there, but I'm with you.
Yeah, he's staging I think he's holding in technically right now.
He was doing some drills. Yeah, you saw him. Okay.
Yeah, he was at camp. But I don't think Vita Vea is going to cost you anywhere close to what Myles Garrett would.
But when you watch the Rams,
outside of money,
see what they did in the secondary, a team that was already Super Bowl caliber to me in the secondary, and then you see what they're about to possibly do with Aaron Donald and, as our guys mentioned, Myles Garrett. I mean, Evan, don't you have to have, I'm going to go boxing a counter? And Vita Vea, I mean, my gosh, I don't know how much math you want to do in regard to he's 31, but last I saw him ball last year against the Niners, I just think this dude's a stud. So is he better than what they currently have now? Could he add and help? Yes. Bosa becomes better. Osa, because everybody on the Raheem Morris becomes better. So I am kind of curious if he does get out of Tampa. You don't want teams, you mentioned the 2 LA teams, New York Giants, or all these teams that think they have a chance, or what he could do to impact their defense. I mean, man, he would definitely help.
Yeah, one of the problems I would see with the Niners is that, so everyone's made a big deal about how this season they have the most cap space in the NFL. And you'd be correct about that. But next year and the year after, their cap space is incredibly diminished. It gets crunched a lot. So that, to me, would be the only reason why they wouldn't go after Vita Vea. It's not that he couldn't help them now. It's not that he's not a good player. It's that they don't want to pay him or wouldn't be able to pay him the kind of money that he is going to eventually command. Because Nick Bosa's cap hit jumps a lot next year. Brock Purdy's cap hit jumps a lot next season.
Well, what's the goal?
Oh, by the way, you're still paying Brandon Ayuk.
Okay, that part. But, I mean, at what point do you – I always talk about how the Warriors were beneficiaries of getting Jimmy Butler only because of the relationship going sour for whatever reason. And we see that with the Sixers getting Jaylen Brown. But, man, at what point do you say this is an opportunity, talent-wise, that shouldn't be available? It might be that you just pounce and add that to your team regardless the cost. What? If we're talking about windows.
But isn't that why the Niners are sort of in this spot? Because they've been just throwing contracts at a ton of guys. And I think they were able to do that before they had to pay the quarterback.
Now, when you say in their spot, I feel like they're in a spot, and I get mad at Kyle because I can make an argument, Evan, that they should have 2 rings, at least 1, and should have been in another Super Bowl. So I guess in a sense I'm saying it's not all for naught. They built something, but if they still think they got action after winning 12 games with all the red cross they had to endure, why wouldn't you try to go Kenny Rogers and be the gambler and go all in and get this guy?
Well, the reason I would
if you could.
If you can, yeah, obviously. But it's like, okay, if you don't get him, a team like the Rams, they're absolutely going to try and get him because they think they can win a Super Bowl. And they're right. They can. They were the team that played the Seahawks the best last year in the postseason. It wasn't even close.
They got robbed that Thursday night on the 2-point conversion.
Oh, well,
I'll never forget that, but go ahead.
Which ended up being the difference in the home field advantage.
That man.
Might have swung the NFC Championship game. Yeah, like that's a team that says, all right, we're going all in. What, they went out and acquired who's our boy from Kansas City, the cornerback?
Oh, my God, McDuffie.
Yeah, Trent McDuffie. They spent picks on McDuffie. They spent picks on Garrett. I believe they spent picks on Vita Vea. Aaron Donald's working out.
They won't go get – that'll just be filthy. But then you can't be mad at anybody.
I mean, I personally don't think he's going anywhere. Okay. But if he does, I would have the Rams at the top of the list. Do you think
John's made a call?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, of course he's made a call. But if you're Vita Vea –
that's where it starts.
If you want to trade and you're looking for a deal to whatever team, who's more attractive, the Rams or the Niners?
I got you.
I mean, Vita Vea's got a Super Bowl.
It's the Rams.
He's won a Super Bowl. He knows what it takes. And that's why the Niners are in this. It's weird, Goo. Like,
I hate you put it like that, but you're right.
By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. The Niners are in this weird spot where I think that they have a really high floor and a low ceiling. I could see them, like if they went 8-9 this year, that wouldn't shock me. If they went 11-7 this year, that wouldn't shock me. But if they're a 12-win team again or better, I would be very surprised. And I also don't think that with Brock and Kyle, they're bad enough, even with some of the injury, I don't think they're bad enough to lose 10-plus games this year.
With I hear you, and I damn near agree, especially with the reinforcements of the guys that missed a majority of last season that you're getting back. So that's why I'm lightweight. I'm with you, but I don't have 8-9. I just don't think it would, like, that's my bottom. I don't think it would go back. Something like really would have to happen and, other guys go out and be lost for the season. But if Kyle's shown us anything, man, It doesn't matter who goes down. He could keep it afloat, and that's Brock Purdy for umpteen games like last year. That's, having a raggedy defense because of who wasn't there, but they still were able to band together, and it takes a village, and win 12 games. And Evan put themselves in position before that playoff game to get the and they didn't. Number 1 seed for the NFC. Do the playoffs go different if they're, you get a bye? Had they beat Seattle, you didn't, but it was closer than that playoff game against Seattle.
Which one?
The last game of the season here for home field advantage.
Well, it was closer than the scoreboard, but it wasn't close.
No doubt.
I mean, that's the way that I felt watching that game.
Caffrey dropped a pick, but it was. Yeah, I got you.
I mean, I was at Levi Stadium for that game. It was quiet the whole night. The Niners could not move the ball outside of that one drive.
Yeah.
They should have been down by 3 or 4 touchdowns.
But they weren't. But I hear you. They didn't win, and then we saw the real when you played Seattle up in Seattle.
Well, you saw just two sides of the spectrum. I mean, they got dominated in terms of total yards in Week 18, but the Seahawks didn't capitalize. I think the Niners got a 4th down stop early in the game. They got them off the field. They did a pretty good job at bending but not breaking, but then you saw what happened when they broke in the NFC division round. They got absolutely swamped. I mean, they got manhandled by Seattle. And I do think that things change in the NFL year to year. The Seahawks probably won't be as good. They lost a couple guys. They had to pay guys. I think Leonard Williams wants a new contract from what I was reading.
Running back to the curb. That's just amazing.
Yeah, they don't have really a running back right now because I think Charbonnet is still on the shelf, and I think they just cut a dude. But the point is, the Seahawks may not be as dominant as they were last year. They were the best team in football, in my opinion. But you have 2 teams to reckon with in your division, not one. And the Niners, to me, are in a clear 3rd. So how far do you feel like, if theoretically you could get a guy like Vita Vea, how much closer does that get you? And do the Niners think that that's worth dipping back into the big salary pool in order to find out?
And you're asking me, and I'll tell you, I think it would make a big difference to where you could bridge that gap. Like how big is the gap against the Rams? I don't know, but I can sit up here and tell you all, Myles Garrett, even without Donald, that's a game changer. And that secondary, can they duplicate what Seattle did by only bringing 4 up against this Niner team? And now I'm wondering, once Kyle heals, how much of a Mike McDonald problem he has. I've never, even in the Super Bowl, where they tricked off both games to me, you were able to put up points to the Niners. You're up 10. Nobody wants to hear that twice. But the bottom line is, I've never seen Kyle's offense snuffed out like these last 8 quarters against the Seahawks. Now, does that change, Evan? When they faced Seattle, I don't know. Hopeland, Stribling, and Pearsall will be out there. But, man, oh, man, I can't wait to see, what the Niners' counter is offensively against McDonald's defense in Seattle. Because nobody's had Kyle's number like McDonald had in those 8 quarters to me since he's been here.
Well, what about bringing back a guy like Dre Greenlaw? That might be akin to what people are asking for in Deebo Samuel, right?
You know me, I was hurt when he left. But now, what if I told you my expectations are not through the roof, but a lot of that is because the physical component of, and this is different than Deebo. Deebo was upright last year. I forget how many games you said he had played.
He played 16, but he started 12.
Okay, but Greenlaw kind of was like, it didn't pop, So will it pop here? How are they going to use him? And I am intrigued. I know Robert Saleh was running the 4-3 basically, but Raheem Morris runs all these exotic schemes. How is he going to help, manifest this Niner defense into something they weren't last year? And that was, I guess we can say, ferocious.
Well, let me see if this will cheer you up. Right. This is from Matt Barrows yesterday on Willard and Dibs. Talked about a lot, including Shanahan, which we can get into, but he also talked about your boy.
He looks like his former self in these first 2 practices. I mean, he's sort of, to stay with the Australia theme, he's like the Tasmanian devil out there. I mean, they have to tell him to slow down. He's a whirling dervish, and he's got that in him. Whether he can sustain that through 17 games, I think that's a very good question, because he hasn't been able to do that for several years now, and not just Achilles season and not just last season with the Broncos. Broncos, he was laboring through previous seasons as well at times. So he has had a lot of time to recover. Hasn't played a lot of games in the last 2 years, but this is someone who plays at 1,000,000 miles an hour all the time. He doesn't have another gear. So the question is whether his body can sustain that over time.
Sounds like the Niners got a lot of guys they got to protect from themselves.
And Evan, man. And the game is so violent, so if you do protect them up until Sunday, Thursday, or Monday, I mean, what happens once that collision happens on the course? And I'll say this about Greenlaw. Am I happy he's back? Yeah. Do I think they're inheriting the Greenlaw that left? No. But I know it got ugly in Denver, who had a hell of a defense off the field, Evan. So maybe it's one of those things that this situation – the friendships or what have you, the comfortability that he has just here in the Bay, that'll be very different than what he was in the meeting rooms. Evan, he was what word am I looking for? The things you don't want, a distraction in Denver.
Yeah, and here...
I thought he was about to watch out. It was like, I'm hearing these words. I didn't drink Greenlaw, I know.
Well, I think the familiarity here is something that means like they can absorb his personality. But the Denver Broncos, I don't know, maybe Dre Greenlaw was just too much for them, even though that was one of the best defenses in football.
Yeah, it was.
Barrows also touched on what we were discussing in terms of Vita Vea, who, again, he requested a trade 2 days ago from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, is looking for a contract extension towards the top of the market. I think he's making about $17.5 million right now. The highest paid defensive tackle in football is approaching 30. So will the Niners show any interest in Vita Vea? Here's Matt Barrows.
I think one of the 49ers soft spots, shall we say, is that they've got a lot of guys in their 30s. And Vita Vea would be another one of those guys. So I don't think that they'd want to spend a big chunk of their salary cap on another guy who's that age, after, basically all of their stars, save Fred Warner, who's 29, Nick Bosa's 28. I forget how old Brock Purdy is, but everyone else, the Kittles, Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, all those guys are in their 30s now. So it's a team that's getting a little bit older, and I think that defensive line would be the one spot where they might add somebody. I really believe that defensive end is more of an issue right now than defensive tackle is.
But that first part. That first part about the amount of guys on this team that are older, that they're paying lots and lots of money to, that's what's holding them back from going out and making moves in free agency or bringing in another younger guy. The failure to draft and develop the next core group of players means they are reliant on aging, expensive stars.
Yeah, no, I get it, and I see how anybody could come up with that notion. But the bottom line, Evan, I feel like we're watching a movie. We're not at the end, and the theme of the show was windows. And I just hate, again, this is just me, this team, Kyle and John built something that was so damn good that we all saw it, we all lived it, and I guess the movie's still going, but because of their ages and their injuries, the guru computer always spits out, Evan, if you're 28 and then you got plantar fasciitis, are you 31? That's what you're
not going to let that go, are you?
Does it add to the, your natural number? But my point is, okay, let's say, and that's what they're aiming for, 12 games last year with all the injuries. I just wonder if Kyle Shanahan, this is my Niner theme, has Kyle Shanahan and the Niners missed out on their opportunity to hoist that Lombardi with being at the Super Bowl, being in twice, and being in 4 NFC championship games? And there's a lot of wear and tear that comes with that. So we'll find that out. But I'm looking at you and telling anybody that'll listen, yeah, I naturally know it's going to be more difficult because guys are getting older, and guys that are getting older have gotten hurt, with Kittle, Trent Williams. So I'm not I don't know. I'm not putting anything past this Niners season after what they did last year. What do you say to that? It could go either way in my mind.
Well, I don't think that they've... How'd you phrase it? That their opportunity to hoist the Lombardi Trophy is past?
Because you were in the games, twice with the lead. Now you got to get back, but you got Seattle and the Rams in the way.
Well, I would say that their best chance to hoist a Super Bowl trophy has passed.
And you know what? I guess that, I like that.
But again,
we could be wrong.
Well, football is such a year-to-year sport that I wouldn't pick the Niners to win a Super Bowl. Right now,
you wouldn't be by yourself.
No, they're third in their division. And you look at the conference, I think they're a wild card team. I think they should be in the playoffs, but I don't put them above a bunch of other guys. And so that's why I think it would be in the Kyle Shanahan era, if somehow this was the team that won a Super Bowl, similar to last year, it would be the most improbable of all of their teams.
2022 Warrior-like.
Yes.
Because I didn't see that coming from anywhere.
Yes, no, I think that's a good comparison, but we would have to find out who Steph Curry was.
Could be Brock Purdy or McCaffrey.
It could be Brock Purdy. I think Christian McCaffrey might be a little too old to be that sort of guy. And obviously the position, maybe it doesn't allow him to be as either. All right, we are about an hour away from talking to the general manager of the Golden State Valkyries. Ohema Nienen is going to join us at 1:20. Valkyries are 19-8. They begin their second half tonight after the All-Star break at 7 o'clock against the Phoenix Mercury down in the desert. You can listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game. And on the free Odyssey app, just search Valkyries for all the action. That's what we got coming up on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. 888-957-9570. Gerald the Guru Johnson here as well. Back after this on Steiny and Guru.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries today on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our summer sale is on now. 25% off store-wide through August 3rd. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Big savings, big selection, giant opportunity. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians. Because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HobbsLaw.com.
Omar Hobbs is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Hey, it's Willard for Sierra Nevada. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you saw the headliner when they played at the bar or stopped your friends mid-festival to look at the stars, if you're up for whatever the night brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth. Come find them during Outside Lands at the Hazy Little Hideaway. Bring your friends and get a taste of the moments that matter. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. Official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hey, Hey, it's Brew. And between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
I mean, come on, front office. What are you waiting on?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's going to be okay.
I haven't heard from her. I haven't heard her on the airwaves. I'm a P1.
Well, she's a big Warriors fan. Big Warriors fan.
Think she's mad about LeBron? I am, E.
Why are you mad about LeBron? Steve Kerr said there was no chance.
But it's like me telling all my guys that, you know, the most prettiest girl at the school was into me, and then you come to find out she didn't even like you at all, man. It just hurts.
Well, is that because you let yourself believe that she liked you?
Yeah, pretty much.
Because she actually did?
No, pretty much.
See, this is...
I'm done with social media.
Well, it's just a fundamental difference between us. I wait until I have absolute certainty.
So you're sitting up here telling us that you thought LeBron was not coming?
I didn't expect him to join the Warriors, no. But if he did, then I would be over my heels. I'd be juiced.
Yeah, a couple times before, not to tell all our business, Steiny left. We were at the ship. Everybody was just fixated on ESPN and the bottom line. Like, is news going to break that he's coming to the Bay?
Well, like, I didn't know if he was coming to the Bay or not.
Kerr didn't even believe it. So why did we?
Well, Kerr didn't believe it, and he didn't tell us. He told us we got him. That's a little messed up.
I'm still mad at me. But that was him telling us we have no chance in hell.
I know.
So I'm playing jokes, Goo. Don't you see it? And I just gullible Goo. Oh, man. That one hurty. My fault.
Which one?
Fault.
Okay, let me ask you this. We haven't done this, I don't think, before. You know, we've talked about all the people. And we'll get back into the Niners in just a second. Hour away from the Valkyries general manager, Ohema Niena, joining us at 1:20 here on 95.7 The Game. Getting in for Steinmetz alongside Goo. Which one hurt the most, Goo? Kawhi, Paul George, Markkanen, Giannis, Durant, LeBron, Cat. I think that just about does it, right?
It's Braun.
Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, it's Braun.
Why?
Because we need it's a mandate. It's imperative that we got somebody to go with the chef now what runners need. Was I mad at Super Bowl week with the Giannis stuff? Because I thought he played this too, but he didn't end up going anywhere, so I was okay. But you asked me a question, partner, and I'm telling you, it's Braun. I was believing the things that didn't matter to the king that I think I know from just following the league and his career. He's a cold killer. He wouldn't dare want to win number 5 and have to share it like a pizza from Round Table with Steph. But I start believing what you guys were saying. The basketball would be fun. The Olympics. He don't want to be far from his diner. I start buying all that to think and go to bed and wake up and grab the phone. First thing I do. It hasn't happened. And I was just sold, and I was part of it. a bill of goods, and now we're getting stuff coming out. There was no chance he was coming here.
No, there wasn't. Man. But and look, the theme of the day has been you got bad news, I got good news. So
give me some more.
Here's another story. But again, I want to preface this by saying I don't think that this is going to satisfy you.
But let's try.
But it's a good story.
All right.
It's a positive story for the Bay Area.
I'm ready.
A year after eliminating its athletic department, Sonoma State University announces plans to bring back athletics in the fall of 2027. A move that administration will hope reverse what has been the steepest enrollment decline in the California State University system. So we got sports back at Sonoma State.
Oh, now that is dope, and I hate
that's a positive.
That getting canceled. I'll take that.
Yep.
I'll take that.
Men's and women's basketball. Jalen Wells played at Sonoma State. He's now in the league for the Memphis Grizzlies. They got cross country.
No,
golf,
that
soccer.
is great news. Goose about the kids. And when I heard that went down, I think we had some people. I was out listening on the Odyssey app. I think somebody called and let you and Steiny know that was happening. But that was just, I hate hearing that. So that is great news.
Yeah, absolutely. So glad that at least 10 of the NCAA sports are back at Sonoma State. Got a couple more positive stories for you.
Now, anything in San Francisco?
Our guy Horace said, "Nice try."
Oh, wow.
See, it's like
hey, Horace, relax.
I can't promise you, LeBron, we can get sports back for our youth, our youngsters.
Horace kind of took my thunder.
What?
Can we get something Oakland, Hayward, San Francisco related, San Jose, something closer to where we're at to make me feel better as well?
Sonoma State's close to the Bay Area.
Yeah. What's their nickname?
I'll get it for you after we take this call. Right. Anthony's in Yountville. Anthony, what's going on, man? How you doing?
What's up? Oh, hey, Guru. All right. It's actually, it's so sad, and I mean this in like a good way, but then again, it's not. Just hearing the hurt his voice, man, thinking or believing that LeBron was going to come. And I just want to speak from basketball terms. It never made sense.
You're right.
Like, it never, ever made sense because we don't have a good team. And you don't want to go to, like a paper mache team at 41 years old. You want to go to a team with guys that are going to pull their load and they're going to really give you an opportunity to win. And I thought it was so crazy about 3 weeks ago when it started to come out that, what's his name? Willard, he was kind of selling Jaylen Brown short on his skills, saying that, like, that's not, Jaylen Brown would have moved the needle. And I was like, I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Jaylen Brown is a legit star, a superstar, if you ask me. Tyrese Maxey is a star on the rise. BJ Edgecombe is a rising star. You got Quentin Grimes. Like, I don't even care about the Embiid part of the equation because he's a hung tooth. You don't know. I think people may have been looking at Embiid and saying, like, well, what about him? What about him? Well, like, what about him? It doesn't matter. But the Warriors just didn't have anything going to possibly get LeBron. And I'm just speaking for basketball terms. It was never going to be a good fit. Just like Cleveland wouldn't have been a good fit because LeBron don't want to play with James Harden. James Harden's not a winner. And until further notice, Donovan Mitchell wasn't a winner either. And you look at the Warriors and all we really have going for ourselves is Steph. And I'm going to drop a bomb on you. If the Warriors want to get good or they want to put themselves in position, they would actually trade Steph. I know it's not going to happen, but if we're just talking business and basketball, you trade Steph, you get 3 firsts, and you build yourself for the future. But we know that's not going to happen. So I think these conversations are kind of moot when you think about what can we do, because everything that we could do, we've done already. And you can't cheat the process of getting, building a good team. You have to go through all the stuff that comes with it, just like we did when we drafted Steph and Clay and Dre. Like, in all the teams that are good now, they went through the mud and the pain and the growing process. And it's just our time to kind of go through that again.
Well, I'll say this. You make a lot of good points, and I saw your IG post about, and I'll share it with Evan. He was making a mockery of he was driving at his job I won't tell him where he works, and he was laughing at the people that thought LeBron was coming, and it hit home. But I just have a problem with you have Steph Curry at this level, and you can sit here and call in, and I'm not fighting you, and you could say we're not a good team. Why? Because you missed on picks, you couldn't close deals, and that's why we're here. But the worst part of it all is we still got 30, fine wine, but we got nothing around them.
Just like most of the times when you have that like last, that superstar on the team and nothing around him, this is kind of what it looks like. Like, I mean, it's not quite like Kobe Bryant, but, he was the last of the Mohicans on his team. And, it was either get rid of him or let him ride into the sunset. And if you rode into the sunset, it was most likely not going to be the best basketball or the best team around him. And I think we're just at that point, too. Things just haven't worked out in our favor, but the picks and the bad trades, they haven't helped either. But This is just kind of what it looks like when the sun is setting.
No, appreciate the call, Anthony. A lot of good points. I mean, I think the difference between Kobe and the way that Steph is going out is what frustrates people.
I hate that word, Evan, real quick, going out. But go ahead. It signals
it's
the
2
end.
words.
Yeah. They'll be out.
But I think the part that frustrates people is that Steph is still playing at an elite level when he's healthy. Man. Kobe Bryant tore his Achilles, and so it made a little more sense.
Right.
Yeah, he wasn't an All-NBA talent, whereas Steph still has the chance to, maybe not over an 82-game season, but he can still be the best player in a big moment. And I think fans want the Warriors to put stuff around him to help to get to one of those moments again, just like he helped in a big moment, like elevate Team USA, right? He was the guy in the biggest games in the biggest moment for them. And unfortunately, the Warriors don't have the resources or the cap space to go and get the players like a Team USA. The thing about Jaylen Brown, though, that he brought up, and I'm with him, I do think that Jaylen Brown is a very, very, very good basketball player. But my problem is if you mortgage all of your picks for him, you don't have anything left to put around him. When Jaylen Brown was Finals MVP of the Celtics, that team had Jason Tatum, Kristaps Porzingis, Al Horford, Derek White, and Drew Holiday. That's a really good top 6.
Correct.
And then he was the best player among those players. But with Steph, who's still damn good, him and Jaylen Brown is not enough to usurp the young, ridiculous power that is OKC and San Antonio.
Well, I'll just insert Jaylen Brown if he were Jimmy Buckets before Steph's hammy went. Jimmy Buckets had me thinking with the pedigree, Draymond Green not being, super duper star, but what he brought to the table and him mastering his portfolio and what he does on the court, I was thinking to myself, and it felt like it. So I lived it. It was short-lived, but I felt like the Warriors had a chance. And yeah, if you wanted to go 1 through 6, okay, we lose that battle. But on the court, you could have did that with Minnesota Timberwolves. And what did we do until Curry got hurt? We went up there with Jimmy and won that first game after beating a young Houston team, to where if we wanted to really get technical, if we did a draft, they had some dudes and they were young. But to get that just ripped out from underneath you stinks. But I would love to have watched Jaylen and Steph fail or not come close or not get close to the coveted prize. But at least we're not in the play-in getting sent home. At least we're in a round or two and maybe the conference final. So, again, I understand, and Tim Kawakami's messed up my whole week, and he didn't do it on purpose, because if this, what he spoke about is true, and the Warriors brass is worried about life after Steph, then this thing is really, let's just play next year. Hopefully it goes well, and then the books reset, and then we'll go all in. And if Steph is okay with that, how can I not? But, man, that doesn't make me go to the microwave and put my basketball popcorn in it.
No, it doesn't. But, okay, let's say, all right, you do everything for the now, and you get out of the play-in, and you get to the playoffs.
Yeah.
and you get to the same place you were with Jimmy Butler. You get to the second round and you lose. Okay, what then? How are you going to get better?
It's the front office's job to continue to add.
But you can't add anything because you've cashed in all your chips.
Well,
it's like I'm with you, Goo.
And I hear what you're saying with that.
Like, there's nothing beyond that. If Jaylen Brown or Anthony Davis or LeBron or some amalgamation of the three is not good enough, you can't do anything else.
Okay, so now I'm going to tap into my Daryl Willard. How can you justify this year you got a job to do, free agency comes and goes, you didn't add a player. Like, what message are you sending? I think we know, but how can you, what happened?
Okay, so if the Warriors had, instead of brought back DeAnthony Melton, signed
even Simons, I would have been okay. You're Sexton.
I don't think you would have.
But to run it back,
you still would have been disappointed. People still would have been disappointed because they didn't get a big fish.
So I guess what did they accomplish?
If they had gotten Quentin Grimes instead of DeAnthony Melton, is Grimes a better player? Yeah, but is Quentin Grimes going to turn you from a 37-win team to a 45-win team?
It's not just his job to do that. He's going to help, but it's the front office's job to sit down and tell the media who's asking questions, hey, Evan and Goo and Steiny need to get faster. We need to get more athletic, and then just sit on your thumbs. That's what's so just criminal about this. And maybe that wasn't their goal, but that's what ended up happening. You went to the party and didn't even dance, and we just want to know why. But now we're supposed to be, it's about the future. How do we know you're not going to botch these next future picks? Because there's examples, or I think it's fair for people to say, you know what, I'm a little trepidatious about the Warriors with these draft picks, wherever they end up being, getting it right. Because you haven't got them right for a few years. That's why we're here. But to just pull a mulligan this past year and just say we're running it back with Steph with runner's knee, to me is negligence.
I think people don't like that they're losing in the court of public opinion because the Warriors haven't lost in that place in a long time. But this is what they have to sit in. I'll take your analogy. It's not as if they went to the dance and didn't ask anybody to dance. They brought a partner. They brought a partner to the dance, and that partner is in a boot. So you're just going to go dance with other people because your partner is unavailable? No, that's not how you do things. Well, at least you could do it that way. But you know what I mean? It's like you brought your partner, and that partner was Jimmy Butler. And he is in a cast.
And I love that move.
He was shooting in France today. He was taking shots on his IG.
Shesky mentioned something about his scar. Did you see that? Did he show a scar off from his injury?
Who?
Jimmy.
Butler?
Yeah, I guess it was a long scar.
Well, I would assume so.
Yeah.
He tore his ACL.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, it was
But
tough.
do you think I'm being I'm not being a spoiled brat, but I thought Willard was wrong when he said that about just Evan, when it's all in the dust settles, nothing. Well, and you told us Mike Dunleavy told us we need to get faster, and we just running it back, huh?
Well, but also he's saying, but you can't go out in there and do something that doesn't help you. It's like you can't go out and.
But how do you know that if you don't try? How do you know if it didn't help you till you try? We don't even got that to look forward to.
Well, what if Steph plays 60 games this year? Are you going to be 6 games better? Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the biggest part of this is you don't know what Steph Curry's going to be next season in terms of available. I feel pretty confident saying he's going to be a good basketball player.
But would you put that, and I'm not mad at you.
30 games with runner's knee.
But would you put that, because I'm just curious to get yours real quick. Would you put that at the top of the list on what the Warriors' concerns are going into next year? It's a concern, don't get me wrong. But if he battles and beats that, then it's about, I still got to be the 25-year-old version of myself.
Well, who's the best player on the team?
Steph Curry.
Then that's your biggest concern. And look, if this
What about running him in the ground, E? That's now my biggest concern.
Well, then you don't do that. And you see how many games you could win with him playing 28 minutes a night.
Well, I think we know that.
We know what happens when he doesn't play 40 games. This team stinks. And the fact is, you got to hope that he can be healthy again so that if Jimmy Butler comes back, maybe you decide that you want to trade Draymond Green in February and you want to cash in those picks. Everyone wants to do everything for Steph, but it's like there's a cost. Jimmy Butler was a cost. And now,
and I love the move. So am I a hypocrite? It just backfired so bad.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. It's to me, it's not. I'm not saying you're wrong,
Yeah.
and I'm not
maybe
saying
that's why I'm frustrated. That hurt. Go ahead.
Well, and I'm not saying I'm right, but let's say you do cash in for insert player. It's like that's kind of what they did with Jimmy, and now after he got hurt, you're seeing what your flexibility actually is, which is you either have to double down or you have to just live with it. And I think they're choosing to live with it instead of going back to the loan shark and saying, can I get some more cash?
Okay, I like that. But if you had, I got to be careful here, a closer that could have sat down with Bron, and I'm with our caller Ant, who was saying he wasn't ever coming here. Maybe you closed the deal that way because it wasn't about money. He was coming on the cheap. You didn't get him. And now we're hearing reports from Logan Murdoch, allegedly, that some in the Warrior brass agreed with me and thought Jaylen Brown or Anthony Davis might suffice. So, again, I guess I just want answers. Was Mike Dunleavy one of those guys that didn't want Anthony Davis or want Jaylen Brown or wanted him and got vetoed? I don't know, but it doesn't give me any more confidence reading stories like that to where you don't think the front office is on the same page. And to me, I don't want to say it's a hierarchy, but if I'm running the team and you're my guy, general manager, and we got a great relationship, Evan, if I'm really fixated on a guy, I'm going to tell you in a kind way, hey, I know where you're at, Evan.
I want him.
But it's Frank Sinatra, we're doing it my way.
Yeah.
And we'll roll with it. If it doesn't work, we keep moving.
All right, let's get out to the phone lines at 888-957-9570. Again, we got Nohema Nien coming up at about 1:20, general manager of the Golden State Valkyries, who start their second half tonight after the All-Star break. And to talk to her about some big picture stuff, again, at 1:20. Let's go out to Oakland and talk to our guy, Flea.
Flea.
Hey, what's up, Flea? How you doing, man?
What's going on, guys? Every time I get off work, I got 95.7 the game, and I hear Goose saying some wild stuff, man. Every time I call around this time, I'm on the highway getting off work.
Okay.
So listen to this, Goose. Hey, Goose. So you saying the Warriors was going to be fast with LeBron? Because I just heard you say, oh, we're going to be slow. Steph got runner's knee. So when LeBron was going to make us fast, I feel like this, Goose. You wanted LeBron just for the entertainment. You didn't want him to win. You just said, oh, we got LeBron. So I want please stop tripping off LeBron. We did not need LeBron. The season, most guys that's in the barbershop that's talking on the streets is saying the season haven't even started. So I'm trying to figure out who is these fans that wanted LeBron so bad.
Flea, you got me real quick. Don't hang up. You got me on the faster part. LeBron wasn't that example. I'm taking it one step further. LeBron, and you tell me if you disagree, was going to make this team better. There's no world that don't mean a championship. Flea, he was going to make us better. Am I wrong? That's my premise with LeBron, and that's why I was in.
Good. You are right in the sense of LeBron has a high IQ, and he's probably one of the greatest players of all time. So I understand your premise on that.
Okay.
But long term, LeBron James is not going to make the Warriors better this year. If we miss the playoff, we wasn't going to win a championship going against the Spurs. We wasn't going to win a championship going against, let's say, who else? OKC. So getting LeBron is just for in your window. We got LeBron. That's it. It was like we wasted. That was a wasted. LeBron wasn't coming to the Warriors anyway. You know, I've been saying that. But anyway, like, I don't get it. Why people are talking about we want LeBron. We didn't beat LeBron. Steph beat LeBron 3 times for a championship. Why in the world y'all want him with Golden State? Like, I'm trying to figure out the mindset. For what? We beat him. We won. We didn't got our chips off LeBron. I don't want him in the Bay Area at all.
I got you, Flea. Well, that's how he feels.
And you know what? He called me. My hands are up. The basketball police have arrested me. I've said into this microphone. Castani said it too, Flea. Evan, you could back me up. I think I do want LeBron for the wrong reasons. I do stand on he would have made us better, maybe not a championship, and that's why I was hoping AD. But I wanted Flea before he hung up to tell me, what does Warrior fan have to look for this season, What do we have to look forward to?
Hopefully a healthier Steph Curry. Hopefully a healthier Porzingis. Basically just a healthier team.
Can I get a number from you, though? What, are we going to win a round? Or are we so they're playing, sponsored by the Golden State Warriors again?
No, I think the goal is to be in the mix as probably a play-in team. See if you can sneak into the playoffs. It's the same goal as it was last year.
But I got Steph. I shouldn't have to sneak in anywhere.
You've been sneaking in since you won the championship.
2 of the last 3, we didn't get in.
No, but I'm saying it's like each time. Okay, the year they beat the Lakers, they were. I guess they were 6, right? They beat the Kings, but they barely snuck into the top 6. Right. With Jimmy, they were 7 seed, so they snuck into the playoffs.
And he quit shooting.
And okay, so you don't.
No, he got hurt. Jimmy, it was the back.
Come on, man.
I'm gonna give it the BOT.
Well, he wasn't as good, and it's like that's where they're at. They're stuck. They are stuck. And LeBron James was not going to change that. He wasn't going to unstick them for a year.
But he would make them better, though. Flea gave me that. You got to give me that, right?
He'd make them a whole hell of a lot more interesting.
But that means better. Just real quick, and maybe I need to say it. What does that mean, E? The interesting means better.
To me, it means they would have been more disappointing because when they ended up being a play-in team again next season, you would have crushed them because they had LeBron who was supposed to change everything. All right, that segment was sponsored by Ceremony Ford. The summer sales is on at Ceremony Ford. Get 0% APR, $1,000 down in payment assistance. No payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models including the F-150, Bronco, Mach-E, Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Coleman, Daly City, or go to ceremonyford.com. Evan Giddings it for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson. We're back after this.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries today on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on Us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
Tune in to Willard and Dips every Thursday at 4:40 as we raise a glass to toast the sparkling performance of the week. Presented by J Vineyards, the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. Raise a glass to excellence on the court and in every bottle.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Lock in a hot summer rate with Stanford Federal Credit Union's limited time 8-month certificate, earning a sizzling 4.10 annual percentage yield. Open yours with just a $100 minimum deposit. As an 11-time Reader's Choice Best Credit Union on the Peninsula, Stanford Federal Credit Union delivers the stability and growth growth you deserve. But hurry, this special offer ends September 14th. Visit sfcu.org to open online. New money required. Early withdrawal penalties and additional terms apply. Federally insured by NCUA. sfcu.org.
Declare your independence from dated tired windows. This July, get $1,776 off new windows and enjoy better energy savings, curb appeal, and comfort. For 25 years, homeowners like you have trusted American Vision Windows with most jobs done in one day. This month, your project costs a lot less, but you have to book this July. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Call us the website for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Take a few notes, absorb it. You want to absorb the knowledge.
You should give TED Talks.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man. All right, getting Zipper's time is with Guru. Some of this stuff, it's not for air. You did bring up a good question, though, during the break.
Fair foul. Yeah, get to it, E.
So the great Steven Risotto walks in. He's
man,
kind of a staple now in the afternoon show. He's moved on.
They call him Pasta.
He's been promoted. No. We call him Pasta. They adopted him. Pasta walks in with a Chicago Cubs shirt.
Because he just went to Wrigley.
He went to Chicago, had a great time, ate some chicken from a bad neighborhood, and he is wearing a Chicago Cubs shirt. And he starts like doing the, look at my shirt sort of thing.
I went to Fenway, did not even think of purchasing Boston merch.
Is Pasta a Cubs fan? Fair or foul?
Yeah. I'm very nomad. I'm a nomad.
You're from Pacifica. You're a Giants boy, I thought.
I cover them now.
Hey, can you just real quick put me in a good mood because Evan's got me in a bad one. He don't know it. Can you give us your phlegm real quick?
Thank you, John. How you doing, Guru? From San Francisco, the Lazy Boy broadcast booth. Evan Giddings.
This radio station should be shut down that Flem has not heard that.
No.
He had
Sam
a chance.
Lubben. Thanks for booking me on the morning roast.
That's incredible. That's a raise.
It's even funnier when he'll send me like these voice memos because he does a bunch of different impressions.
I didn't know. I ain't on the list.
Dave Fleming obviously is a great broadcaster, and he'll have these calls, and Pasta will impersonate them. And I just had this idea that technically we can't play all the radio highlights,
okay, gotcha.
But he can just do Fleming, and then we can play the calls. That's how we could get
that's
around.
Just incredible, Evan. Like that's really spot on.
It's a 12.
Flynn would have to say that's good.
It's a 12 out of 5. There's no doubt about it. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. before we get back into your calls, I see you, Marv. I see you, Gary. We have Ohema Niena, general manager of the Golden State Valkyries, coming up at 1:20. And I have my final feel-good story of the day for you, Gary.
All right, here we go.
Now, it comes technically from the water, and it's not exactly surfing, but it's a pseudo sport. Now, did you see in Santa Cruz yesterday at Seabright Beach?
I'm already out, but go ahead.
A teenage lifeguard rescued someone from the rip current.
I did see that.
From the king tide. They pulled him out. They pulled him out of the water and saved his life.
No, that's big.
That's a positive story.
Big, no doubt.
And a kind of sports adjacent, but still pretty cool. It's actually an awesome video, by the way.
I mean, his life saved a life.
Sorry, something just caught my eye.
Wow, I'm like, whoa.
Caught my eye. All right, let's go. Let's get back to the phone lines and talk to our guy, Marv. Hey, Marv, thanks for calling in. How you doing?
Livermore.
Hey, guys. Hey, E, you're my Steiny today.
He's going down your road.
Oh, no, that's a compliment.
Get him.
E, what you're talking about and what the previous caller said about LeBron, I got a few takes, so if you can give me a minute, I talk fast, so I'll try to get through.
All you, Marv, all you.
Talking about LeBron. LeBron never said he was the final piece. That's why he waited. He was waiting for the Warriors to do something to bring him here. No one ever thought LeBron coming here that it was a championship team, but the Warriors and Mike D and Lakers should have been selling him on what they could do. And I would say an analogy is when you look at who was next to Giannis on that podium, it was 81-year-old Pat Riley. Who was talking to Rich Paul on the podcast? It was our own Bob Myers. Those guys have juice. Presti has juice. Mike Dunleavy's a nice guy. He's smart. He went to Duke. But the thing about Mike Dunleavy when he was a player and what he is now, he is so in the box that he's just a straight shooter. He doesn't think outside of the box. Danny Ainge thinks outside of the box. Daryl Morey thinks outside of the box. And so the rat on the table, brought to you by AGCO, is that he is too in the box for the Warriors to do something because he doesn't have that juice to call up other GMs or call players. Like, did you see Bob Myers talking to Rich Paul? He was like, Bob Myers, he has that juice.
I love it.
81-year-old Pat Riley has that juice. Mike Dunleavy doesn't. And then the other thing is, who decided that Pods was untouchable to get Lauri Markkanen? Like, let's look at all of these decisions that they've made. And what it makes me think is Joe Lacob is going to become NBA's Jerry Jones, where he's butting in all the time and not doing the right thing because he wants the pub. So, no, LeBron wasn't it. Our guys, Dunleavy and Lacob, need to tell a story of where we're going because no one knows where the Warriors are going. What they're doing, bringing this back, is garbage for Steph. And injuries happen, but activity and effort by Mike Dunleavy is going to be short because the guy does not think out of the box, and there's too many other guys that can talk to Kawhi, can talk to Giannis. Because Giannis, there's no way Giannis thinks they're winning in Miami, but they traded everything. He's still there. So when you say we shouldn't trade for Jaylen Brown because we're giving up everything, that's the thing. You give up everything, trade deadline comes, and other people are available that you don't know about, but you got to swing for the fences and not try to get a single like Mike Dunleavy is doing, bringing back Porzingis, bringing back these other guys. So E, I think you got it wrong.
Marv, I gave you an A+.
You are correct.
I graded you. I gave you an A+, pal. Congrats. You said a whole lot, man.
Thanks, Marv. Appreciate the call, man.
And how much of that conversation about the juice is real? And if you think it didn't require juice, do you think, I'm asking you, Evan, because you said this week that you feel like the Warriors don't know where they're going. Do you think Mike Dunleavy has that type of cachet?
But this is where I would also disagree with Marv. You know what Pat Riley has, what Bob Myers has, who's the other team he threw in there? I forget.
Danny Ainge.
Danny Ainge. Yeah. Well, Danny Ainge doesn't have much in Utah right now, but what he had about, you know what they have? Players. Okay, so he's right. Miami did give up a lot. Not really. To get Giannis. You gave up Tyler Hero, who you didn't really want to pay. You gave up Jaime Jaquez as a role player.
Ware, I like.
A 15th round pick.
Gave up Ware.
15th overall pick. We couldn't talk about. Yeah, Khalil Ware. Okay, so he's the centerpiece of that. And how many first round picks?
I want to say 2. I could be wrong.
Okay, so you still have stuff after that to do damage with. You're pairing Giannis with Bam, with other talent in Miami, and then you also have picks to add to that. In Philly, Bob Myers, right, he has juice. His pitch wasn't, hey, man, I'm Bob Myers and I'll be able to get you this. No, Bob Myers, that team already had Tyrese Maxey. That team already drafted VJ Edgecombe. That team already had Joel Embiid. They have players to sell to these other superstars, not just juice. So, and by the way, Daryl Morey, who did Bob Myers fire to bring in an unproven basketball of operations? He fired Daryl Morey in Philadelphia to bring in a guy with no experience because he had the players.
Glancy.
Yeah, the Warriors don't have players. That's their biggest problem. Any pitch that they have to a guy to go out and trade for or to bring in, like that's the reason why if you bring in a Jaylen Brown, you need something else to do to build around him with, which I don't think is left if you're spending every single one of your first round picks.
But to that point, and I hear you. That's why, to me, Flea, and I get it, man. And I've heard all the talk, and I want to come clean. I was like Flea. First off, I didn't want LeBron anywhere close here. I just hated the thought. And then I was becoming desperate because the Warriors, to me, didn't have a plan, or I didn't see anything on the horizon that would take us out of the play-in. So I started putting my eggs in that LeBron basket, which was never real. But what about everything you just said? I thought you were spot on, except LeBron doesn't fit that category. He was coming in for dirt cheap, and if he played a year or two, you could have built around him. He could have been the grown-up on the floor, everything Chris Paul was supposed to do in regard to the turnovers that we heard Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr talk about at their end of the season presser. So the others, I'll back you up on that. I got you. Wasn't enough to add to. But where does that leave the Warriors now? And how confident is Dub Nation that the Yaxel pick looks great? And I still like Jones. So we'll see what happens there. But, man, when are you telling me us to wake up from our nap or hibernation? 2029, 2031, after they you will have a culmination of picks to see what they end up being?
Well, maybe it's 2027. Maybe it's 1 year from now. By the way, okay, so to me, if there's a place to be critical of Dunleavy, it would be, honestly, the first year that he came in. But was he brought in to change this thing, or was he brought in to usher it down the line? Was he brought in to preserve the remnants of a 2022 championship
What about
team?
just enhance it, which means it could be a combo, the now, the immediate, and the future?
Okay, and what was he going to have to do that? He would have had to trade Kuminga or Moody, these young players.
And we all thought Kuminga's value, we know for a fact,
was higher than what they were going to get back.
But they didn't pull the trigger and still didn't use them or utilize them the way a lot of people, especially Kuminga and his agent, liked. Like, you could have pulled the trigger on there. There's no telling what you could have got for him. Well, we held on to him.
You wouldn't have been able to get a Giannis Antetokounmpo, but you could have gotten a nice player. Like, you could.
And that's what I mean, nice player.
Well, there was a trade that the Warriors shot down, for example. I think it was in 2024. That was Alex Caruso for Jonathan Kuminga. They didn't want to do that because they thought that Kuminga was going to be a star or was going to be better than Alex Caruso.
I didn't want them to do that, so I got to be real.
No, not a lot of people did. And that's why you held on to them too long. Their value diminished, and you could only get a broken guy like Kristaps Porzingis. And so now you got to sit with your decision. The problems of the now have been caused by the choices of the past. And while Mike Dunleavy was general manager kind of in the middle of it, a lot of the choices were already made for him. And unless he was hired to step in and start stripping this thing down, which clearly he wasn't, then to me, this right now is when I can start looking at him and saying, all right, Lendeborg, that's your guy. The inactivity this offseason, all right, is that because you're going to go out and make free agent decisions next year? Yeah. It better be. Not, like, to me, now the clock has started for him more than it did right when he took over because he didn't have a ton of flexibility. He couldn't do a lot.
Okay, I hear you, E.
That's the way that I look at it.
No, I hear you. But the bottom line is now I'm just going back on everything. Al Horford was thinking about retiring. Do I like Al Horford? Yeah. I loved him years ago, But what made Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob think a guy that you knew coming in wasn't going to be available on back-to-backs? How could that have been attractive? But you did it thinking, I'm thinking, you might or we might have some action after the Minnesota debacle. So there that is. Then you also saw and took a flyer on a guy that had some, in Porzingis, pots, or does he have it or not? But, that's some serious stuff to where his availability, it come into question. But you are willing to take those things on. And I just ask you, Evan, for what?
Well,
where did it get us?
But what's the alternative?
We needed so many other things.
Yeah, but you weren't going to get anything better than Al Horford. Okay, all right, you don't want Al Horford? Fine. Run out a year of Quentin Post and Trace Jackson-Davis. That's your center. That's your front line. I'm not saying that Al Horford is a godsend, but you traded Trace Jackson-Davis for a second-round pick. That would have been one of your two centers going into the season with.
I still don't know. I know I'm on an island like Hilligan. I still don't know what happened there, but I thought the cord or the plug got pulled too soon on Post. But, Evan, if you're telling me it was Post and TJD, I know they're playing back-to-back so they can. I wouldn't have been, oh, my gosh, we didn't get Al. Who's playing? I would have understood it.
But how's that going to help you when you're playing against good teams, when you're trying to get into a playoff series, when you're trying to win a playoff series?
But the same
Quentin
way,
Post
I guess,
got played off the floor the year before his rookie season. And, oh, by the way, I don't think he's making more money than Al Horford.
Well, that part, I don't agree. I don't know how we got that, but maybe Memphis agrees with what they saw, something that I would have liked to see a little more of. I'm just saying the moves that Porzingis and Al, for whatever reason, tickled the fancy of the FO. But when it's all said and done, I'm not just blaming those two players, but it is a glimpse into they had something in mind when they brought those players in, and we didn't even make it past the play-in.
This is from the 415. The Warriors have been in this boat since 2023 when they got their tails whipped by the Lakers in the second round. Dunleavy hitched their wagon to Draymond and traded for an inconsequential Jimmy Butler, boring in all caps. Was Mike Dunleavy brought in to get off of Draymond Green? I think he's trying to do it now.
I'm being real. I think that answer.
If Dunleavy said, hey, the first move I'm going to make as general manager of the Warriors is to not re-sign or try and trade Draymond Green, does he get the job as general manager from Joe Lacob? I don't think he does.
And I'm with you.
And then trading for Jimmy Butler was the best you could do because the guy they had a deal for, Kevin Durant, said he does not want to play for your team. So then that's the best that you can do. And Jimmy Butler got hurt.
Wow, man.
So, yes, is Dunleavy, maybe there was a miss in not trying to go out and get an OG Anunoby who was available in 2024, a player that now is eventually a champion but is not, a number one superstar for his team. Maybe it was a guy like that. But the Kawhis, the Giannis's, the Durants, the LeBrons, those guys you need players for. And to me, that's where I'll disassociate from some of the fans and saying that it's Dunleavy's fault that we're here. Dunleavy got
I don't put it all on
3 draft picks that couldn't play or that couldn't play well enough to help you net somebody who could. And unfortunately, Moody's in that group, but you know what I mean. It's Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moses. That was your cupboard of young assets that you could have used to go out and trade for someone else. And no one around the league is, at the time, back then or now, no one was willing to give you a superstar for any of those 3 dudes or a combination of them.
So when you think of what I'm trying to, and again, Donnie would be proud of me, Evan, I'm trying to focus on this upcoming season, but in my mind, I am so enticed and infatuated with when the books reset in the 2027 offseason. What's this year about? Just hoping guys come back healthy, give it the old try, and try to come out the play-in, and hopefully Steph can battle his runner's knee.
And maybe there's a Jimmy Butler out there that they go out and trade for who helps propel them. Or maybe it's Jimmy Butler himself who comes back and helps the Warriors. You're right. Things aren't looking good. I'm not trying to tell you that things are all rosy in Warrior land. But to me, it's like people are frustrated because nothing has happened, but there's nothing really they can do outside of fussle. That to me is what people are that's what they want. They either want you to go all in or they want you to just make a move to make a move. And that's why I don't necessarily have a ton of criticism. It's like, I don't know what they're supposed to do right now.
Well, let me
All their
ask you this.
choices are not great.
Okay, I'll give you that. But when did that become a thing? Make a move to make a move? Because when was the last time they did that? I'm just going off of where you finished. You didn't or weren't good enough or consistent enough for a litany of reasons to make it to the playoffs and get a series. So to me, that right now that tells me, hey, we're not sufficient enough. We are not. We need some enhancements. But Evan, to not go make any enhancements that's like eye-popping. Like, what are you doing? It's obvious because of where we finished and what we didn't do on the court. We need help. Okay, forget the big fish and the whales, but there's no moves around the edges to have us get a little better. So when did that make a move to make a move become a thing? Like, this team needed to make a move to get better, even if it was around the margins.
Look, you're asking for answers that I don't have.
I love you, man. Because I'm hearing that more and more, make a move to make a move. And I'm like, nah, to make a move to get better.
Yes, exactly. But there isn't a move to get better. There's not a move to get dramatically better outside of hoping that Steph Curry is healthy, that Jimmy Butler comes back with a better knee than he had before, that Moses Moody's injury doesn't keep him out for the entire season. There's a lot of what ifs with this team right now. But you know what? They had a bad year and they got a good pick that everybody likes. What if, by the way, Goo, this season doesn't go the way they want?
Right.
And they get a good pick and they get a good player. Like, those are the kinds of things that you have to do to rebuild. And it doesn't feel like people want to do that. Now, they're not ready for that.
And I know, Evan, you don't roll like this. I'm not trying to raise your blood pressure, but let's say that happens. Obviously, that's good. But again, it's Michael J. Fox. That's for the future. What does that mean for Curry? And Yaxo could be ready to go as soon as the ball tips, here late October, November. But if that's what you're telling me to look forward to, then I do bring up that Curry timeline. Like, okay, so you're telling me when it's ready to go and the cake's it's done baking, Curry might not be a candle on the cake.
Well, I got some bad news for people who think that, this is going to drastically move Curry in that direction. This was also from Logan Murdoch's piece in The Ringer. It's always been my hope, Curry said, and my desire that the summer of whatever, and I say it's time that I'm done playing, that I have only worn one jersey. That was what he said the week before they traded for Jimmy Butler.
Okay.
Quote, that's my hope. All of my actions have been evident of that. So that's what I'm trying to make happen. Curry wants to retire a Warrior.
Love it.
How badly? How badly?
I think we're going to find out, especially with these extension talks, if that's what I want. And it's a lot of people nationally, Evan. Put some pressure on them. Steph, you got it. I just wonder if these extension talks get tabled.
They could. All right. O is in the East Bay. By the way, again, we got about 12 minutes away from the Valkyries general manager, Ohema Niemen is going to join us at 1:20. And that's in about 12 minutes. But let's go out to the East Bay and talk to O. What's up, O? How you doing?
What's going on, boys? How you guys doing?
Hey.
Awesome, man. How are you?
I'm good. There was an earlier caller that prompted me to call in. I don't want to get on the local media per se, but the elephant in the room is continuing to be Joe Lacob. I think there's a segment of the fan base, along with his own way of thinking, that his business acumen and expertise in that, he's conflated that with basketball and personnel ops. He deserves a share of praise for spending money, assembling the executives that were previously part of the front office that are part of the dynasty, right? That's what he's supposed to do. But he's got to also be judged by what's happened this last 9 years, right? All the OG ball heads are gone. Father Time does what it does. Everything does have to come to an end. But there's a total power grab, right? It's indicative of the static, rudderless, faint-hearted, disjointed, unimaginative front office that we're watching. I think Dunleavy is, he can spot talent, but like that caller said, he doesn't have any juice. And so now you have an egotist owner, his appointed, EVP son, And you can tell how much this organization misses West, Myers, Schlenk. And, it's just really sad. I think fans are frustrated because the irony is so glaringly there that, we have a front office that's so void of foresight, humility, courage, charisma. And what does that say when the best basketball players that Warriors fans have ever seen play for their franchise, he embodies all of that. The last 9 years, they've used more first-round picks to salary dump than they've tried bringing in talent, i.e., Jimmy Butler. Think about that. And now they're hoarding picks when Steph is still an all-NBA player. So it's like, when Lakers likes to get in front of the mic and talk when things are good or to go put out puff pieces, he should be able to talk now, because what is the plan? He had more commitment to Kuminga and now to these picks than he does for the dude that is responsible primarily for the 24x value he's added to the franchise you purchased. I don't know, man. So I think I speak for plenty of fans, maybe not all of them, but where's Joe Lacob? Why is he so quiet? I don't want to hear stuff from Tim Comic. Like, what's that?
Yeah. No, I look, I got you. These are all good questions. Yeah. These are all good questions. And we're all searching for the answers.
Yep.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, on the other side, in about 10 minutes, we're going to talk to Hema Nienen of the Golden State Valkyries. Again, general manager. The Valkyries are 19-8 right now. They start their second half after the All-Star break tonight in Phoenix. And again, you can catch that game on 95.7 The Game or on the Odyssey app. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson. And we're back after this.
No one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner. Because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers. And one wrong move, saying too much, signing too early, trusting the process, that can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first, before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This just isn't a claim. It's your recovery, your income, your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, please don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries today on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code SAVE to borrow up to $10,000.
Hey, it's Willard. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you've ever stayed for the 9th inning comeback, know how to time the beer run to still make it back for the stretch, if you're up for whatever the game brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth. Brewed with the purest ingredients for finest quality, there's a reason it's America's best-selling Hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice.
Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Christian from Pleasanton. Luis came for a service at our complex here in Pleasanton. He was very professional, quick, and efficient. Everything was very easy, and we will definitely be using their services regularly.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Pa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Bay Area, it's Coach Natalie Nakase. You're listening to Steiny and Guru, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thanks, Coach. Valkyries have been off to an awesome start this season. Into the All-Star break, 19-8. They get back underway tonight at 7 o'clock down in Phoenix against the Mercury. Now on 95.7 The Game, we are pleased to be joined by none other than General Manager of the Golden State Valkyries. Ohema Nienen is joining us now live. Evan Giddings, Daryl the Guru Johnson. Ohema, thank you so much for joining us. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you guys for having me. This is fun.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, the entire season's been fun so far, and we know that, expectations were pretty high based on the standard that you and this organization set last year, but just, kind of take us through the first 27 games from your eyes from the top, and having put this roster together, having helped this organization so far, what's it been like inside the building enjoying kind of the fruits of your labor?
Yeah, I would say, 3 things. First and foremost, it takes a village. Really grateful for the opportunity to work with Mr. Joe Lacob and, his vision for our team. I would say, 2, within that village is the staff, Coach Natalie Nakase and her coaching staff, along with Lorena Torres, who's our director of performance. and Denise Romero, who's our VP of basketball admin. Each of these leaders have put together like an all-star crew of staff members that have been able to do any and everything to support our athletes. And then 3, it's the athletes, right? To your point, and putting this squad together in a very short off season, long but short, if that makes sense. They bought in wholeheartedly, and that has been really cool to see flourish in that first half of the season. It's the pride that I have is seeing them become more connected, both on and off court. There's a levity around them. There's a ton of external pressure, as you can imagine, and you wouldn't know it on a day-to-day basis going into practice, and the laser focus that they have from one day to the next.
You guys are on fire. The Bay's on fire. We're all excited. And, you bring in Gabby Williams, and that's been a fantastic move. Can you just speak to what she's brought on and off the court for you guys?
Yeah, I think what she's brought on the court is pretty self-explanatory. How she's been able to build on her game individually from one season to the next is nothing short of amazing. And we knew that was in her, but we hadn't seen it. Off court is what I always lean on, is this very calm, but I would say thoughtful vet presence. She doesn't need to be, the only person doing the thing. It's by committee, and she's very happy to lead, to, be on the bench, to do any and everything to make sure that our team succeeds. And that selflessness doesn't come by every day. And so the combination of how she can play on both ends of the floor, in addition to her selfless attitude, just continues to breed confidence into our whole staff, but the players as well.
Golden State Valkyries general manager Hema Nienan joining us here live on 95.7 The Game, and obviously the team has been fantastic. I did want to ask you specifically about the 9-game win streak, and I know it got snapped a little bit before the All-Star break, but what did you feel like the through line was through what now has been the longest win streak in the WNBA by any team? I mean, to kind of catapult yourself into now a tie for second place. There's obviously playoff aspirations, but what do you think the through line was for this squad during what's been the most successful stretch of basketball by any team in the W this season?
Yeah, what I would say, and what I've said from, time, and I will continue to say, is the type of humans that have embraced the Valkyries mentality. I think we're still building. I think the connectedness of our athletes, more specifically, you can tell their attention to detail is bar none. I would say our coaching staff, led by Coach Natalie Nakase, she is someone who only looks at the details, right? Like she's looking at how to get better on a day-to-day basis. And the athletes have embraced that, not as, a nagging head coach that always is asking for excellence, but as, a way to push them to be better individually and collectively.
You are awesome. This is a pleasure to speak to you. And I hope I don't get too personal, but I was reading a quote that you had that I'd like to have you share with the listeners, if you don't mind. And you said, maybe I can change the world through women's sports. And I was like, whoa, I have to ask her, can she elaborate on what you meant by that?
Oh, I appreciate that. The very long story short, I thought I was going to work in international development following my dad's career, and wanted to change the world. Like that was from a socioeconomic background of really trying to understand how we can make the world a better place. And basketball played a little bit of a part in that. And then now being pivoted into being the general manager of one of the newest teams in the WNBA, how do I shift my focus? How do I shift my goals? It would be trying to create a safe space for athletes to thrive, both in the community in the Bay and on court more specifically. And so, changing the landscape of the WNBA, alongside my staff members and these athletes, I view it as being able to change the world a little bit as well.
Well, Hema Nianen joining us live on 95.7 The Game, general manager of the Golden State Valkyries. And, this was going to be a major challenge for you taking over an expansion team. But did you know that you would inherit the best environment in the WNBA? And it's not just reflected in the record. I'm talking about Ball Hall at Chase Center, 11-4 so far this season. But could you have even expected the kind of reception in year one? And now it feels like it's almost kind of expanded in year two with the amount of energy and just general enthusiasm for this basketball team.
Yeah, it's something that I'll never take for granted. Very candidly, I had no clue. And the blind faith that the fans have in our franchise more specifically has been nothing short of amazing. Like, we do feel internally as a team that we do have the best fans. And I think the rest of the world is trying to, figure that out as well. But our fans they're loud. Tiffany Hayes just put out an article, and if you haven't read it, you should go out and read it in the Players Tribune, and her take on Valhalla, and everybody calling it Valhalla now and not the Chase Center, right? Like, it's not, it is mutually exclusive, but we've created an identity, as a community, that we have the best home court advantage, and we will continue to lean into that.
When I watch the Valkyries play, just watching the coach, Nikasi, and her intensity, and forget Johnny Cash. She's in all black, right? And she's fired up, and I just feel like she's a perfectionist. And even when the team's up, she finds ways to challenge them. And I feel like that's why you guys have been so successful. But can you speak to the job she's done and what she means to you all?
Yeah, I mean, she's currently, the reigning coach of the year for a reason, right? Like I said, Coach Nakase is a person who values every possession and is always going to try to find a way to make sure that the athletes get better in game, in practice, through film. She's a person that really is focused in, bringing a championship. And so she doesn't want to take any moment for granted, which I feel like can be exhausting to some, but for her, it's fuel, right? Like, the fuel to be great, the fuel to be consistently great, the fuel to be vulnerable, with our athletes on a day-to-day basis, for them to then buy into the system that she's created. It makes me extremely proud that, we're on this journey together, because she's really been able to showcase leading from the front.
General Manager of the Golden State Valkyries, Hema Nianen, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. And I want to ask you a little bit about expectations, because by a lot of people, at least outside of the building, I don't want to speak for anyone in, last year you guys exceeded expectations, pardon me. And, with the first expansion team to make the playoffs, you talked about having a tight off season. Like, is it difficult to not rush things when you have immediate success and try to skip steps? What did you look at last season and trying to identify how to get better this year? Because obviously you've taken a leap, but I'm sure it must be difficult sometimes to not try and skip the necessary steps to acquire that success.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I think for me, there's a pathway, and not allowing for the external noise to seep in, but really be focused on a day-to-day basis as to, what can we do to be better. I think in this off season, what we did really well was be super objective, right? Like, I think it's to be a general manager, to be a leader within an organization, you can always find excuses as to why things didn't work out one way or the other. And what we did was, do a 360 evaluation on pretty much all the decisions that we made in season prior to expansion draft, the first year around, what could we have done better, and then go in through the rest of the season such that when we went into free agency and the draft and, training camp, we were giving ourselves the opportunity to be better.
I had mentioned earlier about Gabby Williams and how awesome that acquisition has been, but you also brought in Kia Stokes via free agency. She's second in the NBA in blocks, does a lot of things that, go unnoticed. And I'm just wondering, I know you can't give us your secret sauce, but what is that a group effort in regard to identifying players that, are going to fit into the Valkyrie system like those two have?
Absolutely. It's 100% a group effort. We have a scouting department, analytics. Our coaching staff does some scouting in the off season as well. I think, while a lot of people, put every decision on me, and yes, I'm the person that makes the decision at the end of the day, it is a group effort. Kia Stokes has been somebody who has been coached by Coach Nakase, so she saw how she worked, behind closed doors, and regardless of, her previous experiences, knew what she could bring and was very, focused on how are we going to get better, in the margins. And Kia took on the assignment and she's thrived through it. And again, that's something that you can't script, right? When somebody's being given an opportunity, can they thrive? And the amount of work that Kia puts in behind closed doors, it's really cool to see it shine when the lights are on.
Well, Hema Nienan joining us here on 95.7 The Game, Golden State Valkyries general manager. And my last one for you, and I'm not, again, asking you to, Gu kind of talked about it, not asking to give away any secrets, but with the WNBA trade deadline coming up in just a few days, what are you, along with the rest of your staff, evaluating at this point, especially on the heels of a 19-8 start and feeling like this could end up being a really special season for you? What sort of things are you evaluating at this point with a bit of an inflection point, if you will, in the season coming up?
Yeah, I think we're evaluating everything, if that makes sense. If any deals are to be made, do we need to do it now, or are we doing it at the end of the season, right, going into free agency next year? It not resting on our being 19-8, but also being very candid about what it is that we focus on internally. I think, August 2nd is coming quick, fast, in a hurry. And what we've done is just continue to evaluate game to game, day to day, practice to practice. Nothing different than what we've been able to do in the past to see if anything materializes.
My dad's, I got to share this with you. He's a big Valkyrie fan, and he's watching the WNBA every night. And I know it's not a competition, but over the weekend, I don't know if you saw this, but I want your thoughts. The All-Star game for the WNBA had more eyes on it than the NBA, and that's not a shot at the league. We love it. But with all the stars in your team, how are you feeling in regard to the popularity about the WNBA? Because I feel like it's taken off.
Yeah, I feel really good. I think being in and around women's basketball for over a decade now, and, in early part of my career, always having to convince people to come out to games, to watch, to do things, to make it make sense. And now to have an all-star game in Chicago and have the ratings that it did, and for me personally, the athletes having a great time, right, at the All-Star game. It's a little bit of a boost, if you will, mentally, for them to take on the second half of the season. I think it's amazing. I don't want to say anything negative to say, we've been doing this, or finally, everybody's paying attention. I think it's in the journey of the WNBA more specifically, there's a lot of people that have given us the opportunity to be where we're at today.
No doubt. Well, hey, Ohema, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the success so far last season, so far this season. Good luck at the trade deadline and the remainder of the season. Hope we can catch up soon.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Oh, holla.
The Golden State Valkyries general manager, Ohema Nienan, joining us on 95.7 The Game.
She's got to be feeling good, E. She's got to be feeling good. And we are. I'm like, they got something going, man.
I mean, they're, whether they talk about it or not, like, they're ahead of schedule. I mean, for this team to be at this place, they're a legitimate title contender.
And I meant what I said, and I always do, E, but they play as their coach goes. Nikasi, she's fired up. It don't matter if they're up or down. And you can't tell me they don't feed off of that, the players, because I feel like they got yellow hats on, the team, because they play hard every night, man.
Yeah, there was something I don't know if I wanted to be like super direct about it.
You had a good question. I didn't get one, but go ahead.
Well, she liked your question.
Yeah. Thank you. You would go ahead.
I did too. Just maybe liked mine a little more. No. There was something so Natalie Nikasi was pretty candid when she first started with the Valkyries and about how Joe Lacob had told her that, you want to win a championship in 5 years.
Okay, I remember that.
I think the Warriors won a title 5 years into his ownership, or very close to. And so I don't want to get too direct, but like, are those expectations on her as well? I imagine it's everybody in the organization that Joe Lacob expects to win.
I'll tell you what, and I don't want to jinx anything. If they are, again, everybody's got to be feeling good. Like, I don't want to jinx anything. We're going to be a bear to deal with, the rest of this season, regular season, and in the playoffs, which you mentioned. Could be a home playoff series if everything, keeps up. But I'm fired up, man.
I mean, right now it's looking that way. This is looking like a basketball team that is going to be not just playing postseason ball like they did last year. They lost in the first round to Minnesota, but right now, if the season stops today, they're playing the Atlanta Dream in the first round, and they're hosting.
No doubt. And the best part, I meant what I was talking about with the All-Star game, and I loved it. She didn't go to that card. She could have we've been doing this. But, when you look around the league, the Caitlin Clarks, you got some Olivia Miles. There's some players on every team. Paige Beckers. I mean, you got some ballers.
Well, that's the thing that's interesting about them is of all the teams in the W, and, there's varying levels of stardom, but they don't have the traditional big superstar. Gabby Williams is a really good player. Yeah. Veronica Burton's a great player. They have a great team, but do they have the A plus, the alpha to take you home compared to some of these squads? And it's interesting too. I was reading a little bit about Nienan's past on last night, and prior to her time in Golden State, she was the director of basketball ops and AGM with the Liberty. And one of her calling cards was she helped recruit, because of her past with USA Basketball, Brianna Stewart, Courtney Vandersloot, I believe Sabrina Ionescu was also part of that. So, she helped get some stars to the Liberty. And I wonder if, I don't know, is that what she's expected to do here? Is that what she's trying to do here? Or is she looking to build this thing more organically from the ground up? I think there's just a lot of ways to go about it. But because of how successful they've been, I think there is some pressure on this team.
And they're using them. You got me thinking now, the mantra, there's a strength in numbers with this Valkyrie team. There's that dynamic that, they don't have that one super duper star, but they do it with, a bunch of players that are buying in,
Yeah, no doubt. And again, they got the WNBA trade deadline coming up at August 3rd. So
I got a compliment for you on the other side. Oh, we can. We'll be with the guys. How many minutes we got?
About 3.
Dude, I forgot to say this to you, Evan. What? You blew me away, and you guys are going to be like, Wheel of Fortune, the category. Well, they don't have categories in that. Jeff, dude, you broke down the Steph Curry exhibit because, Stoney was talking about, well, why wasn't LeBron? And just his impact. I was coming back from Boston.
Oh.
You broke that thing down on how many threes had been taken, I'm bowing down to you, salute. You broke that baby down, and you were not wrong, and that's why our man has that exhibit. But, you had the numbers and the impact of how many threes before Steph and what they are now. It was like, that's it. That's why he has that, what do we call it? That
gravity?
Wing, or that wing is about to be built. Dude, incredible.
No doubt. Well, I also got to, give you a compliment because you've certainly helped me out a lot today. But also, I know it was.
My bad.
You just gave yourself a compliment.
I'm having Kenny sleep. I was trying to get in.
No, you've done a good job today about not making today, which is a big day for the Johnson household, about your daughter because it's her 21st birthday. So I got to compliment you on not, making it about her.
What if I told you of the 21 years, this is the first one we're apart?
Well, that's tough.
I'm feeling bad.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. What do I do with that? Well, thanks, Kenny.
I'm glad he's got the Stevie Wonder version. What do you do with that? Well, have you called her? Did you call her today?
Most downly.
Now, did she pick up?
Of course.
Okay. Well, I don't always pick up sometimes.
Yeah. Little Apple Pay. Yeah. Still a little Apple Pay.
Yeah, she's got to get her first, spritz, margarita. Got to have a good time. She's in Mexico.
And she's a week away from going back to school, living further off the campus, so we had to get her a little bucket. Little car.
Yeah, just
not the caddy.
No, just make sure we don't Tony Romo anything. All right, I'm
feeling bad for him.
Everyone.
We got to stop now.
That's for everyone.
Hey, this ain't cool. He was doing calisthenics. He was warming up before.
That's what athletes do, Go.
No, but
not when you're getting a sobriety test.
And Kyle's healthy. He's fine. Nothing to see here. And Tony, it's Star Wars 2 with Tony Romo. We see going to see Grandma and Grandpa. And then Kyle is nothing. I'm not just, I felt bad.
He was coming from the golf course. Don't make any assumptions.
My man was warming up.
Yeah, he looked like he was getting ready to run that 40-yard dash we're going to do after the show. He was doing downward dogs and getting the back warm. Oh, my God. All right. Crossovers coming up next with Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
Oh.
I wonder what they're into.
Oh, man.
All right. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz and Gerald the Guru Johnson with you. That segment was sponsored by Lucky's Crossover.
Save big at the pump. For a limited time, Lucky Rewards members save up to $1 off per gallon at Shell. But hurry, it won't last long. Join free at luckysupermarkets.com/fuel rewards. Restrictions apply.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
This hour is brought to you by Chase Ink Credit Cards. Earn on everyday business purchases with Chase Ink Credit Cards. It's cash back built for every business. Compare options and see details at chase.com/ink.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Bay Area, the summer sales event is on right now at Ceremony Ford, and these deals are bringing heat today. Get 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,000 in down payment assistance and no payments for 90 days. That's a strong start. But Ceremony Ford isn't done. You'll also get a 2-year, 25,000-mile Ford premium maintenance plan included with your purchase. Shop eligible models including the 2026 Ford F-150, Bronco, Mustang, Mach-E, Explorer, Mustang, Ranger, Super Duty, and Transit Cargo Van, plus the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport. Whether you need something for the family, the job site, the commute, or just want a ride that looks good, pull it up anywhere. Ceremony Ford's got you covered. 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus premium maintenance included. Ceremony Ford, the Bay's Ford store in Coma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. You know that's my Ford store. Make it yours too, and tell them Bonte sent you.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HabbisLaw.com.
Omar Habbis is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Don't miss the all-new stand-up show from Scotland's comedy superstar, Daniel Sloss, at the Masonic on October 17th. The first show sold out, and a second was added. Buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for a chance to win your way in, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it is time for the crossover brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Getting it for Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson, Dan Dibley, Mark Willard.
The fellas.
Happy hump day. Happy hump day.
Yeah. It is hump day, isn't it?
Hump day.
Gosh,
I hate Wednesdays.
Life with Dibs is so great. The week just flies by.
Well, and you're coming off vacation, and yesterday you were laughing so hard, you're like, oh my God, is this Friday?
Not when we left. Y'all,
I don't know if
y'all was sparring when we left.
and we were sparring.
I called it Ali Frazier.
No, and we're going to leave that alone because it's one of those things where
Pacquiao Mayweather.
What if
it's in a month?
Alone?
I mean, possibly.
My phone was blowing up like they're fine.
Of course we're fine.
Very fine. But, I mean,
it's what we do.
We had a difference of opinion on something that is, like mutually, doubly unprovable. And so, what do you do?
Yeah.
You know, it's funny, but quick aside, if I may. I love that people check in on you whenever that happens on our radio station. It can be any two of us. And they're like, are they okay?
Oh, I've had it.
And my thing is, the people that I'm actually closest with in my life, that's what we do.
No doubt.
Like, if you don't spar with someone, I'm sort of like, you're kind of at arm's length.
No doubt.
You're not really my people if we don't spar.
Yeah, and I've kind of learned that, like, because, I definitely wear things on my sleeve, and he and I have had, he and I have had 2 or 3 where, like, the mics go off, and it's like, don't do that, or I say don't do that. And I remember you and I and Steiny, we did our 51 week. Yeah. We did 50 weeks remote. We did 1 week together, and every day we do a conference call. Look, I need you on the call. Wow. And at least 2 times, if not 3, you and or Steiny came straight down my road.
One time with you and I.
One time.
It was one, whatever it was. And I mean, I'll take the L on all of them. And famously,
I've heard a couple different sides of this story.
Well, there are multiple sides.
I know there are.
When you do shows remotely, it turns out there can be fights happening that you don't even know about.
There can be. And the famous one for me is Joe Fortenbaugh, where he was doing this whole build-up for, post Super Bowl.
Okay.
And he was doing, this whole joke setup. And he's not known for humor.
Yeah.
And the punchline was going to be Gary Woodland, who had just won the Waste Management. And as he's building it up, I'm like, oh, yeah, it's Gary Woodland. And he looks at me, and he's like, okay. And we go to break, and your boy.
Oh, so this is real.
Oh, this is real. So the mics go off, and your boy got absolutely eviscerated. It was an evisceration sensation is what it was, Ken. I don't know if Ken's paying attention. He's probably not.
He's been checked out by 11.
He's locked in on higher or lower.
I got other things to do.
Yeah.
Wow.
Such as point at the TV.
Well, there's been some problems today.
Yeah, Ken, I didn't catch what was going on, but it seems like Ken and Evan are
they had
they're
something
clawing at each other.
Us?
Yeah.
They've been coming down my road all damn day.
I don't know.
Evan
Ken,
tapped into a Steiny stuff.
Thank you.
Not mistakes, but
Ken, are you in a mood? Are you in a mood? Or
He's
are you good?
fine. He's fine.
He opened up to me. Tell him,
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. You look at.
They're clawing at each other.
Evan had a couple Steiny moments.
Screw that guy.
And then he got in my ear and told me, not told him.
Steiny moments. I was honest. I was vulnerable. I said that I had plantar fasciitis. These guys have been giving me crap all day for it.
No, I
like
just
I'm a
said he's
cripple.
too young to have that.
Listen, when you got a bunch of people who've had their 50th birthday and the 30-year-old is hurt, that's fun for us. I don't care if you're mad.
I'm relishing that.
That's
Not
fun
gonna,
for us.
Yeah.
I love watching the 30-year-olds limp around, and I'm like,
No, it's like a 10-year-old birthday party. I'm the 6-year-old in the ball pit just getting absolutely pounced on.
No, and I'm that guy, but plantar fascia knows no age. Arthritis, yeah. Your discs are falling onto each other. Yes, you're old. And osteoporosis, yes, you're old. Plantar fascia doesn't give a chuck about how old you are. You can get it. Plantar fascia is just plantar fascia.
So it sounds like I'm going to be Tony Romo in a couple of years, trying to stretch out before a potential.
You might be.
Hey,
Dude, call the dogs off of here. I know what he did was, Dad, you cannot operate a vehicle driving. But what we're watching, I said Star Wars 2. They're playing the whole shit.
That was really
my
good.
grandma and grandpa.
My word of advice for all people, if you ever get locked up in a roadside sobriety test, don't ask, did I pass?
He was doing
not a good-
calisthenics.
So funny.
It's not a good
That
question to ask.
actually wasn't roadside. That was actually
Or whatever.
behind
Whatever.
closed doors
Yeah.
because he refused. But the one thing that I thought of,
Did I pass?
right?
No, you didn't pass.
No, you didn't pass. And that's like going to the Algebra 2 teacher. And shout out Mr. O'Sullivan, who, he's got to be gone by now. He was 48 then, and that was 40 years ago. But you walk up to him and office hours, did I pass? Well, did I pass is not, did I get a perfect score? It's, did I get a C-?
I thought the funny part was there was a 6-minute video of him in the car, and then there's a scene change because it goes to a different place, or he actually starts getting ready like he's going to do the combine and run a 40-yard dash because he's doing a downward dog. He's stretching out the L1, L2, L3.
Oh, yeah.
And then they're asking him about concussions, and he kind of coyly smiled. Well, I've been there before, done that. I don't know if you know who I am. And I'm just wondering this whole time, is this a movie? that they have just put together after apparently a golf outing when we went to go see Grandma and Grandpa.
I mean, there are edits. I've never seen a police video where it was edited by the time that we got to
You think he's in trouble with CBS? I was reading where they were already kind of unhappy for just regular stuff, and like this could be the one to where, I mean, we all make mistakes, but I am curious.
If he's in trouble, it is because they already wanted to move on.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about too. Yeah,
all right.
No doubt.
What about Pearsall?
Was he impaired, Tony Romo?
We don't know. I can look. Evan was
he didn't breathalyze.
That's the implication. And he did not pass the
Look
test.
at his face.
Right. He looks so. I've never seen someone. He looks so happy. I've never seen someone just be like, what are we gonna do?
If you gotta call your lawyer, Diaz, I think you guys are.
I'm gonna go see Grandma and Grandpa. Who calls them Grandma and Grandpa? Like, he just pulled that out of his pocket. How old is Tony Romo? Mama went to see Grandma.
Right.
Like, what?
He would have put up some numbers on the backboard. If you know what I mean.
There we go.
I mean, bottom line, though, like in that moment, you don't get to call your lawyer. You don't get to call your lawyer until you are actually arrested. Then you call your lawyer. So when you say, like, roadside, can I call my lawyer? No, you don't get to call anybody.
Oh, I thought she was doing too much.
I thought you could phone a friend.
No, you get pulled over and you don't get to like, hold on, ma'am, I'm going to make a couple of calls here. No, you got pulled over and we're going to go through the things, and either you submit to a roadside test or you don't. And then based on that, I'm going to make my choice. And then we go back. And then if you're arrested, then you get to actually call your lawyer. But I was fascinated by the fact that that body cam footage came out within 5 days.
Man.
As opposed to 11?
I mean,
or 14.
Those are your words, not mine. I mean, I kind of led you to
about
it.
two different accident and DUI.
It's fascinating.
Yes, that's a roadside sobriety test.
As opposed to a head-on accident.
Correct.
Niners got bigger issues than Al Shanahan right now.
I'm not doing this with you.
They
got bigger issues.
What about Pearsall? You concerned? I am.
I already was.
Oof.
How can you not be?
He said I already
And that's his guy, too.
I love him. I think he's a phenomenal player, but, like, you got to stay healthy. I mean, this is a familiar story. This happens with a lot of players. If you go back through the years, players that are good.
So he had a procedure, not surgery.
Remember, who was our guy that he played for the Chargers, the defensive back, and he came to the Niners twice?
Verrett.
Jason Verrett.
Shout out Antioch.
415 torn ACLs.
Fairfield.
Yeah.
Fairfield.
Great.
I think it was Antioch. I could be wrong.
He was a baller.
He was a baller.
But he couldn't shake
He
it.
just couldn't get his legs to hang in there.
Did a lot of knee surgeries.
Oh my God! So it happens.
Fairfield. Apologies.
Yeah. So I don't. You know.
Ayuk.
I mean, right now it's just swelling, but sure, this is a huge year for him. Huge year for him.
Do you think that's why Stribling was drafted? They might have been less confident in him bouncing back?
I think they're different positions as far as how they see their future. Stribling is, we had a good conversation this week with Lombardi about Stribling kind of maybe lining up to play the big slot early on this year, especially if Christian Kirk is going to have injury problems.
How hammy.
But Stribling is kind of drafted to be the future of what Mike Evans is going to be now. Pearsall is going to be on the other side.
When he plays, he can play, man.
That's what they want him. That's what they want him to do. But yeah, you gotta be on the field.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Well, in reaction to that, there are a lot of people who called in today and texted in that are wondering what the Niners can do about it. And maybe I feel like we were kind of on the same page, Goo, but Deebo Samuel's name came up, who's obviously a free agent. And I realize that he's not bad, but it just, like, it wasn't a good place where he and the Niners left 2 years ago. He wasn't awful last season, but didn't do a ton in Washington. Like, to me, I would rather see what you got with some other guys around him. And if you're going to go get Deebo, like, why did you go get Mike Evans and Christian Kirk? It seems like a step in the wrong direction.
And you got DeMarcus Robinson still.
Yeah, I think you have a decent amount of receivers that are better options than Deebo.
And what does Deebo have left? And we don't really know that, but yeah, you mentioned you had drafted guys. Like, how about Cowing? Can we get Cowing healthy and see if he's actually going to be somebody who can be a wide receiver? And I don't believe that the whole idea of like Debo, oh, you're a running back again. You're a wide back. We're going to throw you back there. They have 2 running backs who are competing to be Christian McCaffrey's backup. And so if you wanted a receiver to come in because Ricky Pearsall can't stay healthy, you want an actual receiver, and Debo is not elite anymore.
I'm totally with you guys. We'll see. Time will tell if they got nostalgic with bringing Dre Greenlaw back. But nostalgia is not a great philosophy when it comes to roster construction. I mean, if this thing were to all go perfect, let's say you did that. You bring Deebo Samuel back. What you're hoping for is that he doesn't play.
Damn.
Like, how many people they already have, and how would that feel for Deebo? He is, I don't want to call him a gadget guy. He's a different type of a player. I don't think it's what they're doing.
But it's ran its course. Why is he available and camps open? And I'm not hating. That speaks volumes.
Yeah. I just, so to Dibbs' point on what he has left, but also the style that he brings, I don't think is what the 49ers want to have at the forefront anymore. You know, what he did great for the Niners was kind of out of necessity, because they didn't love necessarily everything that they had as far as their quarterback and the receivers.
I thought the window dressing him in motion threw teams off, man.
Oh, yeah. And then you remember in his last year, they were waiting for him. Everywhere he went, they were just sitting there waiting for him. They're like, we saw this on film. So, I don't think that's the play.
Yeah, where he didn't have the speed to get to the edge anymore. I think, a player of his size, like, in a way, what made him great is why he's no longer that kind of player, because the explosiveness at his size was just kind of uncanny. I don't know. I think the guy that, I don't know if you guys talked about him, because he's also kind of a big dude, but is Vita Vea. And it's less to me, like, I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are eventually going to pay him. I think that this happens all the time where a guy asks out and doesn't actually go anywhere. But I think it's interesting that, I think it was Ted Nguyen of The Athletic reported that he's interested in going to either Las Vegas or California. And a guy like that, who's a game-changing talent, if the Niners were in a win-now window, to me, are absolutely in line to acquire his services. And I just wonder if you guys feel like they are. If that's someone who they would just be rushing to try and get, the way that the Rams rushed to spend everything on Trent McDuffie and Myles Garrett. Not that he's that expensive, but a couple of years ago, it's like, all right, 3rd-round pick for Chase Young, no problem.
You guys nailed it earlier. I think they are in a win-now window. Absolutely. Yep. I really do. However, the issue with this one is not this year. Vita is in the final year of his deal. Could the Niners tuck that into this year? Sure. But whoever acquires him is going to need to extend him.
And he's 31.
And he's 31, and he'll be expensive, and their cap situation in future years is not ideal for that kind of thing. I think they're loving the fact that this is the first year where they didn't have to do a massive extension for somebody. So to bring in a player and then do that is probably not what they're going to do. I get the desire. I mean, he'd be great. He'd be great.
But he fits better with the Warriors, quite frankly, as an older player. What
about Logan Murdoch's report?
A little young for the Warriors.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Where allegedly some in the Warriors brass were in on Anthony Davis or, others.
Let's talk Jaylen Brown. I'm fascinated by this.
4 is too steep for me.
I agree. I'm trying to figure this out from multiple angles. Why is he even available at the deadline?
That's what I couldn't put together either. Back in February where they were the 2 seed.
They were the 2 seed, and he was an MVP candidate. The world is buzzing about what he's doing without Tatum.
More than fair.
And Boston is offering him up. So that has me scratching my head.
Is there any chance that's not accurate?
I mean, I guess there's always a chance, but there are more than one people I respect reporting it. So
I don't have an answer.
4-1 sounds steep. They ended up taking 2. I know Paul George is healthy and Jimmy Butler is not, but if the Warriors could have gotten that to 3. But here's what bothers me about it is not that they didn't do it. What bothers me about it is the reported reason why. That they didn't think, they weren't sure that he could be the one when Steph retires. So that means you didn't make the move based on what you weren't sure about 3 years from now. That's the kind of stuff that if I were Steph, that would piss me off.
Yeah, but, Steph has also said that he wants to leave it in a better place than he found it. And it's like, if the Warriors had stuff around Steph, and this was the only thing that I saw a problem with, it's like, if you spend your 4 picks, then it better be good enough. because you can't do anything else.
Except for how old's Jalen?
Jalen's going to be in his 11th season. He's going to be 30.
Okay. Yep. So let's say you did that deal, though, and then Steph retires in a couple years and you decide, I don't necessarily like where we're at. You could recoup something for Jaylen Brown at age 32. You could recoup something, not all of it. But I guess my point is, if that was the sole reason you said no, that feels faulty to me. Well, to be thinking about something that's 3 years down the road.
Yeah, what stood out to me was a lack of organizational consensus.
Yeah,
I mean, there you have it.
And that was the same thing, it sounds like, with Davis, too, that there was a small contingent.
And who?
Part of the Warriors that didn't believe that Davis was worth everything. It's like there's two reports that people are not on the same page. And it sounds like there's some people that are in the camp of do stuff now and some people in the camp of do stuff later. And it sounds like they have, as a group, come together and decided that they'd rather focus on the later. And I don't think Jaylen Brown fits into the later. Like,
then who does?
I mean, but that's why they haven't done anything.
Yeah, well,
this summer.
Those people aren't available. You know,
right. Exactly. Like, are we waiting for the absolute perfect basketball player?
It seems like that's
to
the
come
case.
along before you. So, what is optionality if you don't use it?
Well, and we talked about this yesterday. Like, the later is like Anthony Edwards. He's the later. Or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He is the now and the later. Shout out to Candy.
Yeah, orange.
Like, they're not available. So the people who are available, like Jaylen Brown was available, and maybe it's because he did have the Achilles issue last year, and, you know, Boston was not thrilled by that. And the Warriors, the thing that you mentioned, Evan, is the whole idea about like the consensus. And it feels like when you had Bob Myers here and you had Jerry West here, there was consensus. Like, we're doing this, you're not. And then now it's Mike Dunleavy. And I do think that you've got a certain number of Lacobs and you've got Dunleavy. And it's like, okay, you think what you think and we think what we think. And if we don't agree, well, then we're not doing something.
Which Willard pointed out yesterday, and I've said 100 times to Evan, so you did nothing this offseason? But now Willard wanted to do something, Dibbs didn't, Dibbs wanted to do. That's not good if that's how it's going down.
I've gotten myself to a place where it's kind of like what we do with our kids. When it's like, if you do this, like, I'm going to let you off the hook this time.
Oh.
If you do this again. This optionality, flexibility thing, that's it. That's it. This summer is the last one. Because
there's no doubt
this money all comes off the books next year, and Steph Curry will be about to turn 40 years old. So I'm having a hard enough time swallowing it this year, but if this is what you're going to do this year, I don't want to hear optionality again next year.
I mean, they're going to have the most cap space in basketball. It's like, yeah, the gloves come off. You got to do something with it. Someone's got to take your money, and it better not be Draymond Green.
Right.
He's got a one-year deal right now.
But Mark mentioned it, like, very good, nice opening, but like, free agents don't really happen anymore at the top level because, you know, teams have the bird rights, and so we all talk about Nikola Jokic, and let's just spend a year talking about Jokic to the Warriors, and could it happen, and, you know, Denver struggles, and does he want out, and whatnot, but ultimately they can give him more money than anyone else, and so the way the system is built now, the top level guys can get more money by staying. And so you stay and you get more money. And when you decide that you're kind of, you know, disgruntled or whatever, then you go ahead and say, I want out.
Yeah, but you need the space. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but like, you need the space to do it. You also need the picks to do it. And you also have to be a location that someone wants to go to. It's like, you know, so the Lakers had a lot of flexibility this offseason by getting off of LeBron's contract. But, you know, like Walker Kessler wanted to go to L.A. Now, I don't think he's a game-changing player, but it's like, okay, that's your big man. That's your guy you're going to throw next to Luka Doncic. You have to have him choose you and then have the picks to trade for him and the money to give him after. And I think that's why the Warriors are waiting, because there's not really anybody that is that sexy out there that's going to help catapult them while basically preserving this optionality that everybody hates.
So is that what we're going to follow now this year, is whether or not Jokic gets to the end of the year? Denver is
that's
not
where it starts.
They're not a top 4 seed, and he apparently is ticked, and the Warriors can trade.
I don't know if I can do it again.
The Warriors can trade an expiring Jimmy Butler contract and 4 picks and 2 swaps for Nikola Jokic, and then sign him to a max 5-year extension at age 32. Is that...
I'm in.
That a good preview on what we're going to do now this year?
I'll give up the 4 for Joker.
It's going to be he's the next pipe dream.
It's going to be exactly pipe dreams.
But he's got to be
You're going back to the club.
He's got to be mad.
Yeah,
he's got to be mad at his team. Not mad at his team, but like Giannis, like he's got to want to move on.
It's over.
And I mean, you could fill in the blank on whomever. Like the whole Lauri Markkanen thing. Like honestly, I haven't watched a ton of Lauri Markkanen, but the idea of 6'10", he's kind of a unicorn, and he'd be a great fit. Let's go out and get Lauri Markkanen. But I do think that Warrior fans are going to be in that same thirst mode of, okay, like who is going to be next and how do we get this thing to maximize the Steph Curry window?
Damn.
I just, it's tough right now that Joe Lacob has largely been pretty quiet for a long time. And I think that's tough for him because what ends up happening is little bits and pieces of large conversations are getting put out by those who do talk to him some, whether that's a Tim Kawakami or whatever, or Monty Poole, and people are, Anthony Slater, they're maybe talking to him at times, and so he's getting characterized. And this one that Logan Murdoch put out today, to me, this is a tough characterization, and it's not just Lacob, but the idea that, and again, it's 4 first rounders. We could talk about what the offer was or the ask, but if your reasoning is I don't want to do Jaylen Brown because I'm worried that 3 years from now he's not a torch holder. To me, that's a crappy reason. That's not the reason. You don't do it because it's either a bad ask or a bad fit next to Steph or whatever. Like I
thought light years you would do it. When you're light, you're a gambler. Like, let's see it, Evan. And what about, real quick, Kawakami's comments about him possibly being focused or them on the future? That could be more than the Murdoch.
I think it's the same thing.
He didn't make that up, right? Somebody had for him to say that.
I don't know Tim super well. I mean, I know him pretty well, but he's not one of these like I'm gonna make it up guys.
Right, I got you.
We do have some people in this media landscape, and I referred to him yesterday, and I won't be as overt today, but there are people who make S up. Tim Kawakami's almost 35. And again, I'm dating him. I did this before, 40 years in the business. I don't think it's been that long, but he's not a make it up as we go along guy. So, yeah, I think that it's a founded opinion. But honestly, like Joe Lacob is an open book, and he probably is really thinking about, I mean, yes, Steph, great. 1 year, 2 year, 3 years. Love you, keep you, pay you. But what happens after that? If Steph retires, Joe Lacob still owns the team.
Yeah, I mean, I thought one of the themes of the piece was also the fact that Lacob's ambition is the reason why they're in the spot, but also one of the main reasons why they have 4 championships, his willingness to hire an unproven talent in Bob Myers, his willingness to listen to someone like Jerry West for a lot of the kind of pivotal choices, to build a front office that had a lot of maybe unlikely greats in it, and put them in positions of power at the time where you didn't know, and eventually they became what they are. So it's like he's kind of created this situation where I think he's done it his way. And to be fair, it's produced 4 championships, but now he's still trying to do it his way, and it's becoming tougher and tougher. And maybe the people that are unproven who's put in those positions, aren't Bob Myers or aren't some of these people that have now gone to heights that we now know them to be. Like it's tough, but all right, guys. You got the show coming up?
That's what they tell us.
Yeah. I didn't know you say that every single day.
I just need an alrighty, gents, before you leave.
Alrighty, gents.
Thank
you.
Golfing today? No, just change your name. It would have been a lot easier. I'm proposing, and I do this with all respect, Ohema Giemma.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I think that would be a great T-shirt for her to wear around.
Evan, what are we supposed to do, and where are we supposed to do it?
Well, I was going to say, where you could wear that T-shirt is on 95.7 The Game.
Nice job. Yeah, baby.
Are they the the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny dudes.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's do this. I think that's kind of where a lot of people's heads, at least to start today. I got a bunch of stuff for you. Some of it you don't even know about. I got some surprises for you today.
You got some stuff?
I got some surprises for you today. Yeah, it's going to be fun. But anyway, hi, everybody.
Yep.
888-957-9570 is the number. And I just think, we probably all know people like this in our lives. Maybe we are those people in our lives. You ever know the person who, let's say especially, this happens in dating life, could be young, could be old or whatever. You ever be around somebody who's a little too picky? They find something wrong with every single option out there.
No doubt. Yep.
Okay. Those people end up alone. You know what I mean? There's no perfect people. Like, even when they feel perfect at the beginning, you're going to argue with them. They're going to annoy you. That's life. Like, there's no perfect fit. That doesn't. Come on. That's
I'm thinking about the person at the in the produce aisle at Safeway, and I'll see you in the aisles, and you see somebody who is hovering over the cantaloupe, and you pick up the cantaloupe and you squeeze it, and you look, and then you end up picking up like 27 cantaloupe because you want the best, ripest, most ready-to-go cantaloupe, and just pick up the lope, dog.
Do you know, actually, I'm so glad you brought that up. Do you know how you check a cantaloupe? Like, I'm really good at checking an orange. I'm really good at checking grapes.
Yep.
Cantaloupe. I see people knock on them.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm like, did it answer?
You got to tap it.
I'm ripe. Like, how did I knock on? What am I listening for?
It's not the listening, it's the relative softness, and then it's also the smell. So you got to tap it and sniff it.
That's not appropriate to do at a grocery store.
We're talking about cantaloupe. I know. And it's a fact.
Yeah.
So we usually...
if it's too aromatic, that means it's gone too far, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
that's what... Okay.
We get our cantaloupe from a local farmer's market, and my wife will go in and say, pick me out one that's ready tomorrow. And then the lady will pick one up and, like, hit it a couple times, and she's like, yep, this is the one. And, I mean, I don't really get it, but yes, to your point about pickiness... Yeah. Some people are super, like, overly picky about everything.
Well, that's my question about the Warriors right now. That's my question. And, Grandy and I a few weeks ago got into a big old Jaylen Brown fight. Probably people had to text Guru and say, are they okay?
Right. Mark on Mark crime.
Things like that. Jaylen Brown, there's two pieces of this for me. I'm very confused about Jaylen Brown. I'm super confused. I still am. I don't understand why the Celtics were so hell-bent on getting rid of him. I don't understand why Paul George and 2 first-round picks was the return. I don't understand why, if that was the return, the rest of the NBA wasn't in on this as well. And then when people talk about the Warriors and Jaylen Brown, apparently that conversation wasn't happening this offseason. It was happening back in February. And in February, it was going to be Jimmy Butler and 4 first-round picks. That sounds a little steep to me.
Very steep.
Especially if it's Paul George and 2 ones. But that's question number one for me. This guy was phenomenal last year with no Jason Tatum for much of the year. And then the Celtics are just like, we got to get rid of him. Can someone explain this to me? Normally when a star gets traded, we get the reasoning behind it. I still sit here today not fully understanding why Jaylen Brown had to go. But that's piece.
But we don't always get the actual reasoning. Like Dallas, Luka Doncic, he
Well, he's
drinks
fat
and he
drank
smokes
beer.
cigarettes.
Yeah, he was a big fatty.
I mean, really? Is that what it is? He goes to LA and he's not fat anymore, and he's still really good.
You're right. I'm not saying that we're always going to get to know, but I'm going to move forward in life still confused as to why the Boston Celtics decided that Jaylen Brown was like hot potato. Guy, get rid of it. Just get it out of here. Okay, fine. That's piece one. Piece two. If the Warriors wanted to say no because of the price, I got no issue. But if the Warriors wanted to say no because they were worried about 2030, I do have an issue. That's not where your head should be. It's just not where your head should be. That should be a piece of your thinking, but I would argue that if that's the thinking, then your head is in the wrong place, and that's where offensive to Steph Curry lives, in my opinion. Like, that's not okay if your thought process is, we really could do something special right now, and yes, there could be a pitfall down the road, and then that potential maybe pitfall 3 years from now is what stops you from acting. I don't like that. That doesn't feel like the right way to do it to me.
It doesn't, but it could be, more than that. It might be something about the calf strain, the Achilles tendonitis that he had last year in March, and that might be something that you would be concerned about. The price and, 4 first-round picks feels like too much.
Yeah, I agree.
The other piece that really strikes me is the whole idea about organizational consensus. And it feels like right now they don't have a lot of organizational consensus, and I can't get beyond draft night. And I know this is not really a thing, but you're about to make the pick for Yaxel Lendenborg, and we go live to the draft room, and Joe Lacob is very animated with Mike Dunleavy over something. And we found out that it was make the pick, like hurry up and make the pick.
Just make the pick.
The idea of ownership being overly involved in what the basketball people are doing, that to me reeks of a lack of organizational consensus.
Remember, he texted Steiny, we're in alignment.
Right.
Steiny got the text. We are aligned.
Aligned in what?
I don't know.
Right.
But their behavior suggests that they are. Steve Kerr signed back. That's all he was looking for was
eventually
alignment.
Right.
But that was the word all year. Are we aligned? And then he did. And then, Mike Dunleavy, in the press conference. Joe's just barking. He just wanted us to make the pick. And I told him to relax. We're going to make the pick. And,
right.
They all sound like their behavior suggests alignment.
So the alignment is, you know what? Last year was really not great. We were the 10 seed. And we're all aligned in that we want to run it back. Either we get LeBron or we're just going to run it back. Hands in the middle. Alignment on 3, 1, 2, 3 alignment. I don't know.
Listen, this is it. It is. I'm not going to say that it's easy to figure out. I think about it this way. You own a home, and I don't know if this was a part of your thought process at the time or not. But those out there who have saved money year after year after year, and maybe you're budgeting for kids to go to college or whatever. There is that thought of, is now the time? I've got all this. I got this bucket of money that I've spent my whole life saving. Do I pounce now? Is now the right time? Or do I wait? That can be tricky.
Yep.
And I feel like that's the game the Warriors are playing. But what we're doing is, I think we're running the risk now of being risk averse. Which is you're like, okay, we've got all the picks, we've got all the space. When is the right time to pounce? And if the Warriors have organizationally decided that the right time to pounce is not until Steph leaves, well, that's going to upset everybody.
Yeah.
That's just going to upset everybody, including him, I would think. And so I think that's the fear. And that's the question we all have. And it's very hard to answer because it's not like they haven't tried to pounce, but when they try to pounce, the answer's no. And when the answer's yes, they decide not to pounce. Whether that's right or wrong, that is what has happened so far.
Right. And I guess you could be a little bit more risk averse when you have the resume that they have. And you mentioned buying a house. And I lived in the city with my first wife, and we had a 600 square foot apartment, and we had a almost 3-month-old baby who was loud. 600 square feet, 3-month-old, and it's like, you know what? We need to get out of here pretty soon because this kid is wearing us out. And then 9/11 happens, and I told my ex-wife, I said, you know what? Now is probably not the best time, but 9/11, like, am I right? This whole thing could, like, it could be over. So, you know, we rolled the dice. We bought a house in Oakland, and my ex-wife is still there, and so it worked out. But we didn't have 4 championships. And so if you're Joe Lacob, like, you've stacked chips and you've hung banners, and so you can be a little bit more conservative, I think. And
but
your thing's worth $10 billion, right?
But it's tough. Like, it is tough.
For a fan, for sure.
Yeah, or for everybody. You know, somebody's over there yelling, YOLO, come on, let's do it. And you're like, yeah, but oh, God, okay, but Achilles and 31 and is he the right guy to handle this? Why does Boston want to get rid of him so bad? Like, I get all the questions. I'm not here banging on the table saying Jaylen Brown was definitely the one that you should have gotten. It stings a little bit when it feels like, don't know if this is true, but it feels like, let's say they had gotten Jaylen Brown, would they now also have LeBron James? I don't know that to be true. It certainly feels like they would have had a better shot if they had done that, as opposed to having Jimmy Butler. So that's a little salt in the wound. I think where this all falls for me, though, is, okay, Warriors, if you're going to try to convince us that the right thing at the right time has not come along yet, we really, really value our flexibility, okay. I can join you on the flexibility train one more time.
One more time.
One more time.
You're talking about optionality.
You can't do this again next summer. And if you already think it's too late, I have no issue with you. But one more time. You cannot hold your flexibility just until Steph leaves and then be like, look,
flexibility.
We're flexible.
I wonder, like, your words are your words, and I'm totally with you, but I wonder how Steph feels. That to me.
Well, everybody's wondering that. Yeah. And hasn't shown any.
Maybe he's with you, though. Like, okay, one more season. Yeah. I'm going to give you one more year, and then, all right, optionality. Let's go.
888-957-9570. Have the Warriors waited too long? Or are you willing to grant one more year? Do you want to grant 3 more years? We're sponsored by Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. We'll take your calls next. Mark Spears is going to join us in the 5 o'clock hour. This is Willard and Dibs.
If you've ever reached for a cheers when your favorite song comes on, you're ready to embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. Hazy, citrusy, smooth, juicy but not sweet, hoppy but not bitter. America's best-selling hazy IPA for good reason. Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
Flexcar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with Flexcar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to tell you right willy-nilly. Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Flexcar. You drive everything.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
I'm Sam, owner of Marino's Landscape. With my Chase Ink Business Premier Card, I earn unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything I buy to run my landscaping business gives me cash back to help throw a big thank you party for my team. For all they do.
Chase Ink. Cash back built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/ink. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries today on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVACR contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our giant summer sale is here. Now through August 3rd, get 25% off everything in the store. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. That's 25% off every product. Add 24 months interest-free financing, and you've got giant savings for your home. The Floor Store's giant summer sale. Big savings, big selection, giant opportunity. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
If you owe the IRS back taxes, you need the best team on your side. Priority Tax Relief has helped thousands of Americans resolve their IRS problems and settle for pennies on the dollar. As a leading tax resolution firm, we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, hundreds of 5-star reviews, and a 4.9-star rating on Google because we deliver results and huge savings. If you owe $5,000 or more and even facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or IRS letters, call us today at 800-470-3405. Once you call, our tax professionals will call the IRS with you for free, and within minutes start negotiating a settlement. We'll put a stop to collections and fight to get you the best settlement possible. Choose the company Americans trust most. Call Priority Tax Relief now at 800-470-3405 to see what relief you qualify for. Don't wait. Make the call. Dial 800-470-3405. Once again, that's 800-470-3405.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear.
It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Trades are hard.
Now back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Tim Kawakami, TK show. That's what he said.
What Lacob wants to do, and this might get Warriors fans mad, but he wants to build the next team after Steph Curry. I don't know how possible that is, but Lacob has a very keen interest in, I'm going to show, or whatever, this organization is going to show what it can do with Steph Curry and then after Steph Curry. I don't think it's going to be as good myself, but that's what he wants to do.
Good prediction, Tim. I agree with you.
Yeah.
You think it's not going to be as good as when Steph was here, huh? Me too.
Well, I mean, it could be.
It's allowed to be.
Well, you could, play it out in the Spurs model where, the Spurs had David Robinson get hurt, and you won the lottery and you got Tim Duncan. I don't think that there's a Tim Duncan in next year's draft, although looking at the mock draft for next year, all of you people who are looking already at the Warriors in the lottery, you're going to want to watch Eurobasket because a lot of these guys are European. So I don't think that there is a Wemby or a LeBron or a Duncan. So, they're allowed to be, right?
Well, but that's just next year. Maybe should Joe Lacob's own words be used against him? How many years did he give the Valkyries, just born last year? How many years do they have to win a championship before everybody is accountable?
I would try to go to the LeBron cut, but actually it is 5. It's not 5. It is 5.
5.
And this is year 2.
So
and
they're in the hopper.
Mix, yep.
They're in the hopper. So I'm sure Joe is pleased, as he should be, with the Valkyries' performance. Man, for them to put this together this quickly, wonderful, tremendous. And yes, he is a huge piece of that. So he deserves a ton of credit for what the Valkyries are doing. Now, they haven't even won a playoff game yet. So I'm going to, hit the brakes on the parade there. But they've been overachievers from day one. Yep. So I'll give them that credit. Okay, Warriors after Steph. Should we do that when Steph retires? Do we start a 5-year clock? All right, do it again, Joe. You got 5 years to win another ring. And if you don't do it, then we say, oh, this has been a failure. I'm spitballing here, and I'm trying to figure out the question, even though what actually gets me, and Tim said it right there in that bite. Boy, this might upset Warrior fans. You can go ahead and take the might right out of it there, Tim. And Tim knows this very well. That is absolutely going to tick off Warrior fans. If what Joe is doing, and again, this is only an implication. I don't think this is necessarily what anyone has directly said. But if he is more motivated to prove to people that he can do this again, as opposed to the motivation that he still has for the moment, then a Warrior fan has every right to be livid, quite frankly.
You could be mad. I mean, I don't know if you can be livid because what Joe Lacob was a big part of building, and he was not here when Steph got drafted, but he was a part of what got built. And you go to Rick Welts, who was a great front office executive. You go to Jerry West, who he brought in, and Bob Myers, who got elevated, and all the rest of the things that he was a part of as the owner, and they won 4 titles. So I don't know if you can be, quote, livid. I mean, you're allowed to be whatever you want to be. You're a fan, and I get that, and some fans are already livid because it's been 4 whole years since they won a title. It's been 4 years, Mark.
Yeah, but
that's a long time.
Okay, let's pick that apart, though. That's where I think the fans get upset when they get called spoiled. And I think there are some spoiled fans, but that's not what this is about for me. I'm like, boy, can we try to separate these two things? Warriors, you've done a wonderful job. Who the hell would argue against that? I know there's a lot of people, actually, I see them on social media. They think everybody's a clown show all the time. Right. Everybody. Everybody's a clown all the time. All right? They've been in power here for 15 years or so. They've got 4 rings. So if you're upset, that's a you problem. Go for a walk and get some fresh air. But this isn't about what was. This is more about the philosophy of now. So you're right, I can't argue with the outcomes. I can't argue with the resume that's been built, but I can argue with the philosophy of the moment. To me, that's fair. That's fair. It's not about the results. It's about the philosophy. And if the philosophy is, and I don't know this, but I'm asking the question, and Joe, I wish he had all of our cell phone numbers. You could text us. Are you more into later than now? Because I don't like that. I don't think anybody likes that. And I'm not saying that you should ignore the future and YOLO and let's just do all now and why don't you send out 8 picks? Who gives a rip? I don't want you to be the Rams. They're a little crazy. I know it's fun. They're a little crazy sometimes.
And football's different.
And football's different.
For sure.
So, but if you're kind of cruising around hearing the voices wanting to prove to everybody that you can do this again, while Steph is still performing at a high level, that's a philosophy with which I don't agree. And I hope that's not the case.
I wonder, what you could actually do right now that would make that work. So if you look at the Jaylen Brown piece, and let's just say that Boston called you back and said, we'll take Jimmy, but we need 4 firsts, and they're all going to be unprotected. We're going to need 4 firsts in 27, 29, 31, and 33, and we'll take Jimmy because, we have to, and you get Jaylen, and that's the offer that the Warriors got. If I'm the Warriors and I'm Joe Lacob or Mike Dunleavy, that's a no.
Yeah.
That, to me, is too rich, and I love Jaylen Brown. He's a great player, and he's only going to be here for 3 years because he's making major money for, is it 3 years or 4 years? Whatever it is, he's going to be making massive money. So in the short term, while Steph is here, you've got Jaylen, you've got Steph, and you've got a bunch of people making a lot less than that. Are you good enough in the short term? No, you're not.
Right, but that's not what was reported to be the reason. I'm with you. I agree with you. That's too rich. And guess what? The market agreed with you as well. 4 first-round picks was too rich. He ended up going for 2. I understand there were a couple second-rounders. There was Paul George. Those things are kind of whatever as far as the deal.
I think Paul George is more than whatever, but you and I disagree, and we'll see this year.
I think that you can tell when somebody is just a salary matcher. Jaylen Brown and Paul George are not on the same planet right now as far as players. Yes, Paul is in theory healthy, but give me a break. It's not like he plays tons of games either. So
He played every game in the playoffs, and he averaged about 15 a game.
He did.
He's not the Paul George he used to be.
Yeah, he went on a nice run for a few weeks in the playoffs. I'm just saying I think what leads the way in trades in 2026 in the NBA are first-round draft picks. And so that's sort of how I usually judge these things. Put it this way. Jimmy Butler and 4 firsts, to me, is a bigger offer than Paul George and 2 firsts. And so the Celtics started in February with offers around 4 first-round draft picks, and then they did not get that, which means that over time, as they canvassed the league, that offer went down. So especially to your point, in February, I would have also said no. But my reason and your reason is that's too much. Our reason was not, I don't know if Jaylen Brown's going to be good 3 years from now. I don't like that reason at all. That's what bothers me about this report. Again, I know it's just a report. It's somebody saying somebody else said this, that, or the other. But I don't like the idea that the Golden State Warriors have built all of this optionality and they are seemingly so hesitant to kind of really go in on something to help out Steph Curry because they're actually more motivated about what happens next. That doesn't feel good to me.
I think it depends on the player, and I think that they were more willing to do 4 firsts and a couple swaps for Giannis at the deadline because Giannis, in their eyes, was more of a future centerpiece than Jaylen Brown, and we could 888-957-9570. Who would you rather have for the next 8 years, Giannis or Jaylen Brown? And it might run 50-50. They're different players. And, Giannis has had a little bit of an injury history, and Jaylen Brown's got a calf or an Achilles that may be a thing. I don't know what the difference is. I'm also struck by the fact that Boston was pretty willing to let him go. And I know long-term you probably can't pay him both. Like next year, it would have been Tatum making 62 and you'd have Brown making 57, and that's not really sustainable anymore. But for the Warriors to not think that he could be the future after Steph Curry, it's a judgment, but I don't think that they have been shying away from trying to at least explore things.
Definitely not. Definitely not. I mean, they've actually got the reputation, as you know, of big game hunters. In fact, every reporter out there, boy, as long as Joe Lacob's in charge, it's big game hunting. Well, that's interesting because they're either poor at hunting or they're not actually big game hunters. One or the other is factually true because they have pulled off. And the one deal that they continue to say, hey, we made our big move was actually, let's be real. In the end, you and I didn't necessarily love the deal the day it happened.
We were at Splash.
Didn't love the deal. I've taken the L on that. I now think,
too.
Yeah, it was the right move to make at the right time. So I'm not ripping the deal, but let's not call that a big, massive deal. It's a big name, but Jimmy Butler was at odds with his current team and came on the cheap. You'd been trying to deal Andrew Wiggins for 2 years, and you gave up 1-1 in a year that you knew you were going to finish as a playoff team. That's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a risk that they took with Jimmy Butler. So all of these huge names that they hunt, okay, Giannis and Kawhi and Kevin Durant,
Lauri Markkanen. One of two things has happened with every single pursuit. You either didn't have the goods to get him, or you decided to hold on to your assets. So is he really a big game hunter?
I think so, but it's a little bit like poker. And I know you've played a lot of Texas Hold'em poker where, I mean, you get your two cards and you look and you might have King Jack.
You make it sound like I got a bunch of visors in my closet.
No, but I mean,
the garage is open on a Saturday night.
You're a dude, and like you have friends, and when you have friends and you're a guy, like you get into a spot where you play poker. And you know, I went to Palm Springs on my fraternity retreat, and part of the golf event was it's poker night, and so whatever, it was a prepaid thing. So I'm playing poker. You might get dealt like King 9 of spades suited, and you're thinking, okay, it's a maybe. And then the three people in front of you, they all like, they raise. It's like, no, we're not doing that. We're not going to raise on a King 9 or, you know, whatever the suit would be. I'm not a poker guy enough to know what like would be playable or not playable, but I do think that the Warriors have had some hands. They've had some cards. They have assets, and they're thinking, no, we're not going to do this. We're going to try this. And, you know, maybe you go in a little bit and then somebody raises and you're out. And I think that that's kind of where Joe Lacob is right now.
Yeah. I mean, again, you can want to be a big game hunter, but it doesn't make you a big game hunter. So that's not like an accusation. I'm not pointing a finger here. I'm just saying that you can get involved in every single conversation. You can go to the bar and ask every single girl out. If you go home alone, you're not that dude.
No, but you were big game hunting.
But you're not a player.
But you go to the SI swimsuit.
You crush a lot.
You go to the, thank you. Is it Fat Joe?
Yeah.
You go to the SI swimsuit model party. You somehow get in and you're big game hunting on all 24 of them, and you go 0 for 24. You were big game hunting.
Not really.
I mean, you were.
Not really. I think that analogy ran its course, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
you're not a big taxidermy guy. Like,
no.
If you go to my house and you think, oh, Dibs, he's a big game hunter, and you go into my house and I've got a squirrel mounted, I've got a bunny rabbit,
I'm very. Are you comfortable when you walk into someone's house and they've got animal heads on their walls?
It's not that I'm
like, what the hell's going on in here?
I've never been.
No judgment, but
no judgment.
Like, I don't want that thing looking at me. Don't look, we're good here. I don't need now the thought of like, tell me the story of when you shot that. Anyway.
If you wanted to list the top 100 hobbies in America, I think that my bottom 3 would be, in no order, spelunking.
I don't even know what that is.
That's when you go through caves.
Okay. Gigging?
You know what? Something about grabbing a frog. Like, I'm going to grab you, frog. I'm not going to, like, choke you out and eat your legs. But
all right,
the sport of it, like shooting an animal and probably fishing. I don't have the patience for it. But anyway, like, big game hunting, you could be a big game hunter and not ever get big game.
I was thinking about fishing just yesterday, actually, because my son is really, really into it. And
the big fella, right?
Yeah. And I liked going with him. But I started thinking about this. I'm like, man, he's about to move out. And will I ever go fishing again if he's not here? And I'm like, no. I wouldn't even know what the hell to do.
Right.
I never graduated past when I caught a fish. I'd be like, Abe, I caught a fish.
We got to let this thing go.
What do I do with it? So, I'm not really all that into it either. I just wanted time with my kid. But
yeah, my father-in-law, Pop, is an elite fly fisherman. So he goes on trips all the time, and like he's into it. He's good at it, and his son and his grandson, and they'll like catch fish, and then they'll fillet it, and you'll eat the fish, and that's great.
Yeah.
I'm all about it. If you're gonna catch and not release, then at least catch and like fillet and eat.
Yeah, like get some dinner.
Exactly. So anyway, for me, big game hunting, like that to me is not super fun, but even if you go big game hunting and you don't catch big game, you're still big game hunting.
I mean, sure. Okay. now we're in the area of Yoda. Like, there is no try. I mean, you've spent 5 years on this show getting mad at me for Super Bowl or try again.
Right.
It's all about the results, I thought.
Big game hunt or try again.
It's all about the results, right? Is it process or result?
I'm results, you're process.
All right, well, what are the results? Ain't no big game. There's no big game.
But the process.
Who are the big game?
But you're a process guy.
I am. And I don't like the process. That's what I'm pointing at.
You need to trust it.
I don't. The process is exactly what I'm pointing at. If right now the Warriors are saying we are averse to the idea of, and if you thought Jaylen Brown was a bad deal, then fine. You think that's a bad deal. But if you get an offer that you believe is a good deal in the moment, but you pass on it because you're worried about the way it positions you in 2030 or 2029 when Steph's not here and what's actually motivating you in your belly. Like, that'd be my question for Joe, and I don't know if he'd give an honest answer publicly. What is getting you up in the morning? We know Joe's competitive. We know Joe's a very good owner. Joe wants to win, and Joe will put his money where his mouth is. As a fan, that's all I can ask of whoever owns the team. But what gets you up in the morning? October or 2030? And if 2030 right now is what's getting him up in the morning, I don't prefer that. That's what I will say. That is not a good thing for the Golden State Warriors. That is not a good thing for Steph Curry, and that is not a good thing for Steph Curry finishing his career as a Golden State Warrior.
Ultimately, you have to have your hand in each pot, and as an owner, you definitely have to worry about October and 2030 because when Steph is gone, and I'm assuming 2030 he is gone, and Steve's gone, and Draymond, and whatever, Al Horford's still here at 46, whatever the machinations are, he is the only one in that group who has to actually worry about 2030.
No doubt. No doubt. I'm not saying ignore it, but is that what gets you up in the morning? Is that guy brushing his teeth thinking, I'm going to show this world that I can own. I can warrior without number 30.
Well, and he has. Like, he owns. And
now without 30.
Correct. But he bought it for, what, $440 million or whatever, and now it's worth $10 billion.
You're never going to... No one who actually wants to be fair. Like, if you want a social media for your life, do it. If you want to actually read, watch, listen, and understand, nobody's going to challenge what Joe Lacob has achieved as the Warriors owner. It's been an absolutely phenomenal home run success story. But I just want to know what gets him up in the morning.
What floats his boat?
Yeah. Is it now or is it then? And if it's then, that's a problem. It's a problem if that's what is really, really firing him up.
I would bet it's both, but at the same time, like the now, okay, 4 first-round picks for Jaylen Brown. That's the now. I don't even know if I think that's a good deal. And the then is, well, Steph's gone, and we've got optionality, Grandy. We've got it. We've got picks, and you know what? We're a destination, and in 2030, we can go out there and get the free agent who's going to pop free because we're us. Look, and, we're the thing.
It's interesting. It's a conundrum, dude. I get it. And Joe realizes that he's either going to be criticized now or criticized then. That's the deal. Like, let's say that he did get Jaylen Brown for 4 first-round draft picks. And let's say the Warriors went on a deep-ish playoff run. Okay? Conference semifinals. And that was fun. And Steph got to do that. And then Steph and Draymond leave, and Steve Kerr leaves, and you've got Jaylen Brown, and you're really, really... You're kind of out of draft capital at that time. And the team starts to tailspin a little bit. He can get ripped. Like the same people who are sitting here right now going, you've wasted Steph Curry's career. Those same people will be sitting there 3 years from now going, I can't believe you didn't have the foresight to not dump all of your draft capital when your star was about to turn 40. So he knows that. And I get that. we are asking for him to walk a very tight rope. That's why I'm not making it about any particular one deal. Not to me about Jalen or Giannis or Kawhi or Kevin. It is about what really drives him right now. And I have no problem if he sees both as important. That's his job now and the future. You can think about both, but if you're prioritizing and actually what's really driving you is you want to prove to this world that this organization and the brand are bigger than Steph, that's troubling. That's very troubling.
It's risky.
And I think Warrior fans, rightfully so, have a very hard time imagining anything that's going to come along anytime soon, probably in our lifetime, that would rival what Steph Curry has done.
Think about the Bulls, and I'm looking at it here, where you win your sixth title in 8 years in 1998, and the owner makes it clear that, well, coach, you're gone, and therefore you're all gone. It's the last dance. And you win the title, and then the next year, you're able to get the number 1 overall pick, and it's Elton Brand. And then you get the number 4 pick. The year after that, Marcus Fizer. Then you get Eddie Curry, the number 4 pick. Then you get the number 2 pick, Jay Williams. Like, you are racking up lottery picks, and you're thinking, you know what? I own the Bulls. We're rolling. Like, Michael Jordan, whatever. We got, like, lottery. And then, Jay Williams gets hurt, and Marcus Fizer was a bust, and then Kirk Heinrich at 7, Ben Gordon at 3, and on it goes. But the Bulls, you realize, have won 5 series since the last title in 28 years.
No, it usually doesn't work. Most draft picks don't work.
Right, but even
the ones that do, it's like that doesn't mean you're going to win a title out of it.
Like Derrick Rose, that was the right pick. That worked, and then his body fell apart. And so, to your point, though, like the Bulls is a cautionary tale where they thought that, we can go ahead and just keep doing this, and you've won 5 series in 28 years.
Right.
That's it.
Right. Even the right pick does not mean greatness necessarily. Was Cade Cunningham the right pick?
I think so.
Yeah, what the hell they got so far? Got a 1 seed.
Yep.
Then bowed out. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll keep going with this. I got a little something else. I'll just say basketball related for you that I think will open your eyes. Coming up next here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians. Because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit HabasLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes. Catch the Golden State Valkyries today on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The summer sales event is on at Celebrini Ford, and they're stacking up the savings on some of Ford's most popular vehicles. Get 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,000 in down payment assistance and no payments for 90 days. But Celebrini Ford isn't stopping there. You'll also receive a 2-year, 25,000-mile Ford Premium Maintenance Plan included with your purchase. Shop eligible models, including the 2026 Ford F-150, Bronco, Mustang Mach-E, Explorer, Mustang, Ranger, Super Duty, and Transit Cargo Van, plus the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport. Whether you need a truck for the job site, an SUV for the family, an electric vehicle for the commute, or a Mustang Mach-E because driving should still be fun, Serramonte Ford has the vehicle for you. 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, and 2 years of premium maintenance included. Serramonte Ford, the Bay Area's Ford store in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at SerramonteFord.com. Serramonte Ford, the Bay Area's Ford dealer.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. An official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs. And if you want to see their beautiful faces, you can check them out on YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game right now.
Man, the game within the game is something special.
Mark Grandy.
It's something special.
My man, Mark Grandy.
Huh?
It's all in the game.
Yeah.
The game within the game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's
everybody's got it. Every family has it. Every workplace has it.
No doubt.
There's stuff going on. That's all.
Always.
Speaking of games, you want to play one?
I would love to. Shall we play a game?
It's not really.
Do you know what that references?
No clue.
War Games. Matthew Broderick.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Man,
I don't think I ever saw that.
So old. Yeah.
I saw plenty of Matthew Broderick films.
It must have been like 1983.
I was much more into, obviously there's Ferris Bueller's and then
right.
You had the Brighton Beach Memoirs and Biloxi Blues and all that stuff. Yeah. Anyway.
War Games.
Yeah, War
83.
Games. I remember the name, 83. I was 8. I think my parents are going to, hey, son, you should go see War Games today.
When I was 8, I went and saw Bad News Bears, and that was bad parenting.
Why?
There was a lot that was going on in that movie that an 8-year-old probably shouldn't be exposed to.
Yeah, but at the same time, I could see how a parent would look at that trailer and be like, that's a kid's movie.
Especially when you're kid number 4.
Yeah.
They didn't look at the trailer. They were like, you're going to be gone for 3 hours? Off you go.
Plus, I think what we have learned in life, quick aside, is back then, and I don't want to sound like two old dudes on the porch, but things were a little bit less helicopter-y back then. Like people, pets, you could leave the house and it was okay without being mapped or watched, or you could just be trusted to head out into the neighborhood and you'd come back at a certain point.
Yeah.
Sometimes I guess maybe you wouldn't, but you'd come back. I had a cat when I was a kid. He left and then he came back. That's what we did. We didn't know where he was.
Right.
He went and did whatever the hell.
You didn't have a pet tracker on him?
I would have loved a podcast to learn what it is he did all day. He went out. That's where people were back in the 80s. They were out, and then they would come back.
I would love to have strapped a GoPro on Cliffy, who is still with us. He's 10, but Cliff would leave the house, and there's a 6 or 8 house radius where he would go, and I always wondered, what are you doing, for 7 hours?
Dude, the way it is now, it's so habitual. If you don't know where your people and your things are for an hour and a half, you freak out. I went and took the lovely Christy's dog and my dog. I do this about every 6 weeks or so. I took them to the groomers today. The groomers needed a little extra time. They were understaffed today. This is not a boop. I went to the groomers. What are we talking about
Is
here?
it a wash and cut?
Yeah, I don't even know what they do in there. They do all the stuff. They come out. They smell better. Their nails are clipped. They're both girls, so they've got little bows on. It's adorable.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm not going to. What do you want? I'm not clipping dog nails.
2 dogs at the salon. $120.
It's not a salon, and I'm not getting into the price. It's a very...
That's all I'm curious about is the price.
It's not a salon. It's called Doggy Styles. It's 2 twin ladies who run the place.
Dog.
It's it's a door and a room that's smaller than the studio we're sitting in right now.
I'm just wondering before I get a dog. P.S. I'll never get a dog.
Exactly.
What
so
does
I'm not
that run
telling
you?
I'll tell you off air.
I'll look it up.
Anyway.
Sounds like $2.25 to me.
Definitely take the under. But my point is it took the dog in. They're a little understaffed, so it was going to be a little longer than normal. So I grabbed Jude, and I'm like, let's go run some errands. Let's go mini putt. Let's go have a day. And the phone starts ringing 2 hours. Do you have Atlas? Where's Atlas? I'm like, it's fine. Do you want to watch the dog? She's at the groomers. It's okay, but I get it because that's how we are now. When our people and our animals are gone for more than 3 breaths, it's like we have to pick up our phone and find out where they are. They're out. They'll be back.
And by dot watching, you're talking about the iPhone, right? Where
you will, prediction, whether it is iPhone or whatever, you will watch Mila.
I personally will not.
You will. I bet you right now.
Well, 2 things about that. One, you give me a lot of Schmidt, shout out Casey, and hopefully your knee's doing better, about being an Android guy.
Well, it ruins our chat.
Fine, but think about the fact that people can't watch me now. You can't watch your boy.
Well, nobody watches me either. I'm 51 years old.
I get that.
You can turn that off.
And I don't have the iPhone, so I don't even know what that's about. And the second piece is I will not watch our daughter. My wife will watch her. And if she can't find the dot, or if the dot is not, and if she forgot where she's supposed to be, my wife will let me know that the dot is not where she's supposed to be.
I bet that's not the way it plays out. That's just me. It's the first time you've had a daughter.
Facts.
I've had one, still do, but she's 17, and I'm telling you, I believe that you're going to watch. And by the way, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be an iPhone thing. I actually don't even watch on the iPhone. There's an app It's called Life 360. When you have teenagers, you'll get it. Just trust me.
I have had teenagers, and they rode AC Transit to Oakland Public Schools.
They didn't have this app when you had teenagers. You did that 10 years ago. They did not have this app.
Correct. Okay. But, I mean, I had the ability to, I guess, dot watch them, and they were on AC Transit in Oakland Public Schools, and, I relied on their good sense. I'm from the old school, Mark, and dot watch. You know what?
You will. You will.
Off you go.
Anyway.
Anyhow.
I'm going to give you something because now we dot watched for 8 minutes. I'm going to give you something, and I'm going to I could give you even the break to ponder this if you want. There's 2 ways I could have done this. I could have asked you if you want to name 6 answers on the board. 6 answers on the board. I got 6 NBA players who in the second half of last year, this is post All-Star break, last year, 6 NBA players achieved this stat line, okay? They averaged at least 17 points per game, at least 6 rebounds per game, at least 4 assists per game, and did so on 60% or better true shooting. Only 6 NBA players were able to do that. I wonder if you want to take a stab at who those 6 players are. Post All-Star break last year, 17 a game, 6 rebounds per game, 4 assists per game, all on 60% or better true shooting. This is last NBA season. 6 NBA players achieved such a line.
This feels like a Jaylen Brown setup, so I'm going to say Jaylen Brown.
Sorry, that's not correct.
This feels like a Jason Tatum setup. I'm going to say Jason Tatum.
This
feels like are we going back to LeBron? LeBron James?
That's 1.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Look at that.
You still have only 2 strikes, so you're still in the game.
Right. I mean, I guess there's no games played minimum in this. And I don't think that Giannis played a game.
So. Yeah, no, there is, you can't achieve those stats by not playing. You have to play. So, there is
Luka Doncic is probably 1.
That's correct. Actually, Luka led. He led the group 34.7 points per game. Yeah.
That's great.
That's 2.
Yeah, 2. Totally. Heck, geez, I don't know. Nikola Jokic?
Hey, look at you. Hey, this is quite a comeback from you.
Well,
2 strikes right out of the gate, and now you've got 3 in a row. There's only 3 more on the board.
I was a terrible
Would you like to go to round 2 where the scores can really add up?
I actually would like that.
You won't get any of these final 3, I don't think.
I don't know if that's the case.
Whoa.
I wouldn't have.
Well, then.
Okay, wait.
That was not about you. It's more about who the players are.
That's a clue. Take that for data. That was a clue. That was actually an olive branch from Mark Grandi. You took that as a criticism.
Welcome.
Yeah. He's giving you a nudge. It's a friendly little...
Why don't you think about it during the break, huh?
Yeah.
Hello, Carol.
Is that an official guess?
It is. Let's just wrap. Bull.
Well, no.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, no.
Anthony.
You've lost.
Rudy.
Except.
Joel.
There's a bonus round.
VJ.
There's a
Tyrese.
You've done enough to qualify.
Mike.
For the bonus round.
Jim.
Who the hell's Mike?
Mike Conley. I don't know. I'm just throwing out names.
So
Jim.
So Luka Doncic.
Juwan Jennings. Sorry.
Nikola Jokic. LeBron James. Alpi Şengün. Amen Thompson. And coming up next, I'm going to give you one bonus round guess.
Oh, I know exactly who it is.
Who number 6 is. Please hold your answer. One guess on who number 6 is. The Valkyries are back in action tonight after the All-Star break, taking on the Mercury in Phoenix at 7 o'clock. Listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game. And on the free Odyssey app, just search Valkyries for all the action. This segment was sponsored by Safeway. And it was performed by Willard and Dibbs.
Head to Safeway this week for a Signature Select 80% lean ground beef for $4.99 per pound when you buy the Mega Pack. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
You only get one shot at this. One chance to handle your injury case the right way. One chance to get the compensation you actually need. And one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early, it's final. Say the wrong thing, it's recorded. Take a low offer, you can't go back. Before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They'll step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes!
Download the Albert app and use promo code MOVE to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code MOVE to get up to $10,000. That's promo code MOVE.
Every minute of every day, another person loses their life to cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer has set a bold goal to make early stage detection an essential part of standard of care for all cancers. So join the mission and help save lives today at standuptocancer.org.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises. And you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now, or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Oh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
As Stone Phillips used to say on ABC, returning to our story.
Okay.
But that was usually because like a wife murdered a husband or something.
Whoa.
But you know what I mean? Like he used to host that, what was the show? What was the show?
It wasn't Dateline.
Yeah, Dateline. Yeah, people always killing each other, and they turn it into an hour-long little mini murder mystery, and then everybody would watch it, and it was always the husband's fault, because it always is. But anyway.
Stone Phillips, 71 years old.
Is he really?
I mean, he got some.
Why is
he got some early work in?
Why does this show have that tendency? Every time we bring up a name, we immediately go, how old is that person? That's what your 50s are about. Your 50s are like you're not old, but you're old adjacent, and you start to become very aware of where this is all going. You're looking at everybody who's in pain in their 70s, and you're like, oh, crap, that's what's coming.
But that's a great example. Like Stone Phillips, for me, it felt like his heyday was 20 years ago. And I thought 20 years ago, he was probably 35.
Oh,
you know what I mean? That's where I mean, that's kind of where I am now.
He was a vet. He was a veteran.
Already.
Yeah. Anyway, if you're just joining us, we were playing a very fun game. It was a very difficult one. And I thought you did great. I really did. Because you came out real cold and then you made a game of it.
Yep. I got a few knocks.
6 players in the NBA post All-Star break last year. So we're talking about a little bit less than half the season, but the way that the season ended, 6 players achieved this: 17 points per game, 6 rebounds per game, 4 assists per game, all on 60% or better true shooting. With your 3 strikes that you achieved, you also did have
3.
Yeah, you had 3 strikes.
I got like 15 strikes.
Well, that was after it was over. But then you got 3 right. Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
Nikola Jokic. And then LeBron James. And then I gave you Alpi Şengün and Amen Thompson and left one man.
Right.
Still on the list. And I'm going to give you one bonus guess as to who that other human being is.
It's funny because I got about 13 wrong. And as you were getting ready to send us to break, I used what we call in the business talk back, where I can talk just to Grandy. And I threw out a guess, and he didn't confirm or deny.
Yeah, because it was during a break. You don't hit buzzers during the break.
No, it was actually during the show, but you were doing one of your, like, coming up and, like, doing a read. And so I threw out a guess, and he gave me eyebrows, 2 of them, and they both went up. And so
it's difficult to make one do something and the other do the other. You can do it.
People can do that.
You can do
those
one
are the
eyebrow.
people that I don't trust. But the guess that I threw out is the guess that I'm going to go with.
All right. What is it?
I may get his pronunciation wrong. Podziemski. Podziemski kid. Pojowski. Jaminski. Brandon Podziemski. Yeah. I mean, pay him
Brandon
Kaminsky
Podziemski
was scrapping.
Yeah. Brandon
And
Podziemski.
which pronunciation am I missing? Yeah.
Poughkeepsie kid.
I think I said that.
Did you say that one?
Poughkeepsie kid.
You definitely did the Shams.
Right.
Podziemski.
Right.
Podsminski.
Podsminski.
That's the one. That has a dash in it. Podsminski.
Podzinski.
Yeah.
And there was the one guy who called in and conflated the two.
Oh, Porzingis and Podziemski?
Yeah. Porzemski and Porzimski.
Podzinski. Podensky.
Thank you, Grandy. You are so on your game. That was the one.
Okay.
Poughkeepsie kid.
It is the Poughkeepsie kid?
Podziemski.
It sure is. It's Brandon Podziemski.
17 points.
In 27 games to end the year last year, 17.5 points per game, 6.2 rebounds per game, 4.1 assists per game, all on 60.3% true shooting.
Like, I mean, it's cool, and I have questions. One,
go ahead, ask questions.
Did somebody put this out there and then you picked it up, or did you do the homework?
No, I didn't do the homework.
Okay.
No. What the hell you think I'm doing this morning?
Well, I'm kind of the deep dive
grinding?
guy.
Exactly.
I do the grind.
This was out there.
Right.
It was out there.
And so it was
I
out
found
there,
it.
and you thought, you know what? I'm going to see if I can piss off the audience by bringing up a stat that shows that Pods and LeBron, they're sharing a
They're
tent.
the same guy.
Last year, after the break, and I love stats for this, and Matt Steinmetz is in Scotland, probably asleep right now. It's midnight, but he's the king of drawing a line somewhere to create a stat to make his point. And this feels like one of those things.
Do you know what my favorite ones are? I don't even have to make the point. You think I'm making a point? I haven't said anything yet.
You're not making a point.
I shared a factoid and did so in what you helped make a fun way.
You did it with intention, and
you don't know what my intentions are.
I know that your intention is to create a show, and for those of you who don't share our show thread, Pasta, Grandy, myself, and yourself, and whoever else is in that day, the majority of the content is created collectively, but you are essentially the engine, I would say, of what goes on. You drive the show, and you ultimately are the majority of the creation of the topics. And so you did this with a certain intention. And I'm wondering what that intention is. Because you're not going to piss me off. I love Pods.
I know you do.
He's a fellow Ginger, and he's about to get paid.
Buddy, I don't get out of bed looking to piss people off.
I know
That's definitely never my intention. I know it happens. Oh, I know it happens.
You pissed me off the last couple of days. On Monday with your Lakers, you won a title. Yeah, it's a Sunday. Woo-hoo. Shut up, Willard.
Yeah,
and then yesterday, a little bit of the back and forth over the...
Well, you think you're a police officer, so that's funny to me.
Right, and you
did it again today.
I've been in touch with lawyers, and so I will have further...
Oh, I've been in touch with lawyers too, but it's got nothing to do with Kyle Shanahan.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But, and again, by pissing me off, it didn't really piss me off. And this one I do think is...
I'm not trying to piss anybody off.
There's a certain intention, though.
I do like to make people think.
Right.
I enjoy that. I enjoy laughing. I enjoy travel. I really enjoy food.
I love to hike.
I like to hike. I don't love to hike. I like it. Depends on where we're going. I don't like to hike aimlessly.
That's called wandering.
Yeah. I do when we were in Yosemite a couple of weeks ago, and there's 2 waterfalls. It's like we're going to the top of those, and then we're coming back. That's the destination. I like that. I love it. But yeah, I like to have conversations that hopefully make people think. I am aware of the byproduct that sometimes when you make people think, you also piss them off. This I know. So if this pissed you off, then I'd love to hear why. Why does it piss you off? All I did was I shared something that I saw that made me think, and I thought, I wonder if this would make other people think. And so how could we present this in a way that would be fun and memorable? And then, so I texted Grandy on the side. I said, hey, That's why he already knew the buzzers and the dings.
On the side?
I said, yeah. Who's the side piece now?
Apparently it's Grandy.
I said, hey, take a look at this.
Shut up, Dibs.
Yeah, don't.
That was all last week.
Well,
there was a lot of that.
I bet.
Shut up, Grandy.
So, yeah, I sent it to Grandy. I go, hey, keep this one under your hat. And we'll have some fun with this today.
I've never seen him wear a hat, by the
Grandy?
way. Yeah.
Yeah. He's head is even bigger than mine. I got a big head, too.
We're both a size 8.
What size are you, Grandy?
7 and 7/8, I believe.
I think it's bigger.
Oh, my God. That's big. You're an 8?
The only hat I've ever been able to find that somewhat fits me that isn't adjustable.
Yeah.
If it's just, I walked into AT&T Park at the time one time, and there was this table and everything was like 60% off. And I asked why, and they said, because all these hats are too big, no one ever buys them. And I said, well, I am the guy. And even that hat, if I wear it too long, will give me a headache.
Oh, gosh, that's amazing.
Great story.
That's incredible. You're like, you guys have been waiting for me, and I'm here.
It's perfect.
So anyway, yeah, I sent it to Granny on the side. I said, let's have some fun with this today. And so we did. And if that ticked you off, or if you think that I am needling you, then go right ahead. I didn't say anything.
Give the number.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. Or did you want the numbers?
No, the number is great.
17.5 points a game, 6.2 rebounds per game, 4.1 assists per game, 60.3% true shooting. So when they sign him to an extension later this year, just be careful with your he sucks takes. I'll say that.
Right.
If you want me to put some sort of bow on the take, like if you think he sucks, I cordially ask you to go back into the lab and find your evidence. And then be ready when they sign him to an extension. Be ready with actual takes about why Brandon Podziemski sucks so bad. And if that's what you think, then that's what you think. And then we'll do, because that show's coming.
Right.
That show's coming. It's coming in a few months.
Yeah, no doubt. And if you want to have that take, you can have it. But the Warriors don't think so. And the numbers you threw out, and you mentioned that he played in 27 games. P.S. That was all of them because he played all 82.
Right. So did Amen Thompson. None of the others on the list did.
I'm looking at his draft class, and he's number 3 currently right now in his draft class in total minutes played. The aforementioned Amen Thompson's number 2, and Toumani Camara is number 1. So Pods has played in the 3rd most minutes, and if I sort by games, he's played in the 3rd most games. So he's healthy. After the break, he was productive. And if you did the whole season, his productivity was kind of similar. The points were lesser because Steph Curry was around a lot more, but the rebounds were maybe even more. He was a rebound machine.
Yeah, I get the quirks, and people will say, oh, the Warriors sucked at the end of the year. And it's like, I don't even know. Did they actually suck more at the end of the year than they did at the beginning of the year? It was kind of the 9-10 seed the whole year for the most part for the Warriors. Sure, Jimmy was gone. Steph was out a lot of these games. I don't actually know if that's a criticism or a compliment for a player when their numbers go up, when, the stars are out. Was there a lot on the line? Blah, blah, blah. We can do that. I think if you can have a 25 to 30 game stretch where your name ends up on that list,
it's not a bad thing.
There's got to be a little bit of a nod, right? I'm certainly not over here trying to tell you that Pods is those level of, he's not that level of player, the other 5 guys on the list. I certainly hope that it doesn't sound like I'm trying to say that. I mean, if you want the bow on the gift of what I'm trying to say, it's that Pods doesn't suck. He just factually, numerically, categorically, however you want to look at this, he does not suck. So that's all I'm saying. The discussion is coming. I think there is a debate to be had, But if the simplistic take is Pods sucks, I think you should go back to the drawing board and bring more to the table when we have this actual conversation.
Right.
Because he doesn't. It doesn't mean that I don't know what the numbers should be. I'm not saying he's a core. Just come with more. Come with more, because he doesn't. He just flat out doesn't. You don't just do this in the NBA, no matter what the circumstances are. So that's all I'm trying to say.
Right.
Did that piss anyone off?
I'm sure it pissed a lot of people off. And the team was bad. I think they won 9 games after the break. And you didn't have Steph for a lot of it. And so somebody has to score, and he did. But the one piece of that for me kind of bolsters what you're talking about. And I'm not saying you did that just to prop up Pods. But
I didn't even do this. Like I said, someone else did.
You did this.
No, I just saw it.
You did it.
I didn't do this list.
You and your side piece, number 2, you talked about it.
Yeah,
and
we talked
brought
about
the list out because he was on that.
Because it's interesting. Someone else put it out there. What were they doing?
But
I don't
you
know.
brought it to the show.
Yeah, because it's interesting.
It's interesting because it bolsters your belief and my belief that Brandon Podziemski is not a bad player.
I don't think that's a belief. That's a fact.
It's your belief.
How the hell can someone do this and suck? How's that possible?
The thing about it, if you would just let me get through it just once, for crying out loud.
Probably
and
not.
You can play the shut up Mark, because this time I'm talking about another Mark, not just you. Shut up, Grandy. Well, unfortunately, it was not a shut up Mark, but
shut up, Dibs.
Yeah, I'm trying to get this point out. The fact that he shot 60% in true field goal percentage, that is what makes all of those numbers not empty calories.
Right.
Because if you win, and I think they went 9-18 in those games, if your team is that bad and you put up 17, 6, and 4, who cares? Because you might have been out there going 8 for 23 every game, but he wasn't. So the true shooting percentage part of it is what makes me think, to tell the audience, like, yeah, he's not bad. Yeah. He put up numbers, and he did it with a certain level of efficiency.
Right.
That's all.
All of this all works together. And I found it very interesting. It didn't change my belief about anything. I hope it changed some of yours. But if it didn't, fine.
Yeah, I don't think that it did.
Probably not. But if that's your plan, 888-957-9570. I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him in November, because the Warriors are going to sign the guy, and I'm going to call Willard and Dibs and be like, Pod sucks. You're wrong. Go find something better. We're listening. Not here. He's not a star, but he does not suck. He was not a bad pick at 19 or 20 or whatever the hell it was.
A good pick.
You're
familiar with Keith Smith, right?
Of course.
NBA guy.
Yeah.
I'm looking at his article from about 4 weeks ago, and he did a projection of the rookie scale extensions of the 2023 draft class. And Victor Wembanyama, the max. 5 years, $251 million. You go all the way through. Number 3 pick, Scoot Henderson, no extension. Koulibaly, he says no extension. And you get down to number 19. Brandon Podziemski. What do you think Keith Smith, who is a basketball financial expert, what do you think he estimated Brandon Podziemski will get for a 4-year extension with the Warriors? 4 years and blank $1 million for Brandon Podziemski.
In this moment, when was this done? Can I ask when?
June 3rd.
June 3rd. Okay, so prior to this year's free agency.
Right.
I'm going to guess 4 years and probably $72 million.
It's a decent guess. That'd be 18 a year.
Yeah.
He actually has him for 4 years and 64.
Okay.
Which would be 16 a year.
I don't know. Boy, I'd do that. I'd do that if I was the Warriors.
For sure.
That sounds very reasonable.
And I'm sure Pods would do that as well. I would imagine.
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know what he wants.
Never know. I don't know who his agent is.
He's got to be.
Is it Aaron Turner?
No, it's Bill Duffy.
Oh.
He's a Duffy guy.
Okay.
I think, right? Isn't he a Duffy guy? I'm pretty sure he's a Duffy guy. Okay. I'm 92.7% sure that he's a Duffy guy.
He's got it at 4 years and 64. So if you're a Warrior fan and Pods gets 4 years and $64 million, an average annual value of $16 million a year, how does that make you feel? Like, are you infuriated that he gets $16 million a year?
Didn't Moody get 13 or 14?
He got 13, I believe.
And nobody even batted an eye at that.
No.
And Pods has been I love Moses Moody, but Pods has been a more consistent player than Moody. I know he's gotten more of an opportunity.
Yep,
I understand that. I understand that. But, yeah, I don't like, to me, NBA salaries don't even get to that spot where they're preventative of other things and they start to fill up a lot of your cap. You got to get north of $25 million before, to me, a contract is a problem. Like, even if you were like, ooh, that ended up not, like, he played very poorly over the next 4 years, but all he makes is $16 million a year. I mean, that's a couple of Buddy Hields.
Right.
Like, that's not, it's just, I don't know. That's not that big of a number.
Well, and even to your point about Moses Moody, so Moses was, solid. He signed for what he signed for. I think it was 4 years and $52 million. And then last year happened, and it's terrible that he got hurt. But even right now, if you wanted to buy him out and he's not able to play basketball anymore, that's not going to be that cost preventative of buying out Moses Moody because of where the number was. And if it's Brandon Pajemski and he plays for that contract, $16 million a year, well, then you get through 4 years. If he's really good, he gets more. And if he's not really good, well, then you trade him, and $16 million, it doesn't really hurt you.
Yeah, or you do whatever you do with him. People fall out of favor and they end up on the bench or whatever. But, yeah, if that's where that ends up, like, I don't know, that's not going to make me blink. Would that make you blink?
No, at all. But, I mean, I think, yeah.
And I would imagine, by the way, based on the way this offseason has gone, it certainly lends itself to the Warriors are going to extend Pods, don't you think?
You would figure.
They kept everyone. They kept Steve Kerr. They kept Al Horford. They kept Kristaps Porzingis. They kept DeAnthony Melton. They kept Draymond Green. I don't even really think there was ever a question about that one. Like, they're gonna keep their guys.
Right. And I think about, as far as Pods goes, if you don't believe in the player, well, then, yeah, you don't extend him, and then at the end of the year, you let him go. But if you think that he is a good player and he potentially will keep getting better, then you sign him now. Because if Pods goes out and plays 82 games again and has an even better year, well, that price goes up.
Well, yeah, they've learned that. A lot of teams have learned that lesson. That's the conversation we had with the 49ers about, I know we're not supposed to mention him anymore.
No, you can mention it.
Yeah. That was the conversation about Brandon Ayuk. Because remember, everybody was like, what's that number going to be? And then while everybody was sitting there, kind of mean mugging each other, other wide receivers went out there and started knocking the price up. Devontae Smith and all of these other receivers went out there and started getting their deals. All right. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll circle back to where we kind of started the show, and that is whether or not Joe Lacob and the Golden State Warriors, are their eyes too much on the future, or are you feeling good about now? So we can continue to discuss that. Sham said some things on NBA Today on ESPN that are relevant to the conversation. We'll have that for you. This is Willard and Dibs.
Jay Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. As Jay celebrates its 40th anniversary, the team invites all wine lovers to experience the artistry, hospitality, and California soul that defines Jay Vineyards. Every offering at Jay is an invitation to discover the bounty of Sonoma County, where guests explore local ingredients paired with Jay's celebrated sparkling Pinot Noir and Chardonnay wines. Make Jay your next wine country destination, located just 70 miles from Chase Center in Healdsburg.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries today on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it.
But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Edwin from San Leandro. I'd like to express my appreciation to Carlos, Victor, and Gerardo on an excellent job on an installation of a commercial overhead roll-up door. I highly recommend RNS to anyone in need of dock, roll-up door, or gate repair and replacement services.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. If anyone knows about diehard sports fans, it's me. I get to live and breathe the excitement of the season all year long. Now for advertisers, that passion matters. It's exactly why sports radio performs for brands. People who listen to sports on radio via streaming or on sports podcasts are nearly 3 times more likely to consider a brand that supports their favorite team. So if you are interested in reaching sports fans, we have the playbook for you. Check out our comprehensive ebook, State of Audio, Sports Fandom. Check out stateofaudio.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today.
Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
I'm sorry.
You all right? It's
great.
Wednesday.
I'm great.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes things are just, I like to laugh.
And that's one of my favorite things about you.
I'm easily amused.
Yes. And
remember when Kurt Cobain sang about that? That was a line in one of his songs.
Easily amused.
I wish I was like you, easily amused.
Yes.
He was not easily amused, unfortunately.
I mean, I guess I never met the man, but
well, I think if you're easily amused, you
laugh a lot.
Yeah, right. You don't
be careful.
Yeah, let's move on. But
I just remember Jim Valvano and his famous "Don't give up, don't ever give up" speech at the ESPYs. Everyone cites that line, but my favorite part is he talks about a day where you should think, you should ponder deep things, you should cry, you should have your emotions move you to tears, and you should laugh. If you do those three things, that is a full day. And so and I'm kind of bastardizing the quote, but that's one of my favorite parts of the speech because you think, you laugh, you cry. That's a full day.
I do one of those every day. I don't always do the other two.
You probably do two of them. You think and you laugh. Like you thought about whether or not you should bring this cockamamie contrived Pajemski stat to the air.
Not cockamamie or contrived. Why is it cockamamie and contrived?
Because you chose to take something that was arbitrary.
No, but somebody else did it. Or was it cockamamie or contrived that they put it out on the internet?
Yes.
Why?
It's all like whatever. You could talk about anything you want. You can draw a line anywhere and say, over the past blah, blah, blah days, this has happened, and here's a stat.
Okay, but that's
a stat.
You're not going to do it over a 2-day period. My point is, I don't think you can just grab the internet and make a list and just pick numbers out of a hat and be like, look, I made a list, and that list is going to lead to Guy Santos being one of the 6 best power forwards in the game. Like, no, you're not going to find that.
Well, I think the point is for this specific one is the stats were specifically picked to allow Pajemski to be part of the group. It's still interesting, but he averaged 17.5 points per game during this stretch, so it's 17 or more points. Right. He averaged 6 rebounds, 6.2 rebounds, so it's 6 rebounds.
Right, but
he averaged 4.1 assists, so it's 4 assists.
Yeah.
He shot 60.3% true shooting percentage, so it's 60% or better true shooting percentage.
But did you go to the person who actually created this, and what was their intention? That's what I'm saying.
Who's the person?
I don't even know.
You sent it to me. I don't know. I didn't find it.
I saw it, and it was not like a paypods.com. That's not who did this.
I'm not sitting here saying that Pods is a bad basketball player. I think he's a lot better than almost all of the Warrior fan base thinks. It is just clearly this was set up to include Pods in this group. It doesn't mean he's bad.
I disagree. It was not like, again, here, I'm gonna go find it.
You could find it.
I'm gonna go find it again.
And this is why I brought it back up, because my point was about the Jim Valvano quote about laugh, cry, and think. And you saw that and you had a thought of, you know what? I think this is interesting, or whatever you thought. I can't get inside your head, but you clearly had a certain level of intentionality, not optionality, but you had an intention to bring it to the show.
I had a certain level of intrigue.
Right.
And yes, well, hello, I didn't start this, though. I'm not I did not start the Pods fight. I didn't start the Pods fight.
You didn't start the fire.
Right.
Is what you're saying.
Right. He is a character on this show. He is a main player in Bay Area sports debate for reasons that I cannot understand. I really can't. I understand the things. I don't understand why they piss people off so much. Oh, he's confident and has funny hair.
Well, and he said he wanted to be better than Steph Curry,
which he didn't say, and now you're being disingenuous.
No, I thought
you're
about
being
whether I should say that,
and contrived,
and I did that on purpose. There was intentionality behind that. That's all I'm saying is you saw that, I didn't, and you thought it would be something for the show. So yes,
and it was,
and it's great, and it continues to be so. So you haven't cried yet on the show. I don't know if you've cried today, but you've done 2 of the 3 things.
I don't know if this proves that I think. I have not cried yet today. I thought about it, though.
Yep.
Well, I was driving the dogs to the groomer, and it hit me because Penny is like 5.5.
Yeah.
Which means she's approaching the said back 9. Like,
depends what kind of dog she is.
Yeah, but I don't know how long she's going to live. Like, they tell me, whatever, 12, 13, I don't know. She's probably on the 8th hole if things go well. I don't know.
You never know. The dog across the street, Winston, who I have no idea what Winston is. Winston goes about 11 pounds, blind, I think deaf.
38 years old.
At least 16. I mean,
we got one of those dogs in the neighborhood.
We moved in and Winston was already like 12 or 13. We've been there for 4 years and Winston just keeps on shuffling along.
We got one of those dogs in the neighborhood and I don't even know who the guy is that lives in the house, but the dog just gets to come out and be wherever the hell he wants. And the dog will be in the middle of the street. And if a car's coming, the dog will look at the car and just be like, I'm here right now. So you're probably going to have to wait.
Right.
And the dog limps and the dog's old and walkers come by and they'll be holding the dog and they're like, do you know this dog? And I'm like, I know the dog. The dog lives right there. Leave the dog alone. The dog lives in the 80s when you could just go outside and the owner would trust that you're going to come home.
Right.
That's how that dog lives. So we got one of those too. So yeah, maybe Penny will live to be 38.
But you were talking about crying and I
thought about it.
I had this conversation yesterday, I think, with somebody about, are you going to ever get a dog for Mila? And I said, having a pet is setting yourself up for expense and tragedy.
It's like I'm not going to handle it well when Penny goes. That's not going to go well for me.
No, it never does.
So, yeah.
Have you seen the movie Old Yeller?
I'm aware of it.
Grandy, are you familiar? You've never seen it, but
I've never seen it, but I'm familiar with.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm told the dog. Spoiler alert! I heard maybe the dog dies.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
And they have not yet made the prequel Young Yeller, which I think might be something you could look to.
Anyway.
Shut up, Dibs.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, Pods is a pretty good player.
Yeah.
So there's that, and then there's this. Couple things I want to play for you, and because I do think this is where a lot of people's heads are. I actually got this text this morning from a good friend, and I wonder, like, what's your reaction to this? It's speculative, but my friend said something, and he is not alone. He said, God, Steph must be so pissed. And I know this is where a lot of people's heads are right now, wondering, is Steph pissed? Should he be pissed? He'll never say it publicly, but you know that he is, XYZ. This is interesting. Vince Goodwill, who does a lot for Yahoo through the years, Sirius XM. And if you remember, Vince Goodwill was the guy back at the Olympics a couple years ago that did the interview with Steph, where Steph certainly didn't insinuate that he wanted to leave, but I'm going to paraphrase. He said something along the lines of, like, no, it's always important to be competing. I'm not going to be okay with just cruising through the remainder of my career not trying to win. That was the tone of the interview, and this happened a couple years ago. And Vince was on the Hoops Collective podcast through ESPN and said this.
This whole 2 timeline garbage that they were trying to pull off, like, that's where all of this sort of stems from, is we're trying to plan ahead of Stephen Curry, as opposed to, hey man, let's see if we can maximize and make the best of this. Steph has never really threatened to go anywhere, and the Warriors know that, and that's why they've been able to do the things that they've been doing. If Steph kicked it a completely different way, then we will be having different conversations. I think this is the first salvo of, hey, don't take me for granted here.
Okay, so that's from Vince. Here's Shams on the Warriors, not just this offseason, but all of the big star efforts that they've made over the last half a year.
Let's take a look at their last 7 months and the pursuits that they've had. Go back to January and February. They offered 4 first-round picks for Giannis Antetokounmpo at the trade deadline. They missed out. And to be clear, at the NBA draft last month, the Celtics approached the Warriors on a deal that would have sent 4 first-round picks to Boston for Jaylen Brown. The Warriors spoke to the Celtics about that, but they passed on that deal. They did not want to trade those 4 first-round picks. Then during free agency, we've spoken about it. LeBron James and Anthony Davis were their targets. There was significant belief around the NBA that if they had gotten AD, that would have made them a solidified spot to land LeBron James. But that asking price for Anthony Davis, once all of this was known, was going to be astronomical. You're looking at multiple first-round picks, multiple swaps. Clearly, they did not want to go that threshold. They have wanted to maintain their assets, take a calculated approach to team building because they're at the twilight of Stephen Curry's career. So you have to look at the now and the future.
Look, that's fair. Yes, you have to look at the now and in the future, and anybody who wants to criticize a team for doing that, I believe that you're wrong. Like, yes, you have to keep an eye on both. My question that I've been throwing out there today, and I don't know the way to sort of acquire the answer to this, but there's just a lot of indicators right now that would suggest that Joe Lacob is, in his heart of hearts, seems right now more interested, more activated by the future as opposed to the now. And I don't know. From my standpoint as a Warrior fan, that does not feel good.
It doesn't feel great, but at the same time, I would not want them to give up 4 first-round picks for Anthony Davis. I would not really want them to give up 4 first-round picks for Jaylen Brown. I mean, Jaylen Brown is a great player. He's younger than Anthony Davis. He's healthier than Anthony Davis, but that's a lot of first-round capital when you're going to be in a spot very soon, a year, 2 or 3, when you don't have Steph Curry and the dynasty will officially be over. The dynasty is already over, but the Steph Curry portion of it, he's still here. So I'm not that interested in doing something along those lines. Like, for example, right now I could go out and probably afford the down payment on a Ferrari. And I could make the monthly payments for a while, but that's not a very good, sensible play for me.
You're not going to whoop that? You whooped me because I took a dog to the groomer today? This guy says he can do the down payment on a Ferrari and you don't whoop him?
Sorry, there was other stuff.
You're going to whoop him.
So you go into your 401k and you liquidate it, and then you take that money and you put a down payment and you drive a Ferrari for 2 months and all the insurance and all the rest of it, and God forbid you park that thing anywhere, it might get keyed or, dinged by a shopping cart, whatever. It's not a sensible move. That's the point. I'm not saying that 4 first-round picks for Jaylen Brown is akin to me buying a Ferrari, but it's not a sensible, sound play for the future.
No, I can hear that. I don't disagree with you. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Again, my point is not that the Warriors should just be flippant, should just throw picks everywhere in the name of Steph Curry. They're just, for my taste, there's too many voices right now who I think have a line to Joe Lacob that seem to be expressing that the number one motivation of the Warriors organization right now is building an awesome winner in the post-Steph era. Yes, that needs to be a part of your thinking, but I don't want that to be your only thinking. And if I were Steph, that would really, yes, I want to leave the organization in a good spot. Like he said, I think he's super mature about the whole thing, but that would piss me off. If Kawakami's going to sit here and say, I think Joe Lacob is very motivated by building a winner after Steph to prove to everybody that he can. And Logan Murdoch is going to say the reason collectively that the Warriors did not trade for Jaylen Brown, whether that was February or 2 weeks ago, the reason that they didn't do that is because collectively they could not agree that Jaylen was going to be the one in 2030 when Steph's no longer here. Those quotes are all coming from the same place. Those quotes tell me, if accurate, in their perspective, that Joe Lacob right now The number one thing that's moving his needle is A, the future, but B, and here's what I really don't like about it, trying to prove something to the world. I've always felt like, because I've fallen into that trap, I just feel like that's a dangerous place to be. When you wake up in the morning and your motivation is, I got to prove myself. I got to show these people this, that, or the other. Like, I don't know if that's what's driving Joe, but if it is, I'd say to Joe, you know what, dude? I think you won. I think your life is good. Like, relax. You don't need to prove anything to anybody. You built Chase Center, for God's sakes.
Right. But you know this about people who've gone from not a lot to being billionaires. Like,
I know.
You always want to keep driving that, because how you went from where you were, and I don't know what Joe Lacob's upbringing was like. I understand that it was pretty much humble and not, from a millionaire or a billionaire, but you get to where you are, and you got there because you never give up the grind. And so you're not just going to get to a spot and say, I'm going to throw up my feet, I'm going to put my hands interlocked behind my head, and now I'm chilling.
For sure. But you can grind without it being about proving something to someone else. Why don't you just grind on your goals? You know what I mean? And
I think he is.
Maybe, and again, maybe those are the same thing. But I would think if I owned the Warriors and Steph Curry was on the team, that would still maintain the 1 seed in my heart while we're sitting here doing this. Not because I owe something to Steph, but certainly, if for no other reason, simply out of respect for everything that he's achieved and the player he still is. Like, that's all. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that don't worry about the future till some other day. Sure, worry about it. Don't do a bad deal. But if this is really what's driving Joe right now, the idea of showing the world that he can actually be a great owner, and the Warriors can be a huge brand post-Steph, that I feel like we've arrived too early, if that's the case.
I agree with that part of it, but maybe they don't believe that Jaylen Brown is that guy. And so if the ask is for 4 first-round picks at the deadline for Jaylen Brown, and you give up Jimmy Butler, and you get Jaylen Brown, who's got 3 more years in his deal, if you're not a believer that he can be the guy, and even if he is the guy, well, then you're going to have to sign him beyond the Steph Curry era and give him 65, 70, 75 million, whatever that number is. I'm not sure if at that moment at the deadline last year, they were committed to, Jaylen Brown, you're the guy. And then I think the thing that is jarring for a lot of Warrior fans, and 888-957-9570, if you believe this or not, but you get to this offseason and Boston's able to give up just 2 first-round picks, and they get 2 first-round picks rather, and Paul George. You and I have a difference of opinion as to what Paul George is worth. I think Paul George is still a viable, good, top 30 player in the NBA. And
but so is Jimmy Butler when he's back. So that you're really talking about
if he's back.
Yeah, but you're talking about half a year. I mean, everything's
probably
speculative.
More than half a year, and maybe, Jimmy's coming off an ACL, and I think is he older than Paul George or the same age?
I think maybe a few months older.
It's not even that important for the conversation. Yeah. But if you're Boston, you probably are more interested in somebody who can play right away, and that's Paul George. And so you take the 2 picks. But I think a lot of fans see what Boston got back and think, like, why weren't you in on it? Even if it was 3 first-round picks and Jimmy Butler, could you have done that?
That's a fair question. I don't know.
And I don't even know if they tried.
Right. I know that there's that narrative out there that the Warriors never countered. I don't know if that's true. But if they just were like Jimmy Butler and 4 first rounders, the Warriors like, no thanks, we don't even want to talk to you. I think that's a miss.
Agreed.
You know what I mean? Or do you circle back last month when Jaylen Brown was actually traded and see, like, has the price come down? Because it appears to me, no matter what you think about Paul George, the price came down. Jimmy and 4 first rounders is a bigger ask than Paul George and 2 first rounders. That's a bigger ask.
Right.
So the price came down. And clearly it came down because Paul George and 2 1s ended up being the one they took, which means nobody in the NBA beat that offer. I wonder, if you did say Jimmy and 3 1s, is that a better offer than Paul and 2 1s? I think it is. If you're team building.
Well, it depends on where those ones are. And I would bet that any conversation that Mike Dunleavy had involved the number 11 pick, which turned out to be Yaxel Lendeborg.
For sure.
So if I'm a team, for example, Boston, and I want to hear your offer about, okay, Jimmy Butler and 3 firsts. Well, I want this year's first because this draft, everyone says, is one of the best ever.
I'm trying to remember, though, the Jaylen Brown deal, that was after the draft? Was the Jaylen Brown deal after the draft?
I think so. I'll look it up, but
I think it was. I think it was after the draft. So the Yaxel, I mean, you could ask for Yaxel.
Right.
But like that, Philly didn't have to give up anything out of this year's draft. They gave up future draft capital. And Boston, did they want to do a deal with Philly? Look what they did. Look what Boston just did. They built a behemoth with their rival. Like, I would imagine there would be a little bit of a, hey, we'd rather do a deal with the Warriors. Let's get Jaylen Brown out of the conference, out of our area.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. It was official July 6th. So, yeah, that was pretty far after the draft. And so, yeah. I mean, and you get a couple of picks in the future. They get the 2028 and the 2031 picks. So
that's not that great of a deal. I don't feel like that's that great of a deal for Boston. And that was what I said to Grandy that day when it broke. Like, one of my concerns is almost like, why didn't anybody in the NBA beat that deal? What does everybody know about Jaylen Brown that made him seemingly less attractive than we all think he is, especially because now he ended up being a conduit to LeBron James.
Right. Yep.
Like, that in and of itself ups his value, whether he plays well or not. So I'm still confused by that whole thing.
And I wonder if we will ever find out about the Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Boston Celtics front office part of it, because it just felt like they were in a spot where they needed to trade him. And the one that really still scratches my head is the Luka Doncic out of Dallas. It didn't seem like that was a broken relationship other than, as soon as they traded him, the reports came out about, the weight and maybe beer and cigarettes and all the rest of it. And even if that's true, beer, cigarettes, and he's heavy, the dude's still bald.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about?
Luka. Yeah, Deborah in San Leandro. Hi, Deborah. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hi.
What's up? Oof. I'll tell you what. Let's put Deborah on hold. I would like to hear what Deborah has to say. That was an incredibly difficult sound to listen to. I hope I don't ever hear that again.
I think either the smoke alarm is going off or her door's open, or the car door.
Or all of it at the same time. That's one of those sounds that someone does when they're trying to annoy you. You know what I mean? It's like bringing up pods for no reason.
Last week, the smoke alarm malfunctioned at 6:30, and we have a toddler. So I jump out of bed, and I'm trying to turn it off, and I do. Oh, God, she didn't wake up. 5 minutes later, goes off again. And this time, the toddler wakes up, and it's like, well, there goes that.
Just like take those things off the ceiling and take the battery out until later. That's what I do sometimes. I know that's probably not the safest way to play it, but when those things are going off and I can't figure out why, I'm just like, just get off. Just shut up for a second.
No doubt.
Right? We'll deal with this later.
Tried to do that. Sometimes you hold the button and then it goes off and you figure that actually solved the problem, but didn't solve the problem.
But it doesn't.
No.
Yeah, the Valkyries are back in action tonight after the All-Star break, taking on the Mercury in Phoenix, 7 o'clock. Guess where you can hear it? Right here on 95.7 The Game. Also on the free Odyssey app, if you search Valkyries, you'll find the channel and all of the action. It is all brought to you by Unstoppables. As the official laundry fragrance partner of the WNBA, Unstoppables brings the freshness. Feel confident, stay in the moment, and smell unstoppable. Try Unstoppables laundry scent boosters for as low as $5. Mark Spears in an hour. Your calls continue. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank. You know by now that it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I made the change because I wanted to be a part of a bank that actually knows me and my family. And it's a situation where I'm not just another number at a big box bank. I'm actually somebody they know, and the customer service I get is second to none. They always go the extra mile to make sure that I'm comfortable and well-informed. They're always responsive if I have questions, and they provide that customized customer service. They take the time to make sure that I know exactly what my accounts are doing and how I need to go about my business. They've been doing it now for more than 60 years, and they've built out 20 branches in the Bay Area and an additional one down in Carmel by the Sea, and it's exactly what you would want from a local bank. They expand, but they expand locally, and they keep the customer always at the forefront of what they do, and they're big-time members of the customers and the communities that they serve. They, in fact, designate 5% of their earnings for charity, and that happens right here in the Bay Area. Go in to one of the branches and see exactly what I'm talking about. It's Fremont Bank, turning family-owned businesses into household names.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. Official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow. Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Willard. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you've ever stayed for the 9th inning comeback, know how to time the beer run to still make it back for the stretch. If you're up for whatever the game brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth. Brewed with the purest ingredients for finest quality. There's a reason it's America's best-selling Hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVACR contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
San Francisco will be clear tonight with a low of 57.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Bay Area. Get ready for the King of the South, T.I. and the King Secession Tour coming to the Masonic on August 15th. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com for a chance to score tickets courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Mark Spears in an hour. Giants won by 113 runs today.
Yeah.
2 out of 3 over the Brewers. The rally starts now.
I'm a Giants fan.
Yeah, and granted, you play that, but I told Willard during the break that if the Giants win every series the rest of the way, and there are a couple 4-game series, so that would involve them winning 3 of 4. If they do that, they would wind up 82-80. And that, they only have to win every single series.
All they have to do is play well the rest of the way.
You can't split a 4-gamer
every night. You could split. You could one. Now I'm speaking strictly about the bet. And for those of you who don't know the bet between you, Grandy, and
who's the most negative guy in the station?
All right, Steiny.
Thank you. That guy is such a D.
This guy is such a D.
Damn it! I thought I had it right.
Versus me.
Yay!
Guru.
I got the Giants going.
I got the Giants going. 82-75.
Grandy.
Yeah. And then certain humans who are no longer with us. But
they're still
alive.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they still need meals. Right. So anyway, and the bet is, would the Giants touch 500 for even a day? Which, by the way, there are multiple ways to do that. They could just go win 17 in a row, and then we don't need to worry about your cockamamie series.
It's not cockamamie. The math is there.
Yeah.
And the funny part of this is we made the bet, and then they went out and they beat the Dodgers to get within 6, I believe.
If they could just play the good teams the rest of the way, they're going to win them all.
No doubt.
But anyway, yeah, they won by 100 runs, and it ticks you off every time they do that because someone sticks a second baseman or a left fielder on the mound, and they throw eephus pitches up there, and then it's boring.
It's not so much that it's boring, but it's stupid.
I agree with you.
It's stupid. Like, it's akin to a football team being down 42-6 in the fourth quarter, and we're going to let the punter, not Tom Tupa, we're going to let the punter play quarterback. Like, what are we doing here?
I don't know. Listen, this is the stupidest thing ever, but I will forever feel terrible for Jonah Cox. One of these days, he's going to be sitting there in one of those, button-up sweaters, and he's going to be 82 years old, and his grandkid's going to hop on his lap, and he's going to go, Grandpa, will you tell me about your first home run? And it'll be like, well, little Timmy, here's what happened. Some dude who doesn't pitch walked up to the mound and hucked an underhanded baseball up in the air, and it came flying at me at 38 miles an hour. And I whacked it over the fence. And we won by 14 runs that day.
Right.
We were up 13. But, son, I put us up 14. That's my story.
Yeah, it was
Good Lord.
The groundskeeper. He came out to the mound with garden gloves and a rake. Adios!
It's akin to when, there's construction happening on a golf course and the 390-yard par 4, they're like, no, we put the tees up there today.
This is a great analogy.
The tee is actually up there. It's 111 yards from the hole. And you're like, whoop.
Par 4.
Yeah, tap it in, little 2, and then you're like, yeah, I made an eagle on a par 4. No, you didn't. You cheated. The system cheated for you. Anyway.
It's just.
I hate it.
I do too.
It's just not entertaining, and it's embarrassing.
Right. And so today, some kid from Santa Rosa comes in and pitches, and I looked up at one point, he threw a pitch that was 46 miles an hour.
Totally.
I think it was a knuckler. Might have been a knuckle curve.
That new kid, Basabe, came up, and he almost whacked one over the fence, and the same thing would have happened. Luckily, it was foul.
Right.
So it didn't happen.
And then he struck out.
Which is even worse.
Honestly,
And then for his efforts, the weirdo for the Brewers who was pitching, He comes up the next inning and they whacked him in the head.
The weirdo. It's Andrew Vaughn.
Yeah.
Sonoma County legend.
He's not a pitcher. He's not a weirdo either, but we're
Cal Golden Bear, legend.
And then Keaton Wynn hit him in the head for his efforts.
Right.
In the 9th inning on getaway day of the last matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, Jonah Cox homered off of Carson Kelly, who actually he gave up. You know how many home runs he gave up that inning? 2. That's right. He gave up 2. And so, whatever, like, okay, the first Giant to hit 30 home runs, Willie Adames. How many of those were off, like, second baseman? I'd have to look, but it just...
Was that who hit the other home run that inning? Was it Willie Adames?
No.
Jonah Cox and who?
I'm trying to look here.
Poor sap.
Right. It was, Willie actually hit 2 in that game off of Edwin Cabrera.
Willie's been known to hit a homer.
Hobie Milner.
He's been known to homer when up 11 before.
Chappie hit 2. Schmidt hit 2.
Oh, Schmitty.
Schmidt hit 2. One of them was off the aforementioned Carson Kelly. They hit 7 home runs that game.
Yeah, because somebody was rolling the ball to them.
Right. And it was in Chicago, and the wind was blowing out that day.
Chicago!
Anyway.
My kind of town.
Just if I can put a bow on this whole thing.
Sure.
Run differential's also stupid.
Well, yeah, it's kind of gotten messed up.
I mean, these position players pitching, the 3 Ps, not the 3 Ts, Tony, the 3 Ps have made run differential even more stupid than ever before.
Well, you'll be happy to know that the Giants' run differential is still firmly in the negative. So you're okay. Despite today's blowout victory, they're still minus 47.
Right. And they won today by 13 or?
I don't even know what the
I don't even know either.
Pasta, what was the final score? What'd that end up being?
I have no idea.
Yeah, something. That's my answer after every Giants game these days.
16-3.
Yeah. Kids would be like, what happened today in the Giants game? I'm like, I have no idea. There's some people.
Yep.
And ran around, hit the ball, maybe not. I don't know.
I mean, the Giants season in a nutshell. Monday, wow, sparkly. Yesterday, all right, you're back. And then today, we're hitting bombs off position guys from Santa Rosa. Shout out to Rosa.
Yep. And today will mess up like Logan Webb's whole story about not getting run support. Be like, no, they gave him 5.6 runs per game.
Totally.
All of them came in one game, but, 5.6 runs per game.
Anyway, I'm a big stats guy, and so stuff like this, it skews the stats.
Sure.
Anyway.
I'm not disagreeing with you here. All right, let's go back to the phones and the Warriors and Deborah in San Leandro. Hi, Deborah. How are you?
We need to lay irrigation to go where we need it to go. We need to build.
Man, so
no, I actually,
if you're following the Deborah story, here's how it's going today.
By what's going on with the irrigation.
You know what that is?
It's an irrigation sensation, is what it is, Grandy.
Cha-ching!
Don't shake your head. She's out there, and
she is grinding. She first came on with a really annoying ring.
And some beeping.
And there was a lot going on.
Yep.
But she could hear us, and she had a take. And then we're like, Pasta jumped in and was like, hey, Deborah, there's some really annoying noises going on behind you, but we want to hear what you have to say. We're about to go to break. You hold, and the guys will come to you soon. And then we did, and she was speaking to someone else about irrigation.
Yeah. And
maybe it is hot out there at the Giants game, so maybe they did need to water the grass. I've been there at the end of a lot of games, as you know. And that is usually what happens after the game.
Yeah.
And water the field.
If you're a fan of footy or football, they actually water the pitch at halftime, which I always thought was, at first I was like, this is kind of weird, but they like a greasy pitch. So they like the ball to be able to.
It's just an unsettling phrase.
They like
a greasy pitch.
I mean,
that's what Andrew Vaughn was throwing up there today, that's for sure.
He was throwing up marshmallows. Those were absolute cupcakes. But yeah, I learned that when I was doing sideline for the Earthquakes. They water the field at halftime.
Huh.
They like the ball to be able to skip.
So you're saying soccer is played on natural grass?
for the most part.
That's interesting.
Even in football stadiums here where they have artificial grass for football.
Correct.
But we're going to go ahead and put grass down for them, not for you.
I hope the NFL teams are working very hard on getting all those surfaces back to their very hard, unnatural, normal way.
Doesn't take that long.
Yeah, please, I hope.
You take that grass that you grew and cultivated for the World Cup and you just go ahead and wad that up and put it in the green can.
Maybe that's what Deborah was talking. Hey, Deborah.
I'm fascinated by what's going to happen
Were
here.
you on the phone with the Rams trying to get them to change the irrigation at SoFi Stadium? Is that what was happening?
I'm sorry. I'm out here on the land. I'm sorry. I didn't know you guys heard all that. I'm trying to put some irrigation out here.
We love it, Deborah. We're with you. I am pro irrigation. Okay. Yeah.
We got to grow. We got to grow our own food, guys.
You got to do it.
Healthier.
Yeah.
Grow a lot of food.
Yep. All right. Good luck to you. What's up?
So my take. I have faith in Joe Lacob. Okay. I was looking at. You just can't trade everybody away for one guy, unless it's not a Jaylen Brown. If you can get a Steph Curry in his peak, LeBron James, I didn't even want to trade all that for Giannis because he's injured so much. So you can't cash your whole future knowing that everybody you have is old, regardless, right? So I think he's trying to do that delicate balance and at the same time give Steph what he wants to play competitive, meaningful basketball. And the big if is if we're healthy, right? If we're healthy and with some of the younger talent that we have, I think we can do that. Because remember, we were 14-2 before Jimmy went down at one point, before the injury started. So I think we're competitive, and I have faith in Joe. And I think what he's trying to prove, Joe loves basketball and he loves winning. So I don't think it's so much trying to prove to anybody else, but just his standards. He wants to win, and now he's even showing it on the women's side. My Valkyries.
Well,
what do you guys think?
There's no doubt about that. And we did earlier, Deborah, give him a whole lot of credit for not just what they've built with the Valkyries, but how quickly it's paying off. The fact that they're already right up there at the top of the league in the standings is just incredible. So I don't think anybody, as I said earlier, Deborah, thank you, all three times. I don't think anybody can question the resume of Joe Lacob. I think it's a completely fair concern to wonder, whether it's about Lacob or anyone else, what happens to the Warriors when Steph Curry's not here. I get that fear, especially from a fan base that never knew anything, quite frankly, but losing, for the most part, before Steph Curry came. So I understand all that, and I accept sort of your characterization of Joe Lacob, but what you said is what I hope to be true, but I don't know that. What's being passed along from those close to the situation is that Joe is very, very focused on making sure that the Warriors are in a good spot when Steph leaves. And their actions so far suggest that's what's really firing them up right now. And that should be part of what they think about. But if it gets them to a spot where they are almost gun-shy with regard to building some things around Steph Curry for the remainder of his career, I know I'm not alone in thinking that's a bad thing. That's a bad thing for Steph first and foremost, but it's a bad thing for all of us too.
Agreed, but I don't think that they've been in a spot where there's been a move that they could make that they failed to make. Like the Jaylen Brown one, we all want to look at and say, well, 3 firsts and Jimmy Butler, why didn't you offer that? Maybe they did, and maybe Boston said, no, we want somebody who actually plays basketball before February 1st. And the idea of 4 firsts at the deadline last year and Jimmy Butler, who was already hurt at the deadline last year, that, for me, if that's what Boston's ask was of you, that's a no from me if I'm Joe Lacob.
I agree, except for I don't think Boston, I think it's hard to say that what Boston really wanted was someone who could play basketball for the full year this year. If they initiated a call to the Warriors to try to get Jimmy Butler.
Well, if they initiated a call and it was 4 firsts and Jimmy Butler,
right,
then that still, for me, at this point, is a no.
I agree. How about 3?
Well, I don't even know if 3 was on the table.
Well,
the report from Logan Murdoch in The Ringer
was that there was no counter, right?
Right, and was that the counter for the trade deadline in February, or was that the counter now in the present?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm not sure what that was, but I'm with you in principle of, yes, it can't only be about what happens after Steph is here, and I don't think that they're approaching it that way, but I think that they're looking at it and they're seeing the reality, which is, okay, so you get Jaylen Brown and we give up a bunch of picks, and you've got Jaylen Brown here, Jimmy's gone, thanks for being here, but does that take you to a spot where Steph Curry is now going to win championship number 5? I don't think so.
Look, the pressure is just upped, whether it's fair or not. There's just, to me, this is the reality of the situation. I accept everything you're saying, and the Warriors are in a tough spot, and there may not have been a deal to be made, and people have either said no or the Warriors have not gotten involved deep enough. That can all be true. But the bottom line is the bottom line. Steph's days are numbered. He is, in this moment, on an expiring deal next year, and you, the organization, continues to trumpet optionality and flexibility. Optionality and flexibility are great unless you decide to not use them, okay? So you get one of those plane ticket vouchers because the whole thing was full, and hey, we're looking for volunteers to come on up here, and would you grab a $200 flight credit? How about a $300 flight credit? Oh, now we're up to $400. Okay, I'm in, $400 flight credit. That credit has a little thing at the bottom of it and says this expires in 365 days. Well, what good is that credit if all you do is just keep it? So the Warriors, sure, optionality, flexibility, money coming off the books. If you keep that until after Steph retires, then you didn't do bupkis. To me, you got to do something about this next year. You can't do another year of we brought everybody back.
I agree with that part of it, and you still have the upcoming deadline, and you have next offseason, and I'll give them until next October to go ahead and use that flight voucher. And it's funny you said that because I just was talking to my son Quest about his trip to Europe. He was there for 3.5 weeks, and his college roommate went with them, and he was going to be there for 10 days. And they came to them and said, full flight, we're looking for volunteers to take a flight the next day. We'll give you $1,000. And so Quest was going to be there for 3.5 weeks, and he was thinking, yeah, I mean, one day off my trip, no biggie. But he asked his former roommate, and his trip would now go from really 9 days because one day is going to be flying. Like now you're down to an 8-day trip. You get $1,000, but you lose a day. Is it worth it to you to go ahead and do that? And he was like, no, I kind of want the extra day. And so to your point about this, like you've got all this optionality and you're going to have financial flexibility next summer to where Jimmy will be off the books or at a lesser number and Draymond the same and all the rest of it. So at that point, you either use your flight voucher or you don't. And if you don't, that's where I'm going to be more aligned with you.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it right now. It's like the Warriors are going to pitch this to us for this offseason. I'm already looking forward to the press conferences because, oh, God, I feel for you, Dunleavy and Lacob and Kerr and all of you. You're going to talk, and people are not going to be happy when you pitch that, Al Horford's 56, but trust us, he can make it 3 sometimes.
Introductory press conference, ladies and gentlemen, Frank Vogel.
It's just, there's no way for it to go well. But I can wrap my head around it. But if I had the juice, and I don't, but if I did, your optionality, I would just like to put a little expiration date on it at the bottom of your coupon. That's what I would like to do. Great. Optionality, flexibility. Jimmy Butler comes off the books next year. Draymond Green comes off the books next year. Unfortunately, for the moment, so does Steph Curry. With all that money that's coming off the books. Okay. July 15th, 2027, expiration date. I would like to see something aggressive. Doesn't need to be this, that, or the other. Doesn't need to be a superstar, top 5 player in the league. I'd love to see something aggressive happen by then before Steph Curry leaves this league. And I don't think that that's unfair.
It's not unfair, and I wonder if Steph Curry's actions will indicate how he feels about it, because he's eligible to be extended in about 4 weeks.
Yep.
And if he doesn't do an extension, that's only going to add fuel to the speculation fire about, maybe Steph is looking to go elsewhere. And I hate to bring this up, but I will, because you did the whole thing with pods earlier. So I'm going to, equally be inflammatory. Jimmy Shapiro,
sure,
the great media rep, he sends out these odds emails.
Yeah.
And the one I got today is, while it remains highly unlikely Steph Curry finishes his career anywhere other than Golden State, here are the odds on Steph Curry's next team.
Oh, God.
So there are Steph Curry next team odds if, in fact, he goes elsewhere. And so I won't go through the whole list. Charlotte is the favorite.
Charlotte, of course.
At 2-3, minus 150. But the very fact that this sort of an email gets sent tells me that if Steph Curry doesn't sign an extension, the speculation will run rampant all year long.
No doubt.
By the way, Sacramento is last on the board.
Can you imagine?
He could commute. Can
you imagine Steph Curry as a king? The answer's no, by the way. The answer's no.
Sabonis, Curry, light the beam.
We got some royalty on this phone line right now. A few of them. BPA is going to be first. Yeah. Hi, BPA. How you been?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Yeah, what's up?
I think my response to Dibs, next trade deadline, next offseason, next whatever. I have a 3-word answer, which is ain't going to happen. We've been pitched optionality in next offseason and next trade deadline for most of the last half decade with the Warriors. And so they're not going to do it. They're out of pie. They're in all the same ways that Lacob gets credit for assembling an incredibly talented front office when he came in, right, with Jerry West and Bob Myers and Travis Schlenk. He gets whatever the opposite of credit is for the state of the front office today, with a general manager who would not be hired by a single other of the 31 teams in the NBA. And so, they're just out of talent, out of pie, on the management and front office end. And, you can only float so many rumors through Tim Kawakami, through the years, or plant the next big chase of a free agent. And we're not buying it anymore, period. So, I hope Steph goes someplace and plays meaningful basketball, because watching him play meaningful basketball is one of the high points of my sporting fandom life.
BPA, do you mean that? I want to challenge you on that statement. Do you mean that? You hope Steph Curry leaves?
I think staying here for an organization that's given up is not, I don't know why you'd want to do that. Right?
But do you want to see that? You actually want to see that though?
Yes, I want to see whatever's left when the lights are on and brightest and the pressure's on. He's the greatest I've ever seen, maybe aside from Jordan.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see just a few more snapshots of that. And the Warriors organization have given up. Mike Dunleavy Jr. ain't up to the gig, period. And, Joe Lacob, the VC, should recognize a bad bet as a GM. And the Joe Lacob of 10 years ago would have recognized what Dunleavy is at this point. And, in the same way, hey, Jerry Jones, full credit for what he did and built the Cowboys. Jerry Jones also owns what's become of the Cowboys. And that's why I call Joe Lacob Jerry Jones Lacob now. It's a pretty perfect analogy. It's where he's going. It's where he's gone.
BPA, thanks. I'm hearing Jerry Jones a lot lately. We're a
little premature.
That's premature. That's premature to me. However, he brings up something that, my mind just kind of popped to a different spot. If Steph were to play somewhere else, are there Warrior fans that would temporarily be a fan of a different team? That's kind of what that sounded like he was insinuating.
Yeah, he would like to see Steph Curry play meaningful basketball somewhere else, because it's not going to be here.
I have no interest in Steph Curry ever putting on a different uniform.
Nor do I. And if he becomes a Charlotte Hornets, I'm not going to rush out and get a Charlotte Hornets 30 jersey with Curry on the back.
You might.
Purple and blue? Worst scheme ever.
Your daughter might disagree. I'll buy her one of them little mini Steph jerseys. She'll be 5. Be adorable. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Valks in action. Mercury in Phoenix at 7 o'clock. Listen to it here on 95.7 The Game in the free Odyssey app. Search Valkyries. You get all the action. All right. A lot of people want to weigh in. We're coming to the phones. 888-957-9570. Mark Spears in a half hour. This is Willard and Dibs.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our summer sale is on now. 25% off store-wide through August 3rd. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Big savings, big selection, giant opportunity. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
I'm Galen, co-founder of Brooklyn SolarWorks. With my Chase Inc. Business Premier Card, I get unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything we buy to run our solar business gives us cash back that we put back into the neighborhood, donating solar panels to community gardens.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/Inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to Telluride willy-nilly? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries today on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. thing. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
We're going to hope for some backdoor activity. Career over. He's fired.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Or maybe just Willard. Since career over, you're fired.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've been fired by the station before, and guess who's back? Back again. Dibber's back. Tell a friend. I tell people it was a 51-week Stan Dibley unpaid vacation. 51 weeks.
That's better. That's worse than the paid vacation. I've done both. The paid one's better.
It is better. Yeah. I got on Wheel of Fortune, spun 3 bankrupts, and drove Uber for about 5 months. And then sent an email to the former program director and said, dude, it's a bad beat. Bring me back.
And he just said yes, like that easy?
We need to have lunch. It's not a bad idea. If you never met the man, it's a 4.
If he actually spoke like that, I never would have met with him.
He actually kind of does at times. And the 15-year anniversary of the station is Saturday. One of my top 15 moments was his roast.
Yes.
He announced that he was leaving the station. I'm going to have a roast for myself. I want you to host it. So, okay, great idea. Kind of weird, but... So we do it. Turns out the Warriors and the Rockets are playing in the Western Conference Finals that night. So what are we supposed to do? Like, go to this roast and not watch the game? I'm going to have them show the game. So we go to Cobb's Comedy, and we all watch the game together. It was kind of fun.
Throwing a roast for yourself is a head scratcher.
Yeah.
I'm not, offended by it.
It's a self-deprecation sensation.
Yeah, I'm not offended by it either, though. So
as
that's
somebody
a weird
who's been fired by the man, hired twice, fired once, and he wants me to go up there and roast him.
I mean, it's gutsy.
Yeah, I'm in.
But anyway,
Matt Steinmetz was up there doing material. Right. You want to talk about hilarious?
I mean, actually, people don't know this. He can pull that off. I'm sure he did.
He was good.
Yeah.
One of our former coworkers was just awful.
Say names.
Nope.
Why?
Because I'm not that guy.
Text it to me.
Of course. Okay. I mean, whatever. you
text it to me.
You could guess and you'll be right. But anyway.
Okay. I do have a guess. Anyway, a lot of people want to weigh in, so I want to go straight to that. But there's some stuff at a Niner practice today that was discouraging.
Beyond the Ricky Pearsall swollen knee?
Beyond the Ricky Pearsall. And the Ricky Pearsall thing is definitely the headliner of that. For those who didn't hear, swelling in his right knee that they believe was related to his injuries from last year. Nick Wagner writes, they are concerned. Period. They are concerned about it. Exploring all options, including surgical options. Camp's been open for 3 days. They haven't put pads on yet.
Right.
And we're already talking about surgery for Ricky Pearsall.
And I wonder...
It's so frustrating.
Right.
He's so good when he's out there.
This is related to the PCL, right?
That's what they said.
Posterior collateral ligament. And I guess my first question would be, why didn't you have surgery on that in the offseason if it was going to be a thing?
I don't think they knew it was going to be a thing.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't swell until it swells, you know? But anyway, there's a little bit more on that front. I'll save it in a little bit. Promise that we'll talk about it soon. Mark Spears is going to join us in 20 minutes, and we'll get his perspective on the dust settling after LeBron James and where the Warriors are going. But let's hear from you. And I told you that royalty was on the line, and I wasn't lying. Philmo Mike joins the show right here on Willard and Dibbs. Philmo, what you doing?
Oh, man. I can't even say what I'm doing because
That's all right.
I'm up there. I'm up there, baby. I'm up there.
That boy.
Peaks. But anyway.
Nice job.
But on some real talk, man, like, I'm really harping on this. Like, we got to realize, bro, we got to come to we got to have a moment of realization. And the caller just said, like, what was that, BPA? He was like, yeah, man, like, this is just dumb and you know, we have nothing to look for. I'm a Warrior fan, bro. I keep repeating it. If Steph move on, I love Steph to death. Like, seriously, Steph is more like Jordan than LeBron to me. Seriously. But my point is, the Warriors got to do what the Warriors got to do. If they can't do what they could do, they can't do what they could do. You can't look at Dunleavy and say, hey, man, you didn't do anything. What was he supposed to do? Literally. Also, I want to talk about trade. I can't remember the player or the year, but the Warriors waited a trade exception or some type of piece where they could add a player and it won't hit the luxury tax, and we let it go through. And it didn't. I thought it was like we didn't use it. It didn't kill us. And so, like, I just want to point to that. I can't remember. I can't remember the situation, but it was like 2011 or 12. We had like a trade exception, and we could have used it, but we never used it. It didn't hurt us. It actually helped us because I think we were able to trade off of a piece to get somebody else. With that being said, man, just have hope. Understand that Lacob really cares. He was there when we was whack as hell, bro. Like, it ain't Lacob. He wants to win. I'm not mad at an owner that wants to win. He'll bring in the pieces, the necessary pieces. Mike Dunleavy's hands were strong. He couldn't do nothing. What could he do? Guru up here talking yesterday. I agree with you, Mark and Dibbs. He was like, well, they shouldn't have gave Draymond. Draymond did what they were supposed to do. They spitting back. They trying to play chess, not checkers. So they tried to make a play. They couldn't make a play. Draymond, work on your jumper, and let's see what the season like. We don't know what the season going to be. Who knows if odds get better? G. Santos get better. You feel me? Don't talk about Moody. He may not even come back next year, but Jimmy can come back, be insurrected. So let's see what the season do. Don't put doom on the season before it happens, man.
Philmo, you're speaking truth, and I know it's like a lot of people, thank you so much. A lot of people don't want to hear it. I just think that for me at least, I can wrap my head around the disappointment of literally no new signings. There's Yaxel, but there's no new signings. I don't like it, but I get it. And I think, Philmo, that's kind of what you're saying. But to me, we do have to find a middle ground, and there's an expiration date to this. If this feels too timelines-ish to you, I apologize for that. That's not what I'm trying to say. But Joe Lacob and the Warriors, Mike Dunleavy, they're in a spot, but you don't get to fully just stay in that spot. I'm not an all-in for Steph guy, but I am a some-in for Steph guy. And this feels kind of none in for Steph so far this offseason. And if that's circumstantial, fine. Next offseason, it's not. You don't get the same excuses next offseason that you had this time. Jimmy tore his ACL. Our hands are tied. What do you want us to do? Well, next year, you are free as a bird. And so there has to be some aggression next offseason, assuming that Steph Curry is still going to be on the team.
Right, and even before that, I'd like to see some aggression at the trade deadline. If that's, you're in a spot where you might be able to add something to take you from a 9 seed to a 7 seed or a 6 seed. We don't know how the year is going to play out. And I like what Phil Mike was saying about the proactive negativity. Let's just go ahead and see what the year is going to be before we start to skew to the negative, because you never know. And I think about the last 2 seasons of the Giants and the Niners, respectively, where the Giants this year, the over-under was 80.5. And I was saying, oh, my God, that's too easy.
Easy.
That's an easy over for me, and I didn't bet it. And as you look now, it's like, oh, my God, that thing became disastrous. And then last year, the Niners, where you've got your QB who gets hurt, you get Mikael Williams who gets hurt, Bosa gets hurt, Fred gets hurt. It's like, we need our backup quarterback for how long? Like turf toe? This thing could linger all year. And then it's, win. You beat the Rams on Thursday night. And so we all were ready to pack it up on the Niners, and you go 12-5 and you beat Philly on the road in the playoffs. So I'm with you, Philmo. Let's just see how this looks. Even if it's a run it back, I don't love that. I'm kind of with you where this is not what I signed up for in the offseason, but things could be better.
Well, I'm sure there are surprises around the corner. I don't know what they are. Maybe Yaxel Lendeborg is going to win Rookie of the Year. I don't know. I have no idea. So, yeah, I'm not going to not show up for the season, but I think it's fair as a fan to take some time and be disappointed with the fact that the Warriors didn't add any new players. That's tough, Pill. That's tough.
Yeah, it's tough, but at the same time, playing off of what Philmo Mike said, I don't know where you had the financial room to really do much of anything. And I guess you could, all right, Draymond, you opt out. Well, now you're screwed. Shouldn't have done that.
No, of course not.
That's kind of, I'm just
not
playing with that. But if you look at where they are, and you and Grandy ran the numbers, and you're, $8 million short of the second apron, and you can't go beyond it. You're hard capped, and so you need 3 players, and you have $8 million. I guess you could have just waited on Kristaps Porzingis, and you given him $19 million this year. You could have saved that money, and I don't know. It feels to me like all the things that you could have done, none of it adds up to an impactful player or an impactful move.
Maybe not. I don't know. You know what I mean? I get where you're coming from. But the whole motto going into the offseason was we're going to have to get creative. It doesn't feel like they got creative. It does not feel like they got creative at all. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Mark Spears, ESPN, in 15 minutes to talk more hoops. Our coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Next up, let's go to Matt in Oakland. Hi, Matt. Thanks for calling us. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Dibs and Mark? Yep. Good to hear from y'all. Hey, I just wanted to get on BPA. BPA was totally out of line, man, to say that the Warriors gave up, saying that they're not trying. Look, this team is strapped. You got 4 championships out of there. Should have been 5. Could have been 6. I don't know. But we got 4 championships here in the Bay Area, and we hadn't had any in 40 years. So they were strapped. They made a move for Jimmy Butler. I'm a season ticket holder. I'm invested in the Warriors. But they couldn't do anything, and I'm not with making a move just for the sake of making a move. I would have liked to got the guy from Boston at the trade deadline last year, but I probably would have gave up those picks back then. But they want their picks. They want to build another team. Give them that slack. They gave you 4 championships. Who else got 4 championships like that other than the Spurs and the Bulls? Come on, man. Nobody's getting championships just because they put a quarter in a vending machine.
Matt, that's fair. I guess the rebuttal to that, and it's not that I disagree with you because I don't, But what I think where fans get stuck is you're kind of talking about what's already happened. And I hope that most people, Matt, thank you, will acknowledge that. We talked about that earlier. The resume for this group is untouchable. They've taken us on a ride that no one else has gotten to experience in recent memory. And certainly we've never experienced as Warrior fans. So that resume is untouchable. The legacy is intact. But you arrive at now, and you sort of are in a conundrum about what to do with the presence of Steph Curry. Like, this would be easy if he just decided to retire, but he doesn't want to do that, and he keeps playing really good basketball. And so we got you 4 championships, and we want to get ready for what's next. In a normal world would be a completely perfect thing to say. The fly in the ointment is you've got a 38 to be 39-year-old superstar who still kind of plays like a superstar when he plays. And what do you do about that? Because it just doesn't feel like nothing is the right answer. Not everything, but not nothing.
Right, but the something, so it's not nothing, so it's something. And I just wonder what that something actually can be, short of, hey, who wants Jimmy Butler and 30 games of a guy making $57 million, and you could probably shop him, and I believe that they have, but if you don't have a taker, trades are hard, as we know, and so now you're in a spot where I don't know what you can do that is an actual something other than, I mean, you could trade Draymond Green, you could trade other players, and you could trade picks, and you could try to do something crazy.
There was a different way to do the finances, I believe. You know what I mean? I wasn't asking for LeBron or a superstar. I wasn't demanding that. I was trying to listen to what the Warriors said about their situation and follow their lead. Their words were, we need more people who can play back-to-backs. I was looking for some youth, and there was some cheap youth on the market.
Right.
I didn't get any of them.
But the cheap youth might have prevented you from being in the LeBron sweepstakes, considering I don't know if they knew that he would sign for $4 million a year.
So I don't think it prevented that.
Well, I don't know what they knew.
Draymond Green alone allowed the flexibility for LeBron.
And that's why he opted out.
Yes.
If they knew that LeBron was going to take $4 million, then Draymond probably wouldn't have opted out because they could pay LeBron $4 million with Draymond making $27.
Understood. Understood, but they wanted to be ready with even more, which is great. I mean, I support that. That was a no harm, no foul, right? Draymond opts out. Okay, it didn't work. Here's the deal that you were going to opt into, and we move on. Like, that's fine. But the flexibility was provided that they could have brought in some people. Again, there's 2 concerns I have, and it's the age and it's the how do you score the basketball when Steph is not playing. And those concerns I was hoping would be kind of addressed, and they weren't.
They haven't totally been addressed, but if you look at the roster, you've got, between Yaxel, Pods, Gee, Melton, Bassey, and Richard, that is 6 guys under 30. Now, like, Bassey is bottom of the roster, and that's not even counting LJ Cryer, who's also kind of further down there. So they're younger people who can play basketball. They're not top-end rotation guys. Pods is, Gee is, Yaxel, I believe, will be. So they did kind of address it in that way, but not in the way that many people wanted. And the other piece is, and I guess this could still be a thing, where you signed Kristaps Porzingis early. You just extended him essentially as one of your own. So now he is tradable, and he's making 19 this year, and it's a player option for next year. So he could still be a piece that's being dangled out there. So the Warriors aren't done. I'm more Philmo Mike than I am Brian and Palo Alto BPA, where I'm not totally shutting the door on this offseason because it's only July.
Well, I told you this earlier in the week. Yeah, if they sign DeMar DeRozan tomorrow, I don't think that's some sort of like earth-shattering move, but it changes my perspective on the offseason just because it is a more viable answer to how do you get a bucket when Steph's not on the floor. It's a more viable answer. You get a bucket, maybe Yaxel will turn into a bucket getter, but we've watched this problem already exist and it didn't get addressed. Was it hard to address it? I'm sure it was. Lots of jobs are hard. Doesn't mean that you're excused from doing them. So that's all. I want to try to acknowledge the difficulty of the situation, but also acknowledge the disappointment of the fans when you go into an offseason and you're literally the only team in the NBA who didn't bring in any new names.
Right. Of the 30, 29 of them brought in somebody, not counting the draft.
And many of those had winning records last year.
Right.
Which you also did not. Dylan in Modesto. Hi, Dylan. Thanks for calling, man. Dylan? And gone. All right, let's go to Jonathan, 880. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling.
I'm going to be honest. I'm hitting the Caldecott right now, but I'm headed towards the 925 side, so I think I may still have you guys. But if I lose you guys, I'm not like Dylan. I'm not ignoring y'all. I'm going through the Caldecott, so just bear with me. But I just wanted to talk about, and I'm a real Warriors fan, and I'm a real Giants fan, and I'm allowed to be upset. Our last championship was 2022, and we have done nothing but fall apart since. Same thing with the Giants. Last time we won, we did win 3 and 5. However, what have they done since then? I think fans are allowed to have frustration, and I think, to be honest, I think that Dunleavy has been getting a lot of free room, and I think Joe Lacob and Bob Myers are proof of this. When Bob Myers was leaving, I was convinced that Bob Myers wasn't leaving due to issues inside the Warriors, but that he was moving on in his career and adventures and things like that. Well, after what's gone on and seeing in Philly with Bob Myers, it kind of makes you want to think, well, Joe Lacob, what are you doing? You know, it doesn't make Joe Lacob's job any easier. I know that, but also what Joe Lacob has shown nothing to really take spot. And I know that's a big role to fill over Bob Myers, but Bob did a lot with a lot less. And look at what's going on in Philly. And I'm not saying that we could have exactly what's going on in Philly. But I even thought that the LeBron James thing, I thought that, oh, great, here's the Warriors owner's favorite story to use, because this whole offseason, they're going to make it seem like we don't make any moves because we're doing this all for LeBron James, and I don't even buy it. I honestly don't.
Well, he was intuitive on that one.
It was a good run.
Yeah. Got by the Caldecott.
Not bad.
See you, Jonathan. Yeah. Anyway, you see where he was going, and he might even have a point.
He speaks for many, I believe.
Well, and not only that, but his part about, hey, the Warriors they danced in this whole LeBron bucket, and maybe they've known for a while that they weren't getting him. I don't know that. You know what I mean? We were told yesterday that there was some cautious optimism at Summer League. Anthony Slater then says as soon as he goes to Philly, the Warriors have felt for weeks like they were kind of on the outside looking in. And then here's Steve Kerr going, I didn't think we were ever in this thing. So all of that, is that a bad look? I don't really take that as the Warriors trying to pull the wool over the eyes of the fans. It's just reality. I didn't want them to not try for LeBron. Like I said, I acknowledge the difficulty of the situation. The Jimmy Butler thing has changed everything. That's all true. But at the same time, you don't have to just forgive the situation across the board. The Warriors are big adults, and they're fully aware that when you win 37 games and go into a summer and add no one, people are not going to be pleased. They were well aware of that before this whole thing even started.
I agree with that. And at the same time, if you're thinking about LeBron as somebody that you believe early on in the process you can obtain, then you probably are going to go down that path first and foremost, and you're not going to use whatever small amount of money you have to sign other people. The one that does continue to stick out to me is the Kristaps Porzingis one, because you signed him early, you re-signed him essentially, so you would have him as a tradable asset. And if you didn't do that and you waited until, I don't know, now, would he be signed by someone else? Would he be signed to a contract that is smaller, larger, or not signed at all? So that's something that I continue to dwell on, because Brian Windhorst yesterday said, he's thinking that they're maybe not done with their offseason. And so that becomes a real piece that could be something they deal.
Maybe offseason, but he also used the phrase 8 months. He's like, let's watch what they do over the next 8 months. So he's kind of looping in the deadline also. The Kristaps thing is interesting. Would someone else have grabbed him? I don't know. I like what they did, though, because it's not just tradable. I want people to understand the Warriors can duck out of that deal after 1 year for a very cheap number. So Kristaps got a 2-year deal, but it's also kind of an expiring deal. And so if the Potts thing takes over, the Warriors can get out of that and add that to their expiring money next year.
Because it's not fully guaranteed.
Yeah, it's like $3 million is all.
Right.
So they can duck out of that. And who knows? Maybe Jimmy and Kristaps and Draymond and Steph, maybe they're all gone by the end of next year.
Well, and you mentioned yesterday about, or maybe the day before, about Moses Moody and the idea that they could potentially, if he doesn't play this year and he's not recovering very well from just a terrible injury, they could essentially buy him out and then have that room as well. So right now, with all those players, not counting Steph, they have $55 million on the books for next year, which is a good, healthy, big piece of optionality.
Yep.
Now, if Steph, signs up for 65, that's a lot of that money. But as it sits right now, going into next year, they do have some maneuverability.
Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Dave, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, guys, what's up? You guys were discussing with the Warriors, the fan brought it up that, they won championships, so they should probably deserve some leeway or this grace period. I would equate that to like your kids used to bring home A's and all of a sudden they're bringing home F's. Are we supposed to just accept that because they used to bring home A's? I don't look at it that way. I think, quite frankly, the front office, whether it's the GM or the owner, has been very underwhelming since maybe 2022. They haven't done much to improve the team, make the team better. I know you're going to they got Jimmy. I mean, I wasn't a fan of that move, so I'm not going to be swayed on that. And I think with Steph Curry, I know Kobe meant a lot to the Lakers. I know Michael Jordan meant a lot to the Bulls. But in my opinion, no player in the history of probably sports has meant more to a franchise than Steph Curry to the Warriors. And I understand it's a risky thing to try to risk whatever future you have for one player, but he means so much to this franchise. And the effort I've seen, not just this offseason, but and prior to all seasons past, just not something, if you're a fan of Steph, that you should appreciate. And, you say, what can they do? Well, one thing they could have did is not bring back Draymond. I mean, if you want to try something fresh, something new, I wouldn't sign him to $20 million. You just keep trying to keep the norm going, So,
yeah, but he had an option,
again,
Dave, he had an option. The Warriors didn't have the option to just – I know everybody loves to make it this thing that the Warriors could have moved on from Draymond. It's just – I don't see that as true,
Yeah, I mean, okay, you might be right. But again, I wish they would have done more, not just this offseason, but in years past. I just feel like the last several years has just been very, very puzzling, frustrating. And I think it's not just this year why fans are mad. It's all these past years where it's just not, it hasn't been good enough, in my opinion.
Yeah, Dave, thanks. I hear you. I think a lot of people hear you. I will cape up for the org a little bit on that call from this perspective. To say that they were doing A-level work for a long time and then starting 4 years ago, it's been nothing but Fs, that's harsh.
Right.
That doesn't feel accurate to me.
I actually had the same retort in mind because
that's not
since the championship, they went to the playoffs a couple of different times, 2 of the 4. And they won a series both of those times. That to me feels like those are BB minuses and you miss it. Those are Cs.
And since 2022, you can't really argue with a draft pick. You can't, I mean, there haven't been that many of them, but there's none that you can be like, well, that was stupid. None.
Well, one.
Which?
Pods.
Okay. Second rounders are all in the league. Pods in a redraft would be a lottery pick, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not gonna call Yaxel a big home run yet, but early returns seem exciting, at least.
F feels harsh. I was thinking C+, B minus, like C+.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's loop in somebody who knows what he's talking about to this conversation, and that is our very good friend, Mark Spears, ESPN, Anscape. Great work always. Tapped in, dialed in, joining us on the River Islands guest line as we still kind of unpack the Warriors' post-LeBron decision offseason. Hey, Mark, what's going on, man? How are you?
Oh, man, just living a dream out in Temecula doing an interview and then going to L.A. on NBA Today, so basketball still hasn't stopped yet.
Man, your interviews keep happening right next to wineries. What's up with that, Mark?
You know what? And hopefully nobody in Temecula gets mad, but it ain't the same as
as Napa? No, it is not.
Yeah.
It is not.
There's levels.
True that. Hey, first time we've gotten to talk to you, obviously, since LeBron made his decision. So what was your reaction to that, and also where does it leave the Golden State Warriors?
Yeah, like about 2 weeks before, I got the sense that the Warriors weren't confident that it was going to happen for them. In fact, they were, what I was hearing is they were expecting LeBron to go to the, Eastern Conference. And, I was getting fooled by the tea leaves, man, hearing him talking about his daughter and 11-year-old daughter. And every time he leaves, she's like, Daddy, I want to come with you. And so to me, from a, personal standpoint, Golden State made a lot of sense. Everybody's like, well, it's fun, but I thought family-wise it'd be great because he could just fly home after practice. You could be home in an hour and have dinner and fly back the next day for shoot around. He'd be home a lot. And you got to remember that I guess it looks like his son's going to stay with the Lakers, so he's still in L.A., and his other son, Bryce, is playing at Arizona. So, I just assumed that was the one thing that was in the Warriors' favor, was that he could keep him close to his, and I'm not sure that I haven't heard anything that suggested that his wife and daughter were going to move, but just to be close to home. And so he couldn't have went further.
Right.
He couldn't have went further to go to Philly. So I didn't expect him to go to the Warriors. I just kind of held on to that. If he does make a decision for family reasons, that's the best place. But just didn't hear anything over the last 2 or 3 weeks that suggested he was coming. But the Philly thing was a little surprising to me. I thought Cleveland could be the spot. I had heard that, he had, met with the owner quietly. So I thought Cleveland and maybe Miami nostalgically could be a great spot. And I also thought that Philly had enough. Like getting Jaylen Brown was huge. And the one thing that I always recall in my early days, I covered Nolan Richardson. And Nolan Richardson told me that the key to his success was that he never had more than 3 superstars on the team. And I always kind of remembered that. He said, because you just need other people to do other things, right? You need somebody to play point, need somebody to defend, need somebody to rebound, need somebody to do the dirty work. And he would kind of pattern his teams around 3 stars. 4 is a lot. 5 is new territory. I don't know a team in NBA history that on paper could start 5 guys that could potentially be all-stars. I know Detroit had some interesting team, but those guys aren't the same caliber as this. This is perhaps the best starting 5 that LeBron James will ever be a part of, talent-wise on paper, but does Joel Embiid play on paper? Like, who's going to be the point guard? 2 guys are going to have to sacrifice. Who are going to sacrifice? To me, there's a lot of questions. On paper, certainly outstanding, but can you get all those 5 guys to sacrifice for the greater good of winning a championship? And, that's ultimately what Nick Nurse is, a first world problem he has to work with.
And a lot of high usage guys, too, out there, Mark. And I wonder about the Warriors when they knew that they probably wouldn't have gotten LeBron, and what would their pivot be at that point, and what's their pivot point now?
Well, you got to remember that LeBron James is a unique free agent. I've never known a player. We only know a handful of players of that caliber, and some might say only 2, him and Jordan. But it's just a unique circumstance in which you had a free agent of that caliber that was willing to take $6 million or $8 million, right? Total. I guess is what he's getting in Philly is $8 million for 2 years. It's just, I don't know that we'll ever see that again. It was certainly unique. But even before he made his decision, I thought the free agency market was pretty bleak. That there wasn't a lot out there anyway, and the way the Warriors financially were, they just really weren't in a position to go after somebody. I mean, obviously they would have to be creative, but to me, maybe the creativity for them is at the trade deadline. Draymond doesn't have a no-trade clause anymore. Jimmy Butler could, is expected to be healthy at that point, and maybe he could be used to trade for something else. So I expect them to take care of Steph and, try to get Steph to sign a long-term deal, expect Steph to get a long-term deal. But, it's funny, are the Washington Wizards like their new role model? Like, do they make some trades by the trade deadline to get like a Trae Young and Anthony Davis to kind of, move things around? But even if the team is like poor next season, this ain't no AJ DeBanza draft. Like, this is a complete opposite draft. So even if the Warriors struggle, there's no cherry on the top to find at the end of the season. So it's very curious to say the least on what they'll do, and I think we're just going to have to grin and bear whatever team they put out there.
Mark Spears with us, ESPN and Scape with us on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. How do you think the DeMar DeRozan situation plays out?
That's a good question. I would like DeMar in a Warriors uniform. It keeps him in California, which I know is very important to him. I don't know that the Warriors are trying to get him, but to me, he kind of helps keep things afloat until Jimmy gets back, and then you figure the rest out later. Consummate professional, great guy. His age is just a number. He keeps himself in impeccable shape. LeBron James has been a role model for him, so I think he's kind of learned from a diet standpoint, working out standpoint. He patterns himself after LeBron James in a lot of ways. And so his agent, Aaron Goodwin, is in the Bay. But, I haven't heard anything that suggested he would be going to come to Golden State, although I've long been a fan of him in any uniform.
What's the likelihood of the Warriors still being active here in late July or August with a trade? I was telling Mark about the Kristaps contract and the possibility that gets moved. Are we at a spot now where trading season's over?
I mean, it's not really over, but it's certainly slowed. I think the trade deadline is probably the more realistic time because you can kind of see where you are. I think the expectation is disappointment, right? I'm hearing rumors that, they're trying to get – they've lost some season ticket holders and, trying to sell some season tickets and stuff like that in a way that, never has been the case in recent years. So maybe some of the locals are getting restless with watching a team where Steph has been hurt a lot and Jimmy's been hurt and, there's not a lot of championship excitement. But to me, when you get to the trade deadline, I think right now everybody's just happy with not everybody, but a lot of teams are excited about their roster and want to see it. And then come the trade deadline, it's chaos and people want to make moves. So to me, I would guess that the picking for the Warriors actually might be better at the trade deadline than they would be right now.
Mark Spears with us talking out sort of the post situation. Yeah, Mark.
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry. I know you're looking for rainbows and
No, I think everybody gets it.
Blue sky.
Yeah, no. Mark. When the Draymond thing played out the way it did, I think everybody got the message. It is going to be just a run it back situation. I'll tell you what a lot of people are talking about today, though. And I would love your perspective on this, which is there have been a couple comments made by reporters that sort of suggest that Joe Lacob is very activated by the idea of kind of showing everybody that he can still put together a winner in the post-Steph era. And that's great, but at the same time, it makes it feel like there's a slight dismissiveness of now. What's your perspective on that?
Hey, man, I milk the Steph Curry train until it's dry. You know what I mean? I mean, Kobe Bryant's last years weren't the greatest, but if you don't think that place still doesn't revel over what Kobe Bryant did, I mean, you're wrong. I mean, you got people that couldn't even be LeBron James fans because they were Kobe Bryant fans. We're happy to see LeBron go because they were Kobe Bryant fans, right? And as long as Steph can play and move, I think you just try to figure it out around him. It's going to take creativity, but I know the day that he plays his last game in that jersey, which I'm sure most fans would hope that he doesn't go and wear another jersey. It's going to be a sad day in the Bay Area, Joe Montana departure, kind of day. And I just don't know that there's been a greater athlete that's been in the Bay. So I'm trying, if I'm them, my main thing now is trying to get him a contract extension and still just figuring out around him, because think about what you have. You have expiring contracts with Porzingis, right? I mean, a tradable contract with Porzingis. Draymond's got a tradable contract. Jimmy has a tradable contract. And you're going to have teams that I believe at the trade deadline might be willing to make major change. And I do think that Jimmy and Draymond are mature enough at this stage of their career where they'd be like, I get it. I understand. I get it. So that's why I think maybe for Warriors fans, the best thing to do is to be patient to see what happens at the trade deadline, see where the team is. Like, it's not about today, it's about the end of next season. Sometimes, and I know they want to be waived and it to be changed now, but I think for Dunleavy, the way their roster is built and what they have now, I think the patient try to make some big moves at the trade deadline, to me is the better route to go. It's not the pretty route, it's not tomorrow, it's not for the patient, but I think it is the best thing to do.
And thinking about next year, would it be in Steph's and the organization's best interest to hold off on an extension? That way, if they make moves, he can. But hear me out now, Mark. Hear me out. That way, he doesn't have to take $67 million. I mean, does he want to win, or does he want every last dollar?
That arena ain't there if it wasn't for him.
But it's here, and it's been built.
Worth billions if it wasn't for him. I don't know, man. I'm a Steph loyalist, man. I'm put on 30 till you can't no more. And whatever money they paying him, if they paying him that much money now, how much you think he bringing in?
Probably tenfold
more.
My point is, Mark,
if they move him tomorrow, how much money they about to lose?
Well, they're not going to move him.
About losing Luka Doncic and what that did to him. You think like they're losing some season ticket holders now? Watch 30 go somewhere else. Man, there'll be more people at the Valkyries games than at the Warriors games.
I'm not saying you let 30 go. I'm just saying maybe he decides to take less because he's making $400 million from his new shoe deal. Mm-hmm.
Why?
To have a better team around him and win.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But he deserves every penny he gets.
Mark,
he does, yeah.
Mark, do you think he's ticked off by how this is playing out?
Nah. He has a wonderful life. Maybe you want something better. Maybe you're disappointed a little bit. But the grass ain't always green. He's never started over before, right? He's got 4 rings. I'm not crying for him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like he'll be okay, man. Like he'll be fine. His family's set for generations. Like, he's good, man.
But he wants to compete the rest of the way.
No, I get it, but what my point is come on, patience, grasshopper, like patience. Y'all.
Does he have time to be patient? He's about to turn 39.
Yeah. February 6th, February 5th, whatever the next trade deadline is.
Yeah.
I'll be here in a blink.
Okay. I mean, listen, you're saying what people are hoping to hear, but this is a lot of people are wondering.
What I'm saying to you is I think the ability to trade for better talent is available in February than it is now.
Okay.
And you got expiring contracts and teams that are like, you know what, our team's trash. You know, we're going to get rid of this guy. Then that's when you can pounce. So let's see what Dunleavy's about. I think his options, there's not really much now, but I do think, you know, and they're under the second apron, right? Like that there is some opportunity to do some big things at the trade deadline. It's not sexy, it's not what you want to hear, but let's see.
Okay. No, I think we can.
Let's see how the rest of the league plays out. And I just feel like if you look at the trades over the last couple of years, to me, the biggest wheeling and dealing takes place now at the trade deadline and not in the offseason.
Mark Spears, ESPN, we appreciate you always, man. Thank you so much.
All right, fellas. Take care now.
You too, Mark Spears.
Temecula.
From Temecula.
Oh, yeah.
You ever been to Temecula?
I have not been to Temecula. One of the few places I actually haven't been.
Temecula in July. Hot.
Yep. Shout out Nelly. Woo. Hot in here. And that's kind of between San Diego and LA, but to the east, right?
East, yeah, inland. If you get on, there's two freeways that fly to San Diego, coast and inland. If you get northbound on the inland freeway, you run right into Temecula.
Yeah.
Probably about 45-minute drive, whatever it is. But it's growing, and, it's kind of the middle of nowhere years ago, and now it's turning into wine country. But he's right. It's no Napa.
Right.
It's no Napa.
Well,
but it's nice.
If you look at some of the fastest growing communities in our country over the last 20 years, the majority of them are in excruciatingly hot climates.
Man.
Like many cities in Arizona where, hey, it's hot, but it's affordable. Come on out.
I'm going to look up what the temperature is right now in Temecula.
I got the temperature being, I got it at 5:35, and it's going to be 92 at this hour.
Oh, it's only 83.
Nice.
It's only 83. It's
a dry heat.
Yeah, it's just delightful. It's absolutely delightful. It's going to be 95 tomorrow, 98 on Friday, and 100 on Saturday. But
okay.
Anyway, it was 83 right now.
It's livable.
It's clearly, he did not sound stressed at all. Probably in an air-conditioned room. But
right.
Let's go to Rich in Fremont. Hi, Rich. Thanks for calling. What you got?
Willard, Dibbs, good afternoon, brothers. I just got home from work. I was listening to you, and I heard some of the other callers from earlier because when I drive my truck, I'm in pest control, so when I drive my truck, I listen to 95.7 The Game. And, one of the things that I'm hearing from the fan base is that, everybody's trying to point the finger at, Dunleavy, and they're trying to point the finger at the Warriors front office for them not making more crucial moves. That's the term I heard. But, the thing that I think the fan base needs to probably do is, press the brakes for a moment, okay? Because really at the end of the day, we're not, at the trade deadline. We're not, where, all of a sudden, we got to make moves or else. It's like, no, that's not where we're at, okay? Yeah, okay, we didn't get LeBron. Personally, myself, I don't think we needed LeBron, but we didn't get him, okay? And the whole idea of the possibility of getting Jaylen Brown, that wasn't going to happen either. Because really at the end of the day, those guys in the front office, what they're going to focus on, what's best for the team. They're not going to listen to the fan base, and they shouldn't. Because the fan base doesn't realize to put together a good team that's competitive, it's not easy. If it was, everybody would be winning championships in the NBA, and they're not because it's not easy. So instead of, as a fan base, want to point the fingers at, Dunleavy in the front office and what they're not doing and what they should do, why don't we at least take a moment to pause and just take in a breath of the success this franchise has had? Because I'm going to tell you something. I remember the days of Cohen, okay, when this team was the gum underneath the shoe of the NBA, a laughing stock. I remember that. And I ain't going to ever forget it. And that's the reason why I appreciate the success that we've had. Okay? And I'll tell you something else. We still don't know how this is going to play out that LeBron's in Philly. We don't know yet. It's early. So rather than, point out where the front office isn't doing this, the front office isn't doing that, we need to make some moves. No, what we need to do is do what Lacob said that he was going to do. He said he was going to bring championships. Everybody booed him, right? And then when he brought the championship, everybody's all, yay! Okay, come on, guys, come on. Let's get clear about what's going on. We're not executives. We're not GMs. We don't make decisions on who gets picked and who don't and what trades are made. Only thing we do is we buy the tickets, and yes, we do purchase them. But when the team is a success, we're right behind them. So maybe the team isn't a success right now. Maybe they haven't been for a few years. But, hey, be behind them. Be behind them. Because guess what? They're doing everything they can to make sure that product on the court is a winner. And when they fail, don't pull the rug from underneath them. Be behind them. Thanks, guys.
All right, Rich, thank you. Here's what I'll say about what Rich is saying there, because I know a lot of people are nodding their heads and a lot of people are getting furious and throwing things at the front of their window. Because here's the thing. What Rich is asking for actually, I think, sounds rational and full of respect and acknowledging all the great things that have happened here, and that's true. But the Warriors should not want fans to act the way Rich is suggesting. Here's what I mean by that. And I hope the Warriors know this. If they get offended by the fact that so many people are ticked off, don't get offended. Understand it's because you raised the bar. So that, to me, that's the middle ground. What Rich is talking about is that Joe Lacob and the Warriors have raised the bar. And that's great, but you raised the bar.
And the bar is still up there.
And the bar is still up there. And if the fan base feels like the new bar is not being reached and they're bored, that's a problem. And the fans don't have to be rational. That's not their job. Their job is to be entertained, and if they think that this is not entertaining, and if they feel like this is not living up to the legacy that Steph Curry has built, then that's what it is. And if the Warriors feel like that's unfair, I would say, in a way, you're in the wrong business. I don't think they are. I think they get it, but that's kind of the point. That's the way things work. We do this to everybody. When they raise the bar, then you got to hit the new bar.
Yes, and that's every single business that's out there. And if you go to a restaurant and it's really good food and you're like, yeah, this place is awesome. And then you go back 8 months later and the food's not as good. The menu's unchanged, but they changed out the chef and the food's just not as good.
That worked.
Thank you. Then you as a customer can think, you know what? This used to be better. What's going on? Yeah, we have a new chef. And so you as a customer, you don't have to go back there just because you're a big fan and you love the restaurant for many, many years. It's part of being a customer, right?
Indeed. Sponsored by Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on at Ceremony Ford. Get 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models, including F-150, Bronco, Mach-E, Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Colma, Daly City, or ceremonyford.com. All right, we got to get to this Niners stuff because, yes, there was Ricky Pearsall concerned today. He's not the only one. We'll get to that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
I'm Sam, owner of Marino's Landscape. With my Chase Ink Business Premier Card, I earn unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything I buy to run my landscaping business gives me cash back to help throw a big thank you party for my team. For all they do.
Chase Ink. Cash back built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/ink. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own real unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait. Don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Decisions determine results. So which path do I want to take? Help people in need or stand on the sidelines watching? Worry about how to pay for school or have my education paid for? Push myself and learn new skills or stay the same? My decision is to serve part-time with the Army National Guard, and my results will be life-changing. What will you decide? Go to NationalGuard.com to learn more about part-time service.
Sponsored by the California Army National Guard. Aired by the California Broadcasters.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow! Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. Official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming. Happy screaming. Summer screaming. $1 small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time. Only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
I want to shout out Nick Wagner from ESPN. He covers the Niners. He does something cool at the end of every practice, and he puts it out on Twitter. And it's called Camp Observations. And it's just bullet points of all the things that he notices. Today's was, oof. He writes, new injuries to list. Wide receiver Ricky Pearsall with his right knee did not practice, and the Niners are concerned. They're exploring all options, which presumably includes surgical options. A tough early blow for Pearsall, who is entering an important third season. Safety Malik Mustafa's got a hamstring strain. Also unfortunate, he's in an apparent competition with Marquise Siegel for a starting safety job. And as feared on Monday, Grandy, this is where you should lean in. I know you already know this, but running back Jordan James does have an injury. It's a rib fracture that will cost him some time. Mind you, the 49ers have not had a practice with pads yet.
Right.
And we got people breaking ribs. I have questions. I wonder how that happened.
Yep.
But anyway.
Really quick, there is a circulating theory going on Twitter that I've seen. There's a video that the Niners put out of Fred Warner being fired up.
Okay.
And they're not pads on, as you mentioned, but Jordan James is carrying the ball, and Fred Warner's trying to wrap him up, but they're not tackling. And Fred Warner tries to punch the ball, and there's a theory online that maybe that's where Jordan James got hurt.
Well,
and that came on Monday, right?
And I've seen that theory
remember.
because also there's a report that Fred today at practice was sort of air pumping the ball out. In other words, not fully following through with it, which was hard for him apparently because that's what he does. That's what he does in practice. And he wasn't doing it today, which I think then sort of lends credence to what you're saying, Grandy, because if you hurt somebody doing it, you would not do it again the next day. And so anyway, Jordan James got a rib fracture. They loved what they saw from him in OTAs and the start to camp. But now this opens the door for Kalon Black, the rookie running back that the 49ers selected in the draft, who they are also apparently very excited about. They've liked what they've seen from him.
Yeah.
And you know that I've said this a bunch of times. I think the backup running back spot, for me, one of the most interesting spots in camp this year for the 49ers.
It got a lot less interesting with Jordan James having a fractured rib, and who knows how long that will cost him. I don't know how bad the fracture is, but yeah, you were hoping to see those two really battle, and maybe they both look so good that they both get a chance to take some carries away from Christian McCaffrey, who toted the rock and caught the ball last year far more than people would have wanted. And certainly when you look at this year, and he's coming off 450 touches in the regular and the postseason last year, you want that to go down. And I thought Jordan James was a perfect guy to kind of take that load off because he was here last year.
Nick also writes, there is a whole lot of opportunity right now for wide receivers who are already on the roster and healthy. The Niners did bring in 3 more wide receivers for a workout today. Their names you probably don't know, but they did that. But the implication he's talking about with Christian Kirk already having a calf strain, Ricky Pearsall now with a bulky knee and some problems going on there, it opens the door back up for the likes of Demarcus Robinson, and then the second-year guy, Jordan Watkins. Don't forget Jacob Cowing, and then, of course, Dejon Stribling.
Right.
Who is wowing people at camp. It's just camp, but they're loving everything that they're seeing from Stribling. And just quickly with the way this camp is started, with Mike Evans at his age, Ricky Pearsall and his issues, a calf strain, and I don't know if you've heard, calves are tricky.
Yes.
It's getting, in just 3 or 4 days' time, it's getting hard to imagine Stribling not potentially having a large role to start the season, provided that he can stay healthy.
Right, and you knock on wood, and you hope that, he's able to make it through camp. And the whole thing about Ricky Pearsall, I heard the news earlier today, and I thought, God, if he had a PCL issue, why didn't he just have surgery last year? And so, me, I'm a wannabe doctor. I'm a radio doctor. And so I started doing the dive on the PCL because I don't know the PCL like I know the other CLs. Right. Like the ACL, the ACL, you tear it, you repair it. The M, same thing. The L is a very rare one, the LCL. So I was learning about the PCL today.
Okay, before you dive into what you learned, I'd love to know, what do you want to be more other than a radio host? Is it indeed a doctor? Is it a referee? Or is it a police officer? Which do you see yourself more as other than a radio host?
Not a police officer.
Well, you've moonlit as all of them on this show.
What I'm interested in more than that is the forensics part of a police officer. I don't want to be an actual police officer, but the investigation sensation part of it, that is what is interesting to me.
Did you used to watch CSI?
No.
Okay.
So Kyle Shanahan gets in a car accident and we find out 11 days later about it, and I have questions, and I would love to be able to get those answers. And I don't think that I will, and I won't spend my free time doing it, but that part of it is interesting to me. The investigation, not the, put your hands up, hold it right there, mister. No, I don't want to be a police officer. The answer, though, is referee, then doctor.
Then doctor.
And the internet is really undefeated when it comes to learning about these things. And so today I learned about the PCL.
Somebody on the text line wants to know, what about crowd work comedian?
Yeah, I've done it, like the warm-up comedian.
But crowd work.
Like crowd work?
Crowd work comedian means like a comedian who doesn't necessarily go out there with a bit. They don't go out there with their own sort of material and script. They just start talking to the audience, and they do crowd work. And you start making fun of people based on what you see and what they say back. And there's a lot of comedians who kind of almost thumb their nose at it a little bit, like it's not as sexy of a process, but there are comedians who've made a living out of it. You ever heard of Matt Rife?
No.
Okay,
no.
Matt Rife is a younger comedian. It's literally all he does. I don't know if he's got any material. He just walks out there, starts talking to everybody, does a whole 90-minute set. Anyway, go ahead.
I mean, I'm sure he goes out there with material, but...
Maybe a backup, but...
Well, material, like, if somebody is looking like this or says this, then I'm going to have this retort. Like, you have that stuff built in.
Maybe.
Or not.
You got to be quick. Yeah, you don't know what the hell's going to be out there. But anyway, go ahead.
I would love to do that, but, I mean, it's a little late to get started. But my PCL research...
Don't give up.
So, you tear your PCL, and even if it's a bad tear, you usually don't get surgery. You usually give it time, you let it heal. Last year, I think he missed about 8 games or so before he came back with his torn PCL. I don't know how severe it was. And then he actually was able to play in one playoff game, one of the 2. And then you get to the offseason. And again, with the PCL, you don't automatically get surgery. But then this happens. And I was learning about this more today while Mark Spears was giving one of his answers. And you were looking at if he has this swelling and what they call laxity, and I'm not sure if he has laxity, which is looseness. If you have an injury, you give it time, you come back, and then you get swelling and laxity, that's when you start thinking about surgery. And so the fact that he has this swelling like a couple days into camp, and maybe it's a little bit loose, if that is the reality after what happened last year, he might just get shut down. PCL surgery, you're out for 6 to 9 months.
PCL surgery is 6 to 9 months?
It's, I mean, from what I was reading, it's like a 6-month recovery. So, yeah, yeah, I'm not saying that he needs it, but if they're concerned, and swelling is a thing, right? Like his knee.
Swelling is a thing.
His knee is swollen up.
Nick wrote, presumably they're looking at surgical options on the table.
Right.
Among the options. Ugh, not good.
No, not good at all.
Not good at all.
I'm just reading. It says takes 6 to 12 months to recover from a PCL surgery. And this is not involving other ligaments. Because sometimes, like, whatever, you tear the ACL or like the PCL is usually from a car accident. And if this is the situation he's facing, then, God, you feel so bad for him because this is year 3 and he's got one more year.
It's a massive year.
Right.
It's a massive year. It's kind of, look, they spent their first pick on a wide receiver again. The implication, and I know that Pearsall and Stribling are different types of players, and yes, you need more than one receiver, but you sort of, I think you go into this year kind of hoping that Ricky Pearsall can signal to the organization and the world that he can hold down one of the starting spots going forward. And if he were to miss significant time, or as you're suggesting, who knows, this could lead him